At the beginning of the story, we see a boy going to a store. He looks very sad and dejected while buying something. He thinks to himself, I'm sick of this. Instead of a triangle kimbap that has hard rice and very little filling, I want warm, shiny rice with different ingredients in it. Instead of a can of beer with a mild taste and little bubbles, I want a beer with a strong scent and the right amount of bubbles. Then he buys kimbap and beer and returns to his house. Again, he starts thinking sadly while eating, instead of this place, I would like to go somewhere else where I can enjoy life with everyone. We learn that this boy belonged to an ordinary family. His family was very hard-working. After finishing school, he got into a good university, and by chance landed a job at a reputable company. But one day, both his mother and father passed away. Because of this, he fell into depression and remained that way for 4 years. Suddenly, he loses his job. Now he is working at a small game development company. While thinking about all this, he smells cigarette smoke coming from the direction of his window. When he goes to see who is smoking, he opens the window and sees a gate to another dimension. He is quite surprised. At the same time, he receives a notification on his phone about the seal gate. He wonders, am I the only one who can see this gate? If this is some kind of gate to the future, that would be even better. Still, if this is a way to change my life, I'd like to try it. But how should I use it? He tries to put an item inside the gate, but it doesn't go through. He then realizes that none of his items can pass through except for the one he had kept with him. He thinks further, it could happen that if I go inside I may not be able to return, but it doesn't matter. Let's go inside. Upon entering the dimensional gate, he arrives at an old house. Looking around, he thinks, this house looks very old. Everything here must be expensive. He looks out the window and enjoys the view of the village. After a while, he notices a shiny paper on the side table. It is a contract related to the dimensional gate. According to the contract, he can travel back and forth between 2 places, but the gate will only work twice. There is also another item called the subspace pocket. This pocket is connected to the gate and can be used to lift any item from Earth as long as the item's weight is within a certain limit. To use it, you must place your right hand on the item and your left hand in empty space. There are no restrictions on what you bring in, but the only thing you can take back is gold. The boy is shocked to learn that he is initially being given 1,000 gold coins for staying there. He reads further, if you sign this contract, you will learn the language of the Manhwa Empire. You have 7 days to think about it. If you do not sign within 7 days, all memories related to this dimensional gate will be erased. If you die for any reason, the contract will be automatically destroyed. If you want to sign it, place your right hand on this paper. The boy thinks 7 days is too much. I'll just sign it now. As soon as he signs, he learns the language of the Manhwa Empire. The boy is welcomed into the empire and given the name Cho Isu. He wonders, what can I become in this world? A nobleman? A feudal lord? A wizard? Well, it doesn't matter for now. I just want to stay here and escape the small problems of my life. A lady says to him, did you not like the food? He replies, no, it's not like that. I was just thinking about something. Anyway, maybe this food won't be enough to satisfy me. He once checks his room to confirm whether he exchanged all the gold for cash. He plans to return to that place again, but he loses consciousness and falls asleep. When he wakes up, he notices that he looks much younger. His skin has become shiny, the color of his hair has changed, and his nose is a bit sharper. He jokes to himself that maybe money was deducted from his gold for this new face. He then goes back to the same village and wonders, will my phone work here? Well, I don't really need to use it while I'm here. Opening the window of his room, he is once again shocked by the beautiful view. He sees a lady in the room next to his. She sees him too. Yasu thinks, is she a villager? My eyes made contact with her. Should I greet her? But the lady speaks first and asks, who are you? Yoziu introduces himself. The lady replies, this house has been empty for a long time. Did you just move in? Who are you? Did you get permission from the village chief? Izu answers, I'm an adventurer. I'm planning to stay for a week. If I decide to stay longer, I'll ask the chief for permission. Then the lady says, since you're here, come and have a meal. Oishi didn't expect her to be so polite. Then he goes to have a meal with them. In the next scene we see him sitting down to eat, but the lady gives him just one bowl of soup. Seeing this, he feels that the food is very simple. However, looking at it, it seems delicious. Anyway, it's better to try eating here than sitting alone at home drinking beer and eating triangle kimbap. Since he's going to stay here for some time, he thinks he should get used to the food. He then asks the lady her name. The lady tells him her name is Maggie Humphrey. He further asks, "Do you stay here alone?" Aunt Maggie replies, "My husband has gone to the bar to work, and my son lives in another town. Tell me, where have you come from?" Isu says, "I have come from Sioux City, Korea." Aunt Maggie replies, "You've really come from quite far." Then Isu says, "Now I would like to try eating this. Anyway, there's no spoon or fork here, which means I'll have to dip this bread in the soup and eat it." Looking at the soup, Isu thinks, "This kind of soup is also sold in our city, but many other types of ingredients are usually added to it." Aunt Maggie asks, "Won't you eat this?" Isu replies, "No, I will eat it." Aunt Maggie says, "Eat it before it gets cold." Isu thinks, "The bread is a bit hard, but when I dip it in the warm soup, it becomes soft and actually tastes really good, but something is missing. Oh, black pepper." Then he says to Maggie, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you have black pepper?" Maggie looks a bit surprised and asks, "Did you not like the food?" Isu replies, "No, it's not like that. In our city, black pepper is added to every kind of soup, that's why I asked." Aunt Maggie responds, "Maybe it's cheaper where you live, but here it is very expensive, so expensive that only noble people can afford it. I've never bought it in my life." Isu thinks maybe she doesn't like talking about black pepper. Then he says, "This bread and soup are really delicious. There's a deep hint of corn in it that makes it taste so good." Aunt Maggie replies, "Don't talk so much, just eat it." Isu says, "Forgive me, but if you don't mind, can I know the recipe?" Aunt Maggie, who was making something, says, "Okay, you want to know the recipe? Fine, come behind me." Then both of them go out of the room. Isu thinks, "The air here is much nicer and fresher than the air of the city." Aunt Maggie says to him, "Come here." Isu starts following her. Then he asks, "By the way, what's the name of this village?" Aunt Maggie replies, "This is Ladine." Isu starts looking around. Aunt Maggie says, "What are you doing? Come here and look carefully." We see some ingredients kept there, which include corn powder, Aunt Maggie's homemade butter, and onions grown in Ladine. Then Aunt Maggie explains the process of making the soup. First, the butter has to be melted, then fry the chopped onions until they turn brown. Onion acts as a sweetener, so there's no need to add anything else sweet. Isu thinks, "I didn't know onion could be used like this in corn soup." Aunt Maggie continues, "Next is this corn powder. I bought this corn from a local trader. He said it's a new crop, so we won't be able to get it for some time." Isu thinks, "It seems corn isn't very common here." Maggie says, "I thought I'd try making powder from this corn. It actually worked, so I continued doing it this way. Just mix a little of the corn powder with the fried onion, then add water and milk together, and boil it on a low flame. Finally, just add a little salt. Now it's ready." Isu is amazed watching the soup being made. He thinks the process is so simple, but even if I try making it, it probably won't taste this good. Aunt Maggie starts going inside the house with the soup. Isu takes something out of his pocket and gives it to her as a gift. Aunt Maggie looks at it and is very surprised. It is a mirror that looks quite expensive. Isu says, "You invited me to your house for food, so this is a small gift from me." Aunt Maggie thanks him, but then rudely hands the mirror back to Isu. Isu thinks, why is she acting so cold now? Then he asks her for directions to the library. Aunt Maggie gives him the directions, and Isu puts the rest of his thoughts aside and heads toward the library. As he walks, we see him looking through a window where he notices a girl. When she sees Isu, she runs away. Isu thinks maybe she's shy. He continues walking and eventually reaches the library. Upon entering, he sees a boy with a name tag that reads Shara, who is eating something. The boy welcomes Isu. Isu greets him, "Good morning," and thinks, this man must be at least 30 years old. By the way, what is he eating? The boy says, maybe we haven't met before. Isu replies, I'm an adventurer who has come to this village for a short time. My name is Isu. I'm from Seoul City, Korea. Isu looks around the library and thinks, this is a library, but it's better than the bookshelf at my home. There are only around 50 books here. Maybe these are all rare books. Still, I don't understand one thing. Why is such a good man taking care of this library? The boy asks Is, have you come here to look for something? Isu replies, yes. Can you give me a map of the IR Empire? The boy brings him a map. Isu asks, can I borrow it? The boy replies, no, only people of this village are allowed to borrow books from the library. You have to read them here. As Isu starts looking at the map, the boy also starts observing it with great curiosity, seeing which Isu thinks. He seems genuinely interested. He is very worried and thinks, I will have to flip the pages carefully. If a page gets torn by mistake, it will probably cause me a lot of trouble. Looking at the map, Isu says to the boy, this is a map, there's nothing on it except the sketch of the coastline and the continent. The boy replies, in Man it's illegal to put cities or villages on the map. He then points to a place and asks, is this Lauren village? Isu says to the boy, is it because of war? The boy responds, yes, that's why a detailed map can only be read by the royals and the military. Isu thinks, I hope there won't be a war here. I wouldn't like to live in this world, suffer the wrath and serve only the military people. Isu then asks the boy if war happens often there. The boy replies, it's not like that. Recently a wizard's family helped prevent war in our empire. Looking at the current situation, it seems unlikely that anyone would have the courage to attack our empire. Isu feels happy and thinks, it's good that I won't have to serve the military. Then the boy introduces himself and says his name is Hans. He is in charge of all tasks that require strength in the village. He says to Isu, if you're around my age, let's be friends. Isu tells him that he is 23 years old. Hans is shocked and says, do you use any drink or lotion to look young? I'm 17 years old. Isu is surprised to hear Hans's age. He didn't think Hans would be so young. Then both of them become friends. Isu asks Hans about the food he was eating. Hans says, this is bread with raspberries on it. First we cook the flatbread and leave it for a few days, then top it with different kinds of food. On this one I used crushed raspberries. Then Hans says to Isu, do you want to have a bite? Isu thinks, after seeing it, it doesn't look so tasty. Then Isu asks Hans, by the way, which is the nearest city around here? Hans replies, Pushing City is the closest, but it takes 3 days to reach there by car. Then which is the biggest city? Hans replies, Armenia City, but I've never been there. Some merchants come to our village and I've heard about it from them. It's the capital city of our empire. It takes more than a month to reach there by car. When Hans hears the sound of some people coming, he thinks the merchants have returned. He asks Isu, can you take care of the library at this time tomorrow? I need to go meet the merchants. Isu gets a little confused. Then Hans says that Isu can also get the things he needs from the library. Isu couldn't refuse. Both of them come outside, where we see some merchants. Isu feels very excited seeing them. He goes to say something to Hans but sees that Hans is already gone. Then we see Hans asking Aunt Maggie where the merchants went. Everyone is in a hurry. Hans wants to return home because he has to buy something and needs gold. After coming home he thinks he should take a shower. Then he thinks further, I cannot go from this world to the other world with anything. Going to another world wearing just underwear is a bit too much. It's strange, but what can I do? Then he thinks, yes, it's better to take my box of gold coins to the other world than to come and go again and again. That's why I need a subspace pocket. He goes to another place, takes 2 gold coins and heads out to meet the merchants. He goes to a restaurant where the merchants are going to stay. There are a lot of people there, which Isu finds very pleasant. He sees Aunt Maggie there. Aunt Maggie asks Isu, have you come to eat food? Well, you'll have to wait for it. Isu replies, no problem. Then Aunt Maggie says, I'll bring food for you in a while. Till then, drink this. Isu says, thank you, and starts thinking, If she gives me beer, how will it taste? I had beer before, will this one taste different? Then Ant serves him beer. Seeing it, he gets very surprised because he has been drinking this kind of beer for quite some time. He doesn't let even a single drop spill and drinks it completely. He finds the taste very delicious and drinks it again. Then Aunt Maggie comes over and says, "You'll have to give 1 silver and 5 copper coins in exchange for this drink." Isu gives her a gold coin. In return, he receives 8 silver coins and 5 copper coins as change. He thinks this means 10 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin, so the cost of 1 cup of beer is around 15,000 won. Then he asks, "Do I have to pay separately for food as well?" Aunt Maggie says, "Don't worry, you've already paid for both. By the way, is the price of beer also cheaper in your city? Because here we get 1 cup of beer for 2 copper coins." She adds, "Well, now I'm going to prepare food for you." Isu says, "Till then, I'll enjoy this beer." He looks around. There are a lot of people, and he thinks he should go and talk to some of them. Then Hans comes, calling Isu. Hans says, "Have you also come here to eat?" Isu replies, "Would you like to join me?" Hans says, "No, I came to eat with my family. In our village, it's a rule to spend time with your family during meals. But my family gave me permission to go and meet the merchants. That's why I came here." That's when Isu gets to eat. This time the food was pork stew with bread. Isu thinks, "I also feel like eating with my parents." That's when Hans says, "Your food has come." Hans looks at the food and says, "This is usually eaten in winter, and now it's summer. But I'm sure it will still taste very good." After the meal, Hans says, "Let's go meet the merchants." Isu replies, "That's fine." Then he looks at the food and starts thinking, generally people keep pork like this for 2 days, but that can spoil it. That's why common people eat it as quickly as they can. Fresh pork juice and vegetable soup preparation tastes very delicious. At the same time, they've used essential herbs and salt, which gives it a unique taste. I remember this taste. My mother used to cook food like this. My mother used to make very spicy food, which I liked a lot earlier, but now I don't like spicy food. While thinking about all this, he remembers his mother a lot. When Isu is done eating, Hans asks him again, "Mr. Isu, what will you do now?" Isu says, "I'll go see the merchants." Hans gets excited and says, "Okay, let's go quickly." Then both of them go toward a small festival. Hans says, "You'll find a lot of things here." Aunt Maggie asks the price of a mirror. The shopkeeper says, 8 silver. Isu sees Aunt Maggie asking about the mirror and thinks, "I'm sure the one I tried to give her had better quality. Anyway, 8 silver is 80,000 won. If I were to sell 3 a day, 90 a month, I'd earn 7 million won a month. Awesome." Then Aunt Maggie asks for a cheaper mirror. The shopkeeper shows her a wizard's mirror for 3 silver coins. Aunt Maggie understands that this is a mirror made by a wizard. On the other side, Isu sees a man and thinks, "I've never seen this face before." The old man says to Isu, "Where did you come from?" Isu replies, "I am an adventurer from Korea. My name is Isu." The old man says, "It's my first time hearing such a name. It must be really far from here." Isu tells him, "It's a miracle that I came this far alive. By the way, how much does spice cost nowadays?" The old man replies, 6 gold per pound for black pepper, 6 gold for nutmeg, 1 gold for sugar, and salt is 2 copper. Isu thinks carefully. 1 pound is about 450 grams, so 1 kilogram of black pepper would be 12 gold. That's about 1.2 million won. That's awesome. Then he asks, "Is that standard followed everywhere in Armenia?" The old man replies, "Well, we can say that the prices are similar here and there." Hearing all this, Isu starts forming a detailed business plan in his mind. He thinks, considering the transportation fees, city taxes, and store rental fee, I think it's okay to sell it a little cheaper here. Judging by how they react, they must have increased the prices since they are dealing with innocent rural peasants. Anyway, spices are quite expensive here. If I just find a route to sell them, I might become the richest person in the Armenian Empire. If that happens, I'll be done with you, Manager Park. We see that the same girl starts watching Su from behind a tree. Isu starts asking the old man how much did it cost you to get the black pepper from the port. The old man replies, "Of course, I can't say that." Then Isu says, "Did I mention that black pepper is really cheap in the place I come from?" Isu gives an evil smile and continues, "If we talk about this further, I might be able to provide those at a reasonable price." The old man replies, 3 gold. Isu asks, "Where is that continent anyway?" He continues, "Since they come here and that reduces their burden of having to go to the big city, I think they will buy it for 2 gold coins, right? By the way, I'll ask other merchants too before deciding the exact price." Hearing these lines, the old man says, "So why don't you sell all the black pepper you have?" Isu starts looking at the man with suspicious eyes and says, "Looks like you're lacking in supplies, is that it?" The old man replies, "Of course I am. Every time this crop grows, the royal family and the elite people buy it. Because of that, ordinary people like us are not able to buy it even if we want to. That's why this time I could buy only 5 pounds of black pepper." Isu thinks, "I can understand why it's so expensive. It's brought from such a far distance. Even bringing 2 kilograms of black pepper from that far is a big deal." Then he says, "Forgive me, but for today I don't have anything." The old man gives him a card and says, "Take this." It was written on the card, "Spy Store, Colin Mug Wall, Central Market of Armenia City, Spice Street number 5. Then the old man says, "If a trade route opens to your continent, come to my store. And now, goodbye." In the next scene, Isu sees a kid sitting. He thinks he should go and talk to that kid. He goes to the kid and asks, "Hey kid, do you live here?" The kid says, "I'm not a kid. I'm 10 years old." Isu says, "Forgive me." Then the boy asks, "Where do you come from?" Isu replies, "From Korea." The kid says, "Liar, I've read 100 books but I've never heard of Korea. What are you talking about?" Isu says, "Do you know I'm 23 years old and I've read more than 1,000 books, yet there are still many things I don't know. And you think you know more than me?" The boy replies, "I'm the son of a general merchandiser. Mino strives. What about you?" Iso tells his name, to which the boy says, "That's a very intellectual name. By the way, since you've read thousands of books, are you rich? Because in this place thousands of books are equivalent to several 100 million won." Isu says, "Anyway, I have a question." The boy gets surprised and asks, "What do you want to ask me?" Then Isu gives him the same mirror and says, "Can you check this out? How much do you think this mirror would be worth?" The boy replies, "As long as it's sold officially, about 3 gold. Then Isu asks, "Sold officially?" The boy says, "With this quality I'm sure it's made with magic. But there isn't a seal that means this was made by an illegal wizard who wasn't approved by the royals." Then Iyasu asks, "So you mean it can't be sold? I guess I should just quietly sell it then." Eso says. The boy replies, "Yes, you can sell it on the black market. Noble families go crazy collecting unique things, so this would be an easy way out." We see that the boy likes the mirror very much. Aishu says, "Can you keep this?" The boy gets very shocked and says, "Really, I can keep this? But wait 1 second. Will you have any conditions in exchange? Because there is no such thing as free in this world." After that, Izu asks the boy, "Then let me ask a question. You came from Pussing, right? Aren't there any other villages around?" The boy replies, "There's a big village named Rin that's 2 hours away from here, but I like Ladine more." Isu asks why. The boy says, "Because the people here aren't greedy and they also sell good quality hay at a cheap price, so the horses like it. And of course I can't forget the delicious food made by our Aunt Humphrey." Isu thinks in his mind, "It seems everybody loves Aunt Humphrey's food." Then Isu asks, "What about Armenia City?" The boy says, "It's really a good place to live, it's just that the houses are really expensive." Izio asks, "Is it too expensive?" Then Ashu thinks, his words remind me of Seoul's prices. Then the boy tells him, "A hut in this village is 20 gold, that's about the price of a horse." "By the way, Mr. Izu, wait for a while. I want to give you something." The boy gives something to Izu and says, "This is our house. The first floor is a store. If you have any thoughts of working, you're always welcome." Isu asks, "So suddenly?" The boy says, looking at you, I can tell that you belong to a rich family, that's why I'm suggesting it, and it looks like you will be popular with women here, but of course you aren't my type. Then Isu replies, that's too bad, but you're not my type either. The boy laughs and says, I'll go back to my father now. While leaving, the boy tells him, if you get us another mirror I will sell it for you. Isu asks, you will? The boy says, yes, with this quality, if we put it in an auction it will be worth a lot. If you promise to supply us the most, we will give you the best rate. In the next scene, Su is back at his home and thinks, I want to go back again. He is feeling very hot, so he turns on the AC and thinks, when will this hot season end? I just want to live in Ladine, selling black pepper. Then he opens the fridge and takes out ice cream. He enjoys eating it and says, that soft ice cream inside this fluffy bread and the sweetness of the cookies and cream and the little cookie pieces embedded, it's giving a nice chewing texture. He becomes happy and finally decides that he will leave his job. Then he starts searching for the price of black pepper on the computer. He sees 1 kg of black pepper 101, which is very cheap. Then he thinks, if I were to sell it for 2 gold per pound, that means 4 gold per kilogram. I can get 4 million won for 10 kg. Thinking about all this, he becomes very happy and says, tomorrow I will go to the office and submit my resignation. In the next scene we see Iso going to his manager, Park. Manager Park tells him, I've told you a couple of times already, why are you changing the source code? You don't like it. Isu replies, distressed, but Manager Park shouts, shouldn't you be trying to find a more efficient way instead of just using open source? Isu hesitates and says, but that efficient source is where the error came from before. Then Isu starts thinking in his mind about all those things which require a lot of hard work as a programmer. Manager Park shouts again, hey, are you even listening to me? He drops some of the papers that Isu had worked on, then scolds him saying, are you thinking of using your dead parents as an excuse to zone out like that? Isu gets surprised and thinks to himself, is he really crazy? Then his manager continues, this is the problem with brats with weak mental health. They affect other innocent people too. Isu makes a decision, he will have to resign. In the next scene, he goes to someone's room. That guy asks him to sit politely. Isu says, I think I have to resign for some personal reasons. The guy asks, is this because of Manager Park? Isu tells him, till now, I've done everything they told me to do. I've heard every taunt and insult, but now they are saying terrible things about my parents. That's something I can't tolerate anymore. The boy replies, all of us are thinking of complaining against Manager Park. He continues, but the CEO is only listening to our complaints. He isn't able to do anything against Park, because very few people support us. That's the reality, and when it comes to Park's ability, he doesn't do a bad job. It's only because of that we haven't been able to fire him. Isu thinks, I could not even concentrate on my work while remembering. After what Manager Park had said, the man tells Ayo, I can understand. I kept you on the job because I knew your situation, but now things have worsened. I still understand where you're coming from. That's why I won't stop you from leaving. Even I don't know how long this company will survive, but I'm hopeful we'll get projects again. He adds, you are really a very good person. You should take care of yourself. Isu thinks to himself, if this dimension gate wasn't there, I would have had to give more years to Manager Park. Then he says to the man, thank you for understanding. I'd like to ask your permission to leave now. The man replies, okay. Coming out of the office, Isu thinks, I hope this company runs well even without me. Even if I go away, I believe the people who remain will take care of it. As for Manager Park, well, now I have nothing to do with him. In the next scene we see Isu preparing to go to another world with both black pepper and sugar to start a business. He says to himself, I had 41,000 won in my bank, and I had 100,000 won in cash. Together that makes 41,000 won, which I used to buy black pepper and sugar. He continues thinking, now I feel scared to try new things, but I can do anything, and nobody can stop me now. He travels to another world, and after looking at his room he says, this place is really comfortable. I even made a secret space to store the black pepper and sugar. It's under my bed. Then we see him visiting Aunt Humphrey's house. Aunt Humphrey thinks he has come to eat food, but he says he has something to show her, and also something to give her. Aunt asks, "What is this?" Isu replies, "These are barley flour, apricot seed flour, and honey. I'm going to make something called a mask pack. We'll mix the ingredients and apply them to our faces." Aunt asks, "All that on our face?" Isu says, "Yes, it will lighten blemishes and give our skin elasticity." The aunt feels a bit weird and says, "But I don't feel like putting food on my face." Isu happily replies, "This is how women in our continent take care of their skin. Try it once." Aunt agrees and wears the face mask, which looks very strange. Aunt Maggie didn't leave any gaps while applying the mask. Seeing this, Isu starts laughing and says, "Aunt, you should have left space around your eyes and nose." Aunt thanks him, and Isu says, "It's nothing." In the next scene, he returns to his room and says happily, "I like this freedom very much." This is how he starts to heal and how he spends his days in Seal City. Then there is a knock on his door. Isu opens it and sees Hans. Hans says, "I haven't seen you in a while, so I thought maybe you had left." Isu replies, No. Hans says, "Can you spare some time? Would you like to join me in picking hops?" Isu asks, "Hops, what's that?" Hans replies, "It's used in making beer. I make it myself. Anyway, how long are you planning to stay here?" Isu says, "I'm not sure. I'm going to talk to the village chief first." Hans says, "He'll be happy if you decide to stay for a long time. We always need manpower." He continues, "There's a lot to do: harvesting hay, feeding animals, fetching water, making beer, grinding grains, and I also have to protect the library." Then as Siu asks Hans, "Recently I saw a blonde-haired girl. Who is she?" Hans looks surprised and says, "Blonde hair? There's no such girl in our village. There's only one girl here, but she's a little weird." Isu asks, "Weird? How?" Hans explains, "It's been 10 years since she came here. She lives with her mother, but they don't interact much with the neighbors." Isu says, "Really?" Hans continues, "But they do everything they're asked to do. People have to work if they want to stay in the village after all." Isu asks, "Is that why you want me to go with you to pick hops?" Hans laughs and says, "That's not the only reason. If we think about it carefully, we realize that after taxes, most of our earnings are spent quickly. That's why when merchants come, they manage everything: rent, collection, supplies, and more." Isu comments, "So do you consider them your wallet?" Hans starts laughing. Then Isu thinks, "The kid was right. Villagers here only make enough to get by. They'll take whatever you offer without bargaining." It's hard to imagine that in our modern society. I guess this is what it means to live like flowing water. It's good. Both of them arrive at the place they were heading to. Hans shows Isu a sample fruit and says, "You have to collect fruits that look like this." Isu takes one, smells it, and thinks, "It smells good, like a mixture of grass and fruit." Then he says, "I heard that beer in a world without hops tastes awful. It's fortunate there's hops here." Lost in thought, Hans calls him Mr. Isu. "What are you doing?" Isu says, "Nothing. I was just thinking about something. I just need to put this in the basket, right?" Hans says, "Yes." Then we see them collecting the hops together. A lot of fruit was filling the baskets. Hans said, "This is enough." Isu replied, "It finished earlier than I imagined." Then Hans said, "Let's go now." On the way home, Hans told Isu, "The firewood is running out. Can you come tomorrow as well? We have to shave the sheep before it gets hotter. Do you know how?" Isu didn't say anything. Then Hans said, "I'll take this to the inn. By the way, you must be tired. Take some rest for a while." Isu said, "Okay, thanks," and then started running towards his home. He went home and took a bath, which made him feel really good. Then he thought to himself, a beer would be perfect after a nice shower. If I'm going to drink beer in another world, I should take some food there. He started thinking about a lot of food and said to himself, "I feel like eating all this." He began browsing food on his phone and planned to take some of it to the other world. After much thought, he picked a food item and ordered it online. After some time, the delivery arrived. He decided to take the food to the other world using his subspace pocket. He thought it'll be great to enjoy the taste of Korea in another world. After reaching the other world, he thought, but how can I eat this food? There's not even a plastic bowl here. If I think about it, I haven't brought any of my essential things here. So he went back and brought some bowls from Korea. At this moment, Hans arrived. Hans said, after coming inside, I was knocking at the door for a long time, but I couldn't hear anyone's voice. Isu, who was without clothes, was stunned to see Hans. Hans said, sorry, I came in without permission. Next time, I'll wait outside. Isu said, okay. Then both of them went to the garden and started talking. Hans said, I've been working hard to cover your quota while you weren't here. Isu asked, work? Hans replied, the hops we picked earlier. We had to clean the dust off the fruits to make beer. Since you weren't here, I did all of that myself. Isu was very surprised and said, thanks. He thought to himself, this place is nothing like Seal, but it's much better. Then he thanked Hans again and said, I'll help next time. By the way, why are you here again? And said, do you want to have dinner with me? Isu remembered the food he had planned to eat, the one he ordered and brought into this world. He wasn't sure what would happen to it, but still said yes to Hans. Seeing Isu's expression, Hans said, if you're saying yes, then why are you making that face? Isu said, no, it's not that I don't like it, it's just sudden. I actually cooked something. Hans was surprised and said, you know how to cook? Isu said, yes, but why do you sound so surprised? Hans said, nothing. You just seem like someone who only eats food cooked by others. Isu said, I was planning to share it with Aunt Humphrey. Then Hans said, let's eat at Aunt Humphrey's then. Isu asked, can we do that? Hans replied, of course, I'll get permission from my parents first. Don't start eating until I get there. Isu said, then I guess I'll use a wooden bowl. In the next scene, we see that Isu has prepared a delicious meal. Everyone is asking, what is this? Ya said, it's called roasted chicken. It's made by boiling chicken with different vegetables. Aunt Humphrey asked, lime stew? Isu replied, yes, it's similar. Eat it before it gets cold. After everyone had eaten their share, they started reacting so strangely that Isu became extremely nervous. Isu asked Hans, you don't like it, is it not to your taste? Hans said, this food, it just flipped my whole world. Isu said, what? Aunt Humphrey turned to her husband and asked, are you all right? Her husband replied, I lost consciousness because it was so delicious. Then Aunt Humphrey asked Isu, did you use spices in this food? Isu thought to himself, Aunt Humphrey is really experienced in cooking. That's why she noticed so quickly that I spiced up the food. Then he said aloud, yes, it's a common spice used in my hometown. Aunt Humphrey asked, is it not your type, Hans? Hans shouted, it's completely my type. Aunt Humphrey's husband said, it's my type too. Then Aunt Humphrey said to everyone, start eating now. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. The next morning Isu said, all right, let's go sell some black pepper. While he was searching for a merchant, he saw a girl riding a horse. Isu thought to himself, she is very beautiful. He noticed people around her and wondered, is she a noble? Seeing a man standing next to her, Isu thought, how cool does this guy look? Suddenly the girl looked at Isu excitedly and said, my love. Isu thought nervously, loving me, this is the first time I'm hearing something like this. The girl got down from the horse and started walking toward him. But then we see she walks right past Isu and goes to Aunt Maggie, who is standing behind him. We find out the girl's name is Rose. Rose said to Aunt Maggie, how long have you been working here? You're the reason I keep sneaking out of the house. Aunt Maggie replied, then I'll have to leave this place now. Rose said, what? I might die if I don't eat the food you cook for me every day. Rose rudely says, I'll tell you this again. I like to live my life freely, and if I had made up my mind, I would have been the best chef in the royal family in no time. Then Rose adds in horror, if you refuse to make my food, I'll cut off that hand and take it with me. Isu thinks to himself, how scary she is. Aunt Humphrey says, then you can't eat the food I make anymore. Rose says to her, that means hurry up and give me the most delicious food. I brought the ingredients, so use them as much as you want. Aunt Humphrey replies, okay. Now go and wash up first. The girl runs off to freshen up. Before leaving, she says, if you add black pepper, I'm not going to let you go. Aunt Humphrey says, that's not possible. Isu thinks to himself, so she hates black pepper. Hans says to Isu, Miss JJ is so beautiful, right? Isu replies, yeah. Hans adds, of course she's a bit bad-tempered. Hans is about to say more when Rose suddenly arrives and says, bad-tempered? But who? Seeing Rose up close makes Hans's heart skip a beat. Rose says, don't be scared. It's all good. I was furious when that rumor about my bad temper started spreading, but now it's too late to take it back. I bet my driver played a huge role in spreading that rumor. It's a really cunning one. Then pointing at Isu, she says, by the way, who's this person? Isu replies, let me introduce myself. I'm an adventurer, Isu from Korea. Hans adds, he'll be staying in the village for a while. Rose starts asking a lot of questions all at once. What is this Korea? It's my first time hearing of it. It must be far away from here. Which family are you from? How much wealth do you have? Hearing so many questions at once, Iozi's head starts spinning. Just then the same man from before arrives and takes Miss Rose away. Rose shouts, hey, let go of me, let me go. Isu looks at the girl and thinks, what a crazy young girl. Then Isu asks Hans, her name is Jace Rose. Hans replies, yes, you can call her Miss JJ for short. Isu says, I see, Miss JJ must be very interested in me. Isu pokes Hans and asks, do you like Miss JJ? Hans replies, what are you saying? It's not like that. He continues, Mrs. Humphrey's food is really good. Even if I use the same recipe and ingredients, it doesn't taste as good as hers. Just then, a swan becomes very happy after seeing a man and says, Mr. Joseph, I am here. The man named Joseph replies, all right, Hans, get me a beer. Hans brings the beer. Isu asks the beer's price and Hans says, we don't charge money today, it's Miss JJ's day, after all. Uncle Joseph says to Isu, since we're here, let's have a drink together. Isu replies, yeah, of course. By the way, I heard him call you Mr. Joseph, and I'm Isu, sir. If you don't mind, may I ask what kind of business you do? Uncle Joseph replies, I sell spices in Hermania City. Isu asks, by any chance, do you know Mr. Mugo? Uncle Joseph says, you mean Colin Mugo? Of course I know him. We are very close. Isu asks, how do you know him? He came here last week. Uncle Joseph asks, did he perhaps sell some black pepper here? Isu replies, yes, but he said he only got a little of it. Uncle Joseph exclaims, come on. Isu, confused, asks, any problem? Then Uncle Joseph says, I'm the owner of the biggest spice shop in Hermania. I couldn't even get a grain of black pepper because the Medits family swept it all up. No wonder the Medits bathe in pepper water. There's even a rumor they use pepper as perfume. Isu thinks, that sounds like the other way around. Uncle Joseph then asks, that man Mugo, how did he even get a little bit of black pepper? Isu thinks, come to think of it, wasn't that what Hans ate before? It wasn't that good back then, would it be any better with beer? While thinking, he starts eating something very hard and doesn't like it at all. Isu says to Uncle Joseph, I don't think Miss JJ actually likes black pepper though. Uncle Joseph says, don't even say that. There's big trouble in piecing because of that. Isu asks Uncle Joseph, were you planning to set fire to the carriage carrying black pepper? Uncle Joseph replies, it was pretty hard to distract the knights. Isu says, wow. Just then Rose returns and says to both of them, don't you both think you shouldn't talk about me behind my back? Isu suddenly gets scared. Uncle Joseph says to Rose, of course not. Come, have a seat. Have a drink too. Rose tells Uncle Joseph, how about we steal that carriage? We'll earn a lot if we succeed. Then she picks up Iosi's beer and drinks it. Rose asks Isu, do you want this beer back? Isu replies, I don't want it. Rose asks Isu to answer the question she had asked earlier. Isu says, my father was a scholar and my mother was just a regular housewife. I was traveling after graduating from an academy. Rose says, that must be why you look rich. So since you enrolled in an academy, you aren't just a commoner, right, sir? Rose suddenly changes her tone toward Isu. Isu responds, in our continent, even commoners can enroll in an academy. Rose asks, really? Isu replies, yes. Then Rose asks, what about women? Isu replies, women can enroll too. After that, Rose says, then we'll run away to that continent right now. Her bodyguard interrupts, don't even dream about it, miss. Then Maggie brings food, which makes Rose very happy. Rose is about to eat the food when her bodyguard stops her and says, I can't let you eat something that looks suspicious. I've never seen this type of food before. Rose says, then should I starve? You really want that, don't you? Then she begins to eat silently. She enjoys the food so much that she feels like she's in heaven. Maggie says, I'll explain about the food. Rose suddenly interrupts. Wait, I'll explain. The soup has the taste of soft cream, a mix of veggies, butter, and milk all together. The texture of the barley popping in my mouth feels so refreshing. The scent of truffle mushroom is added, making it luxurious. In this it's a food called potato. It's my first time trying it. It's somehow crumbly yet soft and tasty. Isu is very surprised to see Rose's refined sense of taste. Rose says, of course it was magic. I spent some money on some wizard bastards. I did well, right? Uncle Joseph says, yes, you did really well. Isu thinks to himself, it looks like she isn't really fond of wizards. I wonder how the soup tastes. It's like clam chowder, delicious. But it wouldn't have been easy to harmonize the taste of potatoes and clams. She made this with ingredients she had never even seen before. She's great. Rose snaps, don't overreact and sit down. I only said that because it was so delicious. Then she looks at something and asks, what is that? Humphrey answers, cabbage. It's pickled in boiling water with lemon juice, raspberry juice, and bay leaves. I also added sugar to give you when you arrived. Rose gets very excited and says, I love you, Maggie. Everyone will suspect me if I kidnap Maggie, right? Her bodyguard says, if you want, I can kidnap her for you. Rose says, hey, don't say that out loud. In the next scene, Isu says, now that we're full, let's go sell some black pepper. He steps outside and admires the night view, thinking, it's definitely different from Seoul's sky. He goes to Uncle Joseph's house to sell the black pepper. Uncle Joseph is very surprised to see so much of it. Uncle Joseph asks, how did you get that? Isu replies, I bought it from my hometown. Uncle Joseph says, I'll buy them all. Isu says, I have about 20 malems. Uncle Joseph offers, I'll give you 3 gold coins per pound. Isu thinks to himself, that's a total of 60 golds. That means 6 million won in cash. He is very shocked. Uncle Joseph gives him the money. Isu says, isn't it uncomfortable to carry such a huge amount of cash? Uncle Joseph replies, that's why we hire merchants. We were just lucky this time that we met Miss JJ and her people along the way. No bandits are stupid enough to attack people accompanying the Midit's family. The next morning, Isu wakes up feeling much better. He says, so this is what rich people wake up to, but it feels kind of awkward having this much money. He thinks people here normally use just 3 gold a month to live. How much should I spend? Thinking about it, he starts looking at his wallet. Then he decides, shall I go have a look at the market first? He heads to the market and goes to the candle shop. He asks the price of candles. The merchant says, oil candles are 5 copper per pound, and wax candles are 2 silver coins. Isu says, give me 4 palelbs of oil candles. Then a girl enters. Seeing her, Isu remembers she used to live next to his house. The girl has come to buy fish. The shopkeeper says, that's an expensive fish. It requires magic to catch, so we only get it if someone places an order. The girl says, then I would like to order some. The shopkeeper says, you need to pay 5 silver in advance. It'll take about 2 months to arrive. Is that okay? Isu is shocked and thinks, 500,000 won for some fish. The girl says, then just give me 1 cooked red herring. The shopkeeper replies, the total is 2 copper. The girl says, wait, I'll go get a container. Isu thinks to himself, I guess I was wrong about her being a spoiled blonde. In the next scene, Rose comes to the market and starts calling for Isu. Isu says, Miss JJ, did you come here to buy something? Rose replies, I was looking for you. Yaja seems surprised. Then Rose asks nervously, would you go on a walk with me? Isu says, okay. During the walk, Rose asks, I heard you sold black pepper to Joseph. Isu responds nervously, did Mr. Joseph say that? He thinks to himself, it would have been better to keep that a secret, tough luck. Rose says, no, I just met him this morning, and I could smell it. Isu thinks, smelled it. I guess we can say she's very sensitive to black pepper. Isu says, actually I really like black pepper. I bought some from my hometown and sold it here to get some money for transportation. Rose replies, I don't understand why people are crazy for such a thing. Isu wonders, is it because she's just sick of it, or does she really hate it? Then Asuru says, but I like it. It's really delicious when used on ramen, when black pepper is sprinkled as a topping on spicy and sweet ramen soup. Rose asks, are you eating something? Isu replies, no, it's nothing. Maybe the reason you hate it is because some guy just uses it excessively. Rose answers, it's not that kind of problem. I don't care about that. It just makes me sick when I even smell it. Rose gets very angry, and everyone nearby asks her to calm down. She then says, sorry, I've just been a bit on edge lately. Isu says, it's all right. Then Rose says to Aishu, you're also some kind of noble, right? Traveling around while hiding your true identity. My eldest brother is also traveling to gain experience. Isu asks, so did you say you wanted to study? Rose replies, no, I want to inherit my family's business. Even if you can't inherit their business, can't you at least get a store in the capital if you talk to your father? Isu asks. Rose replies, no, it won't work. My father is planning to marry me into a wizard family. You know, wizards are descendants of elves, and people serve elves like gods. Even the families who marry into wizard families are praised, as if they were chosen by the gods. For that honor, he's going to marry me off to a wizard family. Isu says, it must be hard for you to face an arranged marriage. Then Rose says, so take me to your continent. I can offer you 5,000 golds. Isu responds, I understand how you feel, but would you be all right in a foreign land with no family members? Isu gets emotional and says, one day I suddenly lost my parents and got lost. That saying time heals everything was a lie. The more time passed, the more I missed the days I spent with my parents. Rose says, it looks like your parents were good people. Isu replies, yes. Then Rose says, actually my parents are good people too. It's just that it made me realize they're ultimately like all the others. She continues, it's not important to them whether there's something I like or hate. They just want me to live up to the standards adults made. Then Rose adds, well, my house is about 4 days away from here, so you can visit sometime. Isu says, okay. After I get used to this place. Rose says jokingly, it would be better if you kidnapped Maggie too on your way there. Isu replies, I guess I should rather not go then. Rose says again, I will give you 5,000 golds. Isu jokes, wouldn't it be better to give that to Humphrey instead? After the conversation ends, Rose leaves. Then Iyasu sees an old man and goes to talk to him. The man already knows Iyasu's name. He asks, are you going to stay in this village? Isu replies, so you knew me, I should have visited you first. Sorry I'm late. The man is actually the head of the village. The old man says, it's okay, go ahead with your plans. We're already like neighbors now. Isu says, okay. That's it. So can I just live here? Isu is very surprised by how easily the village accepts him. In the next scene we see a car arriving in the village. Maggie shouts, old men. She gets angry and says, where the hell have you been? Oh my god, you got a kid now? We then see some people arriving bringing a baby with them. Maggie asks the lady, is the baby healthy? The lady replies, yes, he's a perfectly healthy boy. Maggie gets emotional seeing the baby. We come to know that the woman is Maggie's daughter-in-law and the baby is her grandson. Isu feels very happy witnessing the moment. In the next scene, Hans comes to Isu's house. Isu says, "What is it? Do you need more firewood?" Hans says, "No, let's go see the baby." Both of them go to see the baby and think that he's very cute. Then Hans says, "Mr. Isu, I need to tell you something." Isu asks, "What is it?" Hans says, "A noble is trying to buy our village." Isu asks, "Seriously, what do you mean by that?" Hans says, "I mean our village could be sold at any moment now." Isu says, "What? Isn't that a serious problem?" Just then, the baby starts laughing. Seeing this, Isu says, "Well, maybe it's not as important as this moment." Hans says, "I guess so." In the next scene, Isu brings Hans to a different place and asks him, "By the way, that thing you mentioned earlier, isn't that a serious problem?" Hans asks, "What? Which one?" Isu says, "The thing you told me about the noble." Hans says, That, actually it doesn't have much to do with you. You're a traveler. You can leave at any time." Isu thinking to himself, that kind of hurt. Hans continues, "Anyway, there's something I wanted to give you." He hands over some books and says, "This one is about one of the nobles I like. It can help you better understand this place." Isu replies, "Thank you." In the next scene, Isu returns to Korea using the gate. Looking at his budget, he begins thinking about what he can sell this time. He remembers the girl in the market who was buying fish. Later that night, he goes to the market to buy something. He sees a lot of food and ends up eating to his heart's content. Then he thinks, let's take a walk to digest all this food. While walking, he reaches the fish market. Seeing so many fish makes him very happy. He spots a fish that looks just like the one the girl was buying. The shopkeeper asks, "Do you need some mackerel fish?" Isu replies, "Yes, but please remove the organs." The shopkeeper says, "Okay." Isu buys a lot of that fish, takes them home and thinks, "It's been a while since I had proper mackerel." He also finds a sauce called samjang. Isu says, "They don't have samjang sauce there, so let's make something tasty using samjang." He continues thinking, "I learned this when I was studying abroad, and lastly, if I mix in some nuts, then it's done." He collects all the ingredients to eat the fish and says, "I took some barley just in case, because porridge is more common than rice in that place." Then Eo remembers what his mother once said. Controlling fire is essential when cooking rice in a pot. You should fry the outer layer when frying fish so that the oil comes out, which prevents the fish from sticking to the pan. Won-soo gets a little emotional remembering his mother's words. In the next scene, he goes to the house of his neighbor. The girl's mother opens the door and asks, "Who is it?" Isu says, "I'm Iyasu living next door." The girl's mom replies, "Hi, I am Mesa, but what brought you here then?" Isu says, "I just realized that I didn't introduce myself properly, so I decided to treat you to a meal." Then the girl comes and asks her mother, "What happened, mother?" Her mother replies, "Mr. Isu just moved into the house next door." She then tells Isu, "This is my daughter. Her name is Hyen." Both mother and daughter are quite surprised that Iyasu is suddenly asking her to join him for a meal. Isu says, "I saw your daughter in the market looking for some mackerel fish, so I went to the neighboring village and bought some. I remembered that if it's all right with you, may I cook it?" That girl's mother says, "Sure. I wonder how it tastes." Isu says, "I hope it will suit your taste." "Okay then, let's eat in my backyard." Later in the next scene we see him cooking fish with great fun. He thinks I should fry the fish like this to make it crispy on the outside but soft on the inside. He's done cooking the fish, which looks very tasty. The three of them sit together to eat. Isu says, "This is steamed cabbage, but take a piece of mackerel fish along with some sauce on it, then wrap it and eat it." That girl's mother asks Is, "Did you live in a coastal village before coming here?" Isu replies, "Well, somehow, yes." Her mother eats the fish and after finishing, she says, "You have a talent for cooking, especially this sauce. It's my first time tasting something like this. It's really delicious." Isu feels very happy to hear the compliment and says, "I'm glad that you liked it. Now I want to try too." He finds it so tasty after eating it. He thinks I am in the ocean. He also thinks his mind about the cabbage's sweetness and the barley's texture suits well, but still, this part of the fish is the most delicious one. That girl's mother says, people who know how to eat should start eating from here. By the way, you should throw away the bones. Why would you eat those? Isu thinks. Somehow they don't seem like any ordinary mother and daughter. After eating, the girl says to Isu, thanks for the meal. I will clean the dishes and return them later. Isu says, it's okay, I will do that. That girl's mother says, let her be. She just wants to repay you somehow. Then she holds Isu's hand and says, thank you so much, I will treat you to a meal someday too. Isu says, okay, call me anytime. A scene of a few days later is shown. Isu thinks, it's been a month. He further thinks, I get very tired doing all that work with Hans. Just then, Hans arrives. Isu thinks that Hans has come to call him to do that work again. Isu asks in a very weary tone, what are we going to do today? Hans says, it isn't for work. Would you like to go to Lucian village with me? He is surprised to hear the name of the new village, but then he says, yes. Hans becomes very happy. In the next scene, Isu starts vomiting profusely due to traveling on such a dangerous road. He thinks, I should have taken meds for motion sickness. That was one murderous road. Then Hans says, there is someone I have to meet, so I will go that way. Isu says, okay, let's meet at this spot after about an hour. I will be at the pub if it gets too late. Hans replies, okay. Then he goes to meet someone. Isu thinks that he can take advantage of this opportunity to do some shopping in this village. Then Yu goes to a fabric shop and asks the shopkeeper, what kind of fabric is this? The shopkeeper says, you are really observant. This is a new kind of fabric called cambric. It's commonly used for handkerchiefs, curtains, and clothes. These are pretty popular among the nobles. Isu says, it's really soft, by the way, how much for it? The shopkeeper says, 1 gold each. Isu says, okay, then give me 2 of those. The shopkeeper asks, anyway, where are you going to use these? Isu says, baby diapers. The shopkeeper is very surprised. In the next scene, Isu is about to go to another place when he sees a swordsman holding a heavy sword. Machiu thinks to himself, I want to try raising that sword. The way the swordsman looks at Aishu makes him scared. Then he sees Miss JJ going by. Miss JJ also sees him. Miss JJ asks Iu, what are you doing here? Isu says, I followed Hans here. By the way, were you just passing by this place, right? Rose says, it's not that, I came out to observe. Haven't you heard the news? Isu asks, what news? Rose says, the new noble bought this land. They will be neighbors of my family. That's why I came here to observe. Anyway, what are you bringing around the town like that? Isn't that the cambric cloth? Isu says, yes, and Humphrey got a grandson, so I wanted to give her a gift. Rose gets shocked after hearing this news and says, what? Then I won't sit still either. She asks Isu to follow her. Then both of them go to a shop where Rose shows him soap and many other things. She says, I would like to give her more, but then Maggie will refuse to accept it, or tell her that I will visit soon and that I would like to congratulate her. Isu says, I will, and if you hear any important news about the village, please tell me. Then Rose says, the people in Ladine must be worried too, aren't they? If the new nobles buy the land in that village too, I have to get Maggie out before that happens. Oja thinks, her eyes don't seem normal. Then she says, you think I am obsessed, right? Whatever, this can't be helped. Then she calls the waiter to give her a special meal. Izu thinks, in his mind, a special meal? Rose says, normally every inn has a special meal for the nobles. Their special meal arrives. Isu doesn't like it. The food was not good at all. Rose says, try it. Isu says, thanks for the meal, then he eats the food. After eating it he feels like vomiting because the taste was too bad. Raya says smilingly, what do you think? Isn't it tasty? Try the bread too. Then he comes home with Hans. In the next scene, he is just thinking about the food and says, it's really killing me. Now I understand why Miss JJ is obsessed with Aunt Humphrey. I know that Aunt Humphrey shouldn't leave Ladine no matter what. In the next scene we see Isu returning to Seal City with the help of the gate. He hurriedly opens the freezer and thinks, I am sure there is some plum syrup in there. He gets a lot of relief after having a few drinks. After that he says, something chilly and fresh is the best when feeling full. Now I feel better. Then he thinks while looking at the laptop. Anyway, is there anything else I can sell other than black pepper? I'm kind of getting sick of selling black pepper. Even the subspace pocket is a waste to only use for black pepper. Then something comes to his mind and he starts searching for something. Then we see a scene, a few days later. Isu's trying to grow some crops by digging the soil. He thinks, there are other things I can do instead of selling things. If I grow these myself, my stock would be much more than the quantity I can bring from Korea. Then Hans comes there and asks, Mr. Isu, what are you doing? Isu says, I just wanted to plant something. Hans asks, what are you planting? Isu says, do you remember the soup Aunt Humphrey cooked when Miss JJ came? The veggies in there that's called potato, and I am planting those. Isu continues, it's easy to cook, quite delicious, and has a lot of uses. Hans says, okay, so invite me too someday. Isu says, sure, I will cook you some food called potato jian. Hans asks, potato jian? Isu says, yes, it's made by grinding some potatoes and deep frying it like a pancake on a frying pan. Hans says, that's a promise. Okay, Isu says, I will keep my promise as long as these grow well. After that, Hans says, by the way, the merchants have arrived, let's go together. Isu says, okay. In the next scene we see the same kid to whom Isu gave the mirror. His name is Mino. Isu recognizes him, and Mino is very happy to see him because Isu remembered him even after so long. Then Mino says, the mirror was sold for 5 golds. Do you perhaps have more of those? Isu says, I have about 5 more. Then Mino says, I will take it later, and goes away from there. Then Isu thinks, if Aunt Humphrey has made sausages today, I am wondering how tasty it will be to eat. I want to eat too. Just then Hans comes there and gives some food to Isu and asks him to eat it. Isu looks at the food and thinks it looks similar to salami. Then he eats the food, which makes him feel very salty. Hans asks, don't you like it? Isu says nervously, it's a bit salty, but I think it would be better if I ate this alongside some other food. Hans says, we have no choice since it has to be preserved for a long time. It will go bad quickly if we don't use at least that much salt. Then Aunt Humphrey comes in with some food. She says to Hans over there, stop talking and help me serve the food. Hans says, okay. Isu, looking at the food, sees there are only sausages and bread for today. Then he thinks, I am sure it will taste good since Aunt Humphrey made this. Then he sees some people sitting in front of him eating food. At the same time, Hans calls him, who is at the dining table with his family. Hans invites him to have dinner with his family. Hans's family also happily invites Isu. Hans's father says to Isu, I have heard a lot about you. Then everyone says, thanks for the meal. Isu eats the food and thinks it still tastes alright when I eat this with bread. The scent of the fermented meat and this chewy texture is this similar to salami too. Then while eating, he starts thinking about food in his mind. Then he asks, anyway, I don't see Miss Mesa and Hyen. Hans's mother says, I heard that Mesa isn't feeling well nowadays. Isu is shocked. Then Hans's mother gives some food to Isu, and says, can you take the leftover food to your place? Isu says, of course. Then when he starts leaving from there, he hears a lot of shouting and fighting. When Isu hears the voice, he understands that it is the voice of Hyen and her mother fighting. Then Hyen comes out of the room in anger. She and Isu come face to face, but Hyen doesn't say anything and goes away in anger. It is then that the mother comes out to call her, and then they start coughing up a lot of blood. In the next scene, we see Isu and the girl's mother at the dining table. Isu says, please eat before the food gets cold. The girl's mom replies, I will eat together with Hyen when she comes back. We see that she is very worried about her daughter. Then she says that Hyen isn't her real daughter, she is her nanny, who's been looking after her ever since she was young. Isu thinks to himself, so that's why I felt weird that time. I think there is a problem with her attitude too. The girl's nanny says, well, young miss doesn't have a warm attitude, but she isn't a bad child either. There's a valid reason why she shouted at me like that. Isu asks, is it somehow related to why you told the whole village that she's your daughter? The nanny replies, because we've kept this a secret. Our miss has a lot of talents. She wants to use those talents to earn money in a big city and get me treated, but I'm not allowing her. She's crazy. Isu thinks to himself, I also understand Hyen. Even I would have felt frustrated if someone important to me didn't want to get treated for an illness. Then the nanny says to Isu that she has a favor to ask. Isu asks, what is it? The nanny says, when I die, please help our Miss Hyen to settle down in this place. The next day we see Isu going to his parents' graves. After getting there, he repeats in his mind what the girl's nanny told him. After that he says aloud, it won't be easy, but I'll try. Then he remembers something his own nanny once said. That's a lot more convincing to hear than you confidently telling me that you would definitely do it just to keep me happy. In the next scene, Iyasu thinks to himself, I am not someone who is good enough to be responsible for a girl that I barely even know. And it doesn't feel like Hyen is someone with whom I can get along well. But the reason why I said that was because I know the feeling of being left alone. In the following scene, we see Mino and Isu. Isu gives him the remaining 5 mirrors, which makes Mino very happy. Mino says, okay, I'll give you 3 golds per mirror, and I'll give you more if these get sold at a higher price. Isu says, you work with your conscience, huh? Then Isu asks, what about soap instead of mirrors? Mino replies, soaps aren't in as much demand as mirrors. Mino continues, anyway, Mr. Isu, what are you? Isu, surprised, says, I said I'm an adventurer. Mino says, what I mean is, are you a noble or a commoner? You have a scent that I can only smell from nobles. Commoners can't take a shower as frequently because water is rare. Isu asks, then how do the people in Armenia take a bath? Mino replies, there are several public baths that the wizard's family runs. Even the commoners use them because the price is affordable. Isu asks, the wizard's family? Mino says yes, Armenia doesn't have much water, so they gather weather with magic. Isu thinks to himself, then this country is so bad that they can't even survive without the wizards. In the next scene we see Hyen sitting next to her nanny. Her nanny says, Miss, sorry for not being able to be with you till the end. Hyen replies, you've been protecting me for 30 years. You did your best and you've done enough, so you don't have to cry. Leave peacefully. The nanny's health deteriorates. Everyone understands that she will not live much longer. It is time for her to leave. The nanny starts crying a lot, then she dies. Isu thinks to himself, Hyen eventually didn't even cry during Nanny's funeral. He visited her house to share some food, but he only saw the empty dishes in front of the house, not her. The next day, Isu returns to his home in Sea City. He goes to a cake shop and remembers a scene of his parents. His mother was eating bread. Isu had asked, are you eating bread again? His mother replied, I can live without rice, but I can't live without bread. His father joked, do you love bread more than me? His mother started thinking seriously, which made his father worried. We see that Asu's family was very happy back then. Back in the present, Isu buys the same bread. Then he goes to another world and starts eating his mother's favorite bread. He sees a packet on the table. At first he doesn't remember what it contains, but then suddenly, he remembers it's the same fabric, soap and lotion that he and Rose had bought for Maggie's grandchild. He sets out to give it to Maggie. Maggie asks, what is that? Isu says, Cambry cloth, and I also put soap and lotion from Miss J in here. It's a gift for getting a grandchild. Maggie says, oh my, you are so thoughtful. Isu says, it's nothing much. Then Maggie says, compared to you, the males in my family are so lazy. Isu gets nervous and says, I'll see you later. He thinks to himself, I better get out of here for the sake of peace in this family. Then he goes to see the crop he had grown long ago. He sees Hyan there and is very surprised. He says, "It's been a while, were you looking at the potato flower?" Then he plucks a flower and gives it to her. He says, "How is it? It's simple but beautiful, right?" Hyan looks at him with a strange expression and says, "Why did you pluck that flower?" Isu says nervously, "You should pluck the flower for the potato to grow well." Hyan asks, "What is a potato?" Isu replies, "Something you eat, it's buried under the ground. Right now, we can harvest it after a month. I'll let you taste it." Hyan says, "Forget it." Isu thinks to himself, "Anyway, is she eating properly? Looks like she lost some weight." Then Isu asks Hyan, "Do you perhaps like bread?" Hyan asks, "Breaded?" Isu says, "Yes, I got some of it recently. I like bread." Hyan gets excited. She says, "Come on in then. Let's eat together." Then she eats the bread and Iu thinks, "Looks like she loves bread too. But I was wondering why her hair color altered so frequently, so she was indeed a witch." While thinking this, Iu starts looking at her carefully. At that time, Hyan asks, "Is it your first time seeing someone eating bread?" Isu gets nervous again and says, "No, I was just amazed by your ears." Hyan says, "You could have just asked if I'm a witch." Isu replies, "How could I when you were trying to hide it?" Hyan says, Yeah. Anyway, you better not tell this to anybody else. And don't talk to me when I'm eating." Isu is surprised by her behavior and says, "Okay." After finishing the food, Hyan says, "I get it now. You can fool the others but not me." Isu doesn't understand what she means. Then Hyan asks, "You aren't an ordinary person, right?" Isu, sounding very nervous, replies, "What do you mean?" Then he thinks, "Did she somehow notice that I came from another dimension?" Then Hyan says, "You're a wizard, a bread wizard." Isu is absolutely stunned by her words. Then Hyan says, "The texture is soft but not greasy. The egg and butter give a good taste to the bread and the scent spreads all over my mouth. Unless you are a bread wizard, it's not possible for someone to make such delicious bread." Then she adds, "You fed me such delicious bread. In return, I'll help you take care of the potato flowers." Isu says, Sure. Then Hyan says, "I also haven't forgotten about the cooked mackerel. I will definitely repay you for that too." Isu says, "Okay, just tell me if you want to eat that again." Hyan says, "I hate fish." Isu replies, "That's good to know. Anyway, what kind of magic do you use?" Hyan responds, "You want me to tell you that for free?" Isu says, "I don't think I'm asking that for free." In the next scene, we see that Ieyasu has to make bread again. He collects all the ingredients and thinks pound cake has simple ingredients and is easy to make. Traditionally, flour, egg, sugar, and butter are mixed. It's also delicious if we add veggies and bacon. Chocolate and green tea are good too. Also lemon. In the next scene, he starts making bread and thinks, will it be tasty for her? I don't know what she'll say. Just then, Hyan arrives. She asks, "Is that bread? When can we eat it? You do know that I'm diligently harvesting the potato flowers, right?" Isu says, "How would I know if those fell off because of the wind or if it was really you? That's the information I want in return for making this bread." Hyan says, "I am a witch with the power to control water." Isu gets shocked and thinks, is she somehow related to the family that manages the water in Armenia? Then he says, "Can you show me some magic?" Hyan replies, "Give me bread. Delicious ones, 10 of them. And cook it faster." Isu says, Yes. The cake is ready." Hyan can't wait to eat the cake. She asks Io to cut it quickly. Isu says, "Just wait a while," but the cake doesn't come out of the bowl. Then Isu remembers that he forgot to butter the bowl. Isu says, "It's a little burnt at the edges, but try it. I wonder what it tastes like." They both start eating the cake.
Hyan loves it.
Isu thinks, this cake is very sweet. Then he asks, "How does it taste?" Hyan says, "It's delicious." Isu replies, "Is that so?" Then Hyan says, "Anyway, do you have any milk?" Isu says, "Do I owe you milk? Go get it by yourself from the cow." Hyan says, "I hate animals. By the way, why do you live alone?" Isu replies in a sad tone, my parents passed away. Hyen says in a cold tone, it's better for useless parents to die early. This reminds Isu that her grandmother had said that Hyen has a problem in her heart. That's why she behaves like this. He starts wondering, does this mean Hyen is a psychopath? Then Isul asks, what do you feel when you see an animal? Hyen replies, I feel like killing them. Isu says, what? Hyen asks, do you also think that something is wrong with what I just said? Oziu thinks, how did she end up like this? Then he says, I came to this place to get some comfort. You should go now. Then Hyen asks, why? Are you going to finish the rest of the bread all by yourself? Then Isu gives her a piece of bread. After that, Hyen says, you are a good person. In the next scene, we see Isu lying on his bed, thinking to himself, I understand what it feels like to lose someone important to you. In such a situation, we don't have enough energy to consider other people's feelings, but still, Hyen is a bit worse. In the next scene, we see some people brutally killing the residents of a nearby village. During the fight, one man escapes with great difficulty. In the following scene, that boy is brought in front of the village head. The boy has fainted. When he regains consciousness, he becomes very frightened. The village head says, calm down. You passed out as soon as you got off the carriage. Then the boy says, Father, hurry up. Lucian village was attacked. They might come this way, so we better go. The village head says, it's all right. If they were really planning to attack this place, they would have arrived here already. Izuo is also present and hears everything. He thinks, he's right. The two villages are only 2 hours apart. If they were coming, they'd be here by now. Then the village head says to everyone, it's late already, let's gather again next time. The next day, Miss Ja's bodyguard comes and announces something. He tells everyone, I'm going to stay here for a while and observe their movements. Seeing this soldier, all the villagers start asking, what will happen next? At that very moment, Izu arrives. Izu asks, why is the Mioth family stepping into this? The soldier replies, all I can say is that we were also affected. If you choose representatives among you, I will assign a knight to go there with you. In the next scene, Izu thinks, this is weird. A lot of injured, but no casualties. I'm sure there's a reason why they only injured those people and didn't kill them. Then Ashu goes to Hyen. He first calls Hyen, but she does not come out. Then he says bread, which makes Hyen come out immediately. Izu thinks, I'm sure she'd even follow a stranger if they offered her bread. Then Hyen says, I'll make you some bread. Izu asks, instead, can I ask you something? What's with the poker face? Hyen replies, what do you want? Izu asks, what are the positions of the nobles in the Man Nation? You know, something like count and marquis. Hyen says, we have counts but no marquises. Izu says, oh, elaborate then. Hyen replies angrily, one question is enough. Then she continues, from now on asking questions isn't free. 1 bread loaf per question. Izu says, you are a savage robber. Desio is then forced to go and make a cake. Hyen asks, are you going to make bread with these this time? She gets very happy. Then Iso starts telling the recipe while making it. He says, first I'm going to put this mingle and mix it several times, then put some oil on the pan and place the batter on it. Hyen says, cook it already, I'm hungry. Isu says, we have to cook this slowly on a slim fire. Hyen says, you must not be good yet with your magic. Isu says, this isn't magic. We see that he makes a pancake. When it's ready, Hyen is just staring at the food. Isu says, stop staring and eat it. Then she eats it and likes it very much. She asks, what is this? How can a piece of bread be this soft? Isu says, that's called a pancake. Then Hyen eats the whole pancake. Isu says, if you're eating, can you answer my question now? Hyen says, don't be so impatient. Isu says, oh, sorry. Then she says, first, the highest position is the emperor. That bastard rules this entire kingdom. Isu asks, are you really allowed to say it that way? Hyen says, I am going to kill him with my own hands anyway. Isu thinks, what a troublesome kid she is. Then he says, okay, continue. Hyen says, Next is the Duke. It's a position given to the wizard family and the indirect royal descendants. Next are the counts and the rest of the nobles. Isu asks, "That's all?" Heian says, "Next are the people who buy the certificate of nobility." Isu asks, "How much is that certificate?" Heian replies, 5,000 gold coins. Then Isu asks, "By the way, why do you want to kill the king?" Heian replies, "He is the enemy of my kind." Izo asks, "But don't the other wizards get along well with the emperor?" Heian shouts, "Don't act like you know everything, you aren't even a wizard." Isu says, "What a terrible mistake on my part." Then Heian says, "Anyway, I'm going to go to Hermania City. From now on, give me 1 gold per question." Isu asks, "You don't have a transportation fee." Then Iyasu asks again, "Bread or gold, choose one." Sachin says, "That's a hard question, I'll think about it." In the next scene we see Iao riding in a horse-drawn carriage somewhere. He begins vomiting again due to motion sickness. He thinks, "Without the pill for motion sickness, I'm no better than a dog." Heian says, "Mr. Isu, are you all right?" Isu replies, "Yes." Then he asks, "Anyway, the village looks so much better in just 2 weeks." Heian says, "Didn't I tell you?" "Okay, now I'm telling you." Actually, the Pang family spent a huge sum of money and hired a healing wizard. They helped to cure the villagers and restore the village. Izu asks, "Pang family? The one who was buying the lands here?" Heian replies, "That's right." Then Isu thinks, the land they were planning to buy just got ambushed by bandits, but they restored it for free. Then Isu asks, "What's their condition?" Heian says, "Condition? Actually, they don't say anything about a condition." Isu thinks, this is suspicious. Then he says, "Anyway, I'm glad the people are okay." Heian says, "Right, then shall we meet here after finishing our own business?" Isu says, "Sure." In the next scene Isu says, "I finally sold all the black pepper I brought." He sees some people talking in front of him. One man says, "I met the bandits on my way here to Count Maith's territory." Another man says, "Really?" Then the first man continues, "They say the bandits are wandering around with this area as their center. But I heard Count Meath isn't even putting on a guard." The second man says, "What if the bandits have something to do with the Meath family?" Ladine thinks lies. The knights of the Meath family have been guarding the streets for the last 2 weeks. Then a third man says, "I'll kick their asses if they try to come here again. You know, when I met them a few days ago, I glared at them without getting scared. One of them had an awful-looking scar on his jaw, but I still acted bravely, started to beg after I stabbed him." Isu listens and realizes this man is talking about someone he had met before. In the next scene we see Heian coming to Isu and shouting, "Bread! Where is my bread?" Isu replies, "Today I will harvest potatoes." Heian says, "Bread first." Then a small fight starts between the two. One says she wants bread, the other says he wants potatoes. Then Isu says, "I will show you how to do this. So watch carefully and learn." Isu begins to explain to Heian how to get the potatoes out from under the dust. He says, "Dig the dirt under these roots as carefully as possible. Then some big round roots will show up, like this." Heian says, "It's ugly." Isu says, "Doesn't this look like you?" Then he adds, "Have you ever seen a mirror in your life? You said you were 23 years old, right? Now I understand why you couldn't get married until now. Today, I'm going to cook with this one." Heian asks, "Not bread?" Isu says, "If you don't want it, don't eat this." Heian says, "Let's see what you've got first." Then Isu washes the potatoes thoroughly and refreshes them. Heian asks, "So what are you going to make using these things?" Isu replies, "Potato pancake. It's a simple food you can cook with just potatoes and oil." Heian says, "It doesn't sound tasty." Isu says, "Just help me, I'll make you some bread later." Then Heian says, "Give me the knife." Isu gets scared and says, "Have you ever even used this before?" Then he says, "Just grind the potatoes that I give you using this." Heian says, "Okay, sure, I can do something as simple as this." Then we see that she starts grinding the potatoes very fast. Isu is afraid and says, "Hey, let me do it." Then we watch as they grind the potatoes. Isu says, "I didn't expect that you couldn't even peel a potato properly." Hyen says, "It took a long time even for you." Isu says, "Didn't know that you had no idea how to grind potatoes." Hyen says, "Shut up." Then Isu says, "Now we will place this ground potato on the sieve. Throw away the water floating above and mix the residue of potato starch with the grated potato. Then spread a layer of oil on the frying pan and fry it." Hyen says, "That's delicious to you." Isu says, "If you want to add texture to this food, you just need to use some potato slices in it. You can also put in some veggies if you want. It all depends on your personal taste. Now it's done. Go ahead and try this." Hyen starts looking at her food carefully. Isu says, "Eat it before it gets cold." Hyen says, "Don't rush me." Iwaju watches her. It seems she liked the food very much. While eating, Hyen says, "These edge parts are especially tasty." Isu thinks she knows how to enjoy this even though she doesn't know how to enjoy expensive ribs. Then he says to Hyen, "Next time I'll make you some potato bread with the potatoes you harvest." Hyen says, "I like the pound cake more." Isu says, "But you seem like you're really enjoying that potato pancake right now." We see that Rose has come to Maggie's house after a long time. Maggie says, "You're here." Rose says, "Yes, by the way, you've been doing fine, haven't you? This time I'll be staying here for about 3 days. Cook me lots of delicious food, okay?" Then Isu comes in and tells Rose, "Miss, can I have some of your time?" Rose gets shocked. In the next scene, Rose says, "So what is this all about?" Isu replies, "I have a favor to ask of you." Rose says, "A favor?" Isu says, "There is something I heard from the villagers in Luchan." Rose asks, "Then?" Isu says, "First I would like to tell you that I am not suspecting the Miao family, so don't be offended by me. I also know that your family has assigned the guards too." Rose asks, "What is it that you want to say?" Isu says, "Someone has already started spreading fake rumors about the Miao family, so before the rumor spreads further, a scar on the chin. Could you check if someone has a knife scar on the chin in your land?" Hyen says, "Are you saying that you think the culprit is in our land? Let's say it's him. What are we going to do when we find him?" Isu says, "I already have a plan for that." Rose says, "If you are planning to harm the reputation of a noble, try to think again, if this goes wrong as punishment." In the next scene we see Rose eating something and saying, "No punishment for that. The food has been cooked by Isu." Rose says, "What is this? It's so soft. Did you make a taste like this with butter? If you knew how to do this since long ago, why didn't you make me one before?" Isu says, "I'm glad you like it. So about my favor." Rose says, "Don't worry, all you want is a letter when I find him, right?" Isu says, "Yes, then I will go there." Rose says, "Okay, I can do that, it's nothing hard. Anyway, how did you make this?" Isu says, "Do you remember the potato you brought me first? I washed it clean and then sliced it." Rose says, "Seriously, these country people are so easy to fool." Isu says, "What?" Rose says, "Why are you revealing the information that only you know to others? You should sell that information in exchange for money. Why do you think craft masters earn more than farmers? It's because they have a special trick only they know. They only teach those tricks to their children. When they get wealthy, they'll buy the certificate of nobility and become nobles." Isu says, "Then I guess I can't tell you the recipe." Rose says, "Then instead of that, along with Miss Gay." Isu says, "Okay, enjoy your meal." After a few days we see Rose, who has come to someone's house. Rose says, "Guard, step aside." The guard says, "I was told not to let anyone in." Rose says, "Is that so?" Then someone from inside says, "I heard that someone was spouting. Let's see who that is." Rose says, "It's us who hired the bandits to attack the Luchan village. What kind of child dares to use their long tongue in that way?" Someone from inside tells Rose to come in. One man says, "Hello, Miss Jane Rose. Have you been well?" Rose tells the person, "Lift your face." That person does not give any answer. Rose, while pulling his hair, says, Didn't you hear me? Lift your head up before I smash it. The person sitting in front tells the man to lift his face. We see that it is the same man we encountered once before. The man in front is Rose's father. Rose says, "Father," she continues, "there is something I would like to tell you, just the two of us." Rose tells everything to her father. Then she asks, "What are you going to do now?" Her father says, "That man who just confessed is the territory manager of our family. I knew that the other nobles were planning something, but I didn't expect them to try pulling our honor down by buying our manager." Rose says, "We should tie him upside down and beat him until his insides fall out of his mouth. He still hasn't said anything about the one who paid him to do that, right?" Her father says, "Yes. He claims that everything was planned by himself." Rose says, "Then let's just torture him by drowning him for a week straight." The next day we see Isu going to a place in a beautiful-looking carriage. He reaches the place and we see Rose waiting for him. Isu is quite surprised to see Rose's new getup. He thinks, she is definitely the daughter of a duke. Rose says, "What is with that reaction? Anyway, this isn't right to test a guest who has just arrived like this, but let's take care of that first." Isu says, "Okay." Then Rose asks, "So what is your plan?" Isu says, "This is a treasure of my family. It's made by a wizard with the power of the thunder god and the god of wisdom." Then he shows her something and says, "It's called a lie detector." Rose says, "You don't have to explain it with such minute details. So it's an artifact, right?" Isu says, yes, it's an artifact." Then Rose says, "So this distinguishes lies from the truth." Isu says, "You are right." Rose thinks, who the hell is he really? He's got an artifact as an heirloom, and there's also a wizard in his continent. Artifacts aren't things ordinary civilians can even see. Then she replies, "Okay, let's use this right away." Isu asks, "Don't you want to check what would happen if someone lies?" Rose gets a little scared and says, "Why? Will it kill me?" Isu says, No. Then we see that both of them try to get the truth out of the man's mouth with the help of the machine. Isu says, "From now on, if you tell the truth, God will be on your side, but if you lie, he will punish you by tearing your blood vessels apart." The man says, "Why should I believe that?" Isu says, "I will prove it in a simple way. Just say no to all my questions." Then Siu asks him the first question. "Miss JJ likes Aunt Humphrey's food, right?" Because of this question, everyone starts looking at Rose. The man says, "No." Then the machine detects the lie and gives an electric shock to the man. Yes says, "See, now we are done with the practice." Then Asu says with a horror-struck face, "If you lie once again, your family, children and even grandchildren will be punished for your sin. You will be punished by God who will tear your limbs apart." The man gets scared and says, "Please leave my family out of this. I just did what I was told to do." Isu becomes happy. Rose's father says to Isu, "I will continue from here. You can wait outside. Please take your artifact with you." Then we see Isu and Rose coming out of the room. Rose says, "That was quick." Isu says, "What should we do now?" Rose says, "There was something I prepared for you." Isu asks, "What?" Rose says, "I'm sure you'll like it a lot." We see a basket of cakes being brought to Isu as thanks. Isu gets shocked. Rose says, "Looks tasty, right? Try this. It's a flour dessert and is very popular among nobles and royals." Isu thinks this will be a very tasty dessert. But after eating it, he smells a lot of perfume, which he doesn't like very much. Rose says, "What do you think?" Isu says, "No comment." Then Rose says, "Try the others too." He says, "Okay," and thinks, "I hope that one tastes better." Rose says, "You can try each one of them." Then he eats another one and thinks, "I don't understand these tastes. It tastes like cosmetics, so terrible." After the lie-detecting incident, Isu has earned the trust of the media family. Now we see him relaxing after the incident. Rose and Isu are seen having a fun banter. After a while she asks, "By the way," Isu replies, "Yes." Rose continues, "Can I borrow this?" Isu is confused and asks, "What are you going to use it for, if I may ask?" Rose, with determination says, "I was thinking of disciplining some of the guards." Isu gets scared for the guards and denies her request. Later in the evening, Isu arrives before Count Medea and properly introduces himself. Rose asks her father, "How did it go? Is the Fia family really related to all of this?" Count Medea replies, "Yes. The royal family has decided to impose separate punishments. The man they instigated will be sentenced to prison for life." We see Count Medea being grateful to Isu, as he was the most helpful. The next morning, Isu wakes up from a comfortable sleep, then walks toward the window to watch the bustling town. As he feels the chilly air, he quickly shuts the window. In the meantime, his butler arrives and brings him morning tea, snacks, and a bathrobe for him to cover himself. To Isu, it felt weird that he was relaxing in this new world, but he made up his mind, "This world is my new home." When he heard a voice calling for him, stating that the meal was prepared and Isu was called to have a meal with Count Medea. At the dining table, we see Rose all excited as she watches Io wearing formal noble clothes, commenting, "You look as shiny as a new gold coin in that outfit." Isu feels embarrassed since he's not used to noble clothing but decides to have the meal with the Medea family. Rose is interrupted by her personal maid for her informal way of speaking. Feeling lectured, she orders the maid to bring the food. The dishes looked delicious. There were fruits, chicken, and fish. Yet when Ayachu tried the fish, it was bland and only tasted of salt and pepper. Rose, bold as ever, noticed Ayachu's reaction and spoke up. "Now you know why I keep going back to Mrs. Humphrey." Not wanting to make the Medea family feel bad, Iso compliments the food. Then he is served mutton ribs, which he finds good and not gamey. Rose's mother, feeling worried for her child, speaks up. "Goodness dear, aren't you a little picky about your food?" Rose answers in frustration, "You won't say that once you've tried Mrs. Humphrey's food, mother." Her mother says, "That's why I'm telling you to invite her over." After the meal, Rose and Isu go out to explore the town. While they are leaving, Count Medea and his personal butler have a deep conversation about Isu's rewards. But Lord Medea had something else in mind for Isu. He proposes, "Money isn't enough to express gratitude for what he has done for us." The butler is shocked and realizes that Lord Medea is thinking of writing a recommendation letter for Isu to become a noble. The butler explains that through the Count's recommendation, Isu can buy noble privileges without any restriction, but he also mentions that the Count rarely writes recommendations. After the discussion about recommendations, Count Medea and his butler have a fun conversation about Isu, common people, and hiring a butler. A few days later, we see a posh carriage with metal wheels and 2 horses pulling it. A familiar man sits inside. It's Isu. He now has the recommendation letter and 5,000 gold coins for buying the noble privilege. He thinks the money is too much for him, so he plans to save some in the bank. Soon they reach Rodan. Examining the weak fencing, he starts formulating ideas for a new fence around the village. On a beautiful morning, we see Isu and Hans working hard on the walls of Hans's house, since winter is coming. Hans, a bit curious, asks, "How do people in your hometown prepare for winter?" Isu is a bit confused as to how he should explain the idea of central heating, but tries. "We have something called undul," he says, which is an underfloor heating system. Basically, we lay stones on the floor and light a fire underneath, which warms the air and heats the stones. Hans is shocked and terrified. In a scared tone, he says, "So you grill people alive?" Isu had a rough idea how Hans would react, so he doesn't press the topic any further, but he begins planning how to build an ondol system himself when he becomes a lord. He realizes he will have to build a designated room for it. Later, he comes up with another idea and asks Hans for help. Hans shows up to Isu's living quarters in the village with pork feet. Isu thanks him and asks him to place them on the table. We see Humphrey a bit excited and shouting to announce that Isu will be in charge of today's dinner. She later asks, "Everyone raise your hands if you're going to eat here. The rest who have family waiting back home can leave." Isu is shocked by the number of people wanting to try his cooking. He politely asks them, "It's going to take a while, why don't you all wait outside until it's ready?" As the last person steps out, the air around Isu changes. He brings out his secret weapon from another world, spices and condiments. He starts by cooking the pig's feet with water, beer and bay leaves, allowing it to boil. After the first boil, he removes the water and adds fresh water to boil the legs again, removing the gamey smell. Isu takes them in a bowl and adds soy sauce and herb tonic tea for marination, also adding salt and sugar for seasoning. After hours of hard labor and cooking, the dish is finally done. He announces, "Dinner is served, everyone." The people are shocked to see Isu's cooking. Some are even salivating to taste it. They are further amazed by the flavor of the pig's feet, having never tried anything like it before. Some start pestering Isu to share his recipe. Hans, mesmerized by the food, asks him, "Isu, the chewy skin is awesome. How did you make the sauce?" Isu, knowing he can't reveal his secret origins, says it's a family secret sauce that has been passed down for generations, so I can't tell you, sorry. Hans is a bit disappointed but understands. Later, Isu wants to enjoy the meal and finds an empty spot near a man. He asks for permission to sit next to him. The man agrees and says, "Sure, I'm Joker." Isu finds the man interesting, as he's a new face, and wants to know more about him. "I haven't seen you before. Are you a merchant? How did you come all the way here?" "Here in such cold weather," the man replied with an excited and playful laugh. "Yes, I run a fish shop. Fish sells well in weather like this." Isu replied thoughtfully, "I guess it's because the costs for preservation magic are lower in this cold weather." The man was impressed by Isu's answer and responded, "That's right, preservation magic is pretty expensive. Besides, climbing Mount Knots in this freezing weather is like wanting to get closer to the Lord, so this is a great opportunity to make a lot of money by selling fresh fish." The man, speaking in a tired tone, took a bite of Isu's cooking. He was instantly delighted, and a new source of energy seemed to awaken in him as he screamed in joy and kept showering Isu with compliments for the wonderful treat. Isu was a bit taken aback by the man's tenacity and riskier way of earning money, so he asked the man for his business card for future needs. A few days later, the terrifying and harsh cold hit the village. Isu, who didn't have any proper heating system, was shown sitting near the fireplace to warm himself. He saw this as a personal trial and believed it wouldn't last long. While he was deep in thought, he was interrupted by villagers screaming, "There's a fire!" Rushing out of his cottage, he saw the rising flames. He stood there devastated and confused as to why there was a fire. Soon Hans woke him up from his trance, asking him to help bring water to stop the fire from spreading. The village was in terror. Everyone ran, bringing water to fight the flames. A lady cried out, "Oh no, my house! Please save my house!" Just as the panic was rising, Heian entered the scene. With her water magic, she began chanting, "Meljum Kuto no ana Dian," asking the water spirits for help. She summoned a large amount of water to save the village from burning down. The villagers were shocked to witness magic in action. Seeing a royal descendant of elves arriving to help them and their town was something they had never expected. As Heian cast her spell and formed a huge water ball that burst into rain, the fire was finally stopped from spreading further. With the fire calmed, the villagers stood in awe. Whispers filled the air. "Wasn't that magic just now? What is a mage doing in our village?" Though feeling weak from using her mana, Heian stood her ground. An old man spoke up in a soft voice and bowed down in gratitude. Seeing him, the rest of the villagers followed and expressed their heartfelt thanks. Isu was proud of her and tried calling her, but she ignored him and walked back to her living quarters. The villagers began discussing plans to renovate the burned houses, and some even came up with good ideas. Still, Isu remained worried about Heian. The next morning, Isu rushed to Heian's quarters and knocked gently on her door. "Hey Heian, it's me," he said, holding a brown bag. She slowly opened the door, looking gloomy and tired from using her mana the day before. Seeing him, she asked in a frustrated voice, "What do you want?" Isu tried to convince her to talk, but she shut the door on his face and snapped, "You're wasting my precious time." Knowing she was in a bad mood, Isu tried a different approach. "Guess what the bread mage brought you," he teased. Feeling both hungry and curious, Heian slowly opened the door again and spoke in a disgusted yet warm tone. "You're becoming more and more cunning by the day." Isu laughed softly and replied, And you still wear your heart on your sleeve. As his laughter faded, he noticed the bags under her eyes and became concerned. He gently asked, "What happened?" She replied nonchalantly, "Magical powers don't pop out of nowhere, you know." Isu realized how much mana she had used and sincerely thanked her for saving the village. Feeling embarrassed by his gratitude, she spoke in a pouty and half-angry tone. "I didn't do it for the village, I did it to protect the bread mage." Isu, knowing she was moody, didn't press further. Instead, he asked in a serious tone, "By the way, are you okay with the villagers knowing your identity?" She understood her secret was out, and that it might lead to people disturbing her. Still in a foul mood, she replied irritably, "That's none of your business, I'll take care of it. I need to rest, so hand over what you have and beat it." Izu, understanding her exhaustion, did as she asked. As he handed over the bag, he explained, "Those are called egg cookies." Just as he was about to say more, she shut the door firmly, leaving him standing there alone. He thought to himself, she really needs to work on her temper. As he walked away, he shrugged and mused, "Well, I'm sure they have egg cookies here as well, so I can skip the explanation." Meanwhile, Hyen watched him leave. Her eyes followed his figure for a little while before turning her attention to the egg cookies. She was quite mesmerized by their appearance and muttered, "Cookies baked with eggs, but they don't smell like the ones I know." She picked one up. It looked extremely delicious and crispy. The moment she took a bite, it melted on her tongue. Only one sentence escaped her lips: "They're delicious." Later we see the villagers gather around the riverside for a festival, but Isu is confused as to why everyone is gathered there until he meets Hans, who has shown up at the riverside all excited and dressed in new clothing. Still confused by the occasion, Isu asks Hans about it. That's when Hans hands him a pot. Confused, Isu asks, "A pot?" Hans replies, "Yes, we put a stone in the pot every year, which signifies our age. Make sure you find a pretty stone by the riverside." Though still puzzled, Isu accepts the gift from Hans and complies with the ritual. But curiosity lingers, and he asks Hans, "By the way, is this some kind of special day? This place is packed." Knowing Asu is not from the village and is an outsider, Hans replies, "Oh, you probably don't know. Asu, today is the village festival called Kwaz Saluna. That's when we place the stones in the pot." Isu finally understands the significance of the festival and enjoys it with the villagers. As the moon begins to rise, the village chief stands on a platform waiting to speak. The crowd goes quiet as he begins, "Please watch over our Radran throughout the coming year as well." As the speech continues, fireworks go off in the distance, and people can be seen laughing and enjoying themselves. Hans and Isu talk about how long the ritual goes on. As people gather, Isu has a small conversation with the chief and asks for permission to continue staying in the village. The chief nods in approval. Later, the chief calls everyone to form a line. The villagers get excited, knowing it's time for the Kwaz Salona ritual. The chief marks everyone's forehead with a red powder mixed with water. As the chief slowly marks each person, Isu grows nervous. This is his first Kwaz Saluna, and he awaits his turn. After he is marked, Hans tells him, "Next we put the stone in our pots and make a wish." Isu nods and does as Hans says. He closes his eyes and wishes, "I wish for this year to be happier than the last one. Mom, Dad, I'm doing good, and I really miss you both." After Kwaz Salona days pass, we see Isu preparing to leave the village. He makes sure to pack all the essential things: food, water, a first aid kit, and most importantly, the money gifted by Count Medich. Later he meets up with Rose and they have a conversation about how Isu can buy noble privilege. Rose also mentions that he can buy the status in Pusing. Rose explains, "Pusing is a port city run by us, the Medich family. We initially used the manga port, but the family that controlled it started imposing heavy taxes, so we had to find a new port." Isho understands their situation and Rose continues, "Every port has a royal administration that issues rank certificates. Since you have my father's recommendation letter, you can easily buy one in Pusing." Ishu feels the generosity gifted to him by Count Medich and feels deeply indebted to the Medich family for this amazing opportunity. But then Rose states, before that you need to overcome one more hurdle. Isu falls into deep thought, realizing that he has to pay a hefty price for noble privilege. He wonders if he's being pulled into some kind of scam but shakes off the doubt, choosing to trust Count Medich. He feels he's rushing to buy noble status and keeps thinking of other ways to use his 8,000 gold, like buying a great house back in his original world. But he dismisses the idea, saying to himself, the reason I decided to buy the status first is because I want to find my purpose in life here. Since I've come all the way to another world, why not make good use of my time and at least become a feudal lord? He had made up his mind. Later we see Isu and Hyen having a delightful chat. While eating, Hyen speaks with a stuffed mouth. I want to go to Prissine too. Isu smiles at her clumsiness and says, swallow your food before speaking. She nods, finishes the bread Isu brought, and starts coughing while hitting her chest to swallow, looking very childish and cute. After swallowing the food, she says with a proud and loud voice, take me with you to Prissine. I'll be your guard. Isu is a bit shocked and laughs softly, saying, I doubt someone so feeble can protect me. Hyen pouts at him. He feels a little bad but enjoys seeing her pout. That's when Hyen decides to show off her skills. She collects water using magic and brings it close to Isu's weak points. The icicles she forms are so sharp that they could seriously harm him. Scared for his life, Isu shouts, hey, what's the big idea? Get this away from me. It's clear Isu is genuinely terrified, but Hyen smirks and says, I haven't used this magic in a while, so I might struggle to control my power. Inju, furious and worried, replies, another reason not to take you. You're staying here. But Hyen doesn't agree. She refuses Isu's rejection. It seems she has another motive. That's when she says, it's Martha. I want to pay you back for what you've done for her. If you decide to accept my offer, I plan to use my power solely for you for a year. Isu is a bit taken aback. Taken aback by her sentiments, Isu was about to speak when Hyen interrupted. Besides, I also need to continue having the bread mage's bread. She seemed a bit irritated that today's offering wasn't bread, though she remained moody. She admitted, it wasn't bread this time, but it was still delicious. Isu was confused by her irritation, as he was sure she'd like the dessert. It was made with the cheese he and Humphrey had prepared together. Hyen explained, I also liked the crunchy biscuit at the base. The savoriness goes well with the saltiness of the cheese. While she complimented him, she still added, but bread is better. Isu smiled at her and asked, by the way, what will you do if I decline? She replied with a nonchalant and irritated look, I'll take you for the worst dimwit ever and flee this village. Isu sighed and thought that taking Hyen along would be better than going alone. Everything was set, money was prepared, and he'd be working with a mage who controlled water. Still, he felt that 1 year was too short, so he asked her, hey, but does it have to be a year? Hyen was surprised by Isu's cleverness and replied in a mocking tone, I guess you're smarter than I thought. She then explained that she had royal duties too and couldn't follow him around forever. Isu understood and thought to himself, today is just the first day. That's when Hyen dropped her demand. Instead, provide me a loaf of tasty bread every single week. Isu was confused, thinking, she clearly said she wanted to show gratitude, so why is she talking about conditions? He began calculating the gains and losses from her demand, and it clearly ended up with him at a loss. But then he smiled wickedly and decided he'd make sure to use Hyen and her powers to cover his losses. That was the terrifying logic of the human mind. Hyen noticed Isu staring at her and asked, why are you staring at me with your yucky eyes? He responded with a polite and innocent tone, excuse me, what are you talking about? This showed just how clever and mysterious Isu could be. The next morning, they left for Prissine. We see expensive carriages and lots of materials prepared for camping. A kid popped up and said, Isu, thanks for the ride. An expensive carriage sure feels nice. Isu smiled and welcomed him. The kid and Isu chatted about how he got the carriage, and Isu explained that Rose had gifted it to him. That's when the kid whispered into Isu's ear, anyway, when did you and Hyen become, a thing? Isu was confused and immediately rejected the idea. Kairiden, overhearing it, laughed loudly and appreciated the joke. Yasu was a bit hurt, and said she wasn't his type. It was obvious Heian wasn't interested in him romantically, except for his bread. We then get a glimpse into Heian's past life. She explained that she is the only known descendant of half-elves, as the pure elves have long gone extinct. Those were difficult times, but they managed to survive. Heian believed that hiding her appearance would prevent misunderstandings. Still, after going out, she realized the outside world could feel refreshing. The fresh air on her skin made her feel alive, yet she also carried deep sadness related to her family and couldn't afford to goof around like Isu. Curious about Asu, she asked, "Yasu, you said you're a voyager, right?" Isu nodded. Understanding his answer, she asked further, "That means you're not going to stay in Furun. Where are you planning to go next?" Isu replied, "I'm not sure yet, but for now, I'm going to become a feudal lord." She was a bit suspicious and commented, "I've never seen a feudal lord wander around without guards." Isu smiled and said, "That's because I'm not a feudal lord yet." Still unsure about his true identity, she asked, "Are you some aristocrat who came to the real world for experience?" Isu politely declined and assured her he was really a commoner. She wasn't sure he understood how difficult becoming a feudal lord was and said, "Do you think it's easy to become a feudal lord?" Isu replied playfully, "Careful, you're talking to a future baron here." They had a deeper conversation about titles like baron and count. She explained how 9 out of 10 barons get stripped of their titles for being unable to pay taxes. But Iyasu remained calm and said, "No worries, I'm going to get filthy rich anyway." Intrigued, she asked, "That's interesting, and how do you plan to do that?" He smirked and reminded her, "I'm the bread mage. I can always open a bakery shop in a large city." She was on board with his plan and agreed it was a fantastic idea. As they traveled, it started to get dark. They set up camp near a safe spot and rested. At dawn, everyone began gathering their belongings and cleaning up, preparing to continue their journey. Isu was looking for Heian when she suddenly appeared from the forest. Isu was happy to see her and went to speak, but Heian ignored him. He didn't feel bad. He was used to her cold demeanor. Still curious about what she was doing in the forest so early, he tried to peek. That's when he discovered a group of wild dogs had been killed. As they continued traveling in the carriage, Isu turned and asked, "The one who killed those wild dogs, right?" Isu asked. She replied nonchalantly, "Why do you ask?" Isu was proud of her for stepping up to protect them from the wild dogs and felt happy that she was doing something good. As they traveled further, they came to a halt, confused. And Shu asked, "Why did you suddenly stop?" The boy replied that they had to pay a toll. That's when Asu had an idea. He picked up his recommendation letter from Count Maggie, which allowed him to save money. The boy and Isu shared some light banter about the recommendation letter. The boy was shocked, as Count Maggie rarely gave out recommendations. When Iosu reached the registration office, he submitted the letter and 5,000 gold coins to buy his title. The clerk, pleased with the recommendation, asked, "So your name is Isu, may I have your surname?" Isu was momentarily dazed. He didn't have a surname, which was fairly common. The clerk suggested he pick one from the book. Risu rampaged through the pages, not finding anything suitable, until he came across a beautiful name, Bloom. He picked it as his surname. After his selection, the clerk asked him to sign the papers and then announced, "Sir Ius Bloom," granting him the title of Baron. After the signature, Isu asked the clerk if he could leave. The clerk then explained, "From here on, to earn the title of Count, you must undergo training at a Count's estate for 3 years and pay an annual tax of at least 1,000 gold each year until you have satisfied the 50,000 gold requirement." Isu had almost forgotten about these conditions. He spoke up, "I'm thinking of getting my training from the Medi family. Do I have any other options?" The clerk offered him a shortcut. He could pay 10,000 gold coins for a completion certificate. Isu felt a bit uneasy and asked if he could have some time to think about it. The clerk agreed. As he stepped out, Heian approached him with a disgusted look on her face, saying, "Did you seriously buy that certificate?" Isu replied, "Careful. From now on, address me as Baron Bloom." This irritated Hyen, and she cracked a joke about making him kneel in front of the Grand Mage, which terrified Isu, but it turned out to be a joke. Later she said she was hungry, and the two of them visited a fancy restaurant and ordered food. When the food arrived, Hyen looked at it with suspicion. Isu, a bit skeptical of her not liking seafood, still tried to feed her the shrimp by placing it on her plate. As she tasted the shrimp, she felt the waves and saltiness of the ocean. It mesmerized her with delight. Isu felt proud and happy that she enjoyed it. However, she felt something was missing and ordered the server to bring lemon water, as it goes well with seafood. Her tone was a bit rude. Seeing this, Isu felt bad for the server and said gently to Hyen, "Be a little more polite." Hyen was irritated and replied in an annoyed tone, "This is how I talk. I can't help it." Isu responded after thinking deliberately, "But that's not how you talk when you ask for bread." Hyen answered, "That's because I'm getting free, delicious bread, better than what I can find at an upscale bakery. Obviously I'll be kind." Isu silently agreed with her in the back of his mind. She then explained, "Lobster isn't cheap, and not bringing lemon water shows unprofessionalism." Isu developed newfound respect for her after hearing her explanation. She was right. Hyen then ordered Isu to peel shrimps for her. He complied without any resistance, which made her smile a little. The next morning, both Isu and Hyen were wandering around the city when Hyen said, "This place reeks of fish. It's stinging my nose." Isu, a bit worried, replied, "That's the smell of the ocean. Hang in there. Have you ever seen an ocean before?" Realizing it was her first time seeing the ocean, he smiled. Despite being grumpy, she was actually excited. After walking some distance, they arrived at the port. The beautiful scenery left Hyen lost in awe. The fresh waves, the cold sea air, and the bustling town, it was all a new experience for her. The first words that came out of her mouth after seeing the breathtaking scene were, "Ah, it's so big." Meanwhile, Isu found a perfectly flat stone and called out, "Hyen, wanna see something cool?" Confused by what he meant, she stayed silent. Isu grinned, stretched his body, pulled his arm back, and threw the stone from the side. It skipped across the ocean water 7 times. Hyen, still silent, was curious to try. She picked up a stone and threw it, but it sank immediately. Isu said politely, "That's not how you throw it." Unbeknownst to him, Hyen used magic to make the stone skip more than 7 times. Isu protested, "That's cheating." Hyen smirked and replied nonchalantly, "Too bad you're not a mage." This irritated Isu, and he wanted revenge. That's when Hyen called out, "Let's go, Baron Bloom." Isu felt a shock run down his spine as he was not used to being called Baron. Isu said, "Don't call me that in public. I need some time to get used to it." Hyen agreed, and they both walked around the city for a while before stumbling across the architecture guild which Isu had been searching for. He entered the guild and was greeted by a middle-aged man in his 40s, who asked, "What help can I provide?" Isu spoke his mind. "I would like to build an underground store." The clerk understood his request and asked him to be seated while he formulated the plans. After some time, the clerk asked, "What size do you have in mind?" Isu replied right away, "It'll be a shared storage space for the entire village." Understanding Isu's needs, the clerk nodded and started designing the structure. Meanwhile, Isu explained, "It's a village called Rerun, with 70 residents. It's about 3 days' distance from here if you take the East Provincial Road." After listening, the clerk summarized, "Considering travel expenses, materials, and labor, it will cost a total of 52 gold. Isu thought to himself, building a log cabin costs 20 gold, so building an underground storage facility for 52 gold is pretty reasonable. Then a doubt crept into his mind. He asked the clerk, "How much would it cost to build a feudal lord's estate?" The clerk replied, "That really depends." Isu then said thoughtfully, "Let's say, as big as the Mede family's castle, for example." After considering the query and the size of the Mede family's castle, the clerk replied, "If we're only talking about the inner castle, it would cost around 50,000 gold at today's prices." Isu was in complete shock. That amount was overwhelming, about 5 billion won in his world, a long way off for him. The clerk then spoke with pride. Our great-great-grandfather built the Medi family's castle, so I believe it's fair to say I've inherited the know-how. Hearing his proud words, Aishu asked for his business card. In return, the clerk asked for Aishu's name. Isu replied with pride, "It's Isu Bloom, Baron Bloom." Hearing his name and title, the clerk became nervous and loudly asked for forgiveness. He promised to personally go and build the storage facility in Isu's village. Isu felt a bit strange being called Lord by someone older than him, but shook off the thought. He then requested the clerk to meet him at the shop by dusk, which the clerk accepted with a nervous nod. This demeanor made Isu feel a bit weird, almost like he was the boss. This kind of authority wasn't something he was used to back in Korea, and it made him uncomfortable. As he walked out of the guild, he thought to himself, I hope this is enough of a farewell gift. While walking, he stumbled upon a cute dog that caught his attention. As he paused, Hyen, waiting for him, said irritably, "Stop getting sidetracked and let's head home already." Isu asked her to wait for a while, but Hyen, clearly irritated, told him to hurry. He thought she was being a bit stingy, but ignored it. Instead, he focused on enjoying the dogs. He asked the man nearby, "Which breed are they?" The man replied proudly, "They're border collies. They're trained as sheepdogs and specialize in herding." This made Iyasu want to adopt them and gift them to Rodin to help the villagers with their farms. As Aishu admired the dogs, the man explained, "When herding sheep, you send them signals by blowing a grass blade or using a whistle." Izu was really impressed and asked curiously, "How many would I need to herd a flock of 50 sheep?" The man examined the question and confidently replied, "One should be more than enough." Isu then asked, "How much do I need to pay?" The man replied, 3 gold, sir." Isu excitedly said, "In that case, I'll take them in pairs." He paid the man on the spot, thrilled. He thought about the villagers and how helpful the dogs would be, but if they didn't need them, he would raise the dogs himself. He adored them too much. Then a realization struck him hard. Hyen hates animals. What he had just done was a big mistake. He glanced at Hyen's face, and it was clear she disliked animals. He wondered what kind of trauma or experience she had gone through. As time passed and a new day arrived, the clerk from the Architecture Guild waited for Isu on time. The dogs were energetic and excited to see Isu, licking all over his face, which disgusted Hyen. She sarcastically gave the dogs an affectionate nickname with an irritated tone, saying, "You call them babies? Since when were you a dog?" She was irritated because the dogs got the best seats, which made her feel even more annoyed with Isu. After settling the dogs in the carriage, Isu called for the clerk and politely said, "By the way, I have a request." The man smiled and asked, "What would that be, sir?" Isu replied, "The villagers don't know I've become a baron yet, so I would like you to address me as Isu for today." The clerk agreed with a smile and took his leave. After conversing with the clerk, Isu returned to the carriage and started riding with Hyen. Curious about her thoughts, he asked, "So how did you like Pizing City?" Hyen was irritated and replied to him in a loud, annoyed voice, "Why did you even bother becoming a noble instead of just traveling?" Isu understood that she was a bit shy and responded in a light-hearted tone, "Sounds like you had fun." Later he smiled softly at her and said, "Let's travel together here and there for the next year." Hyen had an understanding look on her face and spoke in a gentle voice, "You said you're going to get trained at the Medi household, correct?" Isu agreed, and Hyen continued, "When are you planning to leave?" Isu replied, "About a week from now. Why do you ask?" After hearing his answer, Hyen spoke again, "Because I need to get prepared before we leave." Iyasu was a bit taken aback by her response, and asked with a curious tone, "Are you sure? You might draw people's attention." Hyen replied confidently, "I have a plan. All you need to do is follow my lead." As the days passed, Yi and Hyen reached Rira. The villagers were excited to see them back. A few of them started announcing his return, which made everyone happy. One of the villagers, shocked by the gifts Eoja brought, exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, look at all this. He brought us expensive seafood, is planning to build us underground storage, and even brought us these sheepdogs." The dogs were especially fond of the village chief and began licking and showing affection to him. The chief, speaking in a delighted tone, said, "This is your home from now on." As he enjoyed watching the dogs and the chief play together, he was interrupted by a crying Hans. "Are you really leaving?" Hans asked. Isu replied warmly, "Yeah, I'm thinking of exploring other places." Hans responded, still softly crying but not showing much sadness. "I see, so it was true, that makes me a bit sad." Isu was a little shocked that Hans didn't seem very sad about his departure, which made him feel slightly down, but he kept a smile on his face to hide it. After living in Rodan for a few more days, the time for Iosu's departure arrived. He began packing his essentials, his toothbrush, soap and towel for the journey. While packing, he thought to himself, "I need to complete an 800-hour training course to be officially titled a baron." He kept thinking and planning, if I were to take 8 hours of lessons per day, it's a waste to open a new portal if I'm only gone for 3 to 4 months. So let's leave it here. As he packed, his mind wandered to Hyen because he was worried about her. He remembered his talk with Martha, where she explained that Hyen refused to go to the city due to fear of her identity being exposed. He kept wondering whether he should take her or not. Meanwhile, Hyen was alone at Martha's grave, mourning. She spoke quietly, "Martha, I feel uneasy thinking about leaving you here and going away. You were a great mother and a good friend." We see a glimpse of Hyen's past, where she's bratty and screaming. "Are you saying she wasn't my mother? Then where is my real mother? Get rid of that woman and bring me my real mother." In her memories, we see Martha sweet and kind. Even after being harshly told to leave, she returned to Hyen with a bright smile, though Hyen was still angry and screamed at her. When she saw Martha smiling and bringing her something, she calmed down and began to trust her again. In another memory, Martha was wrongly accused of stealing. She cried out in front of the Duke, "I really didn't steal that necklace. I'm innocent, madam." The Duke, furious and believing the accusation, shouted, "You aren't even showing a hint of remorse. Have you no shame?" As she was being scolded, Hyen jumped in and defended her, shouting Martha would never do such a thing. "It's that witch, she set her up." Martha was surprised and deeply touched by Hyen standing up for her, but the Duke didn't trust his own daughter's words. He ordered the guards to lock Hyen in her room and have Martha executed. Worried for Martha, Hyen took her hand and fled the castle to the village. Remembering those moments, Hyen added softly, "Thank you, Martha, and I love you." She felt regret, especially when she remembered that Martha had once wanted to eat grilled mackerel with Iosu's special sauce. She regretted not asking Iosu to cook it for her again. Speaking to Martha's grave, she said, "A while ago he peeled some shrimp for me, and it was hard to hold back tears. It reminded me of you." She smiled faintly. "I had my doubts about him at first, but maybe he's not that bad of a guy like you said. Actually, he's more like interesting, I should say. That's why I decided to go with him." Just as she stood to leave, Isu came running toward her, calling her name. Before leaving Martha's grave, she spoke one last time. "Want to see if he really becomes a duke." With that, she left, hoping Martha's soul was in heaven, watching over her. Meanwhile, Isu was finishing his packing. He grinned and smiled to himself while holding a golden packet. Looking at it closely, it was ramen, a dish from his homeworld. Isu thought he had done a good job preparing for the trip. Before departing from the village, he cried tears of joy while nuzzling his cheek against the ramen packet, full of nostalgic happiness. We then see him prepare the noodles in a very unique way. Let's hear the recipe from the cook himself. It doesn't need many ingredients, so let's get it made quickly. First, we see Isu break the noodles very aggressively. The style he uses to break them makes him look both cute and funny. After breaking the noodles into pieces, he cooks them in a pan. Once they turn golden, he sprinkles some sugar over them. Finally comes the good stuff, the spice flavorings from the ramen packets. These are sprinkled on top of the golden fried or roasted noodles for a tangy experience. After mixing all the spices with the noodles, they are ready to be eaten. He names this dish ram tang, which he packs into individual brown packets for the villagers, as he was preparing to leave the village. After packing everything and stretching to ease his tired body, Isu feels a wave of sadness overcome him. This village had been his home for a while, and leaving it made his heart sink with guilt, sadness, and loneliness. As Ashu was handing out the ramtang, he was suddenly called by a crying Hans, who hugged him tightly and asked through sobs, "Promise me you'll visit us again." Feeling overwhelmed by Hans's strength, Ashu winced slightly from the tight hug but smiled and agreed. As he relaxed from Hans's embrace, the village chief called out to him with a bright smile and a warm, thankful tone. "Thank you from the sheepdogs to the basement storage, we're all truly grateful." Isu returned the smile warmly and welcomed the chief's kind words. However, he had a request. He asked the chief to leave his cottage untouched. The chief understood and promised that no one would disturb it. Feeling relieved by the chief's sincere tone, Isu finally walked to his carriage, which would take him to the Maggie family. The people cried and shouted, saying how much they would miss Isu. It was a deeply touching farewell. As the carriage rolled out of the village and onto the path toward his noble training with the Meishi family, Isu called out, "Hyan, you can come out now, there's no one around to see you." However, there was something on Aishu's mind. He turned to her and asked, "Why did you decide to hide?" Hyan replied in an irritated tone, "I didn't want them to think we're intimately close. That would be unacceptable." Hearing her answer, Yu smiled brightly and replied, "You're wise and smart, I admire that." After long days of travel, they finally reached the Mati castle. However, their carriage was stopped by the guards. "Halt! What brings you here?" one of them asked. Isu responded politely, "Inform Lady Rose that Baron Isu Bloom has arrived. She'll know who I am." The knights nodded and went to deliver the message. Upon hearing of Isu's arrival, Rose ran out to welcome him with a bright smile and a warm tone. Seeing that Isu had traveled far, she suppressed her usual teasing nature and said politely, "Welcome Baron Bloom, I hope you had a safe trip." Isu nodded and jumped down from the horse with a warm smile. He then called Rose closer and said, "There's something you need to know before we head in." At that moment, Hyan stepped out of the carriage in her elven form, radiating an aura of confidence and nobility. The sudden appearance of a silver-haired woman shocked Rose. "Who is this silver-haired woman?" she asked. That's when Isu announced in an authoritative tone, "Please inform everyone that Hyan of the Silverwood family has arrived." Upon hearing the surname, Rose's expression changed to anger. She asked in an irritated tone, "Did you say Silverwood? You mean that petty?" Before she could complete her sentence, the butler swooped in and muffled her mouth with his hand, preventing her from saying anything further or insulting the Silverwood family. He then dragged her into the castle. Even while being dragged away, she continued to struggle and mumble behind the butler's hand. It was clear that she was truly furious and held no good opinion of the Silverwood family. After this chaos, Hyan turned to Isu and asked, "I hope she didn't mean petty little family, or did she?" Isu felt a sharp gaze on his back, turned around quickly, and denied it with a nervous laugh, saying, "Of course not, and don't call her a shrew." He laughed awkwardly, trying to calm her down. This first meeting between the two young women was extremely tense, and Isu silently prayed to the gods that nothing worse would happen. Once inside the castle, Isu went straight to Count Medich and formally introduced himself. "Greetings, my lord. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Baron Isu Bloom." The count responded kindly. "I've heard all about you, Baron Bloom. If you don't mind, I'd like to greet the person you're traveling with first." Isu had no objections. With his approval, the count bent in front of Hyan and formally welcomed her. "Duchess Silverwood, welcome. It's an honor to meet you." Upon hearing her full title, Isu was shocked. He thought to himself, "Come to think of it, Hale once said that mages belong to the dukedom." Suddenly, all the memories they shared, the fun times, the teasing, the insults they threw at each other came rushing back. He silently hoped that Hyan would forgive him for his ignorance and not kill him. After all, dukes were second only to the king, and they have the power to send forces into battle and aid the king himself. Realizing this, Io is truly terrified of his past mistakes and wonders what Hyan will do to him after this. After the arrival of Baron Bloom and Duchess Silverwood at the Mady Castle, the warm welcome by the Count himself was a delightful treat and a blessing to Haiyan. The narrator gives us information on the dukes and their heritage. A mage can only have one child by fate. Once one of the elven parents passes away, the title is inherited by their child. Wealth, estate, and fortress are not of importance to a mage. Nothing matters more than their bloodline. Haiyan had a gloomy look and spoke in a soft voice to the Count. "Did father pass away?" The Count replied with a sad and polite tone. "Yes, he passed away due to old age a while ago, my lady. I also attended his funeral." From the Count's expression, Haiyan could sense the truth. Deep anger brewed inside her and she spoke through gritted teeth. "What about those people?" The Count understood her fury and pain. "They purchased a mansion with the inheritance in a Romanian city," he said calmly. Her anger didn't subside, and her blood kept boiling because of what the witch had done to her family. She thanked the Count for informing her. He bowed graciously and welcomed the Duchess, but a doubt crept into his mind, and he humbly asked, "No problem, my lady, but may I ask, how are you acquainted with Baron Bloom?" Haiyan replied coldly while masking her anger. "Let's just say we had a connection." She then calmed down a bit and asked politely, "Speaking of which, may I ask you a favor?" The Count agreed. "Sure, what is it?" Haiyan replied, "I would like to stay here with Baron Bloom while he's here. Also, I would appreciate it if you could keep my identity a secret." The Count agreed and swore to keep her identity a secret. She then asked whether he knew about her abilities, to which the Count responded affirmatively. "Of course, I'm very well aware, my lady." She nodded. "I'll be glad to assist you in time." After saying this, she excused herself and left the Count's room. After her departure, the Count got excited and screamed in joy. "This is my chance." He then called out for his butler, who arrived quickly. The Count immediately ordered him, "Call all of my sons, it's an emergency." Meanwhile, Rose was very angry and irritated by Haiyan. We see her throwing tantrums like a small, silly child, letting out her anger on the pillows. She screamed in frustration, "I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe that girl stubborn as wood is a mage, let alone a duchess." While grinding her teeth on the bedsheets, she muttered angrily, "A duchess." The maid who was watching her throw tantrums asked her to calm down and listen, which Rose eventually did. She was shocked to hear that the Count had called all of his sons back. Suddenly a dangerous glint flashed in Rose's eyes and she spoke in a mischievous tone. "What a brilliant idea. I should be nice to the Duchess." The maid, a bit scared for Haiyan, spoke in a calming voice. "I believe she wants to be addressed as Lady Haiyan, not Duchess." We then see Rose dancing and getting excited. The reason, "If that's the case, I guess Dad won't bother with my marriage matters for a while, right? I'm free." She kept jumping and dancing with delight. Meanwhile, Haiyan had left her elven form and approached Isu with a demanding expression. "Hand over the bread." Isu, exhausted from the long journey and wanting to rest, wasn't able to do so thanks to Haiyan's demands. He asked her to wait in her room. He then approached Rose and asked for permission to use the kitchen. She replied bluntly, "No." Yasu was confused and asked for the reason. She explained, "The servants will be punished for not doing their job properly. Besides, a noble going in and out will only disturb them." Realizing Asu was getting sad and disappointed, she added cheerfully, "However, we do have an extra kitchen. You can use that one." Iju was relieved to hear the good news. Realizing he was going to make something, Rose asked with sparkly eyes and drooling lips, excited, "What are you going to make this time?" Seeing her excited like a small child, Iju couldn't help but chuckle. In a nervous tone he replied, "First, could you please prepare the ingredients for me?" Acting like an obedient child, Rose agreed and quickly brought him a few ingredients with which he could make bread for Haiyan, as per their agreement. "Will this do?" she asked. After analyzing the ingredients, Isu nodded and said in an energetic tone, "Perfect. I'll get them made right away." We then see Izayatru preparing to bake the most delicious bread. He poured batter into small baking cups, and placed other ingredients. After baking them to a golden brown, the kitchen filled with a delicious scent that escaped into the castle, letting everyone know something tasty was being made. After the bread had cooled, we see Rose hungry and drooling, ask eagerly, "Is it ready? Can I have a bite?" Isu agreed but told her to leave some for Hyan. She agreed, took a piece, and bit into it. A blast of flavors exploded in her mouth, making her shriek and grin like a child who had just tasted something incredible. "How is it?" Isu asked. "Jumping in the air," she replied. "It's delicious." Her jumping and shrieking gave Isu a strange sense of déjà vu. He then took the remaining 2 pieces and said warmly, "I'll take these 2 to Hyan." Rose replied, "She's probably in the living room. I'll tell the servants to deliver them to her." Just then, a young and passionate man entered the private kitchen and introduced himself. "Pardon me, Baron Bloom. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lucas." Isu greeted him. Lucas then said, "Let me guide you to your room." After walking for a while, they reached Isu's room and entered. Lucas was smiling and replied energetically, yet remained polite. "It's an honor to serve you, sir." Seeing his enthusiasm, Isu was a bit taken aback. When Lucas mentioned helping him change his clothes, it made Isu a bit uncomfortable. He replied, "I can do that. Thanks." After removing his old clothes, he wore the suit brought to him by Lucas. The fitting was amazing. It suited him very, very well. As he went downstairs to meet Rose, she was a bit surprised and said in a shocked tone, "Oh my Isu, that outfit really makes you look like a noble." She circled around at Isu, admiring his noble look, clearly impressed by how good he looked in it. Seeing this chaos, Isu felt a bit uncomfortable and out of place. Noticing Isu's discomfort, the maid spoke up, "My lady, please show some respect." As the chaotic Rose continued analyzing Isu, we see Hyan enter in a beautiful purple dress with a sparkling brooch on her neck. This dress actually elevated her beauty, making her look even more like royalty. After being called out by Hyan, both of them calmed down to saying Biu was in shock at how beautiful Hyan looked. Rose felt like Hyan was showing off a little and said in a nonchalant manner, "Come on, it's not that impressive." Isu walked toward Hyan and bowed gently to show his respect. He then asked her politely, "Did you enjoy the bread?" To that Hyan replied, "Wasn't too bad." Isu chuckled and replied, "Your plate says otherwise." Rose popped out of nowhere and became overly polite to Hyan, saying, "You sure seem to be enjoying your meal for someone who said it's not too bad." Irritated by her overly polite manner, Hyan replied with slight annoyance, "Please mind your own business, Lady Jekro." It was clear that Rose was trying to create some kind of blunder. Hakan knew she was being overly polite because she needed something or stood to gain from it. The sparks were flying between the 2 ladies and it made Isu nervous. He quickly stepped in and pulled them apart. Rose then calmed down and spoke in a polite tone. "I noticed that you're very close with Isu. How about we do the same, Lady Hyan?" After analyzing and understanding her demeanor, Hyan replied, "As you wish." Somehow her cold reply made Rose angry and she was ready to fight but calmed down. Still, she was annoyed with Isu for not breaking the ice between them. Isu found himself in a difficult situation where he couldn't run or hide from the tension. After this banter, Rose thought for a moment and then said, "Come to think of it, you need to take your etiquette training, right?" Isu nodded and agreed with her. He was excited and nervous about these lessons. After Rose mentioned Isu's training, Lucas took Isu to a room and asked him to wait for the instructor to arrive. Feeling giddy and excited, Isu thought, "Am I finally becoming a noble?" A sense of relief washed over him as he recalled his past memories. "It's already been a year since I came to this world, but I still can't believe it. Whether it's due to greed or just a challenge, I can always return if it doesn't work out." We see him overthinking his choices and creating a plan in case things go wrong, but still he didn't give up. He promised himself to fulfill his goals and work harder for a better life in this new world. He also felt a different kind of relief, thinking, if everything works out fine, I'll be a noble, and if I fall in love with someone and marry her, then maybe I'll have kids. I could settle here. That realization hit him. After all, this world could be my home, my new family, not Seoul. As Ieyasu was deep in thought, he was interrupted by Lucas. "Sir, your instructor is here," Izu called out. "Let him in." After his approval, a handsome man in his mid-50s entered and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself, Baron Bloom. I'm Bassett, and I'll be in charge of your etiquette training." As he made his announcement, his formal appearance, stance, and even manner of speaking clearly showed how well-trained he was. Some might even mistake him for royalty. Flabbergasted by the instructor's demeanor, Izu smiled and replied warmly, "Pleased to meet you." Once the greetings were over, Bassett began preparing a few things for Ieyasu to learn proper manners. He said, "Then we will begin right away. Please take a seat at the dining table." After giving clear instructions, he turned to the maids and asked them to place the utensils and glasses on the table for Ieyasu's training. Noticing the maids placing different and uniquely designed cutlery, Isu was shocked by how fancy these utensils were, ones used by the aristocrats. As he curiously played with a fork, Bassett spoke up in a stern yet polite tone. "Just now you have committed 3 critical mistakes, sir." The sudden appearance and voice of the instructor made Izu jump a little. He looked confused, unsure of what he had done wrong. Bassett then began lecturing Isu on tableware etiquette. First, touching the tableware without washing your hands goes against etiquette. Second, nobles do not exclaim. Izu was feeling a bit overwhelmed by all the instructions and rules. He absent-mindedly picked up the fork again and started playing with it. Bassett noticed and said, "Third, leaning down to look at your fork is considered disgraceful for a noble." "You've got to be kidding me," Isu muttered. Bassett noticed the tone in Izu's dazed look. He then spoke up, "Even the words you just uttered are not standard language, so please refrain from using them." After making his point, Bassett then lectured Isu on table manners. Before taking food from the central plate, you must always wash your hands. After wiping the moisture on the tablecloth, proceed to place the food on the plate in front of you. Also, placing your elbows on the table is against proper etiquette. All these rules and etiquette overwhelmed Isu. His mind went blank and pulled him into darkness, as his brain couldn't memorize all the rules. Feeling way too overwhelmed, he finally spoke up in a frustrated tone. "Hold on. How do you expect me to memorize all of that at once?" Bassett remained calm, completely opposite to Ieyasu's flustered state, and responded in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, sir. We're going to repeat it 10 times until you learn it by heart." After the training classes, Isu's mind felt heavy with information. He looked completely drained, like the life had been sucked out of him. He silently wished for some sugar or sweets to recharge his brain energy. Noticing that it was time for the end of Ieyasu's training, Rose came to visit him. She was completely shocked and confused to find Ieyasu tired and spent. Noticing Rose rubbing her eyes, Ieyasu quickly sat up, straightened his clothes and sat magnificently on the couch. He then spoke with such elegance that it made Rose unsure if it was really him. Seeing her confused look and then realizing she hadn't recognized him, he said his name and spoke in a formal tone, masking his tiredness. "Did you take a good look around with Hyeon?" Rose replied warmly. "Hyeon needed some rest halfway, so it took us a while." As she completed her sentence, Hyeon arrived at the training room with such elegance that it felt like spring had arrived. She replied to Rose in a cold yet polite manner. "How inconsiderate. I traveled a long way, so it's obvious I needed a good rest." Feeling irritated by her reply, Rose snapped back, "You talk as if we begged you to come." Following this exchange, the girls grew visibly angry. Fury filled their eyes and it seemed like they could fight at any moment, but Ieyasu quickly interrupted them and calmed them down to avoid a conflict. Noticing the uneasy tension between the girls, Izu got a brilliant idea. "All right. Have you girls tried creme brulee?" Hearing the unfamiliar name, the girls both looked confused and spoke at the same time. "Creme brulee?" Understanding their confusion, Izu began explaining with passion. "Yep, it's a simple custard cream dessert with sugar on top." He then added, "I'll make one for both of you." A doubt crept into his mind and he asked, "By the way, are there any pastry chefs or pâtissiers here? How can you not know creme brulee?" The girls were still completely confused by what he was talking about. Rose then asked in a cold tone, "Pastry chef?" as in an expert in making pastries? Hyen added, equally cold. We don't call someone who makes inedible things a skilled person. Noticing their cold expressions and lack of exposure to such delicacies, Yasu finally understood why these girls hadn't heard of creme brulee. The ingredients were prepared by the humble maids and butlers of the Meda family. Izio then started cooking the dessert while explaining the process. First, we're going to make the base cream with egg yolks, then scrape the vanilla bean seeds off the pod and add them to the milk. He then held up a vanilla bean and explained, "This is called a vanilla bean. You'll be surprised how useful it can be. You can make money by selling it as syrup or jam, you know?" Listening to Isu explain the different uses of the vanilla bean, Rose was taken aback and asked in a surprised tone, "How do you know all this stuff?" Scoffing slightly, Heian added with a proud expression, "Eo is the mage of bread, he knows everything." Rose looked confused and said in a suspicious tone, "Rich." She then turned to Heian with a scary look and asked in a deep, intimidating voice, "Don't tell me Isu made bread for you." Isu was caught now and he feared for his life. Rose then spoke up with a proud smile and tone full of pride, "I bet you didn't know he made me potato pancakes last time." Heian coldly replied, "I didn't like that." This small argument was enough to reignite their anger. The girls glared at each other while Io stayed frozen, scared to intervene, fearing they might take their anger out on him. Suddenly Rose shouted, "Isu, don't just stand there. Start making something, will you?" Seeing the anger in her clenched fists turning white, Isu agreed quickly and focused on his custard cream. After the custard cream was done, he showed it to the ladies. It was thick, yellow and smelled absolutely delicious. Both of them were drooling, curious to taste it. Eventually, curiosity got the better of them and they started poking the custard. It was springy and wobbly. Their fingers got a little covered in custard, and they licked it off. Rose exclaimed, "This is super tasty." The maid sighed helplessly as Rose showed her childish side. Isu then told them he needed to cool it. Knowing he might need ice, Rose ordered her maid, "Lucy, could you bring us some ice?" The maid nodded and prepared to go fetch the ice. Isu was shocked to find that the Midlife family had ice and asked about it. Rose nodded and explained, "Yes, we do. We have a separate ice storage. It should last till May. We shave it to make ice desserts." Isu wondered whether their way of using ice was similar to the shaved ice, with toppings found in his home world. As the maid arrived with a bowl full of ice, Isu thanked her and placed the custard bowl over the ice bowl to cool it. There were some egg whites left, and Isu thought of using them. An idea struck him and he said, "With leftover egg whites we can make meringue cookies." He then had a superb idea that would make the task easier and let the girls vent their frustration. He announced, "How about Heian and Rose do a meringue whisking race? All you have to do is whisk the egg whites with all your might. I'll pour in the sugar from time to time." The girls agreed. Each received a bowl filled with egg whites. Rose had a determined to win look on her face. As Ayasu counted down to start the race, Rose was pumped up, whisking with immense energy. Meanwhile, Heian, being clever, used her magic to assist herself. Isu was happy to see both girls giving their best. He said softly, "Let me know once the mix gets foamy. I'll add the sugar then." After whisking for a while, Rose peeked at Heian and noticed her using magic. Furious, she shouted in an irritated tone, "Hey, no magic, that's cheating." Heian replied coldly, "I'm just using my abilities." This angered Rose even more and raised her competitive spirit. Meanwhile, Isu was glad that his workload was reduced. After a long effort from the girls, the meringue was finally done. It was fluffy and white like a cloud and held its peaks perfectly. Setting her whisk down, Rose said with a proud grin and a fake tired look, "No matter how you look at it, I'm the winner." Heian, shocked by Rose's stamina, replied in a sarcastic tone, "You could whisk a few more bowls with that energy of yours." The comment reignited Rose's competitive spirit, and she glared at Heian. Sparks flew between them and it looked like a fight could break out at any moment. Isu quickly stepped in. "Please, calm down, both of you." Once they were calm, Isu began the next step. Now I'm going to squeeze this meringue into a piping bag. He gracefully filled the bag and piped out the meringue in a beautiful rosebud shape. Both girls were intrigued and rushed over to ask if they could try. They each took a turn placing meringue onto the baking sheet. There was excitement and a sense of pride on their faces for what they had accomplished. Isu picked up the baking tray and smiled brightly. Now we need to bake it in the oven at low heat. An old man in a white uniform, the head chef, stood near the oven. Isu gently asked, "Can I put you in charge of this?" The chef replied with a polite smile, "Yes, you can count on me, sir." As the tray baked under the chef's care, Rose pulled Isu and said in a warm, childish tone, "Come on, let's quickly check on the creme brulee we made earlier." Noticing her excitement, Isu calmed her down, then took the chilled custard out and placed it into a classy container. It looked like an expensive, restaurant-quality dish. Rose and Hyen were excited, and Rose asked Isu for permission to eat it. Isu smiled and replied, "No." He thought to himself that when it came to tasty food, these girls acted like twins. Then he explained the main part of the dessert. "We need to sprinkle sugar on top and use fire." Speaking of fire, he muttered to himself, "In this world I don't have a blowtorch." He scurried around the kitchen, searching for something useful, and finally found a matchbox. Using it, he carefully melted the sugar. As it caramelized, it formed a beautiful brown coating over the custard, giving it a delicious aromatic appearance. Looking at the finished product they had all worked on, Rose stared at Isu with hungry eyes and a drooling mouth. "Now can we dig in already?" she asked. Seeing her cute reaction made Io chuckle a little. Just then, a maid called out to Rose with a sigh, "How about we eat this properly in the drawing room, my lady?" Rose nodded and agreed. They all headed to the drawing room to enjoy the delicious dessert. Once seated, each took a cup filled with custard and caramelized sugar. Isu guided them. "Crack the caramelized sugar with your spoon, then scoop it up with the cream." Watching this marvelous sight, everyone was shocked and delighted. They eagerly followed Isu's instructions. When Rose took the first bite, her mouth tingled with the sweet sensation. The custard and sugar overwhelmed her taste buds in the best way. Her eyes sparkled, and a red hue appeared on her cheeks as she savored the taste. She suddenly sprang up from the couch and exclaimed, "I should have hired you as our chef before you became a baron." Seeing her so excited and close to him, Isu laughed nervously, but then Rose turned a little angry and began shaking Isu violently while yelling in frustration, "What's wrong with our family's pâtissier? What's wrong with our family's pâtissier? Why can't they come up with something like this?" Meanwhile, Hyen silently enjoyed her dessert with a calm smile. She enjoyed her share of dessert and was delighted by the delicious taste of creme brulee. As Rose calmed down and settled in, Hyen spoke up nervously, "There's plenty of leftover custard. Should we share it around?" Rose found Isu's idea good and responded with a determined look, "Sounds good. Everyone must have a taste of this, including that pâtissier of ours." The pâtissier, who was still in the kitchen, suddenly felt a cold shiver, making him scared and nervous. Isu then turned to Hyen and asked nervously, "How was it, Hyen? Did you like it?" Hyen replied with a calm demeanor, "It wasn't bad." Even though she said it in a nonchalant manner, Isu noticed her empty cup and gave her a warm smile. Rose then called out to her maid, "Lucy, tell the pâtissier to bring the cookies Isu asked him to bake earlier." Lucy agreed and carried out the order. After a while, the cookies were brought out. They were light golden in color and looked extremely fluffy like clouds, giving them a delicious and delightful appearance. Isu then explained, "You can consider these simple sugar cookies. They go particularly well with herb tea." Hearing his explanation and recommendation, the girls were eager to try them. They each took one cookie and ate it in one bite. As they bit into the cookies, it felt like an electric current ran down their spines. Suddenly they both seemed genuinely happy. It appeared that their animosity toward each other had softened, and they began to get along. Rose smiled brightly and said, "From now on this kitchen belongs to Isu. Give him all the ingredients he asks for." The maid agreed, though she felt a bit weirded out by Rose's unusually bright smile and cheerful tone. Rose then turned sharply to the pâtissier and said in a cold tone, "And you, did you write down the recipe?" The pâtissier nervously shook his head. Rose repeated coldly, "What are you waiting for? Jot it down already." He nodded eagerly and began writing. He felt that if he didn't, he might be at risk of being fired. Isu, feeling a bit awkward, laughed softly to hide his self-embarrassment. He also felt genuinely bad for the pâtissier. Suddenly Isu thought to himself, "Come to think of it, I don't have any problem reading or speaking their language, but I still don't know how to write it." He turned to the pâtissier and reassured him, "Tell me the recipe again later." The pâtissier cried tears of relief and thanked Isu repeatedly. Meanwhile, the maid had taken a few servings of the crème brûlée to the count and countess. We see them seated together at a table admiring the beautiful dessert made by Isu. The countess spoke with curiosity. "This dessert called crème brûlée is really delicious, isn't it?" The count replied thoughtfully after taking a bite, "It's my first time trying it, and it tastes absolutely delightful." The countess then took a spoonful and analyzed the flavor. She noticed a mild yet sweet taste that was distinct from milk, sugar, or eggs. She commented, "It has a peculiar aroma. I wonder what it is." The count replied gently, "I heard he used the vanilla beans we brought in a while ago." The countess responded, "We should make a note to keep some in the pantry." The count laughed softly and agreed. They both continued enjoying the dessert and shared a few laughs together. As they were in the middle of their conversation, their butler knocked at the door. The count allowed him to enter. The butler bowed gently and said, "I came with news of the young masters, my lord. Currently, the oldest master is traveling the southern region. He has recently become captivated by wine and is studying the art of winemaking. As for the youngest master, who has entered the royal palace—" Before the butler could finish, the count interrupted with a sigh, "Enough of that for now. Just tell me how Jaja is doing." The butler laughed nervously and then spoke, "Well, my lord, you see." He began explaining the incidents involving Rose and Hyen and the banter between them. This was enough to worry both the count and countess. The countess sighed and said, "I hope she hasn't torn out the duchess's hair." The butler reassured her, "Rest assured, madame. Thankfully, it's nothing to that extent. Lady Jasha has decided to become friends with the Duchess and Baron Bloom, disregarding all formalities." The Count and Countess laughed and agreed that this was for the best, for both Rose and the family. She had always been the most notorious troublemaker and mischievous individual in the family. "It is a bit suspicious that she became friends with Hyen," the Countess added. "But in the end, this might help us learn more about her and make our family stand out stronger." Days passed, and Isu's training for nobility continued. His exhausting and hellish routine never ended. One day, Isu was late for an important meeting. Rose and Hyen were dressed elegantly, and both appeared irritated by his delay. Rose spoke up in an annoyed tone, "What took you so long?" Hyen followed with a cold, flat tone, "Which country considers being late for an appointment to be good manners?" Isu laughed nervously and replied, "Sorry, I had some business to take care of." The real reason for his delay, however, was his upset stomach. He regretted not bringing his daily probiotics. As Isu caught his breath, he noticed Hyen wearing the dress he had bought for her during their visit to Pussing City. Hyen flicked her hair and said, back over her shoulders, she said, "I like this outfit, it's comfortable." She then added in an irritated tone, "Dresses here are so tight around the waist, it feels suffocating, I can't stand it." Listening to Hyen say this, Rose was shocked and then said, "You can easily untie the waistband when the maids are away." She then showed her in an elegant manner how she untied the waistband around her waist. Rah! Hyen agreed and decided to do that in the future. Meanwhile, Rose's maid was in shock and flinched in terror at this sight. As they traveled out of Medic City, the scenery that was seen by Isu was magnificent and beautiful. The air that he felt on his face, the leaves fluttering in the air, and the river flowing around the city were all too bewitching to him. Isu then asked Rose in a surprised tone, "Wow, is that a river?" Rose smiled and said in a gentle voice, "Yep, it's the Midi River." This flowing water and the air were all too stunning for Isu, and he thought it must be awesome to be rich enough to name a river and a city after your family name. Then Isu got a wild idea that if Hyan helped him and cleared a path for his future estate, then the river that would flow there would be named Bloom River. Isu then mesmerized the scenery and admired the beauty of nature. After a while he asked Rose in a happy tone, "Then there must be a lot of fish over there, right?" Rose was a bit confused by his happy demeanor and said in a flat tone, "I heard there are hardly any." This sentence was enough to burst the dreamy bubble of Isu. He thought if the river had fish, then he would go fishing and try making amazing dishes. He then asked the reason for the decline in fish. Rose then said with a hint of sadness, "Yeah, these days even if you farm it's a poor harvest, so we're just expanding the farm." Iso was overwhelmed by this information and had a doubt, but before saying anything he thought, raising livestock in the farm up there and cultivating bee crops in the farm down there, this is an amazing idea. He then spoke his mind. "Then do you also make cheese?" Rose nodded and said, "Of course. If there's a place you'd like to explore on your own, feel free to look around. We'll go back and wait for you." Iso was confused by Rose's words and asked her in a confused tone, "Oh, can I do that?" Both Hyan and Rose had a mischievous glint in their eyes, and agreed, letting him go out and explore the city. Then they both opened the door of the carriage, looked around to stall time, and as they found the horses, they got up on them and started running away. The servants of the medic family were in shock and terror when the girls started running away. They followed after them, really worried. Rose waved at Iso and said, "Then enjoy." Isu then guided the chauffeur to take him into the town, and he observed people making cheese. He thought, looks like a lot of people are making cheese, since it's spring. He was mesmerized by the method they used to make cheese, and later he found a boy sitting on the footpath. He ordered the chauffeur to halt, and then called out to the boy, "Hey kid, come here for a sec." The boy felt he was called and walked nervously to the carriage, speaking in a shaky voice. "Do you need anything, sir?" Noticing the boy's nervousness and scared look, Isu rummaged in his bag and took out the manga cookies, handing them to him. The boy nervously took the cookies and admired their shape before eating them. His eyes shone with a bright sparkle and he spoke in a grateful tone, "This is delicious, sir." "Thank you." Isu smiled and spoke with a warm tone. "I'm glad you like it. Now can I ask you a question?" He then asked the boy, pointing his finger over to the other wagons present there. "Where are those wagons over there going?" The boy understood what Isu was talking about and then spoke up. "They're transporting cheese to the less fermentation chamber." Isu then glanced at the wagons with an intense look, making the boy feel scared. After thinking for some time, Isu spoke in an intense tone, which the boy mistook for anger. "You know the way that comes out after making cheese, right? Do you guys make ricotta cheese with that?" Isu waited for the boy to understand his question, and the boy finally spoke. "Yes, sir, the Lord has approved it too." The boy was so scared that his voice was shaky and his face was turning white due to fear. This made Isu realize that he was being a bit harsh on the kid, so he immediately softened up and smiled at him while saying, "It's okay, I'm not trying to scold you. When you make ricotta cheese, do you add lemon juice and heat it?" The boy relaxed a bit and answered, "Yes, we do." Isu nodded and gave the boy a warm smile. Then he told the chauffeur to take him back to Medi Castle, as there was now an amazing idea running in his mind and he wanted to try it out later. Isu rushed to the kitchen and made an amazing cooling drink, serving it to the Count and his family. They were confused by the white drink in front of them, and the Count spoke up in a suspicious tone. "Are you suggesting that this is the solution to the harvest issues?" Isu smiled and laughed nervously before saying, "It might not be perfect, but it seems like it could provide some help. From what I heard from Jaja, there are no fish in the lake and the harvest is poor for crops as well." The Count understood what he was trying to say, but still a doubt crossed his mind and he said, "Yes, she's right, but how does this help with that?" Isu nodded and said in a polite and formal tone, "I'll explain later, sir." He then said with a bright smile, "But please try it." First the Count and his family nodded and understood his intentions. Without giving it much thought, they tried the drink in front of them. Rose finished her glass of the drink and said with an exaggerated happy sigh, "This is my first time tasting it. It's tangy and sweet." The Countess agreed with her daughter's thoughts and said, "Yes, I enjoyed it too. What is this made of?" Isu listened to the question and after giving it some thought said, "Normally when we make ricotta cheese we add lemon juice to the whey. But this time I added milk instead. Depending on your preference you can also add sugar or fruit." After recollecting his experience while roaming around the village, he continued, "While exploring the village I saw people making ricotta cheese. To make that you need lemon juice." He paused to let the impact of his words sink into their minds before saying, "It seems that the lemon juice flowing from there is entering the farmland and the lake, causing contamination. But if we use the whey to make lassi then there's no need to use lemon juice. It can solve the harvest issues." However, he also added while laughing nervously and scratching his side, "However, we can't just stop the demand for cheese, and the cost of milk is cheap." The first one to speak after Isu's explanation was Rose. She said in an understanding manner, "Don't worry, we'll provide all the milk you want. Father, how about we provide a small portion of fermented cheese to the ranchers?" She then added while smiling, "It may not be ricotta cheese but at least the quality is enough to make it work." The countess nodded and agreed with her daughter's idea, saying, "Even if we lose profit from cheese, we can make that up once the harvest thrives." Isu was shocked to see how understanding the Maggie family was and realized why they were so respected by the people living in their city. The countess then interrupted Isu by saying, "By the way, you managed to find both the cause of the poor harvest and its solution. No wonder Raja praised you so much." She then added while smiling, but her words weren't as sweet as she was, "It looks like it wasn't a complete lie." This side of the countess made both Rose and the count speechless and confused by her behavior. Realizing their faces, the countess laughed softly while saying, "What's wrong? If you can say it, I can say it too." Rose was concerned and decided to use her words appropriately from there on out. Isu heard it and took it like a champ, understanding where Rose got her rough personality and character from. After the discussion between the family and the quick decisions taken by the Maggie family, Isu was once again shown their wonders, and his respect for them grew even more. Isu then spoke up with a kind voice, "Providing milk and cheese for free must have been a difficult decision. I can see why the people respect your family so much." The countess smiled warmly at Isu and then spoke, "Oh please, it's nothing, we're all doing it for our own good." Isu understood the meaning and felt relieved that the family he got acquainted with were good people and respected by everyone. Isu then thought to himself, "I'm not sure if it's money that's making them generous, or if it's their generosity that's bringing them money. But anyway, the Maggie family understands the virtue of giving." The Maggie family's selflessness and the thought of putting people before themselves made Isu feel warm-hearted. He smiled and felt happy. In a faraway land, a beautiful castle had a room decorated with lots of luxurious paintings, ornaments, and decorations. In the living room, a few ladies were gossiping about something. All of them looked noble and had a prestigious aura circulating around them. Suddenly, a conversation popped up. "Say, I heard that there will be an international market in Medich City. Is that correct?" They all nodded and gossiped amongst each other. "I heard the royal family approved of it for the first time." Another woman spoke up. "It's their first participation, so I wonder how it will go." A lady who was heavily dressed spoke up in a very controlling demeanor. "Surely not everyone is planning to go, right?" The rest of the women trembled in fear and said while sweating due to their nervousness and fear, "Of course not, Lady Pitt." Another woman joined in. "Why would we even go there? We don't fit in with a family that's all about money and lacks culture." After this heated conversation, a noble woman dressed in a brown elegant gown said, "By the way, have you heard? I heard that the Maggie family is expanding their farm again. This time, they continue to monopolize the wool without any conscience, causing harm to the Pitt family." She said this to praise Lady Pitt, but she didn't realize that instead of making Lady Pitt happy, she made her angry and was now being glared at. Gathering her courage, she spoke in a shaky voice, "But there's a rumor going around that the Duke will make an appearance at that event." This rumor made Lady Pitt really interested in the festival, and the other woman who heard it asked, "Is that true?" The woman sitting beside her replied, "I doubt it, my lady. I'm sure it's just a baseless rumor spread in case the Count's family rejects the invitation." The narrator explained, "Seeing the Mage family is rare. unless it's an official event organized by the royal family. Mages stay out of sight unless their presence is mandatory, such as at royal ceremonies, events or occasions where their abilities are needed. That's why nobles, whenever they get the chance, always seek to establish a connection with the mage family. A few ladies were having a heated argument about whether this rumor might be true or not, and a few agreed that if it was true then they should attend the festival whether they wanted to or not. Lady Pitt then clicked her tongue and spoke in an irritated tone. Well, I'm not too sure about that. Is it not a bit too much to travel all the way there based solely on rumors? After this, the room went silent and everyone had their doubts about whether to go or not. One lady spoke up with a trembling voice. Well, we're not going there because we like that family, you know. If the rumors are true, it's a great opportunity to form a connection with the Count's family. And if not, we can throw cold water on the Miyashi family. Couldn't we? Everyone agreed to it, and tried to convince Lady Pitt. She herself was giving it a long thought, thinking about her vengeance and the mockery they faced due to the Mishi family. She then smirked after giving it some thought, thinking, those Mishi bastards, how dare they claim to support the commoners and buy wool at exorbitant prices, making a mockery of our family. This was the start of something bad to happen. Lady Pitt and her anger were on the brink of bursting onto the Medici family. Back in Medici City, it was chaos and confusion amongst the workers. Their rushing footsteps and the loud orders from Rose showed how important this upcoming festival was. Rose ordered, "This dish lacks originality. The design is too old-fashioned. Please pay a bit more attention to the interior decor. You two, you're in charge of this area." The bustling and rushing sounds never died down, and the air of nervousness and excitement remained. Isu, who was an outsider, saw the people in a frenzy and smiled at them warmly to cheer them up. That's when he felt a tap on his shoulder by Rose. He turned to her and she said, "Hey Isu, can I have a word with you?" Isu agreed, and they both went out to the balcony, a bit far away from the hectic frenzy in the castle. As they walked out in the cool breeze, Isu noticed Rose's gloominess. To cheer her up, he spoke in a warm tone. "I heard the international market is opening in your county this time. I bet you attended a lot of the previous ones that were held by other families, right?" Rose was nervous and gloomy. She lacked her usual mischievous energy and spoke in a serious tone. "A few times when I was a kid." Isu asked her why she doesn't go now. She then replied, "I always left feeling bad every time I went." Even though she was scared and nervous for this festival, she replied while smiling, "Nevertheless, since it's being held by our family this time, I'm trying to prepare diligently. It means our family has received approval from the royal family." She then had an idea and asked Isu, "Is there any way you could try to persuade Haron a bit?" Isu was confused and couldn't understand why she was so insistent on persuading Hyen. Noticing the confused look on Isu, she explained, "One mage, we only need one mage at the banquet. It'll shut that lousy mouth of theirs." It was clear Rose was desperate and bursting with anger and vengeance for what their family had to go through. Isu understood why Rose wanted Hyen to come to the festival. After giving it some thought, he said, "Since that's really up to her to decide, why don't you ask her nicely?" Rose understood, but a doubt crept into her mind and she asked Isu, "But I thought you two were friends." Isu nodded and understood her desperation, but he spoke up in a warm and understanding tone, "But this is your family's matter." Rose then chuckled and admitted that if she wanted Hyen to come she had to do it herself. But she was a little angry at Isu and said while laughing, "I should instruct the instructors to give you more rigorous training." This was enough to crumble Isu and make him scatter on the floor like a pile of dust. Rose did what she said, and the instructor went full hard on Isu, drilling him with more and more lectures and classes on nobility. As Isu arrived at his room after the instructor's hard regiment, he flopped on the bed and growled like a whining child. According to him, the instructor was like a devil. Azet made him go through a hellish regiment of nobility. Isu, tired from the regiment, spoke to himself in a whining tone. "Ja, is this how you get your revenge? I can't keep up with it anymore." After this hellish class, he was starving and missed his world's comforting food, grilled pork belly and kimchi. As he was reminiscing about it, He flopped up from the bed and decided to head to Rodan right away. He ordered Lucas to prepare a carriage for him and said that they were traveling back to Rodan. After a long and hard journey, they reached Rodan. It still looked beautiful and had the comforting scent of grass from his first arrival. As he took his first step out of the carriage, he felt nostalgia hit and reminisced about his experiences. Then he turned to Lucas and said, "Take the carriage and go to Rushen. Come pick me up after 3 days." Lucas nodded and did as he was ordered. As he saw Lucas leave, he rushed to his cottage for the portal. As he found the portal, he went through it and reached back to his world. Home. Isu then dressed normally and went down from his apartment onto the street. He cried tears of happiness and relief as he finally made it back home. As he went strolling to find his favorite restaurant, he watched people with happy eyes enjoying themselves and wandering around the city. This made him feel delighted. Later his food arrived and the sparkle in his eyes showed how much he missed Korean food and how long he'd been away from home. Isu then spoke to himself in an excited tone. "It's been so long since I had Korean food." Examining the old familiar dishes and smelling the food made him drool. His shiny eyes and gaping mouth from where the drool fell clearly showed his admiration and desire for the food. Seeing people enjoy their food in the lightened mood due to alcohol and delicious meals was a beautiful scene for him. He then picked up his chopsticks and readied himself to take a bite. As he chewed, the flavors rushed in his mouth, and in his imagination, it was so delicious that he pictured himself waving the national flag of Korea while crying tears of relief and comfort. He spoke in his mind, "It's so delicious, I'm going to cry." While chewing, he sniffled a few tears of appreciation for this tasty meal. He then poured himself a glass of soju, the Korean spirit that is the companion of adults in Korea. Taking the shot filled with alcohol, he was mesmerized by the usual and comforting taste. He let out a satisfying sound as he enjoyed the flavor and nostalgia. He was interrupted by the staff, who served him his pork belly. Isu thanked them and then appreciated the food in front of him. He picked up the belly slices and started grilling them on the hot grill in front of him, enjoying the sizzling sounds and the delicious smell. He then thought, "I'm definitely taking kimchi with me this time." His wide grin and smile showed how happy he was. After grilling the pork belly, it turned golden brown, showing it was cooked perfectly. Isu then carefully placed it on his plate. After admiring this beauty, he blew on it softly and took a bite. There was a wide grin on his face as he then drank a shot of soju. As Isu enjoyed his food and time in the restaurant, he was called out by someone he was acquainted with. "Yo, Isu." Isu then waved back at the man and said, "Hey, what's up?" The man spoke in a happy tone. "How have you been?" Isu thought in his mind, "My former colleague, who I was close to at work." He then gestured for his colleague to sit down and asked with a smile, "Did you just get off work?" The man replied with a tired groan. "Yeah." He felt a bit awkward speaking in his native language, Korean. The man then added, "By the way, why haven't you been responding to my texts lately?" Isu laughed nervously and replied about his reality, "Oh, I was busy traveling." The man understood and asked, "Where did you go?" Isu then poured a glass of soju for his acquaintance. The man guessed his destination, but Isu didn't reply. With a sigh, the man said, "I should have traveled around more before I started work. I'm kind of jealous, man." He then gossiped about the office. "Oh, and if you haven't heard, Park switched to Nan." Isu was shocked and couldn't believe it. Knowing his shocked response, the man added, "Things are so much better without him around." Myershu was surprised that after his exit from the company so much had changed. The man then said excitedly, "Also, our in-house smartphone has been getting good reviews too." Somehow this conversation made Isu realize how left out he felt. He couldn't speak about the world he currently resided in, nor could he fully talk about the world he used to live in, that other world. All of this loneliness and feeling of being left out finally hit him, and he turned silent. The true feeling of being disconnected and not being able to speak openly was eating him from deep within. After being silent for a long time and drinking quietly, he spoke in a flat tone anyway, "If there's no reply, just assume that I'm traveling." The man was energetic and happy to meet Isu after a long time. The genuine smile and happy tone were evident on his face. He then spoke up with a smile. Okay, let me know when you're back. Isu waved back at his friend and then walked back home, his head low and deep in thought, wondering whether what he was doing was okay or not. He reached his apartment, unlocked the door and flopped onto his bed in frustration and tiredness. He groaned into his pillow, turned sideways and spoke up. I'm starting to feel more and more disconnected from this world. He turned in his bed, stared at the ceiling, thinking about something, and then spoke. Come to think of it, I remember they said many nobles will be at the International Market Festival. I want to make use of this opportunity. The empty house, apart from his, felt really weird and sad to Isu, and he was determined to make use of every chance he got in the new world. Then he thought, anyway, since I've already set my mind on becoming a count, the success of this event by the Mage family will be helpful for me too. He kept staring at the ceiling, thinking and planning his steps to become a count. The loneliness and detachment from his original world were a bit too overwhelming for him. The progress of his company and the changes brought by the transfer of his ex-chief were a bit saddening. After thinking for long about his original world, he shook his head and turned back to focus on his life in the new world. He continued thinking, the current Araman Empire has opened up opportunities for social advancement to wealthy commoners, and I too will walk a similar path so that I am not looked down upon. He then thought for a long time about how he could make his life easier. After a long time thinking, he got an amazing idea: influence. He explained to himself properly, I need to make the Medea family an influencer in the Araman Empire. From food and fashion to artifacts, the Medea family is already renowned in their field. He then gave this idea some more thought and spoke up. You could say that the trends in the Araman Empire often start with the Median family. He suddenly popped up from the bed, took his laptop, turned it on, and connected it to the internet for research. He thought, with the help of modern knowledge, I can make the Medea family an influencer in no time. He then thought of some other ways to make the Medea family stronger. After a long time of thinking and trying the trial and error method on his ideas, he also thought, on top of that, I can establish a stronger bond with the Medea family as well. Now what to promote to establish the dominance of the Medea family's influence? He thought of many ideas and tried rough sketches in his mind, but after this to and fro of ideas, he ended up choosing spices as the base of the Mage family's influence. Cloves, nutmeg, vinegar, and many other spices were his ideas, but he couldn't find the right one. He also thought, since the Mage family already has a hold on pepper, I shouldn't meddle with that. Isu was right, as the Miri family's dominance over the pepper market reigned, and there was no way to overthrow them. After thinking for a long time, he spoke up. How about red pepper powder? Isu's eyes sparked with this idea, and he thought of a plan. I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard to introduce red pepper powder to the villagers. This was a brilliant idea, introducing a new spice and increasing the family's influence. It was a win-win situation for him. Also, it was a small victory because with this introduction he could make kimchi and enjoy it over there. As this was his next step, he sprang up and planned. Alright, let's start packing the things I'll take with me from the kitchen. This was a brilliant idea by Isu. Isu then later broke the fourth wall and talked to us. You see, viewers might be thinking, kimchi? Not again. Well, you're kind of right. We all thought about this too. Why kimchi again? Couldn't he have a better idea? Also then broke the fourth wall again and spoke to us. Once you're in my shoes, you'll find yourself doing the same thing. Well, that was an amazing thing, Isu said. If we were all stuck in his situation, we would also try to make things really close to our hearts available in that other world. After his 3 days in his old world, it was time to go back to the Medea city. As soon as he arrived at the Medea castle, he was surrounded by the two ladies, Rose and Hyan. Rose spoke in a lecturing tone while being angry at Isu. You skipped classes and ran off to Riran, right? Hyan then added in a cold and furious tone. How do you think you'll become a count by being so lazy like that? Guilty as charged, Isu was in a pinch of trouble. Now being surrounded by these furious and beautiful girls, he was in for deep trouble. He laughed nervously and said, Wait. Calm down, you guys. Instead of calming down, the girls got more furious. Rose spoke up with an intimidating tone. Did you eat Maggie's food all by yourself? Hyun added in her nonchalant yet furious tone. Don't tell me you baked bread and ate it all by yourself. This series of questions and glares was too much for Isu, and he knew the trouble he was in. He slowly accepted his fate and gave up on survival. He then noticed the dresses both Hyun and Rose wore. It was a bit odd and a doubt popped up in his mind. To clear it, he asked in a doubtful tone. By the way, I see you two are wearing similar outfits. Have you finally decided to become friends? The girls were a bit confused at first, and then realizing his question, they both gave a disgusted look to him. Rose said in an irritated tone, You nonsense. Hyun was irritated and furious at this comment and said, Watch your mouth. As there was a heated discussion among them, Isu thought this was a great time to run away to his room. Noticing this, Rose and Haeun also ran after him, but they lost sight of him after a while. Isu, who reached his room, was panting and catching his breath. As he caught his breath, he said in a confused tone, When did those two become so close? The sudden closeness of the girls was really confusing to Isu. According to him, they both made a dangerous pair that could make his life hell. After settling down in his room and taking some rest, he activated his storage and said, Anyway, I'll just unpack the stuff I brought. After taking out all of the things he brought from his original world, he started formulating plans on how to make it seem like they were all grown in this world. After a long time of processing and thinking, he came up with various ideas. Let's store the kimchi in the jar I brought over last time, and let's store the red pepper powder and baking powder deep inside a box. After packing the kimchi in the jar and packing the red chili powder in the wooden box, he called out for Lucas. After a short while, Lucas arrived and said in a formal tone, You called for me, sir. After nodding and smiling at Lucas, Iso spoke up in a questioning yet kind tone. Is the Count in his study? Lucas nodded and replied, Yes, he is, sir. Lucas then talked over to the Count's personal butler. The butler understood and knocked before saying, My lord, Baron Bloom is here to see you. The Count lifted his head from the books, and after listening to the butler's announcement, he agreed to let Iso come in. As soon as Isu came in, he gently bowed in front of the Count and spoke up in a formal tone. Good evening, sir. The Count nodded and smiled at him before speaking up in a serious tone. What brings you here, Baron? Isu nodded and smiled at him. After a brief pause, he spoke up with a smile and a confident tone. I'm here to further discuss the solutions for soil acidification caused by the lemon juice. Iso waited for some time to let the Count understand his words. After giving it some thought, the Count spoke up. I see. Please, have a seat. Isu smiled and thanked the Count for his offer. After thinking for a little while, Isu spoke up in a confident tone. The family farmland is currently contaminated with acidic compounds that have seeped in over a long period. Of course, it will gradually improve once the lemon juice stops seeping in, but it will take a long time to recover. Understanding what Isu wanted to say, and imagining the time needed for the soil to recover, made the Count a bit uncomfortable. A doubt crept into his mind. So, do you have a solution to this problem? Isu then took his time before formulating his words. After some time he spoke up. Yes, sir. Pouring lime powder over the land should do the trick. He then added in a questioning tone. Does Ania have lime powder? The Count understood the question and replied with a warm smile. Of course we have plenty, but are you sure it will work? Isu took his time to understand the question and then formed his answer. Yes, it will certainly help. He also added in a warning tone, making sure he had the Count's attention. However, it can be dangerous if it comes into contact with humans or animals, so it needs to be handled with care. The Count smiled at him and reassured him by saying, Rest assured, Baron, my people have used lime powder before. I'll leave the task to those who are familiar with the material. After analyzing his answer, Isu nodded and appreciated the Count for his brilliant thinking. The Count was happy with Isu and his solutions. He was genuinely happy and felt indebted to him. After spending some time thinking about this brilliant idea introduced by Isu, he smirked and then asked Isu in a warm and gentle tone, Have you found a suitable land for your estate yet, Baron Bloom? Isu laughed nervously and said in an embarrassed tone, Not yet, sir. Besides, it's only been a month since I received my title. The Count chuckled and felt a bit struck by this cute behavior from Isu. After relaxing, he spoke up with a light chuckle. Excellent. Would it be all right if I find a suitable land for you then? Iso was a bit taken aback by this kind gesture and then spoke in a shaky voice. I would really appreciate that, sir. This was kind of weird for him, and he thought to himself, he's being very nice to me for some reason. This was very kind of the Count, and Iso was really happy that the Count wished to help him. The Count smiled and spoke in a warm and gentle tone. Splendid. Let's talk again soon then. Isu nodded and replied, Of course. Thank you, sir. He then got up from the couch, bowed gently in front of the Count and excused himself out. Later, he was called out by Rose and Hyan for a conversation. He gave them a visit in the living room, only to find Rose in a very intimidating posture. A bit intimidated by Rose, Iso spoke up in a bubbly tone. What's with that look? Do you have something to tell me? Rose then let out a sigh of frustration, gathered her intimidating look and said, I need to come up with something spectacular for the International Market Festival so that other nobles won't look down on us. Confused by her demeanor, Iso asked in a confused tone. I thought things were going smoothly. Rose agreed, but replied in a defeated tone, True, but I need something impactful, something that can be a punch in their faces. This sentence alone was enough to clear their doubts. It also showed the conflicts between the Maria family and the Pit family, a kind of rivalry where they tried their best to make the other family red with embarrassment. Rose was determined to shut the other nobles' mouths and feel victorious, even if just this once. Giving it a long thought on what he could do to impress the other nobles and enhance the reputation of the Maggie family in front of them, Isu came up with a good idea that could impress all of them. Rose was delighted to know this and was eager to hear what his amazing idea was. Isu grinned to himself, got up, and called a maid nearby to provide him with the required ingredients. The maid agreed and started preparing what Isu had asked for. This confused both the girls. Why was he asking for these ingredients? After some time, the maid arrived with the items Isu requested and asked him milk, sugar, salt, vanilla beans, and raspberries. Will that be all? He nodded and thanked the maid for her hard work. Noticing the ingredients in front of them, Rose spoke up. Are you thinking of making a nice dessert? Isu was a bit taken aback and was confused by what she was saying. He asked her, What's that? Noticing his confused look, Rose explained, We have ice desserts here too, by the way. This intrigued Isu's interest, and he asked, How do you make it? Maybe this was a new dessert he never thought of, and he was excited to know about it. Rose, understanding his question, replied, We crush the ice finely and then mix it with fruit or honey. Hearing this, Isu thought of something resembling this exact same dish and thought to himself, Sounds similar to shaved ice with toppings back home. This was interesting, and he wanted to know more, so he asked Hyan, Have you tried it too? Hyan replied with a strong no, as that didn't suit her palate. Rose spoke up in a nervous yet informative tone. Ice may be rare, but it's not that hard to come by among the nobles, and it's not particularly unique. Isu grinned and reassured Rose in a prideful manner. No worries, what I'm about to prepare is completely different. It's called gelato. Hearing this weird name for the first time, both the girls were confused and said in a puzzled tone, Gelato? What's that? Isu then told them to wait and that they would soon know the wonders of the tasty gelato he was about to make. He announced before starting to boil milk, I'm going to make 2 flavors, vanilla and strawberry. Not knowing what it was going to be, but trusting that if it was Isu's cooking it would be tasty, they watched curiously. He then started explaining as he cooked. First, put sugar, vanilla beans, and separately whisked egg yolks into the milk and let it simmer. When the aroma is strong enough, put the mixture into 2 separate bowls. He then explained, add crushed raspberries into one of them and mix them with the milk. He left the bowls to cool down a bit and let the flavors be absorbed. Then he moved on to the next step. Next, prepare a silver bowl filled with ice. Here you mix salt with ice in a 1-to-1 ratio. Seeing this, Rose spoke up in a worried tone. Why are you adding salt into an ice dessert? Annoyed by her questioning and disturbance, he replied back in a sassy tone, Hold on, I'm not done yet. He then calmed himself down and continued explaining, Now I'm going to put what we made earlier into this ice bowl and mix it. Although it might seem that Isu knew what he was doing, the truth was that he found this recipe on the internet and hoped it would turn out good. The looks from both girls were a bit scary and disheartening because they showed their mistrust in him due to his addition of salt into the ice. As Isu kept stirring and checking on how the gelato was doing, it eventually started freezing. Seeing this, Rose spoke up in an amazed voice. Incredible. It's gradually freezing. Isu, are you a mage too? Hyen replied back to Rose with a prideful tone. What did I tell you? He's the bread mage. Listening to this, Rose agreed and admitted that Isu was a bread mage. Isu laughed nervously and continued to explain the procedure of gelato. Once it's frozen to some extent, add some air to achieve a chewy texture while stirring, and repeat this process 2 or 3 more times. After this continuous procedure of scooping and making it fluffier, it was finally ready. He scooped some and served it in a crystal-clear bowl, garnishing it with mint leaves. As it was ready, he asked both of them to try. He then spoke with a confident tone, "Oh, I've only made a small amount for now, but I'll need to make more for the huge crowd at the International Market Festival. So I was thinking if Hyen could help out with the ice." Suddenly, the girls took a scoop of the gelato, and they both started shivering with their mouths full of it. He was worried and asked, "Hey Yen, JJ?" This was a bit confusing for him as to why the girls were trembling and lifting their spoons in the air like they were in some kind of battle or had completed some race. Both Hyen and Rose had tasted a bite of this amazing dessert, and as soon as they did, they were frozen and their bodies trembled. Confused by this action, Isu called out to them, but they didn't answer. After some time passed, both of them stopped trembling. Rose was the first one to speak up with an excited and childish tone. "What's this? It's so delicious. Did you say it's delicious? Did you say it's jello?" This sudden burst of energy made Isu a bit shocked, but he nodded after understanding her question. Rose then spoke up with a delighted tone. "I've never had an iced dessert this creamy and delicious before, not to mention its chewy texture." This amazing response by Rose was enough for Isu to know that what he had created was amazing and would definitely work market magic at the international festival. Market. He then asked Rose in a calm tone, "How is it? Do you think nobles would like it?" Rose shouted back in an excited tone, "Of course." Hyen then added with a rare expression of excitement, "It's so soft that one might mistake it for cream." Isu was a bit taken aback by Hyen's rare display of energy and emotion, but this also made him feel relieved. If Hyen agreed to the taste and liked it, then it meant it was a suitable dish to be served at the festival. Feeling relieved and happy, he watched both girls digging into the gelato again and again. Then the time arrived when Rose, due to her energetic scooping of gelato, got a brain freeze. She spoke up in a pain-bearing voice while pressing her forehead with her hand. "Oh, my head is hurting from eating cold food in a rush." Although having a brain freeze and the sensation was painful, she yearned for more and said, "This is so good. I want it all to myself." Hyen, the ice queen who didn't show much emotion, spoke up. "I usually don't like cold food, but this isn't too bad." Seeing this reaction, Rose spoke up in an irritated tone, "Nonsense. I saw you devouring it. Give it to me if you don't want it." This infuriated Hyen, and she replied in a cold tone, "No." This was enough to spark the inner wild beast within them. The fight over the last cup of gelato was going to be intense when Isu stepped up and calmed them down. He thought to himself, "I'm glad that at least they both enjoyed it." After calming them down completely, he turned to Rose and asked her, "Then why don't you go and get the final permission from your parents?" Even after being taken far from Hyen, Rose was gritting her teeth, but after listening to Isu, she grinned and replied in her usual energetic tone, "Fine, make me 2 more. I'll bring them to let them taste it." She then turned to Hyen, and after giving some thought, she spoke up. "By the way, Hyen?" Hyen didn't reply but looked at Rose. Rose then asked, "Have you been to the International Market Festival before?" After understanding her question, Hyen replied in a nonchalant manner, "No, never. My so-called father would leave me behind and take his new wife and her bastard of a son instead." Realizing the dark turn of this situation, both Isu and Rose turned silent. After some time, Rose spoke up with a heavy feeling, "Oh, I see." She then nudged Isu to convince Hyen to come to the International Market Festival. Noticing her look and nudge, Isu was a bit confused as to why she was doing that, but then he remembered what they both talked about. Isu then asked, "Hey, Hyen replied in a suspicious tone, "What?" Noticing her questioning glare and suspicious tone, he laughed nervously and asked, "Want some bread?" Rose then slipped out of the room with the 2 bowls of gelato that were prepared by Isu to bring to her parents for approval. After a few days and with the approval of the count for the gelato, Isu called for the head chef to come to his personal headquarters. The head chef was a bit scared and confused as to why he was called, but he abided by the request and headed to Isu's room, knocking softly on his door. Isu then allowed him to enter. The head chef entered the room and with a confused and nervous tone asked, "You called for me, sir?" Isu nodded and gave him a warm smile. He then said in a gentle tone, "Please have a seat. I have something to discuss with you." The chef understood and headed towards the couch. He was a bit hesitant before sitting down on it. Noticing the nervous and tired look on his face, Isu offered, "Here, have some herb tea and please just relax." Noticing Ie's gentle demeanor and kindness, the chef was a bit confused and dumbfounded. He asked again in a confused tone, "Thank you, sir. If I may ask, why have you called for me, sir?" Isu then spoke with a warm and gentle tone, his expression showing empathy towards the chef. "I'm sure you're stressed over coming up with new menu items. Am I right?" The chef spoke up in denial, disagreeing with Isu. "Of course not, sir. I'm just doing my job, that's all." He then continued with a tired tone, "With many important guests expected to attend the festival, I have to think day and night about how to enhance the experience. Nevertheless, my ideas are nowhere near yours, sir." He ended his talk with a light nervous chuckle. Isu nodded in understanding. After some time he spoke up. "Back from where I come from, baking is a big part of our culture. My mother was also passionate about baking as well." The chef nodded in understanding. Isu then continued to explain his idea. "Spices like ginger and cinnamon are particularly inexpensive and readily available. So my point is, if it's all right with you, I would like to pass on my mother's recipe to you." After hearing Isu was willing to share his family's secret recipe, there was shock written all over the head chef's face. Isu was a bit taken aback and said in a warm tone, "I'm not necessarily insisting that you use my recipe, but by referring to it you might come up with even better ideas." The head chef was in tears due to Isu's kindness and selflessness. He spoke in a grateful tone, "I don't know how to thank you, sir. In fact, I was quite stressed about developing new menu items, so I truly appreciate your understanding." Feeling overwhelmed by the tears and grateful tone of the head chef, Isu spoke up in a comforting tone, "It's okay, let's set aside the emotions for now and start writing down the recipe." The chef nodded and started jotting down the recipes that Isu gave. Isu then explained to us, "I gave him a total of 3 recipes: churros, butter cookies, and lemon ginger tea." The head chef, after jotting down the recipes, said in an astonished tone, "Sir, your ideas are simply extraordinary." Isu then said in a gentle demeanor, "I already asked to have the ingredients ready, so go ahead and make them now." The chef then added in a curious tone, "Oh, can I also bring the creme brulee by any chance?" Isu replied in a gentle tone, "Of course. How about making your own version by adding toppings of your choice?" This kind gesture was enough to make the head chef cry again, and he replied with gratitude, "Of course, sir. Please share more recipes in the future. I'm always open to learning new recipes." The head chef then got up, bowed in gratitude, and left the room with new profound ideas. Isu was grateful to see this and was excited to see what new recipes would be formed and given for tasting before the International Market Festival by the head chef. After a while, Lucas came and knocked on the door, announcing himself. Isu let him in and awaited what Lucas had to say. Lucas then said in a calm and gentle tone, "Sir, Mr. Steve and his son have arrived at the Southern Inn." Isu nodded and asked for the directions to the Southern Inn. After some time, he left Medai Castle and walked down the road in Medai City. He was still confused about where it was located but remembered the address. After a bit of walking, he spotted the Southern Inn and knocked on the door. A familiar young boy's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Isu called out his name, and then the door opened with the boy smiling brightly and warmly at him. He then said, "Baron Bloom, I heard you finally earned your title." He continued in an excited tone. "Goodness, I knew it. So was selling mirrors more like a side business? Where is your estate located? Are you not going to visit a Romania city anymore?" Feeling overwhelmed by the number of questions, Isu asked him to limit it to one question at a time. He then asked him, "Are you alone?" The young boy laughed and replied, "Well, answer is yes. My father is away attending to business." Isu understood and then asked him, "Then would you care to join me for a walk?" The boy agreed and they went to a park nearby the inn. The boy asked Isu about how the lessons were going. Isu replied honestly, they are very boring. The boy was happy about Isu's honesty. Isu then asked the boy, by the way, you know the International Market Festival is being held here, right? The boy nodded eagerly and spoke, of course. We're planning to stay for about a week during the festival period since it's on our way back and forth. Isu smiled and nodded in agreement. Then he shared his idea about what he wanted from him. The boy understood and nodded before confirming, so you want us to spread the word once we return to the city after the festival. Is that it? Isu replied with a nod. Yep. Could you do that for me? The boy smiled widely and replied, I have a knack for spreading rumors like nobody else. He then spoke with a mischievous glint in his eyes, rubbing his hands together like a merchant. But you know there's no such thing as a free lunch, eh? Isu smiled nervously before replying, certainly. What do you want in return? The boy lowered his grin and then smiled widely before saying proudly, one would be to provide us with lodging we can stay in for 7 days. The other is a guarantee of a prime spot at the festival. Plot. Both of them don't seem easy, but still for the stuff I want to do, this is a small price. He then assured the boy, I will talk about it to Rose. The boy then said, if we had to choose one of the 2 requests, it would be the prime spot at the festival. As he understood his requirements and assured him, the boy turned sideways to watch something, which confused Isu about what he was looking at. He followed the gaze of the young boy to a carriage standing behind them. The boy said in an amazed tone, what a magnificent carriage, I wonder who's in it. Isu thought, there's still quite a lot of time left until the festival, so I doubt it's one of the noble guests. After staring at the carriage for a bit, Isu remembered he was a bit busy and said to the boy, I should get going, I'll come back later in the evening if I'm available. The boy nodded and waved goodbye to Isu as he rushed towards Mudai Castle. A young man in his 20s came out of the carriage while wobbling. The man screamed out, intoxicated with alcohol, Father, it is I, your son, Clay Medic, has arrived. Isu was shocked to see the young man all tipsy and causing a ruckus in the Madai Castle's front yard. He then went closer to the head chef, who seemed a bit worried, and asked, who is that? At the sudden voice of Isu, the chef jumped a little and spoke up in a surprised tone, oh, Sir Bloom. He's Sir Clay, the Count's eldest son. Everyone was running after Clay and trying to stop him from causing any more trouble. Seeing this young man causing a ruckus and making every servant of the Medici family worried for him, Isu thought, Count's eldest son. He's totally wasted. After calming down Clay and taking him back to his room, there was peace at last. After some time, he met up with Rose and asked, so, Sir Clay is your older brother? Rose nodded and answered back. Yes, he's been learning how to make wine recently, she said before scrunching her face in irritation and speaking up, and he seems completely obsessed with it. Sometimes he forgets that he's the heir of the Maisi family. Listening to this, Isu was a bit concerned about the relationship between the siblings and asked, are you not on good terms with him? Rose shook her head and replied in a solemn tone, no, it's not that. I'm just worried about my family, that's all. Suddenly she looked sad while saying, to be honest, our family hasn't fully established itself in the world of nobility yet. Isu remained silent and kept listening. After giving some time for Rose to calm down, he asked, I see. By the way, can I ask you a favor? Rose stopped being gloomy and gave Isu a smile while saying, sure. How about we go somewhere and chat while enjoying the scenery? Isu was confused and asked, where should we go? Rose then took him to her hideout, a special place where she escaped from her day-to-day troubles and gave time to herself. After settling down and relaxing a bit, Rose asked Isu in a serious tone, so, what's the favor you're asking for? A bit intimidated by her serious demeanor, he spoke in a formal and gentle tone, could you possibly help me with booking accommodation during the International Market Festival and also securing a good spot for a stall? After listening to Isu's requests, Rose spoke up in a formal and serious tone, is this for a merchant you know? He chuckled nervously and replied, yep, I asked for a little favor too. Dumbfounded by this, Rose asked, so is this in return for the favor? Isu nodded, and that was enough for her. She then asked Isu while patting her chest in a concerned yet questioning manner, what's in it for me if I do that? This dude then took his time to form a good and responsible answer for Rose's question. Well, if things go according to my plan, it could increase your family's reputation. Rose was a bit confused as to why Isu was doing all of this for her family. She contemplated for a bit and then asked him in a confused tone, I appreciate your sentiment, but why are you concerned about our family's reputation? Isu replied in a mock-sad tone while putting a hand on his chest to show his sadness. Well, that's a bit hurtful. Rose's face turned pale, and she asked for forgiveness as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry if it sounded like that. It's just that I'm worried. Isu was confused and asked her, worried about what? She then replied in a sad and gloomy tone, getting involved with my family might lead you to being rejected by the high-ranking nobles. With your abilities, you could easily blend in with them. Her low confidence and self-loathing clearly showed that they didn't have a good reputation among the other nobles. Isu then spoke up in a gentle and comforting tone with a confused expression. Don't you think that's undermining you and your family too much? Rose spoke up in an angry tone but then calmed down. No, that's not what I meant. Even though it may seem like we can just live well among ourselves, eventually we'll end up crossing paths with those people somehow. Meeting other nobles might change your perspective too. Isu sighed and asked her in a gentle tone, and what will you do if my perspective changes? Rose snapped and said in an intimidating voice, there's nothing but death waiting for traitors. You heard about what happened to the Faney household, right? Isu chuckled nervously while saying, I have no intention of betraying. After some time and calming Rose down, he then spoke up with curiosity. Oh, by the way, have you heard rumors that the mage family will be visiting during the festival? I don't think Harren will attend, but do you know anything about them? Rose asked in a serious tone. Where have you heard about this? Isu thought for some time before replying, I overheard what the merchants from the city were saying. Bistiku then thought, if Rose is quiet about this, then this might be an act to degrade the Mediki family by someone. Rose stayed silent for a long time and then gritted her teeth before standing up and speaking in an angry tone. I should go talk to my father about this. He watched Rose leave her hideout in a rush, anger on her face clearly visible. After some time, his instructor arrived and he attended classes till evening. Tired and exhausted from the classes, Isu lay down and tried to relax. That's when he jumped up and covered his ears to stop them from hurting due to the vomiting sounds from Clay. He then spoke up in an irritated tone. Gosh, how long is he going to keep up with this? He then thought to himself, drunk all day every day, then vomiting non-stop. He sighed and thought in a tired tone. I can't even do anything about it since he's JJ's brother. At least he could stop the vomiting. Suddenly, an idea sparked up in his brain, and he called for Lucas, ordering him to go with him to the prep kitchen. After spending some time in the prep kitchen and making a drink that's good for a hangover, he explained, nothing like nice honey water for hangovers. He then asked Lucas to bring it to Sir Clay, which Lucas followed as quickly as possible. He then thought to himself, I hope that does the trick. I'm already exhausted. Of all those lessons, I don't need more stress in my life. He then spoke to himself while stretching. Anyway, I should get ready for the swordsmanship training tomorrow. The next morning arrived and Isu was busy with his sword training master, practicing his sword skills while participating in a mock duel. Sir Kay, who was free from the hangover, called out to Isu. Isu turned around to see who was calling him. That's when he got struck by his instructor, and he yelled in pain. Kay then asked for forgiveness for his bad timing. The swordmaster greeted Kay and then turned to Isu with a serious expression. Baron Bloom, you have been stabbed 89 died 4 times so far. Please focus. Su yelled in protest while clarifying himself. Hey, Sir Kay was calling me. How can I ignore him? Noticing this misbehavior, the instructor said, we need to go over your manners again too. After seeing how tired Isu was, the swordmaster declared enough for today and took his leave. Isu then realized something. I should have just bought that certificate for 1,000 gold. The training to be a count is extremely hard. Isu sighed and turned to Kay with a gentle smile. Kay smiled back and reached for his hand before saying in a gentle tone, pleasure to meet you, Baron Bloom. Isu was happy to see that Kay wasn't hung over and now seemed sober. He then replied with gratitude, yes, nice to meet you too. Then in a questioning tone he asked, but may I ask what brings you here? Kay replied with gratitude in a happy tone, that honey water last night, I heard it was your idea. Isu replied, oh that, yes it was. Are you feeling better now? Kay replied in a jolly mood, it was the perfect remedy for my hangover. Isu smiled and felt relieved that it helped him, then said in a worried tone, I advise you to cut down on the drinking. It's not good for your health. Kay replied with a mock disappointed tone. It seems like nobody is on my side. Yes, you replied with a worried tone and a mild smile. Everyone is worried about you, sir? Kay then responded by sighing in disappointment. Oh, please. Their distress is nowhere near that of this incompetent heir of the family. Kay then replied in a nervous tone while chuckling. Please don't look at me that way, sir. It was just a joke. The CEO laughed awkwardly, and then with a sigh of sadness he replied, in fact, I also once lived a life fueled by alcohol. Noticing the sadness of Isu, Kay felt that he had gone through something heavy. Sensing the heavy air around them, Kay replied with an awkward laugh, I drank honey water not to ease my hangover but to prevent my throat from hurting when I'm vomiting. Kay smiled and replied with a soft smile, I would love to hear more about your story, Baron Bloom. Come join me for a meal. Isu agreed with him. Meanwhile, in the Count's personal library, his personal butler arrived and said in a panicked tone, Sir, rumors are spreading that the Mage family will visit the International Market Festival this time. The Count replied in a stone-cold voice, Yes, I've heard about it from Gigi. The butler replied in a worried tone, So it seems like there will be more customers than expected. The Count nodded and agreed while saying, From what I've heard, a total of 20 families have opened portals and passed through Mount Knots. This was a bit too much for the Medi family, and the rumors that had been spreading could cause more downfall for them. As the royal families from all over the Aromonian Empire were arriving in Medici City, the nervousness and upcoming challenge were becoming heavier. To impress these families, a huge workload had been put on the Medi family's servants, and a huge misunderstanding was the reason for all of this. The Count explained, the reason for these families' arrival is that there is only one mage who can open portals in the Aromonian Empire. However, portals can only be opened in 2 locations simultaneously, so the cost of opening portals is very expensive. Therefore, portals are usually opened only when the imperial family needs to travel. This was a huge headache for the Count, and he let out a sigh in discomfort. He then clenched his head while saying, This is absurd. Because of rumors about the mage household visiting, they're coming in large numbers through the portal. The Count then thought for a while before saying, They must be planning to use this opportunity to humiliate us. The butler understood his heaviness and replied in a worried tone, A large crowd like that must have cost around 10,000 to open the portal. The butler then replied in a comforting yet concerned tone, We're doing our best to take measures, but things aren't looking too bright, right, sir? The Count reassured him, and the butler nodded in agreement and took his leave, worried about what was to come in the future. Meanwhile, Isu, Rose, and Hyan were in the living room enjoying themselves. Isu then introduced them to something. Techa, this is the game I mentioned before, called D-Jenga. I asked the carpenters to make it for me. Confused by this game and not understanding the significance of this pulling blocks game, Hyan asked in an uncertain tone, What's so fun about pulling out wooden blocks? Rose agreed and said, That's what I'm saying. She then continued with a complicated look, strategic thinking and dice throwing. Understanding their misunderstandings, Aiju then clapped before smiling. Now, you don't know until you try it for yourself. Besides, anyone can play this game. People will love it at the festival, he said with a spark in his eyes and a dangerous glint, speaking in a mischievous tone, and the one who makes the tower fall will get a finger flick on the forehead. The girls were a bit confused and looked at him dumbfounded. A finger flick, they asked. He knew that no matter how much he tried explaining it to them, they wouldn't understand, so he said, Go ahead and play it to find out. Rose exclaimed in happiness. Alrighty, this should be easy. But she couldn't do it, and her bratty personality and pride wouldn't accept defeat. So all of them played again and again, and every single time Rose was the loser, getting the most finger flicks on her forehead. She then screamed out in anger and frustration, No fair, this doesn't make sense. How can I lose every single round? She then pointed towards Hyan and spoke in an irritated tone, Especially you. Hyan spoke in a nonchalant tone, What about me? Rose's anger sparked up and her fighting spirit rose as she said, Your finger flick hurts the most, you know that. Let me give you a taste of my flick too. Seeing this turning into a dispute, as you interjected, How about we wrap it up and go eat? Noticing how Rose's knuckles were turning white, he knew she wouldn't settle for a finger flick. Rose then spoke up in an irritated tone while throwing a tantrum. I'm pretty good at playing chess. Let's play that after our meal. As you then replied to her, I don't know how to play it and chess is boring, as he wasn't interested in playing it. This only infuriated Rose further, and she was about to throw an even bigger tantrum when the Count's personal butler called for her. She then went towards him and asked, "What happened?" The butler whispered into her ear, "There's something I must discuss with you." This caught Izu's attention and he tried to have a conversation but was requested to leave as this was a personal matter of the Medicae Count. Understanding the privacy of the matter, he smiled and took his leave. He was then taken by Lucas to an establishment near the county. He appreciated the beautiful room given by the Medi family and felt even more respect and gratitude for them. He then thought to himself, "For once, I can be alone." He then turned towards Lucas and said in a merry tone, "You may return to the county, Lucas." This terrified Lucas and he overthought the situation, feeling he was incapable of being helpful to Isu. He then spoke in a scared tone, "Did I make a mistake, sir?" Isu replied in a comforting tone, "No, relax. I just want to spend the next 2 or 3 days meditating alone." Understanding the reason for his departure to the Count, Lucas nodded and then spoke up. "Oh, in that case, I'll instruct the servants to prepare the bathwater, sir." Isu nodded and allowed Lucas to do as he pleased. As soon as Lucas left the room and Isu was alone, he thought to himself in an excited tone, "Alrighty, off to the kitchen. Today's dinner is kimchi stew." He then prepared the ingredients he needed and put the rice to cook while he chopped vegetables and meat for the kimchi stew. Unfortunately, the ingredients were only enough for a single person. After cooking it for a while, a familiar scent arose from the stew and Isu said nostalgically, "Yum, I miss the smell of this." While cooking, he was disturbed by some knocking. Confused by this, he thought to himself, "Who could that be? There's nobody to visit me at this hour." The knocking intensified and he hurriedly washed his hands and ran towards the door. While hurriedly opening it, he asked, "Who is it?" There stood a handsome man in his 20s with a beautiful smile. Confused by his sudden arrival, Isu asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" Seeing Kaylee all alone, he was a bit worried for his safety. Kie then replied in a gentle and polite tone, "I bought some cheese and wine." "Oh, not for me, of course. It's a gift for you. Here you go." He laughed nervously and handed the package to Isu. Isu smiled, and then a tasty scent reached Kei's nose. He then turned to Isu and asked in a curious tone, "Say, are you cooking, Baron Bloom?" Isu turned to Kei and invited him to join him for dinner. Kei nodded and entered Isu's establishment. Noticing the kimchi stew, he asked with interest, "Smells quite peculiar. What is this dish called?" Isu laughed nervously and then replied after thinking for some time, "It's pork stew with kimchi, a specialty from my hometown." He then thought to himself, "Gotta act natural in situations like this." He then said, "Looks like the rice is ready as well. Please have a seat and I'll bring them to you." He nodded and then spoke, "That's all right. I'll help you carry the bowls downstairs." After settling down with the utensils and bowls, Isu brought the rice and stew to the dining table. Watching the stew and rice served into his bowl, Kei spoke in an intrigued tone, "This looks appetizing, Baron Bloom." After taking a spoonful bite of the stew and rice, Isu was hoping that Kei liked it. After chewing and analyzing the flavors for a while, Kei then spoke up in a very refined manner. "Indeed, it has a very unique taste, the harmony of cabbage, pork belly, and shallots." And he said, "I can see you've seasoned it with garlic, ginger, and pepper as well. I can taste the flavor of fish sauce as well." Isu thinks, "Wow, he must be one of those super tasters." Clegg said, "Isu." "Isu, yes, sir." And thinking, "What's this? Did he notice something?" Clegg say in funny way, "How about we have wine with this?" He said, "Oh, of course." After some glasses of wine, Isu enjoyingly yelled, "Woohoo, what happened, dude? You started just now," and yelling and blushing. Isu, thinking, "Oops, I let my guard down and acted the same as I did back home." Clegg said, "I'm glad you like the wine." Isu, "Yes, it's delicious, but how did you know all the ingredients?" And the drunk people talking and yelling nonsense, we just ignore. On the first day of the International Market Festival, families from various places exchange welcoming greetings. On the second day, there is a banquet for the nobles, and on the third day, the castle is open to the public, and the entire village enjoys the festival. CV, I am currently preparing to attend the welcome ceremony. Wow, this feels way too tight. He dressed like acrobatic player? Ha ha ha. Someone said, "Sir, that was made by the tailor who satched with love and care of his body." Plain body, what love and care he mixed. Isu said, "All right, I get it." And he said, "It looking good on you, sir?" Isu, all I have to do today is just greet them and leave, right? He said, "Yes, sir. The banquet is tomorrow. Now a short welcome ceremony. Lady Jeje and Lady Hyan are waiting, so let us proceed there." Azashu, of course. Let's hurry. In ceremony, a beautiful women playing music, everything looking rich and awesome. Ashu, it's not as extravagant as I expected. That butler-type person calling our mage. Hey, what are you? Inside two beautiful girls waiting for Ishu. She is Baron Bloom. Welcome. Boys, thank you, Lady Jeje. It awkward to treat so formally. She, yes indeed. Asking to the other girl, how about you, Duchess Silverwood? What made you change your mind to participate in the welcoming ceremony? Chio, the Count and I had a discussion. Red Hair Grill asking with shock, "You did? But father didn't tell me anything." Speaking himself, is she sure about this? Or does she feel comfortable revealing that she's an elf? The mage family is inevitably entwined with the royal family. I wonder if Hyan is mentally prepared right now. Once she reveals her identity, not only will she be expected to make public appearances, but she will also face pressure due to the marriage issue. There's no need for you to know the details. That time Butler come in and said, "Lady Judge, everyone is waiting for your greeting. Baron Bloom and Lady Hyan, please wait just a little while." Hyan and Isu thinking. Isu, he run towards window and watching outside the carriage, he said, "Wow. Hyan, what's so impressive about that? It looks petty compared to my carriage." Us, says the person who doesn't have a carriage anymore, no house or money either. Isu think it's your end there. There's no chance if she hit with this power Isu. She prepared an attack, Mon Perino.
No one sick wait.
Isu said, "Stop it. This threatening thing is going too far, got it?" In next scene, Asiu, by the way, what are you planning to do after revealing yourself to the public? They's talking with each other. Some knocked someone and said, "Sir, it's time." Isu said, "Okay, let's go high and be like protagonist," makes the last appearance. Isu, "Okay, I'm going then," she said. "Okay." Jaje called Baron Isu. Isu asked, "Why are you alone?" She said, "The family I'm close to Hashimi arrived yet." Isu, "Okay, I'll wait with you." In bright light, everyone sweating and complaining. That time strawberry and vanilla gelato. A dessert with a rich and smooth texture that brings out the bursting flavor of fresh ingredients. Another simple name, ice cream served to everyone. The person he suggests everyone to please try it. People are talking. I've never seen this before. What can this possibly be? What the hell, man? It's ice cream, man. Just eat it. Sorry for my intervene. In that ceremony, one auntie had brand, so she decided to try it first, and she did it. She was mesmerized and very impressed. She's satisfaction level was high. She think it's a 10 out of 10. She suddenly changed her emotions and said, "Well, it doesn't seem incredibly impressive." What, man, I thought she have so-called brain, but it's freezed with that ice cream. But everyone's saying, "Wow, it's absolutely delicious," and asking for one more, and Jeshing mother explains to all it's called gelato made with vanilla beans, and she add, "I heard the Krenaman family monopolized the vanilla bean trade. She apprecate the family." One woman said, "It's refreshing and sweet. It feels like all my fatigue is disappearing." She turned to her husband and asking, "Don't you agree, dear?" That poor husband, "My dear, you're quite right." The Sioux thinking, once the recipe for making such delicious ice cream becomes known, making money is just a matter of time. Lady Jessie called Isu, "Are you planning to spread this recipe through that merchant?" They whispering with each other that time the barin less lady trying to babble something. And she said, "I have admit, the taste isn't bad," just as Lady Chronoman said. "I'm sure it wasn't easy to store this much ice in this scorching weather. Could it be that a mage has visited?" In serious tone, "Because you've been promoting it so diligently, everyone has high expectations. Isn't that right, everyone?" She, trying to be vileness and misleading everyone, and all have building their one-made question. At that time, our beautiful Lady Hyan was entered in ceremony. The person announced that, "Dear guests, allow me to present to you Duchess Hyan Silverwood." That baneless auntie was shocked. "Ush!" And JJ was to sting their gases. "Hyan, pleased to meet you. My name is Hyan Silverwood. Family, you must all be exhausted out here, so please get some rest and let us gather again tomorrow at the banquet." Everyone, it's an honor to meet you, my lady. Hi in, Lady Jeje. Would you like to go for a walk? She happily said, of course, Duchess. Our Ju thinks, where's the Clegg? Cut to the scene. Ias reached the Clegg house. Butler asking to two Ease, what brings you here? Sir Baron. Isu, we're Lord Clegg. He said he's still in bed. Isu asked I come in, he said. Of course, sir. Is your trying to wake him up, but Clegg not ready to get up? Finally, they out to the street. Isu and Clegg try buy something to eat, searching for food stalls. They just enjoyed the day. The next day, Isu and Jeje decided to joining the reception. At reception, one dumb-looking guy sitting with his friends and try to approve his superiority. Behind him, one red-haired guy appeared and asking Mandy if I join your conversation. He straightly threatened him join the debate after dinner, and he went. Jeje everything from distance. The same red-haired guy welcomed everyone. Sagun whispers to us that the first dish was your idea, right? Isu thinking, I hope it's all right, the dessert was a success, but I hope the dumpling soup isn't too ordinary for the nobles. Everyone enjoying the dish, but one lady that Gourmet and less lady appear again and insulting the reception and food. Towards the Metzte family, Is thinks to himself in a disgusted manner, wow, what trashy people. Lady Pit then continues in her sarcastic and taunting manner, saying he put a baron of questionable background in charge of this important banquet. Lady Croman then interjects Lady Pit by saying, does that mean the food didn't suit your taste? Lady Pit then replies in a nonchalant manner, no, I didn't mean that. It wasn't as horrible as its presentation. I assume the food was to your taste perfectly, Lady Croman. Lady Croman replies in a gentle and cheerful manner, of course, it was amazing. So amazing that right now it seems as if you're refusing to yield. Listening to these words from Lady Croman, Lady Pit jumps back and shouts in a flustered and angry tone, not refusing. How dare you? That doesn't change the fact that the food wasn't made by the heir of the Mate family, does it? As soon as this was said out loud by Lady Pit, the nobles were all in a dilemma and shocked to know that this wasn't created by the heir of the Meditate family. A few of them started chatting with each other and began to question the authority of the Meditate family. Lady Pit then turns away in anger and calls her son to leave the banquet as soon as possible. Her son was a bit hesitant but left the banquet with his mother. Seeing them leave, Isu had a wide grin and a smirk on his face while thinking, ignore them, Kay. He then speaks up in an irritated tone, serves them right. He continues in his sarcastic tone, that family is a bunch of clowns. He then thinks to himself in an angry tone, those people are really rude. While Isu was speaking in a comforting tone, Kaylee was sulking deeper and deeper. He then spoke up in a depressed tone, no, they're right. Just as they said I'm not good at anything. Noticing the sinking mood and depressed tone of Kay, Isu quickly turns to Kay and speaks up in a comforting tone, don't let their words get to you. But this wasn't enough to uplift Kay's mood, and he thinks to himself, soon my head is going to drop to the floor. After a long time of silence, suddenly a thought ran through his head and he spoke up in a comforting tone, oh right, come to think of it, we went to the market yesterday, didn't we? How about you cook with the ingredients we bought there and serve it to our guests tomorrow? Kay then turns a bit pale and his voice turns a bit shaky and nervous while saying, but during all of this, Rose's anger was boiling. Seeing her brother's nervous and timid look, a dangerous angry glint appeared in her eyes. She banged the table with a loud thud. She sprang up and spoke in a loud voice, Father. This startled both of the brothers and made them turn their heads towards her. Rose spoke up in an angry tone. To commemorate the last day of the International Market Festival, Kai insists on cooking for our guests. Listening to this absurd idea, Kaylee spoke up in an astonished manner. What are you saying, Jai? Rose then turns to Kay and speaks up in an angry tone and a scary look. Right, dear brother? Seeing the furious look in her eyes and the angry tone hidden by a smile, Kay then slouches a little in fear and says, yeah. Isu looks at this little banter created by Rose and then thinks to himself in a nervous tone. Guy looks furious. Her eyes are rolled back. The Count then speaks up in a curious tone and asks Kay, is that true, Kay? Listening to the curious and stern tone from his father, Kai speaks up in a nervous tone. Well, Ishu, who was watching this nervous and awkward interaction, turns to Kaylee and whispers in a confident tone while clenching his hand tightly, Lord Kay, now's your chance. It's time to prove yourself. Kaylee gulps nervously and thinks about how he's going to create a dish that suits the noble's palate. Meanwhile, Rose was furious and determined to shut the dirty traps of the nobles that questioned their family and demeaned their respect. Kay, after calming his nerves a little, speaks up in a shaky voice. Yes, it's true, Father. I'll prepare the feast for tomorrow's banquet. As the day ends and night arrives, after the busy and bustling energy dies down, the day was both a memorable one for Isu and the Mate family. Isu then walks to Kay's room and knocks on his door. Lord Kay. He then thinks to himself in a worried tone, I did stop by because I was worried. After a few moments that pass by, Kaylee's soft voice comes from the door. Come in. Isu gathers his courage and enters the room while saying, Pardon me. As soon as he entered the room, a scent filled his nose and he took a few deep breaths to enjoy the flavorful scent. He then speaks up in a curious tone to himself, This smell. After the eventful day, Ki was deeply immersed in his cooking, and as Isu disturbed Kay and entered his personal room, he was hit with a flavorful smell that made him remember a dish from his old world. Ki then speaks up in a loud voice, Please, on the first floor, I'll be down in a minute. There was some rustling upstairs, and Kay rushed down with loud footsteps and spoke up in a nervous tone, Sorry for keeping you waiting. Isu shakes his head and smiles at him warmly while saying kindly, Not at all, that was fast. Kaylee laughs softly and places the pot gently on the table. He then says in a gentle tone, Try this. This dish is called the chicken soup of the East. Isu then admires the dish in front of him and takes a whiff of it. His mouth starts drooling, and he speaks in an excited tone. Looks delicious. Are you going to serve this to the guests tomorrow? Isu asked. Kay replied in a bit of a nervous tone, Yes, that's my plan. But since you're the culinary expert, I wanted you to be the first to try it. Listening to this dramatic stretching of Kaylee's words made Isu feel a bit weird and awkward. He laughed in an awkward way and replied hesitantly, Calling me an expert would be a stretch, but he then scooped up the chicken soup and politely continued, Don't mind if I do. As soon as the soup entered his mouth, it filled his tongue with extravagant flavors and also reminded him of his original world. He then spoke in his mind in a delighted tone, This is it. I could tell from the smell, but this is almost exactly like curry. Isu then spoke up in a very delighted and happy tone to Kay, I've had something similar before, but this is even more delicious than that. Hearing Isu had already tried something similar, this made Kaylee a bit worried, and he asked him in a defeated tone, You've had something similar before? Noticing the gloomy and defeated look on Kay's face, Isu replied in a slightly shaky voice, Oh, as you know, I used to be a voyager, so I've tasted various foods from different regions, but I swear I haven't seen or tasted anything like this in the Romanian Empire yet. Kay started overthinking and went into a cycle of depression and self-loathing. He then spoke up in a bit of a hurtful tone, Perhaps I should prepare something else? This situation was getting out of Isu's hands, and he spoke up in a bit of a nervous and shaky voice, trying to comfort him. No, don't. Trust me, this is quite innovative, Lord Kate, and it tastes even better when eaten with the bread you brought. Kay replied in a bit of mock happiness, while still being doubtful of his dish. Thank you for your kind words. Taking a piece of bread and dipping it in the soup, it soaked all of the soup's flavor in it. After having the bite and being mesmerized by the flavors, Isu asked in a curious tone, No, but seriously, it has a more sophisticated taste than anything I've ever tried. After munching down a bit on the bread, Isu asked in a contemplative manner, The ingredients you bought from the market again? After listening to the doubt from Isu, Kay replied after a thoughtful pause, Let's see, turmeric powder, nutmeg, cloves, fennel, ginger, cinnamon, and pepper. As soon as Kay finished explaining the ingredients he bought, Isu was overwhelmed by the hefty prices of these ingredients. After having some time to collect himself and calm his nerves, Isu spoke up in an excited voice, This will be a total success among the nobles. Listening to the kind words from Isu, Kay was happy that someone appreciated his cooking, and he replied in a warm tone, That would be great, but my parents would be very disappointed to find out their heir's only talent is cooking some food. Seeing the degrading tone from Kay, Isu then spoke up in a bold and confident voice, Don't say that, the entire world needs to taste this recipe. Kay replied with a doubtful expression, Yeah, you really think so? Isu then replied in a warm and comforting tone, If you weren't born a noble, you would have surely become an excellent chef. Seeing Isu trying his best to comfort and assure him, Kay smiled warmly and replied in a warm tone, Thank you for your genuine words. I deeply appreciate it. Your praise alone would have been enough to thrill me. If it weren't for my status, as a matter of fact, I might have even opened a restaurant in the capital, you know. As the third day of the festival arrived, nobles from distant nations gathered for the banquet. The chattering and laughter filled the hall. Kei, who was excited and nervous to show his dishes to the world, walked towards the center and spoke up in a confident tone. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kei Mud, the eldest son of the Muddy family. He then continued with a gentle demeanor. Today I had promised to treat you all to a dish I made. Please enjoy it, and I hope it suits your taste, the chicken soup from the east. As soon as the dishes were served to the nobles, they were really taken aback and chatted with each other. Lady Pitt spoke up in a bit of a fed-up tone. Not soup again. Do they ever get tired of the same old thing? Realizing that Lady Pitt was unhappy with the dish, Kay replied in a gentle and warm tone, "Oh, if the dish doesn't suit your taste, I will prepare a different meal for you, Lady Pitt." Lady Pitt was a bit flustered by this and replied in a frustrated tone, "Does it look like I'm throwing a fit about the food right now, Lord Kay?" Realizing the flustered expression from Lady Pitt, Kay then replied in a warm tone with a smile, "Well then, I hope everyone enjoys their meal." Seeing Kay really confident and proud of his dish, Isu then spoke to himself in a relieved tone, "Looking good. That curry from last night should be impressive enough for everyone." As the nobles took a bit of bread and dipped it in the soup, the bread soaked all of the flavors. Rook, a nobleman, spoke up in an intrigued and excited tone. "Ha! This tastes exquisite." Another nobleman agreed and spoke up in a delightful tone. "I agree. It also has a remarkable texture." Kaylee was shocked and overjoyed to see that everyone loved his cooking. A noble couple were having a conversation, and the lady spoke up in a curious way. "It has various spice flavors, but the aroma isn't too strong, and it's smooth. Do you suppose he added milk?" The man didn't have any answers, but he spoke up in an excited manner. "It's delicious even when eaten with bread." Seeing the nobles enjoy it, Isu spoke to himself in an excited manner. "I knew it. They love it. With this, everyone has to acknowledge Kai's cooking skills. Then he will surely gain confidence as well." Isu then turned towards Kay but was confused as to why Kay was silent. He spoke in a concerned tone. "What's wrong, Lord Kay?" Kay was a bit deep in thought, and after gathering some courage, he spoke up in a loud tone. "Everyone, I apologize for interrupting your meal, but I have an announcement to make." Isu was a bit confused about what and why Kay was speaking like this. Kay then gathered his courage once again and spoke after some time. "I am well aware that I don't have what it takes to lead this family. Therefore, I, Kay Meidikai, hereby renounce all rights as the eldest son of the Madai family from today onwards." After his declaration, all of the nobles were in shock and murmured to each other. Rose, who was enjoying her meal, dropped her spoon in shock. She spoke up, "Really?" Mark Madai was also shocked and questioned, "What did you say?" The Countess was the most shocked and spoke up in a considerate voice. "Keith, what is the meaning of this, dear? Say something, please, dear." The Count took some time to process what his son said and what he wished for. The Count then spoke up after giving it some thought. He acknowledged his shortcomings in front of many people. He even gave up the wealth and glory that lay before him. He stepped forward and supported Kay's decision. After speaking his mind, the Count spoke up in a prideful and warm tone. "As his father, I admire his courage and support his decision." Seeing his father supporting his decision and not scolding him for this choice, although the Meidikai family was in support of Keida's choice, the adults from the noble families were disappointed and angry at this foolish decision. One of the old men spoke up. "He's giving up his position as the eldest son so easily." Another nobleman spoke up in an irritated tone. "Unbelievable. It's a shame that the Count gave in to such a cowardly statement." Another nobleman joined in the conversation and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "It's obvious how he'll live from now on." Seeing the disappointed looks and frustration of the nobles, Kay grit his teeth and made his resolve even stronger. Among this chaos, a sound was heard. It seemed someone was clapping. A handsome and kindly-looking young man spoke up in a supportive tone with a bright smile. "Such a brave decision, don't you think?" Seeing the support warmed Kay's heart and made him smile warmly. Listening to the young man and his support for the Meidikai family, the rest of the nobles joined him and started clapping with him, cheering for Kay. One of the supporting noblemen spoke up in a cheerful tone. "He's right. It must have been a tough choice to make." Another nobleman agreed and cheerfully spoke out loud. "We support you, Lord Kay." Seeing all of the nobles support him made Kaylee really happy and overwhelmed with gratitude and warmth in his heart. Kay then spoke up in a kind and soft tone while wiping his tears. Thank you, everyone. After the banquet was done and the nobles left, Rose and Isu left the banquet together and roamed around the city. After walking for some time on the road and exploring the festival, Isu then spoke up in a hesitant and curious way. So, how are things going with Lord K? Rose then spoke up in a tired and shocked tone. Woo, don't mention it. Father offered him the position of a baron in a small estate, but he decided to opt for a small house and a shop in the capital instead. Listening to this, Isu was a bit shocked, and then his chest filled with guilt. He then thought to himself, now that makes me feel guilty for encouraging him. Rose then shook her head and spoke up in a leisurely tone. Well, it's all for the better, I guess. Plus, with Mark as the heir, things will be much easier. She then got a bit sad and disappointed due to not being free. She then spoke in a sad tone while smiling to hide her pain. Lucky K, he's free to do whatever he wants now. Noticing the evident sadness in Rose's eyes and face, Isu felt a bit sad too, and he called out to Rose, JJ. Noticing the heavy environment around them, Rose then jumped up and turned to him with a bright smile and spoke in her cheerful tone. With that aside, I have a surprise gift for you. Isu was confused by this and stared at Rose with confusion-filled eyes. Rose then turned towards the gate with excitement and spoke up in a cheerful tone. Oh, there they come. Isu turned towards the gate to see who was coming. As the people came a bit closer, Isu heard a familiar voice calling him out. It was Hans from the Raran village. He wasn't alone. Along with Hans, the village chief and Humphrey tagged along to surprise Isu. The surprise that was created by Rose was the arrival of Isu's friends. This made Isu really happy and emotional as Raran village was his first home in this world. Isu then turned to Rose and asked her in a curious and excited tone, Hans, how did everyone get here? Rose was really happy to see Isu smiling and being cheerful, so she replied in a warm and happy tone, I invited them. Hans, who was close to Isu, was a bit taken aback by what Isu was wearing, so he asked in a questioning and slightly curious tone, By the way, Isu, you're... Realizing what Hans meant, Isu smiled politely and replied, Oh, I've become a baron. Rose confirmed it and spoke up in a cheerful manner, He's Baron Bloom from now on. This was really shocking to Hans, and he screamed in shock and happiness, Woo, really? After calming down from the excitement and adrenaline rush, Hans went into overthinking mode and questioned Isu in a hesitant manner. Then, do I call you Sir Baron Isu Bloom? Noticing the tense behavior and awkwardness of Hans, Isu replied in a relaxing tone, Relax, Hans. Just call me like you did before. Hearing this reassuring tone from Isu, Hans was really happy and he jumped, hugging Isu tightly. Meanwhile, Rose was excited to see Humphrey, so she ran towards her. After the heartwarming reunion and hugs, Isu asked in a gentle manner, How do you like the International Market Festival? Hans replied in a chaotic and excited tone, I love it. So many new things to see, new people to meet, and a lot of fun things to do. Hans then became a bit sad and continued to speak. Not that I don't like Rodin, but it really feels like the countryside there. Only me and the doggies. I didn't want to miss this opportunity, so I came as fast as I could, but now that I'm here, I feel reluctant to go back. Realizing the sadness and gloomy look on Hans, Isu spoke up in an exciting tone. If you're done exploring the market, want to take a look at where I'm staying? Hans was a bit confused and asked him in a questioning tone, Really? Isu then spoke in a polite and proud tone. Sure, you came all the way here, so I should serve you well. Isu then took Hans to his living quarters. They both roamed around the city, enjoying the people having fun and getting lost in the excitement. As they reached Isu's temporary living quarters, Isu opened the door for Hans. Seeing the magnificent and beautifully decorated house, Hans spoke up in an excited tone, Wow, do you really live here, you? Great. Isu laughed nervously and replied, It's temporary. But Hans was really interested in this house and was amazed by it. He spoke up in a shocked and amazed tone, This temporary place feels like a palace compared to my house. Hans then started looking around the house, exploring new artifacts and paintings in the room. Meanwhile, Isu had a bright smile and enjoyed Hans being excited like a small child. He then turned around and called, Lucas. Lucas appeared within a few seconds and spoke in a formal tone, Yes. Usan asked him politely, We still have that gelato from last time, right? Could you bring me a bowl of that? Lucas nodded and rushed back to the kitchen. After some time, Lucas arrived with a bowl of 2 flavors of gelato, vanilla and strawberry. He served it to Hans, gently bowed, and took his leave. Isu then turned to Hans and politely offered, "Try it, Hans. It's a nice dessert called gelato." Hans was a bit perplexed by this dish and asked Isu in a curious and gentle manner, "Isu?" Isu then replied after giving it some thought, "Yep, I was able to get ice." Listening to Isu say that ice was available to him, Hans was shocked. Hans then replied in a shocked manner, "They have ice here? That's unimaginable in Rodin." Hans then took a scoop of the gelato and spoke in a grateful tone. "Then mind if I do." As soon as the gelato settled in his mouth and he chewed on it for a little while, he went silent and didn't speak for some time. Seeing Hans not replying or speaking, Isu got a bit worried and asked in a worried tone, Hans?" Isu then got a bit more worried and spoke in his mind. What's wrong? Did he get a brain freeze from trying cold food for the first time? He couldn't bear seeing this anymore and yelled in a worried tone, "Are you okay, Hans?" Suddenly tears were dropping from Hans' face. Isu was a bit tense and thought to himself, "Is he crying?" Hans then wiped his tears away and spoke in a grateful tone, "Oh, sorry to startle you. It's just that I've never eaten anything like this before. Boy, I was surprised." He laughed a little at this embarrassing thing and then spoke up in a grateful tone. "The taste is so fascinating. It's so squishy and chewy, and yet it's also smooth like the clouds and sweeter than honey." He couldn't control his tears and kept crying while appreciating this dish. "It's simply so scrumptious." Ishu then relaxed a bit and thought to himself in a relieved tone, he nearly scared me there. Of course, he would be shocked if it's his first time eating ice cream. After enjoying the gelato, Hans spoke up in a slightly nervous tone, "You?" Ushu was a bit confused as to why Hans was a bit serious. After collecting his thoughts and relaxing his nerves, Hans spoke up, "Could I travel with you, Ushu?" Isu was a bit taken aback by Hans' request. After giving some time to this thought, he asked in a worried tone, "Why do you ask all of a sudden? Did something happen?" Hans then calmed his nerves a bit and spoke up, "No, everything's fine. It's just that if I stayed in Rodin, I wouldn't have experienced something like this in my lifetime, nor would I have had a chance to enjoy this festival with so many people. I also want to explore a bigger world, experience different things. I simply can't do it alone, but I have a feeling I can do all that if I'm with you." After listening to Hans' explanation and needs, Isu smiled softly and looked at him. Isu then spoke in a comforting tone, "Hans." Hans then got a bit scared and quickly spoke up in a nervous and shaky voice. "Of course, I'm not saying just take me along without any consideration. I can do pretty much anything with my strength and muscles. And I'm pretty smart from working at the library." He then stood up from his seat and spoke in an almost begging tone. "So please, take me with you." Isha then took his time and thought for a long while, but a doubt crept into his mind and he asked Hans, "That's fine with me, but did you ask your parents?" Seeing Isu agreeing with Hans, Lucas spoke up in a scared and shaky voice. But sir," he then continued to speak in a gloomy and depressed tone. You have me serving you right now. I can also do pretty much anything you ask for. Are you planning to get rid of me?" Lucas fell down and started crying, regretting and punishing himself for not being a better butler for Isu. Lucas was slowly sinking into depression. He was getting scared of being replaced by Hans. Isu then realized that Lucas was getting into depression as he cried. He walked over to him and comforted him, although his voice was shy yet no nonsense. "Calm down, Lucas." Realizing that this blunder was getting out of his control, Isu then spoke up after thinking, "Both of you can help me out." Lucas and Hans had a bit of a stare down at each other and there were little sparks between them. This showed a conflict rising between the two men. After a bit of a staring contest, Lucas then turned around and avoided looking at Hans. Noticing the contest and angry glares between them, Isu then spoke up after taking some time to think. "Then, how about we discuss this again after Hans talks to his parents about it, and Lucas can help me clean the table." Lucas understood this solution and agreed with Isu. Hans then took his leave after hugging Isu and saying goodbye to him. As soon as Hans left his living quarters, Isu flopped down on the couch and spoke in a tired tone. "Woo, finally I can get some rest." After relaxing for a bit, Isu thought about what Hans said and then spoke up, "But I didn't expect Hans to have such thoughts." "Well, he did say he was bored without peers his age. But first, let's get some rest." As Isu was taking his break, he heard a knocking and spoke in his mind in an irritated tone. "Oh, come on, can a guy get a break already?" Isu then relaxed his tired form and spoke out loud, "Who is it?" As soon as the door opened, Rose and Hyan were standing there and they entered his living room. Isu was confused and asked them in a curious way, "What are you two doing here at this hour?" Rose then calmed her nerves and spoke up in a cheerful tone, "Today is the last day of the festival. Join us in enjoying the night view." Isha was a bit tired and spoke in a tired manner. "Oh, I'm feeling a bit tired today. How about you two go ahead and enjoy without me?" Rose and Hyan didn't listen to Isu's words and dragged him out to the festival. Rose then spoke up while dragging him out. "Okay, let's go." The last day of the festival was a more peaceful and calm night. The three of them were walking around the perimeter of the castle. Rose then spoke up in a gentle and warm tone while Isu was gazing at the village. "Did you enjoy your first international market festival?" Isu then thought for some time before replying, "Sure, but overall I had a great time. It's all thanks to both of you, Jieja and Heian." Heian and Rose were both a bit flustered and shocked when Iso complimented them. Rose then smacked his back while being flustered, her voice also flustered. "Yui, why are you being so cringy?" Rose then stopped smacking his back and spoke genuinely. "Thanks for your contribution too, by the way. You're a man full of talent. How come you're traveling around the world as a voyager?" Listening to this question, Isu got a bit gloomy and started to think about the things he had to go through in his old world. Rose saw Isu being sad and gloomy, so she called out, "Isu." Isu then collected his thoughts and spoke up in a sad and gloomy tone. "Heian might already know this since I told her, but both of my parents have passed away." After explaining his parents' death, Isu then had flashbacks of the incident. A dark memory popped into his mind. Car crash sounds and loud honking were heard. Ambulances rushed in to rescue the victim. After taking the victims to the hospital, Isu rushed there after getting a call from one of the nurses. As soon as he entered the operation theater, he saw his parents dead in front of his eyes. At the time, there was only one thing in his mind: why? He opened the door to the mortuary and saw his dead parents lying there with a cloth covering their faces. After a few days of staying in the hospital and the cremation of his parents, Isu filed a case against the driver who caused the accident. After days and nights of hard work and fighting, the judge heard both sides, the prosecution and the defendant. After a long duration of this to and fro from both sides, the judge gave his final judgment. While the defendant was slightly intoxicated while driving, taking into account the challenge of securing good visibility late at night, and considering the defendant's mental health condition and impaired judgment, I hereby sentence the defendant to 18 months of imprisonment with 3 years of probation. While listening to this judgment, Isu was dumbfounded and spoke to himself in an angry and confused way. Mental health condition and impaired judgment, probation. The defendant, who was truly guilty, showed his true acting skills. He showed the judge that he was grateful for the chance he had been given, and that he would reflect on himself forever. Meanwhile, Isu had doubts about this decision and asked the question, "How is this possible? It's not fair." After the final decision of the court, Yu was sitting outside the courtroom, feeling gloomy and sad. Meanwhile, the defendant, who was actually guilty, came out of the room and saw Isu being all sad and gloomy. He smirked while watching this behavior. Isu was shocked. Later, anger boiled inside of him, and he lunged at him. He shouted at him in frustration and anger, "You, I'm going to kill you." He grabbed his shirt and shook him really hard, but the guilty man wasn't fazed at all and kept his smirk on his face. Later, a few people removed Isu from his neck and pulled him back, but Isu kept being in pure rage and shouted at him with all his energy, "You're going to pay for this." As the guilty man was leaving, Isu screamed in pain and anger. He was left broken and destroyed due to the corruption of this world. After feeling destroyed and depressed, he said about his experience, "To overcome this pain, I needed to distract myself from everything, and so I found refuge in the online world." After that, he could not get back on his feet for a long time. He was still gloomy and sad and thought to himself, "Thanks to that, I read a ton of fantasy web novels. Is it a coincidence that the portal opened up in front of me?" He then remembered the time when the portal arrived at his apartment for the first time and how he entered and lived the life he has. He had a last thought. Or could it be that my late parents opened one up for me? As he thought this way because of his parents' early death, they might have felt bad, and maybe they might have wished or begged God to open a portal or bless him with happiness. Seeing Isu all sad and gloomy made Rose really uncomfortable. She slowly called out, realizing he had blanked out and was deep in thought. She continued, "Oh, you suddenly blanked out without finishing your sentence." You forgot to continue his story as he was lost in flashbacks of his old life. He then replied in a sad tone while staring at the road. Anyway, as I was saying, they were both struck by a carriage driven by an intoxicated coachman. Isu lied about his parents' death to not let anyone know where he was truly from. After listening to this sad and heavy story, Rose spoke up in condolence. "Oh dear, I'm sorry to hear that." Hyen, who knew the past of Isu, didn't speak, but it was evident that she couldn't speak up due to the heaviness and sadness lingering inside her, and it reciprocated with Isu's. After listening to Rose's sad tone, Isu replied back in a gloomy manner, "No, it's okay, so I started traveling to let go of stray thoughts, and I feel like I've gotten somewhat better while adapting here." Even though he was speaking with a smile, it was quite evident that he was trying to hide his pain and sufferings from them so they wouldn't feel bothered by it. Realizing the late night and the quiet situation around the city, Isu suggested in a polite manner, "It's late, how about we head back inside?" Even though Rose wanted to say more, she stayed silent and felt that if she said anything or tried to comfort him, things might get a bit weird. Both Hyen and Rose noticed the suggestion made by Isu and agreed to head back to their rooms. Meanwhile, the Count, in his personal room, was disturbed by his personal butler saying, "A message from the Croman family, sir." As soon as the letter was handed to the Count, he opened the envelope and with a serious expression, read the contents. After reading the letter, he closed it and put it back in the envelope while having a delighted smirk on his face. He then explained to the butler in a delighted tone, "It says that the food served at the festival is trending in the capital. They are thanking us for the surge in sales of vanilla beans and ginger. This was all thanks to the rumor spreading that was requested by Isu, and one more favor indebted to the Medici family." The butler understood the explanation and then asked in a curious tone, "Aren't the Pit and Croman families at the heart of central power, sir? We should take this opportunity to increase our trade volume of vanilla beans and ginger." This indeed was a great idea and a fabulous suggestion by the butler. The Count then spoke up in a happy tone. "JJ told me this was all Baron Bloom's idea." The butler nodded and agreed with the Count. "He is indeed a man of great knowledge, sir." However, the butler was not sure about something and a doubt crept into his mind. After pondering about it for a long time, he asked in a polite manner, "But sir, are you truly considering handing over that land to Baron Bloom?" Confused by this question, the Count spoke up in a formal and stern voice. "You mean the land I'm considering presenting to him? Well, what do you think?" The butler was a bit taken aback by this question and pondered on it. After a long time of thinking, he spoke up in a cautious tone. "Be cautious, sir. He's a foreigner about whom we know very little." The Count thought for a while on this question before answering in a chuckling manner. "Ha, I heard that the Baron is terrible at swordsmanship." The butler replied while holding back his laughter. "Yes, sir, I heard his joints ache whenever he wields a sword." The Count laughs hard and replies while laughing, "Even better for us, don't you think?" The butler was confused by this and asked, "Excuse me, sir?" Realizing the confused tone and the dumbfounded look on his face, the Count replies after controlling his laughter and speaking in a confident tone, "At least he won't threaten me with a sword to my neck." After explaining his reasons, the Count then orders his personal butler, "I have made up my mind, go and fetch the Baron." Meanwhile, Isu was training really hard on this hot summer day, swinging swords one by one with his joints cracking every time he struck with his wooden sword. On the other hand, we see Hyen and Rose chilling in the shade, enjoying watching Isu all battered up and hard-working in his training. After enjoying the cookies made by Isu before his training, Rose speaks up with her mouth full of cookies. You know what they say, nobody is perfect. Hyen, who was in her elven form, agreed with Rose and spoke up in her usual cold tone while munching the cookies. "Good thing he's at least a good cook." Rose then replies in a sarcastic and teasing tone while munching on the cookies, "He's worse than Clay, in my opinion." Hyen felt this was a bit over the top and replied back, "That's a huge insult." Hyen then turned her attention to the plate filled with cookies and noticed that a lot of them were missing. Hyen then spoke in her cold and sharp tone, "By the way, I only ate 4 cookies, yet there are barely any left. Just how much did you stuff yourself?" Rose was in huge trouble because of her binge eating the cookies that were made especially for Hyen. When Hyen questioned her about the fewer cookies, Rose felt a sharp gaze and an intimidating aura from Hyen that made her feel like prey against a strong predator. After some time, the Count's personal butler called out to Rose while bowing gently, "Lady JJ." Rose turned quickly towards the butler and spoke in a shaky voice. "Oh, Peter, what brings you here?" Peter, the Count's personal butler, then replied in a gentle and formal tone, "The master is calling for Baron Bloom." Rose nodded and called out to Isu in a very casual demeanor while waving her hand. "Oh, you, Baron Bloom, father wants to see you." Isu was a bit dumbfounded by this request, but complied. He then turned towards the swordsmanship instructor and spoke up in a polite manner. "I should get going." The swordsmanship instructor understood this urgent meeting and replied, "Very well, sir. Please don't be discouraged. You will get a hold of it soon." Asiu shook his head and replied in a warm and gentle, comforting voice, "I'm not worried. If I keep practicing, I'll be able to face a petty thief at most. What do you think? I should at least know how to defend myself when I'm alone." The instructor nodded and replied in a stern voice, "We shall practice with a real sword tomorrow." Izu was shocked and replied in a gentle tone, "Really?" The instructor nodded and took his leave. As soon as Isu left the sparring arena, Lucas reached him as quickly as possible and suggested, "Sir, how about a quick shower before you go?" Isu agreed and replied in a gentle tone, "Good idea, Lucas." After having a proper bath and changing into fresh clothes, he then walked towards the Count's personal room and knocked on his door. The Count agreed and let him in. Azu then spoke up in a cheerful tone while having a polite smile. "Did you call for me, sir?" The Count nodded and replied, "Yes, please have a seat." After taking his seat, Ieyasu then spoke up in a nervous tone, "May I ask what it is you want, sir?" The Count noticed the nervous and shaky voice. He smiled warmly at Ieyasu and spoke up in a cheerful tone, "I have an offer for you, Baron." Ieyasu was a bit confused as to why he was being gifted this opportunity and asked in a curious tone, "An offer?" The Count nodded and quickly dropped his smile. In a serious and intimidating voice he then replied, "Yes, but first, let me ask you a question." Azu quickly replied in a hurried tone, "Yes, anything, sir." After some time, the Count straightened up and asked in a strict and stern voice, "Why did you help us during the Fai family incident?" Noticing the serious look on the Count's face, Azu then thought to himself while remembering the incident, "He must be talking about the last time we used the lie detector." Azu calmed his nerves and spoke up in a soft voice, "To be honest, I did it all for the sake of Rodine rather than the Medici family. In a way, Rodine is like my hometown. I couldn't bear the thought of it losing its freedom by falling into the hands of the Fenai family." Understanding the logic behind why he was helping them, the Count replied in a thoughtful tone, "So that's how you helped us in the process." Izu nodded and answered in complete honesty, "Yes, sir." The Count then dropped his strict and scary demeanor and smiled brightly at him. "Splendid. Let us leave this discussion for later. Did you say you're still in search of land?" Izu nodded and replied in a confused tone, "Yes, sir." The Count then continued with a gentle tone, "I happen to know a place and I was thinking of giving it to you as a gesture of gratitude." Izu felt a bit uncomfortable by this gesture and spoke up in a worried tone, "Excuse me, sir, but I don't believe I deserve such a grand gift." Noticing Azu's nervous expression and gentleness, the Count replied, "Please, I insist, not only because of the Fane incident, but we are indebted to you for so many things." Su wanted to reject this offer, but he wasn't allowed to, so he accepted it and spoke in a grateful manner with a bright smile. "I appreciate your thoughts, sir. If that's the case, instead of land, may I take some of your people with me?" After Esu's request was made, the Count was a bit taken aback and went into a dilemma. The Count then thought in a judgmental tone, "Look at how impudent he is. I wonder who he wants specifically." The Count was still in his thoughts when he suddenly felt anger boil within him and thought, "If he dares to take Gya with him, I'll chop his head off." The Count then shook his head, removed all of his torturous thoughts and spoke in his formal and gentle tone, "By people, who do you mean?" Izu nodded and thought for a while about whom to select. After a thoughtful discussion with himself, he replied, "Lucas, sir, he'll be enough." Listening to his request, the Count went silent and didn't speak for a while. This made Isu a bit nervous, and he questioned him in a curious and shaky voice, "Is something wrong?" Noticing the fearful and confused look on Isu's face, the Count then spoke up in a comfortable tone. Oh, it's nothing. No asset is more valuable than a person. I will inform him of this in advance. The Count then thought to himself in a kind and considerate tone, Lucas's family has served the Medici for generations. Therefore, he knows better than anyone else about how the Medici family operates. The Count then looked over at Isu and thought in a genuine tone, giving attention and recognition even to someone who might be considered below their class. Such a fine character. After some time, the Count spoke up in a confident and gentle tone. I'll give you an estate as well. Isu felt a bit uncomfortable and spoke in an uncertain tone. An estate? I do appreciate your thoughts, sir, but isn't it a little too excessive? The Count laughed softly and then spoke up with a kind and considerate tone, with a bit of sarcasm. Are you seriously planning on starting from scratch, Baron? Thinking about this, Isu's face went pale. Noticing this pale and struggling look, the Count smiled warmly and explained, if you have enough money, building a mansion and buying land is no big deal, but how do you plan to attract people to live there? Listening to this obvious and important question, Isu was a bit overwhelmed. He felt that he had no idea and spoke in a hesitant voice. Oh, well. Seeing Isu being frozen and not able to answer, the Count then explained in a delightful and confident tone. The land that I'll give you includes livestock, mansions, and the people living there. Will you still refuse even if I offer this? After listening to this genuine offer and kindness from the Count, some doubts crept into Isu's mind. He asked him in a confused tone, then may I ask you just one thing, what's the reason for treating me so well? Seeing the genuine doubtfulness and curiosity, the Count explained in a gentle and reassuring way. Think of it as an investment, Baron. Anyway, let's plan to look around together soon. Isu nodded and agreed to this decision, then left the room, leaving the Count all alone. After some time, Isu went to the kitchen and made a new dessert. He then placed it on the table and called for Lucas. After Lucas arrived at the living room, Isu then gestured at the dessert and spoke to him. Here, try this. Confused by this new dessert and cold treat in front of him, Lucas asked in a curious tone, is this another iced dessert, sir? Isu noticed the curiosity and nervous expression and explained in a gentle manner, it's called a chocolate shake made using the leftover gelato from last time. After understanding the explanation, Lucas nodded. He then turned to Isu and questioned him in a shocked manner. Did you make this for me, offering such a fancy treat to someone like me? Seeing the excitement and nervousness on Lucas's face, Isu tried to calm him and replied, yes, so please have a seat and enjoy. Lucas felt a wave of gratitude and happiness rushing through him and thanked Isu for this fabulous and tasty treat. As soon as Lucas sat on the couch, he took the glass and admired the chocolate shake decorated in the glass. After admiring and expressing his gratitude, he took a huge sip of the shake. After savoring the drink, Lucas's cheeks turned pink with excitement and enjoyment. He then turned to Isu and replied in a grateful tone, this is so good, sir. As he felt a bit overwhelmed by Lucas's gratitude, he collected himself and spoke up in a shaky and nervous tone. I'm glad you like it. Now, Lucas, I have something to tell you. Lucas was a bit confused, and he asked him in a curious tone while scooping the ice cream, what is it, sir? After letting Lucas calm down and enjoy the shake, Isu spoke up in a serious and gentle tone. Did you hear anything from Count Medici? Lucas then settled down the glass and replied in a polite tone. Oh, I have, sir. About leaving on a trip with you, right? After listening to Lucas's reply, Isu asked him in a polite tone, so what do you think? Isu then thought to himself in a guilty manner, I feel kind of bad. It's like luring a child with candy and then taking them away. Lucas then replied after giving some thought to the question and pondered about it. Could you give me some more time to think about it, sir? It's a matter of my life. Isu then replied in a comforting voice. Oh, sure, of course. Lucas then thought to himself about his future. Honestly, I'm not sure if I can depend on him, although the Count is willing to give him a part of the estate. He then shook his head and strengthened his will, but my goal is to become the head servant of the Medici family. While being all serious and determined, Lucas started stuffing his mouth with the shake. Seeing this hurried eating, Isu then spoke up in a considerate tone. Take it easy. Lucas then noticed that he was being improper while enjoying the dessert, which made him blush slightly. He then slowed down and placed the finished glass down on the table. Lucas then spoke up in a grateful tone. "Thank you for such a delicious dessert, sir." Isu then replied in a heartwarming and welcoming tone. "Great to see you enjoyed it." After some time passed, Isu then spoke up in a serious tone. "By the way, Lucas." Lucas then replied in a warm and gentle tone. "Yes, sir?" Ezzy then questioned after some time, "What's the biggest reason for the Baron's downfall?" Lucas thought for a while, and after giving it some thought he answered in a serious tone, "Well, it's money, of course, sir." This straight answer made EU slouch from the burden of earning money. He then thought to himself while feeling burdened by this impossible task, simple answer, "Nice." SU then questioned Lucas, "Are there any disputes over the estates?" Lucas then replied in a serious tone while explaining, "There's hardly any dispute among the barons as far as I know. Actually, it's more common for vassals to argue among themselves." Isu then replied in a shocked manner, while feeling scared for himself, "Then there's a possibility that it could lead to one's downfall." Lucas shook his head and explained in a gentle and polite tone, "No, sir, the lords can always gather armies with their wealth, so it's impossible." Listening to these harsh words of reality, Asu once again felt the burden. Asu then thought to himself, "I have about 3,000 gold in my hands at the moment. The tax for retaining my baron title is 1,000 gold. This thought process alone was enough to make Isu feel down. After some time, Isu continued thinking, "If I hire 20 soldiers, it seems like I'll go bankrupt within a year." Ezio then shook his head and with a determined look thought, "No matter how I look at it, being a merchant in the capital comes first before farming." While staying in a clenched and determined position, he then thought, "But it wouldn't hurt to take a look at the estate." The very next morning, Onoju and the gang were ready for their journey to the estate. As soon as Iezu stepped out of his living quarters, both Rose and Hyan were waiting for him at his doorstep. Seeing them standing there for him, he asked them in a curious tone,
"You two are going to come along?"
Rose showed her cute side and replied in a sweet tone, "Yes." Hyan nodded and replied in a cold tone, "Yeah." Listening to their obvious answers, Asu then spoke up in a curious tone, "I mean, tag along all you want, but what for?" Rose then answered in a serious tone, "Well, first and foremost, we're bored, and there's an enchanted valley on that land, so we can take a look while we're at it. That place is said to have been inhabited by elves once." This intrigued Hyan the most, and she turned to Rose while asking her in a curious tone, "Are there any traces of elves there?" Rose listened carefully to Hyan and then replied in an uncertain tone, "Not sure. The only time I've been there was when I was young. All I remember is the gorgeous color of the water." The Count then disturbed the long discussion between the three of them with loud claps and spoke up in a stern voice, "Now that everyone has gathered, let's start our journey." All of them nodded and entered the carriage that was supposed to take them to the estate. As they crossed many fields and villages, Isu was stuck in this long and torturous trip as he was getting motion sickness from the movement of the carriage. He then thought to himself, "The atmosphere feels awkward, and it's been a while since I rode in a carriage. I feel so nauseous." He then questioned himself, "How come Jads doesn't feel anything? She treats it like some amusement park ride." Noticing Azu being sick and staring at her, Rose quickly turned to him and replied in a boastful voice, "Do you know how good my stamina is?" Asu was a bit confused. Noticing his confused and sick look, she continued explaining in a prideful and boasting tone, "This is a piece of cake. At this rate, I can jump over Mount Knots to the capital." Isu was a bit annoyed by her cheerful and bubbly tone, so he replied in an annoyed tone, "Okay, good for you." Rose then turned to her father, the Count, and spoke in a very cute and docile manner. "With that being said, father, can I come along the next time you go to the capital?" The Count wasn't fazed by this cute act and with a stern voice said, "No." Realizing Rose was in a foul mood, the Count tried his best to console her. There, cheer up." Realizing she wasn't getting any better and remained in a foul mood, he sighed and replied in a comforting voice, "But you can take Mark with you. The road is too rough for a child like you." Rose replied in an annoyed tone, "This is unfair. I'm much more capable and trustworthy than that useless Clay." Meanwhile, Clay, who was minding his own business, felt goosebumps running down his spine. His spine tingled, but the Count didn't listen to her rambling on about how she could handle everything alone and spoke in a firm tone. A no is a no. End of discussion. Rose tried to interfere and change her father's decision, but he remained strong and said strictly, "No buts, young lady." Rose then tried her best to convince him in a cute voice, "But you are the best father in the entire world." Hyan watched this bickering between Rose and her father and felt a bit empty and sad. She then turned to the window and looked outside to distract herself. Aziu felt a bit sad and pity for her, so he called out for Hyan. Before they could have a conversation, one of the servants working for the Medici family announced in a loud voice, "We've arrived, my lord." After a long, treacherous journey filled with huge obstacles and troubles, only for Isu due to his motion sickness, they had reached their location. The fresh wave of air and the silent surroundings made it feel like a place out of fantasy. The Zayo stepped out of the carriage and was hit with the beautiful scenery in front of him. While admiring the structure, he thought, "Wow, just look at this place. It's more like a mansion." The Count, after stepping down from the carriage, turned to all of them and spoke in a suggestive manner, "Let's stay here for tonight." The Count then turned to one of the servants and spoke in an authoritative tone, "Show the Baron the best room." The servant nodded and bowed gently before the Count, then proceeded to take Isu to one of the luxurious rooms. After entering the room, Isu flopped on the bed, all tired and succumbed to fatigue. Feeling extremely tired and sleepy from the long journey, Isu "If the paved roads are this uncomfortable, I wonder how exhausted I'll be when traveling on unpaved dirt roads. Whatever, I'll think about it tomorrow. As long as I take motion sickness pills, I'll be fine." After thinking and planning his days, Isu fell asleep and slept until early morning the next day. The next morning, Isu woke up super early. He yawned and stretched himself while saying, "I shouldn't have slept so early yesterday. I woke up way too soon." As soon as he entered the backyard, Isu was a bit taken aback by Hyan's presence. He spoke up in a polite and curious manner. "Hyan, you're up early. Are you out for a walk too?" Hyan shook her head in denial and replied in her cold tone, "I couldn't sleep well." This was a bit odd, but Isu thought for a moment and spoke, "Perhaps it's because your sleeping spot changed?" After this short conversation, both Hyan and Isu went for a walk. After walking for a while, Hyan was reminded of her old times and shared it with Isu. "My family sometimes went on trips without me. Then I didn't like being alone in that big house, so I wandered outside all day like this." After listening to this sad past, Isu spoke up with a heavy-hearted voice, "Must have been lonely at such a young age." This awkward situation was a bit too heavy between them, and Hyan didn't reply to what Isu said. After walking a bit of distance, Hyan replied in a stoic and nonchalant voice, "Well, it's all in the past." Isu then replied in a soft and questioning tone, "Oh, do you know that it's already been 5 months since we started traveling together?" Listening to this, Hyan replied with a gloomy look while her voice remained nonchalant, "Time surely flies." Noticing this would be a good time to tease Hyan, Isu spoke up in a sarcastic tone while holding his laughter, "Isn't it sad that time passes by so quickly?" Isu was expecting a cold, savage reply from Hyan, but it was completely opposite to what he expected. Hyan replied in a gloomy tone, "Yes." Seeing her reply in such a gloomy tone and admitting it confused Isu, and he replied in a very confused tone, "Oh." While trying to understand her behavior and her speaking manner, Isu thought to himself, feeling guilty. Wasn't expecting such a straightforward answer. Hyan didn't reply after Isu's awkward response and remained quiet for some time. Noticing the strange silence between them, Isu spoke up in a comforting voice, "As long as you're okay, I'm fine with continuing to travel together." Both Han and Isu remained quiet for a long time, no one suggesting any movement. But after seeing the sun reach its pinnacle, Hanian spoke up in her cold and commanding tone, "Let's just go get ready to leave." Isu replied in agreement and started to head back to his room to change his clothes. After changing and freshening up, he rushed down to meet the Count and servants waiting to show him around the estate. After greeting everyone with a good morning, Isu then entered the carriage and awaited the long journey around the estate. As the carriage roamed around and juggled on the pavement, Isu felt nauseous and thought with fear and irritation, "It feels like riding a taiguda, it's taking ages to get there." Isu was feeling irritated and nauseous when the Count called out for him, "Baron Bloom." Isu turned to the count, calmed his nerves, and replied, "Oh, yes, sir." The count then turned to the window and said in a stern voice, "We have entered the Auburn estate." As soon as Isu peeked out of the window, he saw barren land, expired wheat, dried leaves waving in the air, and cracked land. Seeing this, Isu replied in an amazed tone, "It's kind of empty, sir." Suddenly, a high-speed stone was thrown by someone aiming at the carriage. The stone then hit straight on Isu's head, which made the stone hit him, making him bleed. Seeing Isu clench his forehead, Rose got worried and spoke up in a worried tone. "What's wrong?" While trying to see what happened to Isu, Rose was also attacked by the stone thrower. She screamed out in pain. "Oh, what was that?" Isu started rubbing his forehead and saw Rose getting hit too. Rose was shocked and spoke out in terror. "Yikes, your forehead is bleeding." The count then turned to Rose and spoke in shock and terror. "Pshaw, you're hurt too." This angered the count, and he turned to one of the soldiers and asked in a stern voice, "What is going on?" The soldier quickly ran towards the count. After examining the situation, he replied, "A vagrant, my lord. What shall we do with him?" The count then ordered the soldiers, "Bring him to me." The soldiers brought the guilty man in front of the count. The man then spoke up in frustration and anger. "Kill me if you desire. I'd rather die at the hands of knights than live like this. I don't want to live any longer in a place where only the Lord is well-fed and rich." The count then spoke up in a reassuring tone. "I understand what's going on, but that doesn't justify such behavior. Get rid of him." The soldiers nodded and replied in an understanding tone, "Yes, sir." They then dragged the guilty man away from the carriage. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Isu was wiping the blood off with his sleeve. Seeing this, Hyan handed him a piece of hand towel. "Here, take this." Isu was grateful for this and replied in a grateful manner, "Oh, thanks." While wiping the blood off his face, Isu spoke up in a nervous and embarrassed manner. "Boy, I never knew I would see the day when you showed sympathy towards others." Hyan felt a bit bad about this, and spoke in a genuine and caring tone while keeping her cold demeanor. "I also don't like seeing the people I care about getting hurt, and stop talking as if you've lived for 1,000,000 years." As Isu continued to wash the blood off with the handkerchief, Rose was trying to find the perfect moment to tease Hyan about this situation. After a while, Rose turned to Hyan and asked her in a cute voice, "Where's my handkerchief, Duchess?" Seeing Rose trying to irritate her, Hyan spoke up in a cold tone while being irritated, "You sound fine to me." Later, both of the ladies calmed down and sat in their respective seats. The count then turned to Isu with a worried expression and said, "Are you all right, Baron?" Isu then gave a warm smile with genuine appreciation. "Yes, sir." The count nodded and gave a warm smile to Isu. Then, turning to everyone present in the carriage and collecting his thoughts, the count spoke up in a serious tone, "This is what happens when you have an incompetent ruler." The explanation and strict nature of his voice made Isu think for a while before speaking in a confused tone, "Who is the lord of this estate?" After giving it some thought and walking towards the mansion, he spoke up in a stern voice, "He's my second cousin, if I'm correct." After reaching the mansion, they were greeted by a smiling, rich-looking couple. The man spoke up in a formal and gentle tone with a wide smile. "Welcome, dear Count. Good to see you too, Lady G. You brought a lot of guests." The lady standing beside the man then spoke up in a worried tone, "Goodness, my lady, how did you get that wound on your forehead? We should treat it before it leaves a scar." Meanwhile, Rose was standing in front of them in an intimidating posture which made her look like a predator. After the fake caring from the couple, the count then gathered air in his lungs and spoke out in a loud and angry voice, "Silence! I order all of you to pack and get ready to leave. If you obey, then I will at least spare you a cottage in Medi City." Listening to the final decision from the count and realizing his seriousness, the man then spoke up in a scared and fearful tone, "What do you mean, sir? This is my property." The count raised his voice again in a stern and strict tone, "If you refuse, then I will have no choice but to use force." The man then spoke up in a nervous and scared tone, "But this is all too sudden." The count then yelled in an authoritative tone, "There are only half of the serfs left, and the remaining ones have turned into vagabonds. The farmlands are overrun with weeds, and the houses have turned into ruins, yet you're here enjoying outrageously luxurious clothes and ornaments. And look at this mansion. Why are there so many glass windows? After taking a little break from shouting and showing his anger, he took a deep breath and shouted at his maximum volume in anger, "Let me ask this one last time. Are you going to leave or die right here?" Isu was a bit taken aback and felt shivers run down his spine. He thought, I suppose he's not here just to look around the estate. After listening to the Count's warning and last chance, the man replied, "Very well, we will leave as you wish." The lady then spoke up in a horrifying tone, "Honey." The Count then ordered the man, "Take 2 servants and nothing else." He then announced to the estate, "From today onwards, Alan Medier is banished from the Auburn estate. I'll personally oversee the management of this place until the new owner arrives, so be it." After seeing his cousin and his wife leave, the Count then turned to Isu and, forgetting to switch back his tone, spoke in a strict voice, "Have a walk with me, Baron Bloom." Isu was a bit scared of his demeanor and agreed before the Count could shout at him again. As they both walked around the estate, the Count then softened his tone and gave a warm smile to Isu while speaking. "Sorry to present such an unpleasant sight upon your first arrival." Isu then turned to the Count and replied in a soft tone, "It's okay, sir. I'm sure there was a reason behind it." The Count gave a warm reply and asked him in a curious manner, "Anyway, how do you like this place?" Isu replied with a warm smile, "I like it very much, sir." The Count nodded and gave a warm smile to Isu. Both of them walked around the estate for a while. After walking around for a bit, the Count spoke up in an informative tone, "If you travel west for 3 days, you'll come across a small port called Inch." Isu was a bit confused as to why he was sharing this and then spoke up in a formal tone while understanding, "I see, so from here I guess Inch is closer than Fusing." The Count was impressed by Isu's understanding. He then replied in a gentle tone, "Correct. You know that all of Aaron's fisheries belong to the royal family, right?" Isu nodded and replied, "Yes, I heard." The Count gave a knowing nod to Isu and then continued explaining, "The fishermen who work at those fisheries live here in Inch." While the Count explained it carefully, doubts crept into Isu's mind. He then thought to himself, "But why is he telling me all of this? Come to think of it, the road was divided into 2. However, Medicity already has active interaction with Fusing. Perhaps calling it saturated wouldn't be an overstatement. Then that means..." Isu then thought for a while before speaking, "Do you need me to take charge of the ENT region?" The Count smirked widely after knowing that Isu understood what he wanted and the future developments that the Medi family would have due to Isu's help. After the discussion of Isu's need to take over Auburn estate, the Count was pleased to know that Isu guessed his reason for bringing him to this estate. The Count then explained in a gentle tone, "As you can see, Medi City is at full capacity. There aren't enough lodgings for merchants to stay." After understanding the reasons and ideas for the redevelopment of this estate, Isu spoke up after careful thinking, "So you're hoping to revitalize the route from Auburn to Inch, which is close to Medi City but hasn't developed yet." The Count nodded and explained in a genuinely interesting tone, "If this place is developed and the roads are well maintained, it will only take half a day to travel back and forth from Medi City." The Count then turned to Isu with a genuine smile. "What do you say, Baron? Does it intrigue you?" Seeing the genuine trust and anticipation on his face, Isu was speechless and thought in a nervous manner, "Count Medi is a tycoon beyond imagination. He is acquainted with many other nobilities too." He then doubts himself, "But am I qualified to take part in this endeavor? I am not sure." He continued to doubt himself and kept questioning his worth. After gathering his thoughts and thinking about it, Isu spoke in a nervous, self-doubt-filled voice, "Sir, thank you for your generous offer, but I'm afraid I lack the experience and would prefer to gain that before proceeding." The Count laughed nervously and spoke in an understanding tone, "Oh dear, I didn't mean to rush you. As I get older, my mind keeps feeling more impatient. Take all the time you need, Baron. I'll give you 3 years." Listening to the reasons behind the Count's excitement, Isu had a doubt in his mind and asked, "May I ask you a question, sir?" The Count was a bit confused about what he wanted to know. After collecting his thoughts and calming his nerves, Isu asked in an uncertain tone, "What potential did you see in me?" The Count then turned silent and took his sweet time to think on this. After thinking for a while, the Count spoke up, "It's hard to put into words, but there's something about you that feels different from others." Isu then thought about this and said to himself, "He's not completely wrong. I am from another dimension after all." The Count then asked him in a curious and clarifying tone, "Besides, you're not from Arman either, correct?" As Io sighed in relief and spoke up in a nervous tone. "That's right, sir." The Count then asked in a clarifying tone, "And you mentioned that both your parents have passed away, is that correct?" Isu replied in an understanding tone. "Correct, sir." As Yu then thought to himself, Jade must have told him. The Count gave an understanding nod and continued with his explanation for his question. "And the fact that you have no association with the nobility makes you the perfect candidate. When you're involved with many people, it's easy to get swayed." After understanding his reasoning and the Count's need for him to take over this estate, Isu felt a bit sad and thought, "He likes me for being a commoner, now that hurts." He shook his head, clearing his sadness and depressive thoughts. He then thought to himself in a positive and uplifting mood, "But I'm not going to rush things from here. I'm going to slowly settle down and establish myself. After all of the terrible experiences and having a depressive and horrifying reality, I am ready to move on. For this life that I am granted by the heavens, I am going to do my best to live the life I want." After a long walk around the palace and discussion, all of them settled down in their rooms in the palace. After a while, Hyen and Rose took Isu with them to the stream Rose used to visit when she was a child. After some time, while riding the carriage on the way to the valley, Rose spoke up in a relieved and childish manner. "Oh, I'm glad I could make it, because of that vagrant incident. I thought I could never go out. Did you see how my dad stopped me from going out earlier?" Rose then spoke up in a prideful and grateful manner. "Never in a million years would he have let me go out alone," and that's when the Duchess stepped in just in time. He said yes as soon as Hyen agreed to accompany me. After listening to Rose thanking and explaining her gratitude to Hyen, Isu then spoke up in a mindful manner. "But it's not like you're completely alone. The knights will follow to guard you. It's not as if we're traveling a long distance." Listening to Isu speaking in a very mindful way and switching sides to the Count, Rose spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Was getting hit by a stone earlier not enough of a warning?" Isu nodded and replied in an uncertain tone while his voice remained soft. "Well, I understand that, but..." Realizing the awkward silence in the caring tone in his voice, Hyen spoke up in her usual aloofness. "It's fine, I wanted to visit anyway too." She then asked Rose in an irritated tone, "Did you say it takes around 30 minutes? Rose nodded and gave orders to the carriage driver to speed up. After some time of traveling through the forest and thick grass, they finally reached their destination. Rose then spoke up in a loud and announcing tone. "Behold, the enchanted valley." Both Hyen and Yu were uncertain and confused by the thick grass and weeds covering the valley. Hyen spoke up in her usual coldness while questioning, "JJ, are you sure we've come to the right place?" Seeing Hyen being unsure and questioning her, Rose replied in an uncertain tone, "I think so." Rose then turned to one of the guards and ordered them, "Quick, cut the grass, and make a path." The soldier nodded and turned towards the grass and weeds to cut, but that's when Hyen interfered and said in an authoritative tone, "Hold on." This confused all of the people that were present at the valley. As soon as the commotion died down, Hyen started gathering mana from her body and circled it throughout her being. The mana then started forming around her finger, taking the shape of a blade. She then fired the blade-shaped mana at the grasses and weeds, obliterating them and making a path towards the valley. After Hyen's help, the valley was seen, and a beautiful waterfall was also present. While Isu walked towards the valley admiring its beauty, he spoke up in an astonished tone. "Wow, this is amazing!" After clearing the path, Hyen sensed something in the river flowing nearby. She continued to walk towards it. Seeing her walk towards the river without any warning, Isu called out to her in a worried tone, "Hyen, wait!" She then jumped into the river and sank herself deep into the water. Seeing this, both Rose and Isu shouted for her in horror. Hyen continued to sink herself deeper and deeper into the river. She then felt a bit strange and started gathering her mana in her body. While gathering her mana, she felt a surge of increasing mana within her and kept going to collect more and more. Meanwhile, both Rose and Isu were worried sick because Hyen was in the water for a long time. Rose then spoke up in a worried tone. "Shouldn't we help her?" She then grabbed Isu's collar and shook him in a nervous and terrified tone. "I don't know how to swim. Hurry, get in there and save her." While being shaken really hard, Isu spoke up in a calming voice. She's the water mage. I highly doubt she'll drown. After listening to Isu's thoughtful reply, Rose nodded and spoke up in agreement. Oh, you're right. After a while of waiting and searching for Heian, she finally came out of the water, gasping for air. Seeing that she hadn't drowned and had come out safely, Isu spoke up in a relieved tone. There she is. Heian then walked through the water and got out of it, walking towards Rose and Isu. Rose then asked in a worried and curious tone, "What was that all about, Duchess?" There was something odd about Heian. Rose spoke in a curious tone. You've grown taller. There's more vitality in your cheeks too. Listening to Rose's description of Heian, Isu spoke in a dumbfounded manner. Do you think so? He then quickly brought out a towel and offered it to her. Here's a towel, Heian. Heian felt grateful and gracefully took the towel from him. She then started patting herself dry. Isu asked her in a curious tone while she was patting herself, "But why did you suddenly jump into the water?" Heian spoke in a happy tone. The water, Isu went quiet, had a doubtful expression on his face and spoke in a curious way. Huh? Heian then continued with a smile and a happy tone. The water here feels very refreshing. Seeing Heian smile for the first time, both Rose and Isu were left with their mouths open in amazement. Rose then turned to Isu and whispered to him, "I never knew she could smile like that." Isu nodded and agreed with her. Seeing them shocked and whispering among themselves, Heian then spoke up in an irritated tone. What? Do you two have a problem? Seeing the visible frustration and anger on her face, Isu just spoke up in a nervous and shaky voice. No, we're just talking about how glad we are that you love it. Rose was also a bit taken aback by Heian's irritation. Hearing Isu's reasoning, she agreed with him. Rose then changed the topic to avoid making herself feel guilty and to prevent Heian from getting angry. She spoke up in a nervous tone while laughing awkwardly. How silly, let's call it a day and head back. It's getting late. Heian agreed. While watching the sun set down, all of them walked towards the carriage and settled down. As soon as everyone was settled, the guards and the carriage driver remained on their guard and took them back to the mansion safe and sound. After reaching the mansion, Isu walked to his room and flopped on his bed, tired and exhausted from all the traveling. As he felt the softness and comfort of the bed, he thought to himself in a relieved manner, the bed feels so nice. I can feel all my fatigue melting away. But the moment he tried to fall asleep, suddenly a knock was heard on his door and a familiar cold and aloof voice spoke up. Isu, it's me. Isu continued to speak in his mind in an irritated tone. She'll come over. Not wanting to get up from the comfort of the bed, he reluctantly got up and opened the door. He then let her in and spoke in a curious manner. What brings you here at this hour? Noticing his curiosity and tiredness, Heian spoke in her usual cold tone. I have something to tell you. Isu was a bit taken aback, wondering what she had to tell him. He then noticed something different about her and thought in approval. She has definitely gotten taller. Heian then walked towards the bed and flopped on it, sitting with nobility and grace. She then asked Isu in a curious tone, is the Count planning to hand over this estate to you? It seemed as if Heian was interested in something and wished for it dearly. Seeing this awkwardness and desire in her eyes, Iya spoke up in an understanding tone. Oh, is that why you're here? He paused for a while to see Heian's reaction, as she didn't react and waited for his answer. Isu spoke up in his gentle voice, but I plan to go to the city and earn some money first. After listening to Isu's reasoning and his plan, Heian spoke up in her cold tone with something else in her voice that seemed like a request. No matter how long it takes, you must take possession of this land. Realizing the way Heian was speaking, Isu spoke up in an amazed and sarcastic tone. This is quite sudden. You must have really liked that puddle earlier. Heian was irritated and spoke up in frustration. That's not an ordinary puddle, it's Elfon. Confused by this new term and irritated look on Heian's face, he spoke in a dumbfounded manner. What's Elfon? Heian then calmed her nerves and explained properly to Isu. To put it simply, it's a mana spring. With Elfon, an elf could survive a lifetime without eating. Listening to this, Isu was surprised and felt amazed by the shocking revelation. Heian waited for a bit of time to let Isu calm down and then continued. After calming his nerves, he waited for Heian to speak. Heian then continued to explain her experience. It was a feeling I had never experienced before, a feeling of energy coursing through my body and a calming of my mind. Isu took his time to understand this experience, and he had a question in his mind. He spoke up in a doubtful tone. Haiyan. Hain didn't listen to him calling her name and continued to explain. There are a total of 5 elfen in Omen. Since you can obtain limitless mana from them, they are a rare find. She then spoke up with a determined and requesting tone. I need that elfon, so I want you to claim this land at all costs. She then spoke up with fury and bloodshot eyes. If someone else takes it, I'll crush them and snatch it away. Seeing the seriousness and the fury in her eyes, Isu spoke up in a scared tone while laughing awkwardly to hide his fear. That's quite a threat. He then replied to her in a calm and collected manner. The Count said he'll wait at least 3 years for me to settle down. After listening to this, Haiyan's anger calmed down and she relaxed. Seeing her seriousness and need for it and hearing her reasoning, Isu spoke up in an uncertain and doubtful tone. But is it okay for you to tell me something that important? If you look at it without knowing, it's just a beautiful lake. But if people discover that it's a mana spring, couldn't it potentially harm the mages? Haiyan understood what he meant by saying all of this and replied to him with full confidence and trust. I'm saying it only because it's you. You're someone I can trust. Listening to Haiyan say this confused Isu, and he spoke in a curious manner. Huh? Trust me? Haiyan continued explaining why she had immense trust in him. Being with you has brought about a lot of good things. After hearing this, Isu remained silent and did some thinking before speaking in a gentle demeanor. Maybe it's because you're the goddess of luck. Haiyan was a bit taken aback by what Isu said, and she repeated his words. I'm the goddess of luck. She had her doubts and was really confused because of her past and the losses she had experienced. The sad past and the things she had to go through all made her feel confused, but she also understood that after going through all this, she might actually be lucky. She then smiled warmly at Isu before speaking in a grateful manner. You really are different from me? She then also explained, oh, and you can use as much mana as you want while swimming in the Elfon. I'm sure you know what that means, right? Isu understood what she meant and nodded at her. Seeing that Isu understood what she wanted to say, she got up from the couch she was seated at and spoke in a tired yet aloof manner. Then I'll be off to my room. She then turned towards the door and took her leave to go to her room to rest. After having this conversation with Haiyan, Isu thought to himself and decided perhaps it would be best to keep it a secret from others. He then turned towards the bathroom and changed his clothes into something comfortable for the night. After changing, he flopped down on the bed and slept soundly throughout the night. The next morning arrived with birds chirping in the estate. A beautiful visual was blessed upon them. After some time, the trio were laughing and giggling, having fun talking with each other. Rose then spoke in her cute and clumsy manner. Are you sure you're okay being here alone? Haiyan then replied in her usual cold manner but with a confident voice. Yes, I'll stay here a bit longer. Rose then offered. How about just living here with me then? Let's send Isu alone to the city. Haiyan replied in a cold and harsh tone. No thanks. Seeing the girls bickering and irritating each other, Isu laughed nervously. After Rose calmed down, he got a funny idea. Isu then spoke up in a sarcastic manner to tease her. Okay then, off to Riran I go. I'll be back shortly. Don't cry because you miss me. This really irritated Haiyan, and it seemed that she was going to use her magic to teach Isu some lessons. Seeing the anger in her eyes, Isu replied back with a nervous laugh. I'm just kidding. He then smiled warmly at her and spoke in a concerned tone. Stay safe while I'm gone. Both Rose and Isu then settled in the carriage and headed out on their journey back to Riran. On the way back, Rose was a bit gloomy and spoke in a sad tone. Once you're back, I suppose you'll head straight to Adrenia City. That's a bit sad. Seeing this as the best opportunity to make her laugh, Isu spoke in an irritating, sarcastic tone. You're quite sad? I'm extremely sad. Listening to this, Rose was a bit irritated and wanted to get back at him for it. She then spoke in mock seriousness while hiding her menace behind a smile. Maybe I should tell the instructors to not issue your certificate. Noticing the seriousness in her eyes, Isu spoke in a nervous and submissive tone. I wouldn't want that. After laughing and giggling with each other, their laughter died down and they both stayed silent for a while. Rose then spoke up in a questioning tone. Did you say it'll take 3 years to return to Alberta State? After listening to her question, Isu replied, Yes, I believe it should take about that long. Rose nodded and understood his duration. She then spoke up in a polite and happy tone. I see. He asked father to write a property title under his name. Listening to this response, Asu felt that this was a bit too much of a favor. He then replied in a polite manner, "Ha, you didn't have to." Rose then laughed menacingly and replied with a coy and cunning voice, "With those documents in place, I'll know for sure that you'll return." Listening to this master plan of Rose, Ayazu felt a bit intimidated by her. He then spoke up while laughing nervously. "Haha, trust me, I'll be back." It seemed that Rose had some trust issues regarding ISU. ISU then spoke up in a calm and polite manner. "It would be nice if you could come to the city with me." A question crept into his mind and doubts arose about whether to ask or not. However, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "By the way, why are you and Hayan always not on good terms?" Rose was a bit confused by this question. She then understood his viewpoint and explained in a jolly mood, "What do you mean, we're best friends?" Listening to Rose being in her own world and daydreaming, Azu then spoke up in a sarcastic tone. "Yeah, right?" Seeing the sarcastic smile on Ayazu's face made Rose really infuriated. She then spoke up in an irritated tone trying to prove her point. "It's true, both the Duchess and I tend to be blunt in our speech. Nonetheless, we've had numerous deep conversations. There's more to things than meets the eye." Su gave up and agreed with her while being sarcastic. All right, you win." Rose wasn't sure and understood the sarcasm in Isu's voice. She got even more furious and kept pressuring Isu to make him believe that she and Hyen were friends. All along the way to Roran, both Rose and Isu kept teasing and making fun of each other. The laughter never died down and they both felt great. After some time, as the route to Roran was coming closer, both of them readied themselves to attend to the people. As soon as the carriage entered the main village and stopped at the center, Isu got out first and offered his hand to Rose for support, as a gentleman and a noble. Isu then turned to Rose and asked her in a polite and gentle demeanor, "Will you also be resting in Roran?" Rose nodded and answered his question in a goofy and cute manner. "Yeah, I'll hang out here for a few days until you finish all your business." As they were bickering and talking for a while, a familiar voice was heard calling for them. They turned towards the voice that was calling. Hans came running to them and spoke out. "Could I join you in your journey? I was already preparing to return to Maise City anyway." Listening to this explanation and reasoning, Su was a bit dumbfounded and replied in a dumb manner, "Oh?" Seeing this reaction of Isu, Hans spoke out in anger and frustration. "What do you mean by oh? Did you forget about it?" Seeing Ishu forget about the promise they made, Hans was left broken and started crying. Ishu felt really terrible at that time and tried to comfort Hans. No, of course not. Let's go together when we leave." Seeing this dramatic event unfold in front of her, Rose chuckled and enjoyed their bickering. Hans then turned to Ayasu with puffy eyes and tears streaming down his face. He then asked Ayasu with genuine curiosity, seeking reassurance for himself. "Really?" Yesu smiled nervously, sweat forming on the sides of his face. He then replied in a reassuring tone, "I promise." Seeing the genuine promise and reassurance in Isu's eyes, Hans then stopped crying in the middle of the road and got up. He then wiped his face to clear his tears while speaking out loud in a polite tone. "Then allow me to guide you to the end." Su then felt nervous and worried. He said in a hesitant voice, "Oh, I can stay at my cottage." Hans understood Asu's request and turned to Rose while asking her in a polite manner, "What about you, Lady J?" Rose's face turned serious and she had a look of determination to force her way. She spoke in a menacingly cold and calm voice. "I want to spend every minute with Maggie while I'm here." Seeing the fierce nature of Rose, Hans gulped audibly and replied in a nervous tone, "Roger that." Rose then started walking towards the inn and Hans followed behind her. She then turned to Isu and spoke out loud in a delighted tone, "Get some rest." Ezzy replied back in a genuinely grateful tone while waving his hand to her, "Thanks." As soon as this interaction was over, Isu walked to his cottage, which hadn't been touched by anyone and was left the way it was. Coming back to the place where all of the things started made Isu feel both happy and sad. He then walked towards the room where the portal to his world was located. He then entered the portal, coming back to his original world. Seeing his room, he spoke out loud in amazement. "Wow, it's been 4 months. Look at all the dust. He then quickly rushed to his bathroom to take a shower and freshen up from the long journey. After wrapping a towel around his waist, he started to plan about his journey. Anyway, what should I take with me if I'm going to cross over? I heard it's going to be a rough journey. He kept on thinking about his journey to the Aranya capital city, and suddenly he realized something and spoke out in a sad tone. Let's set that aside for now. First, there's somewhere I need to visit. He then quickly dressed himself and bought flowers on the way to the cemetery house where his parents were currently resting. As soon as Isu reached in front of his parents' graves, he greeted them with a warm smile that hid a lot of pain. Mom, Dad, I'm here. How have you been? I'm doing pretty good in my own way. He then gathered his thoughts before speaking out in a sad voice. When you passed away on his birthday, he felt like he could never celebrate it again. He placed the bouquet of flowers in front of the photo, the last memory and proof of his parents. He then spoke up in a sad yet grateful tone while smiling warmly at his parents' photo. But now, if I go over to that world beyond the portal, I think it'll be all right to bring it up and celebrate. After having a heartwarming conversation with his parents, Isu smiled at them one last time and took his leave. After returning from the cemetery, Isu stopped at the supermarket that was on the way to his home to shop for his needs during the journey to Aranya city. He then took all of the things to the other world. After buying his essentials, he went back to his room to start packing. After packing, he recalled, let's see, an animal encyclopedia, a book on plants, 10 packs of ramen, energy bars, snacks, a compass, a survival kit, and a gas gun with ammunition. After checking all the essentials packed, he spoke out loud, packed everything I need. And lastly, down jackets. He then rummaged in the briefcase to check the things he had packed. He thought to himself, since Mount Knots will be freezing cold, I thought it would be nice for everyone to wear down jackets to keep warm. He then shut his briefcase and turned towards the exit, thinking to himself, I should tell Hans and JJ it's time to leave. Isu then left his cottage, looking for Hans and Rose. He traveled back to Macy City. As soon as Isu, Rose, Heian, and Hans reached the Medici mansion, Lucas was standing there waiting to greet Isu. Isu then called out to him in an excited and curious tone, have you decided to join us? Lucas then greeted Isu and replied in a polite tone, yes, sir. Hans then gathered his courage and tried to greet Lucas. Hey! But Lucas ignored him and walked away. Hans felt defeated and sad. Meanwhile, Isu was a bit worried about whether they would get along or not. He then shook off all of his thoughts and asked Lucas in a curious tone, is everything loaded? Lucas nodded and turned to Isu while replying, yes, sir. Isu smiled warmly at him and asked in a nervous manner while trying to maintain his polite smile, and did you say farewell to your family? Lucas replied in a confirming tone, of course. After this small talk between Lucas and Isu, Lucas then announced in a loud voice, we're leaving, hurry and get on the carriage. As everyone was busy packing and putting stuff in the carriage, Heian was searching for someone and felt that someone was missing. Seeing Heian searching for someone eagerly, spoke up in a curious manner, hey Heian, aren't you coming? Heian replies in a worried tone, I'm worried about JJ. After listening to her being worried about Rose, Isu then replies in a warm and gentle tone, while being curious, is it because she didn't come to say farewell? After calming Heian's nerves, Isu then speaks up in a nervous and sarcastic manner, don't worry, she probably didn't come because seeing us leave would make her sad. I bet she's crying in her room right now. Listening to this explanation by Isu, Heian scoffs before replying in a disappointed tone, what's there to be sad about? I mean, it's not like we're going away for good or anything. Isu laughs nervously and tries to reply, but the Count interrupts Isu, replying in a laughing tone. That's because JJ is quite the softie inside. After having fun bickering with each other, the Countess replies in a soft and gentle politeness, have a safe trip. The Count then speaks up in a warm tone, please be careful. Hans then replies in an excited tone, we will, sir. Thank you for everything. Everyone bows in front of the Count in gratitude for his help. Everyone then settles in the carriage, setting off on a journey awaiting new challenges and new experiences for them. After a long and treacherous travel, Isu screams out in a whiny voice, I'm so bored. We've been riding for days and this journey feels never ending. Isu then turns to Heian and says to her like a whiny child, hey Heian, do you know any mage that handles the portal? Heian then replies in her cold and sarcastic manner, If I knew, I wouldn't be here, would I? This fun and teasing conversation ended soon when a soldier shouts out, "Halt!" Seeing the sudden halting of all the carriages, Isu was a bit confused and also had some guesses. Then he calls one of the soldiers' captains and asks him in a curious manner, "Are we staying here for today?" The captain gently bows before Isu and speaks in a serious and gentle tone. "Yes, sir, we usually stay at designated bivouac sites. We've already cleared the trees and prepared the ground. If you will excuse around, are we camping out here?" Isu then laughs in a polite and nervous manner while speaking. Looks like it. The soldiers had finished building the barracks and resting station for all of them and also built a special resting station for Isu and Hyen. After spending early morning to their noons and most of their evening, everything was built properly and ready. Meanwhile, Isu and the gang were at a nearby place seeking warmth from the campfire. Hans, Isu, and Hyen were really close to the campfire and enjoyed its warmth. After observing for a while, Isu noticed something off about Hyen and thought in a worried expression, she looks very tired and cold. Hyen sat there expressionless, but a hint of exhaustion and cold was visible on her face. Seeing this for a while, Isu then gets reminded about something and thinks in an excited way, "All right, the down jackets." He then gets up from his position and rummages through his briefcase for the jackets he bought for them. After finding the jackets, he turns around and calls out, "Hyen." Hyen then lifts her head up and says in an exhausted and timid voice, "What?" Isu then shows her the jacket he bought and speaks out loud with a bright smile, "Try this on." A beautiful purple-colored jacket was shown to Hyen. Seeing the weird-shaped coat given to her by Isu, she feels the fabric of the jacket and speaks up in a questioning manner, "What's this?" Isu then answers Hyen's question with excitement, "That's called a down jacket. It's a quilted coat filled with duck feathers. It should keep you warm." He then brings out 2 more down jackets for Hans and Lucas, showing them. Seeing the generosity and the surprise gift for them, both of them spoke out in a dumbfounded manner, "For us?" Isu then speaks up in a gentle and warm manner, "Yeah, go ahead and try them on." Both of them screamed out in gratitude, "Thank you." Both of them took the jackets from Isu and tried them on. Hans fidgets and moves his arms around excitedly. He then spoke out loud, "Wow, this coat blocks out all the cold wind." Lucas felt really warm and comfy. He then spoke out in gratitude and astonishment, "It's the first time I've worn something like this." Seeing this, Isu chuckles softly and smiles at them. Meanwhile, Hyen pondered about something and kept silent for some time. Hyen then spoke out loud in a curious manner, "By the way, why do you keep buying me clothes in the same color?" Isu then turns to Hyen and speaks out without thinking, in a derpy manner, "Because that color suits you well." Listening to this explanation by Isu, there was a hint of kindness and happiness in her eyes. She then wears the jacket and enjoys the comfort provided by it. She then speaks out in a genuinely grateful tone while smiling, "The down jacket is really warm and lightweight. Thanks, Baron." Isu smiles back at Hyen with warmth. Hans then interrupts both of them and stands in a pose while asking Isu in a curious manner, "How about us? How about us?" Meanwhile, Lucas stood there in awe and embarrassment. Called out by Hans, Isu turns to them and says out loud. In a genuine complimenting manner, Isu said, "You guys look good too." Isu then turns to Hyen and asks her in a requesting manner, "Oh, and could you get me some water?" Hyen was a bit confused and asked, "What for?" Isu then smirks in a menacing manner and spoke out loud with excitement, "Let me prepare one of the finest dishes from my hometown. Why don't you go lie down and get some rest while I cook?" Hyen understood his words and took a rest to recover herself. He then turns to Hans and Lucas and said out in a gentle demeanor, "You guys can take a break as well." Seeing the insistent look on Isu's face, both Hans and Lucas felt awkward. Lucas spoke out in a nervous tone, "But sir," seeing the uncomfortable and nervous look on both of them, Isu spoke out loud in a very gentle tone, "No, really, I insist." Lucas then gives up and speaks in a hesitant tone, "If you say so, sir." As soon as Hans and Lucas left the place, Isu thought to himself in a nervous tone, "The thing is, I don't want them to see me cooking this instant food." He then rummages through his briefcase and took out the instant noodles. After taking out the instant noodle packet, he thought to himself in a serious tone, "I wonder if there will ever come a day when I'll tell them I'm from another world through the portal." Hyen is a mage, so she might easily understand the concept of portals. He then shakes his head, removing all of his overthinking thoughts. He thinks to himself while adding the noodles into the boiling water, which had been boiling with spices and oils. "Whatever, let's just focus on making this ramen for now." He then simmers the noodles in the broth for a long time. Seeing the noodles were cooked, he then thinks to himself, it looks almost ready. This is when I add the egg I brought from the previous village. As he was cooking the noodles and eggs together, Hyen peeked into the tent and sniffed the air that was filled with the yummy scent. As the noodles were ready, he served them in bowls with soup, noodles, and an egg on top as a topping. He then calls out loudly, "Come gather around, the meal is ready." Hyen approaches the bowl and after seeing the contents, her face distorts in anger as she speaks out in disgust. "Aren't those strands of hair?" The sudden appearance of Hyen and her comments startled Isu. Hans, who saw the contents, also spoke in a disgusted manner. "Ew, they really do look like human hair." Lucas coughs a bit to silence the ongoing barrage of disgust and spoke, "Everyone, let's not rush to judgment." Hyen then spoke out, confirming her suspicion, "But it does look like strands of hair." Irritated by their attitude and complaining, Lucas spoke out loud, "These aren't hair." This Daeju then calms everyone down and explains, "These are noodles made by kneading flour dough and stretching it into long strands." "Hans, you've seen this before, right?" Hans was a bit taken aback and spoke out loud in confusion, "I have." Daeju shakes his head and tries to figure out a way to explain it. He then remembers the time they had something similar and said in an excited and hopeful tone, "Yeah, don't you remember ramen tang? This is the boiled version of that." Remembering something he had like that when Isu was back in Rodan, it clicked to Hans and he spoke out in remembrance, "Aha, I see." Feeling relieved that Hans remembered, Isu then prepares 3 bowls of noodles and calls out, "Here, Hyen, this is yours." "Hans, Lucas, come and take your bowls too." Hearing his name called out, Lucas felt a bit weird about it and spoke in a nervous manner. "As a servant, how could I possibly dine with you at the same time?" Isu waves his concern off and spoke out in a happy tone, come on, it's fine." After distributing everyone their bowls of ramen, he took his bowl and sat with all of them. Hyen continued to stare at her bowl in confusion and spoke out in an almost doubtful manner, I guess it shouldn't taste bad since it's made with the same ingredients as bread." Seeing the confused look on everyone's face, Yeju then took his fork and explains in a gentle manner, "Now use the fork to scoop it up and eat it like this." After scooping up some noodles, he slurps the noodles into his mouth, making lots of noise with a blissful expression on his face. Seeing this vulgar manner of eating, Hyen spoke up in a disgusted manner, "Perhaps I should confiscate and burn your etiquette training certificate." He laughs nervously and then turns to Hans and Lucas, convincing them, "You guys should try it too. You won't tell anyone that you made noises while eating." Hyen got a bit flustered by this method of enjoying and spoke out in her usual cold and commanding tone, "Hans, Lucas, cover your ears." She then took her fork, scooped some of the noodles and slurped it into her mouth just like Isu. Grabbing this opportunity to tease Hyen, Isu spoke in a mock complaining tone while chuckling. Even the Duchess made noises while eating. Listening to this and the way he made fun of her, Hyen got furious and channels her mana while saying in her frustrated tone, "Mon Perino, I'm sure no one will know if I get rid of you." A sharp ice blade formed and she aimed it at Isu's throat. Realizing he took it too far with her teasing, Isu spoke out in fear and shock, "Whoa, calm down, take it easy there." Both Hans and Lucas gasped for air and were in huge shock to do anything. Hyen then continues with frustration, "It won't end with just a threat." Isu understood he took it too far and asked for forgiveness while laughing nervously. "All right, I'm sorry, I'll stop teasing you." Seeing the fear and genuine sincerity on Isu's face, she cancels her spell. It disintegrated into small particles of water and vanished completely. She then spoke in an irritated, imp-like pouting manner, I'm letting it slide this time." Isu felt a heavy burden fall off his shoulders and he spoke in a light-hearted manner, "You really need to control that temper of yours." Both Hans and Lucas were glad that nothing happened to Isu and Hyen didn't do anything in anger. After a few days of traveling and resting in between, they were near their final destination. After traveling through rough roads for a long time, Isu spoke in a whining tone, "Woo, now that's much better. Finally, we reached the paved road." Dirizu then gathers himself and asks Hyen in a polite, curious tone, "Oh, by the way, where are you planning to stay once we get there?" Hyen takes her time before replying to Isu, "I'll need to stay with you until I reclaim my mansion. Besides, there's still time left until Iramas's date." Cho Isu then remembers the promise in the contract they made and how she would use her powers for him for 1 year. After being reminded about the contract, he thought in a gloomy tone, I have about 5 months left, that's not enough time to settle into my estate. He then replies in a gloomy manner, right, about that. Hyen then speaks up in a decided and serious tone. Once you claim the Alber estate, I intend to live there for the rest of my life. After listening to Hyen's decision, Isu was a bit taken aback. He then thought in astonishment, rest of your life, is she already going to the 4th base? He then slaps himself mentally and thinks, snap out of it. Isu, she's doing this for the mana spring, of course. After traveling for a long time, they had finally reached the Aromania capital city. As soon as the carriage entered the city, people were bustling and roaming around. Seeing the crowd and people interacting with each other, Isu spoke in astonishment. Wow, big cities sure feel different. Hyen was a bit irritated by this behavior of Isu. She then spoke in a teasing manner. Stop acting like you're from the countryside. It's embarrassing. Hearing this from Hyen broke Isu's excitement and he spoke in a sarcastic tone. Yeah, I'll just keep acting like a country bumpkin, all right? They continued to travel further and further towards the end. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the inn. Isis, Hans, Lucas, and Hyen got out of the carriage and entered the inn. Then they all went to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Lucas followed Isis. Su flopped on the bed and spoke out in an exhausted manner. Phew. Finally, that carriage ride is over. Lucas then gently offers Yesi, would you like to have lunch? Right now, sir? Azu was a bit too tired from the long travel. Listening to the offer from Lucas, he agreed and then spoke out in a loud manner, yeah, go ahead and order a special meal for yourself and for Hans as well. While Chiu was relaxing on the bed and taking his sweet time, he got disturbed by a soft knocking on his door. Lucas then notifies Ju, sir, a guest is here to see you. Should I tell them you're not available now? You need to rest, sir. Then Siu got up with a light groan and spoke in a gentle manner. No, tell them to come in. I'm curious to see who's here to see me. The door opens and a young man arrives and greets. Good afternoon, Baron Asu. I am the butler of the Kroman family. The butler then continues to explain his reason for the visit. Excuse me for this sudden visit, but my master would like to see you. Azu was a bit taken aback and asked in curiosity, for what? The butler then replies back in a regretful tone. I'm afraid I was not informed of the details. Could you spare a moment right now, sir? After listening to this, Azu thought in a skeptical manner, the Kromans are not the most trustworthy people, but still, I want to know what business they want with me. The butler then adds in a polite manner, if you accept, my master will come to the nearby annex. Azu then walks over to the butler and speaks in a serious yet polite tone. I guess it would be rude to refuse when he's come all this way. The butler from the Kromans bows gently in front of Isu and replies in a grateful tone, thank you, sir. I shall get the carriage ready. The butler then takes his leave from Isu's cottage and takes care of the carriage needed to travel to the annex. Isu then turns back to Lucas and speaks in a serious and reassuring tone. Lucas, I'll be right back. You, Hans, and Hyen can start lunch without me. Lucas then replies with a gentle bow, yes, sir. As soon as he stepped out of the inn, a carriage was ready for Isu to take him to the annex where Lord Kroman was waiting. After a short journey, they arrived at the annex, a beautiful old-style building with lots of windows and benches to enjoy the view. Isu then steps out of the carriage and walks towards the inn to find that Lord Kroman was waiting for him. Lord Kroman speaks up with a delighted and gentle smile. Welcome, Baron. Thank you for accepting my invitation. Asu then bows gently in front of him and speaks in an elegant, polite manner. Not at all, sir. Thank you for inviting me. Lord Kroman smiles at him warmly and offers, please have a seat. May I ask why you wanted to see me? The Kudaman Lord placed his cup of tea down and spoke in a serious yet gentle demeanor. Let's not wait any longer and get to the point. He then mentioned something about the International Market Festival in an interesting tone. About the gelato you served at the festival last time, my daughter has been craving it so badly that she fell ill. Hearing about the gelato, Isu spoke in a gentle voice. Oh, the gelato, they're good, aren't they? Even though he was masking his doubts, he thought to himself, is he asking for the recipe? Lord Kroman offered in a very calm demeanor. How about you sell that recipe to me? Hearing this offer, the smile on Isu's face faded away and he thought to himself in a shocked manner, I knew it. He found out I was the creator of the recipe, but how? Seeing the shock and astonishment on Isu's face, Lord Croman replied with a smirk and pride while picking up his cup of tea, our family's informants are renowned experts. After listening to this explanation by Lord Croman, Isu's smile faded completely, and he stared at the table while thinking to himself in a very disappointed manner, is this what being a noble means? The last thing I expected was for them to sneak my information behind my back. He then decided in a determined manner, I should be more careful next time. After thinking about the proposal, Isu came to a conclusion, but I'm not ready to sell that recipe just yet. He spoke up in an uncertain voice. Frankly, sir, it's causing me concern. You see, I was thinking of doing business in the city. Seeing Isu being a bit hesitant about selling the recipe, Lord Croman thought for a bit before offering in a guaranteed manner, how about I give you 20,000 gold? Hearing the shocking amount of money offered, Isu thought to himself in a calculative manner, 20,000 gold, that's 2 billion won. After taking his sweet time to recover from the shock, he then thought to himself in an excited manner, this is definitely a go. He took a few breaths to calm his nerves and wiped away his sweat. He then spoke out in a serious tone, very well, sir, but let me remind you that you'll need ice. Listening to the obvious need and requirement, Lord Croman laughed a little before replying, the need for ice is obvious for ice desserts. Isu felt a bit shy and blushed at this conversation. Lord Croman then asked in a very polite and warm tone, so then, are you accepting my offer? Isu nodded and replied in an affirmative tone, yes, sir. Seeing the quick reply and the confirmed look on Isu's face impressed Lord Croman and he spoke in a delighted manner, I appreciate your quick decision. Here, sign this contract. He then pushed the contract papers towards Isu to sign. While taking the contract in his hands, Isu thought to himself in a very proud manner, all right, this is my chance to use what I've learned about the Aranon language. After thoroughly reading the contract and not noticing any major flaws or deception, Isu took the pen and signed the papers. After checking the papers again, he passed the signed papers to Lord Croman. While giving the papers, he thought to himself in a doubtful manner, I hope I'm making the right decision. Lord Croman checked and verified the paperwork. After seeing all the important areas signed, he then said in a polite manner, then, let each of us have a copy. Isu smiled and replied in a gentle demeanor, sure. While he was checking his part of the paper, Isu thought to himself in a cheerful tone, at this rate, I might as well make a living just by selling recipes. Lord Croman then explained to Isu, you can withdraw the 20,000 gold from the Media Bank in a Romania city. This seal is the key to our private safe. Please keep it safe. Understanding the grave importance of this seal, Isu nodded and replied in an affirmative tone, yes, thank you. After completing the transaction and the paperwork, Isu spoke out loud in an excited manner, then let me show you how it's made. After explaining and showing a step-by-step procedure of gelato making, Isu took his leave and went back to his inn. After some time, Isu was found in the dining hall of the inn. Hayden approached Isu while he was eating. Seeing her, he replied in a very nonchalant manner, I heard you met Count Croman. Listening to what Hayan said, Isu replied back in a bit of a shocked manner, oh, is that what it's about? He wanted to know my gelato recipe, he said without batting an eye and continued chomping on his food. Listening to this buffoonery, Hayan's anger shot up to the roof and she shouted, what? So did you just give it to him? Her rage and fury were enough to burn this inn down. Seeing the anger and rage on Hayan's face, Isu replied in a soft and excited tone, of course not. I sold it for a good price. Listening to this, she felt a bit relieved that Isu wasn't a complete fool, but curiosity got the better of her and she asked him in whispers, how much did you sell it for? Seeing the curiosity on her face, Isu spoke in a happy tone while whispering 20,000 gold. She suddenly took a step back and all of her anger dissipated. This confused Isu a little and he called out, hey. She then gathered all of her energy before speaking in a commanding tone, I thought we almost had to live in a shabby attic. This left Isu speechless as he awaited her next words. She then continued while crossing her hands. Speaking in a commanding tone, Hayan said, go and search for a mansion with 10 rooms. After listening to Heian's command, Isu was a bit in shock. Then, after calming his nerves and collecting his thoughts, he spoke to Heian in an angry tone while pointing his finger at her. Since you're a water mage, you could at least open a public bath and chip in. As you can see, I've done all the work to make money. To Isu being a brat, Heian replied in a disgusted and cold voice. You're so cheap. She then relaxed herself and reminded Isu in her cold and distant tone, keep in mind our promised time is almost up. Shouldn't we at least try to remain amicable after that? Hearing this, Isu was a bit startled and remembered that they had less time together. He then dropped his anger and started smiling at her while speaking in a gentle and polite tone. Why don't we bake some bread together and get along? Seeing his desperate attempts to calm her anger, Heian spoke in a dismissive manner. I'll think about it. After this mini-fighting situation, they both went to their respective rooms and slept for the night. The very next morning, Isu had left his room and gone to my bank. After exiting his carriage, he entered the bank where he was greeted by a female employee with a polite smile. Welcome to Mutt Bank. How may I help you, sir? Isu then replied back in a gentle and polite demeanor while handing over some papers. I would like to withdraw some money. She gave a polite smile and replied, Of course, sir. Wait a moment, please. After checking all of the papers and the seal, she then asked Isu to wait for some time. After ordering some of her subordinates, they brought the money outside. Seeing the heavy chest filled with gold, Isu thought to himself in awe, that looks really heavy. He then politely asked the female employee, Can I open my own vault here? She replied in an affirmative tone while checking some papers. Absolutely, sir. She then continued to explain in a calm and gentle voice. When you open a vault, a personal seal will be issued. You will also receive a contract for making transactions with other people. After listening to this explanation, Isu nodded and requested, Then please deposit the entire 20,000 gold into the vault and also issue me 10 contracts. The employee nodded and rifled through the papers, finding the contract. She then slipped it onto the table towards Isu while replying politely, Please sign here and be careful not to lose the contract. It's difficult to forge the personal seal, but there are criminals who forge signatures. Understanding the importance and the threats of forging, Isu nodded and replied, Got it. After the procedure of signing and getting his personal seal, Isu smiled and thought to himself in an excited manner, Awesome, this money is more than enough. He then spoke to himself in an excited tone, Finally, I get to purchase my house. After getting the money transferred to his personal vault, he took his leave from the bank and started searching for a good 10-room mansion. After finding the perfect one, he paid the money for it and did the paperwork that was required. As soon as the ownership was given to him, he took Lucas, Hans, and Heian to the beautiful and magnificent 10-room mansion with their luggage. Looking at the beautiful mansion, Heian spoke in a shocked and astonished manner. You actually bought a 10-room mansion. At this rate, you won't need any of my help. Hans, who was looking at the mansion, spoke up in an excited tone. Are we staying here from now on? Seeing this naive and excited boy, Lucas replied in an irritated tone while sighing, Of course not. We'll be staying in the annex next to it. Listening to this, Hans' face dropped down and he looked at Lucas with a sad and defeated look. Meanwhile, Lucas had an irritated look on his face. Seeing that both of them had sparks between them and were ready to go for each other's throats, Isu spoke out loud in a gentle voice, No, Lucas, you and Hans will be staying in the small room on the first floor. That way you both can come as soon as I call for you. Lucas was a bit taken aback and spoke in a doubtful manner. Really, sir? Meanwhile, Hans' smile returned and he spoke up with gratitude. You're the best, Isu. Isu then spoke up with a warm and polite tone. Well then, unpack. Lucas, I need you to visit the labor office early tomorrow. I think I'll need about 7 staff for this huge mansion. Lucas understood the request and bowed politely before speaking in a curious tone to Heian. Yes, sir. Shall I ask for a maid for you, Duchess? Heian replied in her usual nonchalant manner. Yes. Seeing Isu doing his best for the mansion and also providing a personal maid for her, Heian spoke up in concern and mild guilt. Now that I think about it, I do feel bad living off of you. She then suggested in a very courteous manner, so in return I'll let you use water as much as you want. How about that? Noticing the courtesy from Heian and also thinking how she would exhaust herself for it, Isu spoke up with a worried tone. No need to overwork yourself. We can wait until more people move in. Noticing the worries and genuine care in his voice, Hyen understood and replied in a nonchalant manner, "Never mind that, I'm craving bread." Getting reminded by the fact that it's almost the end of the week where he has to offer her bread, Isu bowed gently in front of her and replied, "I'll serve them after." "We're done unpacking, dear mage," Hyen said. Isu then turned to Lucas and Hans and spoke to them in a gentle tone. "Lucas, you and Hans can take the day off." Lucas couldn't control the happiness in his voice and said out loud in an excited voice, "Thank you, sir." Isu then continued to add in a gentle and caring manner, "Go ahead and take a warm bath too. Use the fireplace to warm yourselves. Don't worry about the firewood." He then rummaged through his pockets to bring out white packages. He handed them to Hans and Lucas while explaining, "And here, take this. It's soap. There are 2 of them in there so you both can have one each." Feeling overwhelmed by Isu's kindness and care, both Lucas and Hans spoke at the same time with gratitude. "Sir, yes sir, you're so generous." He blushed a little when they complimented him, then smiled at them warmly while thinking to himself in a happy tone, "I guess it doesn't take much to become a good master here. The Yemen Empire is the best." After unpacking and settling down, Isu then came to the entrance of the mansion and looked all over at the beautiful carvings and designs, but it seemed that he wasn't appreciating the mansion. Instead, he was deep in thought. He then groaned in frustration and thought, "Now the question is, where do I open the portal?" He then thought to himself in a condescending manner, "I can only move the portal twice in each dimension. My plan was to open it in the capital once, then open it again after I own an estate." He kept on pondering about where to open the portal and where it would be safest from others. After a long time of thinking, Isu came to a conclusion. "I guess my room will be the best place to do that, out of everyone's sight." He then walked back to his room and searched for the perfect location to open the portal. He thought to himself in a very relaxed tone, "It's my room anyway, so I'm sure the location does not matter. I'll just find a decent corner to open one." After finding a decent corner, he opened the portal. A gate appeared, and he thought, "Perfect. Now time to utter the spell I memorized." He then collected his thoughts and prepared himself to chant the spell. He chanted in a slow and steady rhythm, making sure not to cause any mistakes. After completing the chanting of the spell, there was a spark and change in the portal. For a while, the portal stopped sparking up and then it was ready for traveling. Seeing the ready portal, Isu's eyes sparkled, and he spoke up in an excited tone, "Wow." He then entered the portal and stepped out into a familiar room. Seeing the dirty room, he started cleaning it hard while thinking to himself in a very tired tone, "Whew, it's been a while since I've done chores myself." After scrubbing the floor hard and cleaning the room thoroughly, he spoke out in an exhausted tone, "This place is hard enough. How am I going to clean once I move into a bigger house? Should I hire a cleaner on this side of the world?" After all this scrubbing and cleaning the room neatly, he was all sweaty and smelly. After taking a shower and wearing clean clothes, he heard a knock on his door. Then a man spoke out loud, "Jaizhong Mian delivery." He hurried to the door and smiled politely before receiving the parcel. He then took the parcel to his dining table, took his chopsticks and broke them in half. Seeing the tasty Zhang Mian, Ayu spoke out loud in an excited manner, "Now, you can't find something like this over there." While enjoying the noodles, he was deep in thought about his future. "But if I am to move to a bigger house, where should it be?" He then slurped on the noodles and took his phone while saying out loud, "Let's see how home prices in Songdo are." He then scrolled on the website trying to find a suitable house. After watching lots of properties, he spoke out loudly in shock, 2,000,000,000 for 71 square feet. That's super expensive. He then shut his phone and continued to chomp on the noodles while speaking out loud, "Forget about Songdo then. I'll skip the Han River view as well." But suddenly, while eating, he thought in a surprised tone, "But wait, selling recipes should get 2 billion in a flash. What if I sell the recipe for Jjajangmyeon and Jampong?" After having a thought on this idea, he spoke out loud in excitement, "I should be able to move into an apartment with a Han River view in no time." He then stopped daydreaming about buying a house and thought to himself while having the noodles, "But no need to rush. I've got all the time in the world. For now, let's do some exploring like doing business and so forth." While he was enjoying his noodles, he was disturbed again by someone knocking on the door. He then quickly finished the noodles and cleaned his hands before heading out to his door. He opened the door to find a box placed in front of it. Realizing what it was, he spoke out in a shocked tone, "Oh, it's the delivery I ordered yesterday. The delivery times in Korea are so impressive." While thinking about the delivery speed, Asu then got an amazing idea and said out loud, "Perhaps I should start a delivery service in a Romania city. I think it'll be a smash hit." He then quickly opened the box and removed a pair of beautiful shoes which were lined with feathers to keep the feet warm. After having a tasty meal and experiencing the quick delivery format from his old world, he decided to head back with the shoes he bought. After hurrying back, he dressed himself properly and ran to Hyein's room. Reaching Hyein's room, he knocked on her door and called out in excitement, "Hyein, are you in there?" After a short while, Hyein peeked out of the door and asked in a curious tone, "What do you want?" You see, he couldn't control his excitement and spoke in a happy and excited tone. "Today, I got a present for you." Listening to Isu saying he had a gift for her sparked excitement and curiosity in her behavior. She quickly took the box from him and started tearing the cover like a child, asking him in an excited manner, "Is it bread?" Seeing her fast reaction and super speed in unwrapping his gift, Isu spoke in an apologetic tone, "Sorry, but no." After disposing of the wrapping paper and ribbon, a beautiful pair of shoes quilted with feathers were present in the box. Looking at the pair of shoes, Hyein spoke out loud in a curious and mildly disappointed tone. "A pair of shoes?" Seeing Hyein confused and sad made Isu feel a bit bad. He then calmed his excitement and explained, "It's to keep your feet warm in this chilly weather." He then gestured to Hyein to take a seat. After she took the seat, he took out the shoes from the box and slipped them on her foot gently. After doing the same with the other foot, he got up and took a few steps back. Seeing the shoes fit perfectly, he asked Hyein in a curious tone, "What do you think?" After clicking the heels of the shoes and taking them for a light walk, Hyein nodded appreciatively and replied to Izu with a wide and warm smile, "It's warm and pretty." Seeing Hyein smile at him in gratitude, with genuine happiness in her eyes, Iju's cheeks flushed pink lightly, and his heartbeat started beating faster. Meanwhile, he looked at her smile with a newfound expression. Seeing this look on Iju's face, she then spoke in a worried and teasing tone, "What's with that face?" Hearing Hyen's voice, Ezu snapped out of his daydreaming and spoke in a flustered voice, "Nothing. I bought pears for others too. Since you like it, I guess I made the right choice." He then quickly took his leave. The very next morning, what awaited Isu was a long and hard day. Lucas then summarized the people he found for the mansion: one chef, one experienced butler, one handyman and attendant, and a maid. He then took a more professional and serious tone while explaining, "With this, I have interviewed and hired 7 staff, sir." Meanwhile, Hans smiled politely and said, "Call me if you need me." Izu felt a bit overwhelmed by the new addition of members and their introduction. He then spoke out in an exhausted tone, "I never knew hiring people would take up so much energy and time." He was grateful for what Lucas and Hans together did. He appreciated them in a gentle and warm tone. "Nice work, you two." Hearing genuine appreciation for his hard work, Lucas smiled at Isu and replied in a warm tone, "Thank you, sir. Now that we have staff, we should also move to the annex." Hearing this, Hans groaned in sadness, but Lucas then spoke in a strict tone, "Hans, stop whining. It's something that we must do." Listening to this explanation, Hans felt really sad about leaving the mansion and sobbed softly. Seeing this, Isu felt bad and suggested, "I would prefer to have both of you stay in the main building." Lucas shook his head, indicating disagreement with Isu. He then explained in a gentle and warm tone, "We must avoid giving the impression that we are being favored over other staff. The rule is that only official butlers can stay in the main building, sir." After understanding the rules and regulations, Isu realized it would be unfair to the rest of the servants, so he accepted this decision. But seeing Hans still in a sad mood, it ached Isu's heart, and he spoke out in a comforting, happy tone, "Very well then. Hans, come, let's visit the marketplace." Hearing this, Hans stopped crying and washed his face before leaving for the marketplace with Isu. As they roamed around the marketplace, Asu was a bit shocked, though he had kind of guessed that it would be bustling with lots of people. While roaming around, Hans got a bit curious as to why they were there, so he asked in a curious tone, "By the way, what are we here for?" Dechu replied in a serious tone while looking over the stalls, "I need ingredients for cooking." He then turned to Hans and asked him in an excited voice, "What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you." Hans felt a bit awkward at this question and he replied in a confused tone, "Are you asking me, sir?" "Oh, I'll eat anything you make." Noticing the hesitant look on Hans's face, Isu kept pressing and spoke, "Come on, tell me." Getting pulled by two sides, Hans' face turned gloomy, and he spoke in a regretful tone. But Lucas will kill me if I say it. Seeing the gloominess and sad sighs, Isu then comforted Hans. Don't worry, I won't tell him. Hans knew how Isu was, and he trusted him completely. So after thinking for a while, Hans spoke in an uncertain tone while fidgeting with his fingers and laughing nervously and awkwardly. Nothing specific comes to my mind, but I do feel like having a nice warm bowl of soup now that the weather is getting chillier. After thinking for some time about Hans's request, Isu got a brilliant idea and spoke in an excited and mischievous tone. Then I know just the dish for you. After figuring out what to cook, he then ordered, Hans, follow me. Hans followed him, but he was a bit curious and asked, wait, but what are you going to make? Isu replied back in an excited and thrilled voice, it's a secret. At the marketplace, they looked for the ingredients Isu needed for his new recipe. After buying tons of ingredients, they went back to the mansion and entered the kitchen. He asked Hans, who was carrying the bag, to leave those there. Hans smiled at Isu and placed the heavy bag on the table. Seeing the heavy and huge bag, Hans got a bit curious about what Isu bought and asked him, you've been busy shopping for various things, what did you buy? After seeing the curiosity and excitement in Hans's eyes, Isu replied in a gentle voice, some pork bones and appendages. I'm going to make tomorrow's meal with these. Hearing someone enter the kitchen, a man in his mid-20s walked in and greeted them in a formal and polite manner. Welcome back, sir. This startled Isu a bit, and he turned to the voice. The man then bowed gently and introduced himself. I'm the chef in the kitchen. Leave the cooking to me. The man standing in front of Hans and Isu was Seth. After the clear reintroduction, Isu greeted him back and spoke in a requesting, serious yet gentle tone. Then I'll leave this in your care. First, drain all the blood from the pork bones. Then prepare the intestines for me. I'll give you specific instructions after that. Isu waited for a while for Seth to understand his words. Seth then nodded and agreed to his clear instructions. Seeing this, Isu smiled at him in a very warm and gentle way. Suddenly he realized he didn't mention an important thing, so he quickly said, by the way, this will be tomorrow's menu, so prepare something else for dinner tonight. Seth nodded and spoke out loud and proud, yes sir, please go and get some rest. You can leave the kitchen to me. Isu nodded appreciatively. He then took his leave and entered the living room. Meanwhile, his personal butler, who was waiting for Isu, spoke up in a gentle way. Your bath water is ready, sir. The personal butler who was introduced was named Corky. After listening to this announcement, Isu said, okay. Corky nodded and took his leave first to the bath. Meanwhile, watching the stern and elegant man walk away, Isu thought in a nostalgic manner, he reminds me of Peter. I wonder how capable he is. Isu then followed Corky to the bathroom. Seeing the bath water ready, he stripped all his clothes and stepped into the bathtub. He then relaxed even more, laying in the bathtub and spoke in a relaxed tone. Ah, so refreshing. Seeing Isu feeling relaxed, Corky then asked in a suggestive manner, should I add more hot water for you, sir? Hearing this suggestion, Isu politely waved his hand and said, no, it's fine, the temperature feels perfect. Corky nodded in agreement. He then spoke up in a concerned tone. This mansion has been vacant for a long time, so there's a lot to renovate, sir. Isu understood the concern and knew that the mansion hadn't been renovated for years. He then spoke up in a gentle tone. Don't worry about the money. Just repair everything thoroughly. I'll also install a fireplace in the servants' quarters. Corky nodded and felt gratitude towards Isu. He then suggested, after thinking for some time and noting down his thoughts, excellent, sir. And I noticed the barn was empty. May I suggest raising chickens and cows there? After hearing this idea, Isu was impressed by Corky's perception. He then spoke up in a happy tone. Good idea, let's do that once everything is repaired. After saying this, he took a bit of a break and thought about some things that needed to be done in the mansion. Isu then spoke up in an excited manner, and call in a skilled glass artisan, a construction worker, and a tailor. I want to build a swordsmanship training ground on one side of the courtyard. Corky nodded and kept jotting down the requests Isu made. Isu then stopped for a while to think about something he needed. After remembering his need for someone, Isu then requested Corky. Oh, and I need someone knowledgeable about the market prices of items in Romania. Find someone who is well versed in that area. Listening to this specific request made by Isu, Corky spoke up in a reassuring tone. In that case, there might not be a need to hire someone, sir. I have notes from my time working as a butler that include information about it. After listening to this, Isu felt a bit proud of Corky. He then thought to himself, I think we hired the right person. I can rest well today. Meanwhile, Corky was jotting down all the requests in great detail. After enjoying the bath for a while, Isu took his leave and changed into something comfortable for the night. The next morning arrived, the sun shone on the mansion, illuminating it with its warmth and might. Cold air moved in the environment that felt chilly, and the chirping of birds indicated a fresh start to a new day. As soon as Isu woke up, he rushed to the kitchen with excitement and eagerness. As soon as he reached the kitchen doors, he opened the door with a loud bang, making a flashy entry. Meanwhile, Seth, who was in the kitchen, got startled by this drama and felt a bit scared for himself. He then gathered courage and calmed his nerves before speaking in a formal and curious tone. Good morning, sir. What brings you here so early in the morning? After listening to the genuine worry and concern in Seth's voice, Isu spoke up in a reassuring tone. About the pork bones I asked you to drain the blood out of yesterday. Could you place them in a pot and boil them thoroughly? Seth understood his instructions and did as he was told. He then stirred the pot in between to make sure it didn't stick at the bottom. Seeing Seth doing exactly as he was instructed, Isu then added to his instructions in a gentle and polite manner, leave it to simmer until dinner. Make sure you stir it in between so it doesn't stick to the bottom. Seth then nodded and spoke up in a noted tone, yes, sir. After hearing Seth's accepting manner, Isu then spoke up in a grateful tone, keep up the good work. As soon as Isu left, Seth started stirring the pot while thinking to himself in a confused tone, what would he use pork bone broth for? I mean, I'm just taking orders here, but what is he planning to cook with this? He shook his head and continued to stir the pot. Isu then roamed around the mansion, checking it out. He saw Hyen walking out in the fields. He then rushed out to the field, calling out for Hyen. Hey, Hyen. Hearing her name being called out, she turned toward the sound. Isu then caught his breath and spoke in a curious manner. Why are you out in this cold weather? As he was going to say something more, he noticed something about Hyen and spoke in an amused tone. Oh, you're wearing the shoes I got for you. Hyen wiggled her leg, enjoying the feeling of the shoes. She spoke in a comforted tone. Yes, they're keeping my feet warm. Both Isu and Hyen went for a small walk while talking with each other. Listening to her complimenting the shoes, Isu then spoke up in a delighted tone. Is that so? As they were talking and having a long walk, they were interrupted by a familiar voice. The voice called out in an excited and happy tone. Baron Bloom. Isu then turned to the sound of the person that was calling him. While he turned, he was a bit in shock to see the familiar man, the eldest son of the medic family, Kei Michi, waving at him. Kei then ran towards Isu with a bright and wide smile. Kei spoke up in an excited and polite manner. It's so good to see you again. I heard you bought a mansion a while ago. Sorry to visit you so late. After hearing this and sensing his apologetic manner, Isu waved it off and spoke up in a friendly tone. Nonsense. There's nothing to be sorry about. Kei felt a warmth running through his heart when he heard Isu's friendly tone. Kei then spoke up in a gentle and polite voice while gesturing to his carriage. I brought a belated housewarming gift as well. Chanrisku felt a wave of happiness course through his body when he heard that gifts were brought by him. Isu then spoke up in a friendly and warm tone. Then all the more reason, you're welcome here. It's been a while since we've met, and you're looking great. After listening to Isu's genuine happiness and concern for his well-being, Kaylee felt really happy. He spoke up in an excited and bubbly mood. Of course, I've never felt happier in my life. Kaylee was a bit curious to see Hyen there. He then turned to her to ask in a curious and polite manner, and may I ask why you're here, Duchess? Being questioned about her choice and her wish to live there, Hyen didn't reply but stared at him with a cold and nonchalant manner. After getting the cold shoulder from Hyen, he felt a bit awkward and he flinched while replying in an awkward and nervous manner. Well, I'm sure you have your own reasons. Noticing the awkward and cold interaction between both of them, then Isu then spoke up in a suggestive manner. Oh, by the way, I'm going to cook my new recipe today. Would you like to join and watch Lord K? He then thought for a bit about the situation he was in and realized that seeing Isu cook a new recipe would be more interesting. So he turned to Isu and replied in a grateful manner, I would love to. Isu was delighted to hear this. He then turned to Hyen and asked her in a curious tone, want to join us, Hyen? Hyen then spoke in a nonchalant manner, indicating her zero interest in cooking. No thanks. I'd like to step on some fallen leaves a bit more. Respecting her choice, Isu then spoke up in a concerned tone. Okay, be careful not to catch a cold. Both Isu and Kaylee made their way to the kitchen while conversing with each other. As soon as they reached the kitchen, they saw Seth stirring the broth. It had simmered down to a very thick and soupy base. Kay then took a whiff of the broth and spoke up in an excited tone. This smells delicious. Is it dinner for tonight? Isu nodded and requested in a gentle tone, yes. Please join us and have a bite. After noticing the broth was done, Isu then explained, now that the broth is ready, let's chop up some leeks. Now add that in with cooked barley rice and steamed pork. After placing it on the table and garnishing it with spring onions and leeks, Isu then spoke out loud in an excited tone, and voila, it's ready. After sharing his recipe, he then showed how to serve it and prepared 3 bowls in the same manner. He then ordered one of the staff members, take these to the dining room. He then turned to Seth and gave clear instructions, and you all do the same and have a bowl each. Listening to this, Seth was a bit taken aback and got startled. He then asked in a confused tone, are we allowed to eat the same food, sir? Seeing the shocked look on Seth, Isu then smiled warmly at him before speaking in a comforting tone, of course, it's my favorite dish. It warms your body in cold weather. Consider this my hometown cuisine as a celebration of becoming a part of my staff. Seth then smiled, accepting that this was Isu's intention, generosity and kindness. He then called all of the staff working for Isu. All of the staff arrived in the kitchen one by one, anticipating why they were called. Seth quickly prepared the bowls the way Isu instructed and placed them on the table. One of the maids spoke in a curious manner while tapping her chin. What's this? Some kind of soup? After watching everyone's confused looks and curiosity, Seth explained in a gentle voice, it's a pork bone soup with other pork meat in it. After listening to this explanation, many of them talked and gossiped with each other. Noticing the food, one of the male butlers spoke out in a disgusted manner. Pork bone broth? Sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to handle the gamey smell. Seeing his disgusted look and unwillingness to try, Seth spoke up while defending Isu. What you had before were uncleaned intestines. How can you compare that with his dish? He then continued to speak in a disgusted manner due to his colleagues' childish behavior of complaining about food without even trying it. You might as well starve. Noticing the heated conversation between the staff, Lucas interrupted them with a prideful and confident voice. This is Baron Bloom's recipe, correct? Then trust me, it'll be delicious. He then continued to boast about Isu. His culinary skills are approved by the Medici family. After seeing all of them go silent, Lucas then took his spoon and dipped it in the bowl while speaking in awe. Let's see. After scooping the rice soup and the pork that was garnished with leek, he blew over it to cool it down a little. After it cooled down, he took the bite. He chewed on it for a while, examining the flavors and taste of this recipe. After taking his time, Lucas then spoke out loud in astonishment. Goodness, how can pork bone broth taste so good? One of the staff members spoke up in a delighted manner. It's so savory and pleasant to eat. Another staff member replied in a defeated and sad tone, I guess I should have brought the pork bones that the butcher was going to throw away and tried boiling them. Meanwhile, Seth ate the food while thinking really hard about the consequences. Where did he get the idea to make broth out of pork bones? Broth that could have been greasy, but the leek makes up for it. All of the staff members enjoyed it and were in a really happy mood. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Kay took a bite of the dish and spoke out in an amazed tone, indicating his compliments for Isu. What a stroke of genius, your recipes are truly extraordinary. After enjoying the recipe, Kay then went silent and thought about something. He then spoke up in a warm, gentle tone. How about selling the recipe to the Inn Association? With such affordable ingredients, it will yield a substantial profit, which will attract vendors. After listening to this suggestion, Isu thought for a while before asking in an uncertain tone, do you think it would sell well? Noticing his doubts and concerns, Kay smiled brightly and said in a confirmed and gleeful tone while giving him a thumbs up, take my word for it, I think it would be a huge hit. As the two men were busy talking about business and how it would be beneficial for the Inn Association, their talk was interrupted by a loud slurping sound. Both of them turned to the sound and saw Hyen slurping the soup like a child and enjoying it well. Seeing her enjoy the dish and her slurping sounds, Isu chuckled lightly and said out loud in a joyous manner, looks like even Hyen approves. Kay noticed this and joined in the fun, laughing along with Isu and enjoying this lively environment. After eating their fill and feeling the warmth of the dish course through their bodies, Isu, Heian, and Kay were seated in the living room while enjoying tea. Kiev had an interesting doubt and asked Heian in a polite tone, "How come you don't engage in business or trade?" He then continued with an affirmative look, "I'm sure selling water during winter could earn you a considerable amount of money." Heian understood what Kay wanted to say, but she had a gloomy look. She then started to lower her cup of tea and spoke in her usual cold tone, "A mage needs imperial approval to do business." After hearing Heian's response, Kay responded back in an astounded manner, "Is it a complicated process?" Heian then placed her cup of tea on the coaster and turned to Kay, responding in a very calm and gentle manner, "Not really, but I have no intention of doing any business." Kay was a bit taken aback by her nonchalant response, and spoke back in a worried tone, "It's just that I feel it's a shame you're wasting your talent." Feeling his genuine concern and worry, Heian then spoke up in a reassuring tone, "If it's water that you want, we have plenty, so take whatever amount you need." While both of them were in conversation, Isu had a pleasant smile and enjoyed his tea in the conversation. After hearing the genuine offer from Heian, Kay stood up in a hurry and spoke in a stunned, worried manner, "Are you sure about that, Duchess?" Heian nodded and replied in an encouraging and comforting tone, "I'm only doing this because you're an acquaintance." Listening to Heian's words and her selfless attitude, Isu thought to himself in a proud manner, "One like a parent? Heian has finally learned to give. I'm so proud of her." After this fun bickering, they all continued to enjoy their warm evening together and laughed. Kaylee noticed something interesting about Heian's shoes. This really intrigued him, and he asked in a curious tone, "By the way, Duchess?" Heian looked up and replied, "Yes?" After her response, Kay continued in his intrigued and curious tone, "May I ask where you got those shoes from?" Heian was a bit confused as to what he was talking about. She then looked down and realized what Kay meant. She replied in a nonchalant manner, "Baron Bloom gave them to me." After hearing her say it was a gift from Isu, Kay smiled politely before requesting, "If you don't mind, may I take a look at them?" Heian replied in understanding, "That won't be a problem," but then her facial expression turned into one of disgust and coldness. "Please don't bring your face too close." Seeing her expression turn into disgust, Kay was a bit stupefied, but he understood her demeanor and nodded, "Yes, ma'am." As Kaylee examined the shoes, he understood the different components of them. He then spoke in a dazed manner, "Interesting. Why did I not think of this?" After completing his investigation and thorough examination, Kay spoke up in an intrigued manner, "I see so much business potential in this item. Is the inside layer wool?" Isu replied in a gentle tone, "That's right." After understanding his reply, Kay then asked in a curious tone, "What's the first trade item that comes to your mind when you think of the Maggie family?" Isu was a bit dazed by the sudden question. After thinking for a while, Isu replied in an uncertain voice, "Pepper?" Hearing his response, Kay then tried to hint to Isu that too, but after seeing the push from Kay, Isu then thought for a while, trying to find the correct answer. Suddenly, an answer struck his brain and he spoke in an eager tone, "Oh, woolen fabric is your family's main trade item." Kai was happy with his answer and gave him a nod before saying in excitement, "Correct. Besides, wool or leather are pretty affordable items. We can make these shoes and sell them to the commoners and middle class." After listening to the genuine and healing offer from Kay, Isu thought in a joyful manner, "Yes, this is my chance to benefit from personal connections." He then spoke up in excitement, "That's an awesome idea. I should suggest this to Count Medi when I meet him again." Listening to the business proposal between Isu and Kai, Heian jumped in with an affirmative tone. "Then I'll help you convince him. If that happens, 3 people are better than 2 to persuade someone." Listening to this wonderful idea from Heian, Kay then gave a really bright and polite smile while speaking in a polite tone and rubbing his hands. What a remarkable idea from a remarkable duchess. Seeing this overly friendly demeanor of Kay, Isu thought to himself in an astounded manner, Kay sure knows how to flatter people. After this fun and little bickering between Heian and Kay, they all enjoyed the time they spent together. Kay then noticed the dawn and spoke in an embarrassed tone, "Oh my, look at the time, I should get going. Please stop by my house anytime to try the new recipe I created." Isu gave a warm smile to Kay and replied in a polite tone, "I sure will." He then turned to Lucas and asked him in a confirming tone, "Lucas, did you bring what I asked you for earlier?" Lucas then entered the room and said out loud, "Yes, sir." As soon as Lucas put the jar on the table, Isu smiled at Kay and spoke in a gentle and warm tone, "A gift for you, Lord Kay. It's tea made with jujube." Then took the jar and opened it. After eyeing the contents, he took a whiff of the jar. Kay then said in a happy tone, "Yum, it has a remarkably pleasant smell. I should look into this ingredient, called jujube." He then shut the jar and gave a polite smile to Isu, saying, "Thank you for the gift. I should get going now." Then smiled back and greeted him, "Have a safe trip back, Lord Kay." He then took his leave and went back to his home. After his departure, Isu turned to Hyen and offered her to go to the balcony to enjoy the night and the stars while drinking tea. While enjoying the stars and the song from the cicadas, Isu spoke in a delighted manner, "I love sipping warm tea while feeling the cool breeze." Meanwhile, Hyen stayed silent and sipped her tea. Isu had some concerns and doubts, so he turned to Hyen and asked her in a polite manner, "By the way, Hyen, do you really have no intention of making money?" Hyen put her cup down and spoke up, "I just don't want to get involved with the imperial family." After hearing this, Isu then asked in a confused tone, "Wasn't it just a matter of getting a simple approval?" Hyen responded with a sigh, "It's not as simple as you think. To get approval, I would have to go to the palace in person, which will expose me to more people." Isu was still confused and asked her in a dumbfounded manner, "But I thought you decided to be more confident from now on." Hyen then spoke out loud in anger and rage, "That's a different problem. Once they find out who I am, they'll bother me by trying to find me a groom, and I don't want that. If I want to do my own business, I must first marry someone I want, otherwise I'll end up marrying one of the imperial members." After hearing Hyen's anger towards the imperial family and her hatred towards them, Isu was confused. He then spoke up after understanding all the things Hyen said in a confused tone, "All this hatred toward the emperor and talk of killing him, why are mages so uptight about the imperial family?" Hyen then spoke up in a sad and gloomy manner. Hyen said, "Because they know our weaknesses." After hearing this, it shocked Isu and he spoke in a frightened tone, "What do you mean by that?" Hyen remained sad and gloomy the whole time. He then replied in a dejected manner, "I'll tell you in due time." After hearing this from Hyen, Isu was outraged and thought to himself, forcing them into marriage on top of exploiting their weaknesses. That's despicable beyond belief. He tried to calm himself down, but the thought of the imperial family using this method made him even more furious and angry. After calming down and collecting his thoughts, Isu spoke in a suggestive manner, "If it doesn't work out, you could resort to a fake marriage." Helen thought about this suggestion and replied in a thoughtful manner, "Well, I guess that could work if I try." She then turned her head away from Isu and spoke in a sorrowful voice, "But this is more about my honor and reputation. If word gets out that I'm married, it'll complicate things when I try to marry someone I really want." After listening to Heian carefully, Isu felt pity for her and thought in a careful manner, "She doesn't seem to have any interest in men at first glance." He then shook his head to dismiss the negative thoughts and asked Heian in a very curious tone, "So what kind of person do you want to meet then?" After this question, Heian remained quiet and thought for a while about her type of man, but got a bit flustered and dodged the question by saying, "It's late, let's call it a night." After a few days of bustling and running around, Isu finally gathered something important that he had always wished for. One fine day, he called out a few of his staff members and instructed, "Okay, today we're going to plant what's called bamboo along the walking path." Listening to Isu brag about planting the seeds for a tree, Heian was a bit startled and said in a condescending tone, "If you want to plant trees, you might as well have brought saplings instead. With these you won't live to see them fully grow." Isu chuckled at Heian's question. After giving a smirk, he then explained in a very gentle and proud manner, "Don't worry, in 5 years they'll all be grown." The staff members worked hard to dig holes and plant the seeds properly, while Isu instructed them softly, adding mulch around the hole, then covering it with dirt. Finally, they added a bit of water to hydrate the soil and increase the chances of growth. After the completion of this procedure, Isu turned to Heian with a knowledgeable look, like a nerd, and explained, "Tall trees need deep roots, right? It might seem slow at first, but once it reaches its 5th year, it'll grow more than 20 inches per day." Isu was feeling great while sharing his thoughts and knowledge for the first time, but it was soon broken by Hyen. She spoke up in a nonchalant manner. Even 5 years is too long. She then asked in a curious tone, "Got any money left?" Isu was still in a daze and shocked after listening to Hyen say 5 years is a long time. After calming his anxiety and disappointed demeanor, he spoke up in a confused and perplexed manner. "What for? It's not like you can buy bamboo anywhere around here." Hyen shook her head before replying in a serious tone. "That's not why I asked." She then explained in a very calm and gentle manner, "With money you could visit the mage secretariat and hire a gardening mage. You can find out all the plant mages available for hire over there." After listening to this suggestion by Hyen, Isu was really excited about it, but realizing it might be very expensive to bring over a mage, Isu then looked at Hyen with puppy eyes and asked her in a very cute and childish charm, "Are there any discounts for current mages?" Listening to Isu being all cute and childish for the benefit, Hernine's face turned into one of disgust. She spoke in a very rude and cold tone. "No, although they might offer you a cheaper price if you're friends with one." Listening to this explanation, Isu was a bit disappointed and spoke in a disheartened manner. "Never mind then." Seeing this bratty side of Isu really infuriated Hyen. She then growled at him before speaking in an angry tone, "You'd better leave unless you want another taste of the ice pick." Feeling threatened by her words, Isu laughed nervously while cowering in fear and reassuring her, "No thanks, but thanks for the info. I'll get going right away." Hyen really looked like she was ready to use her mana to form an ice pick and threaten Isu. Before that happened, Isu called out for Lucas and asked him to prepare the carriage for his departure. Lucas nodded and ordered the carriage master to ready the carriage for the journey. Isu was seated in his carriage and ordered the master to head to the mage secretariat. After a short while of traveling, Isu entered the hall and was greeted by an employee. He was then given a book that registered many mages for different occupations. Isu flipped through many pages and was quite fascinated. He spoke his thoughts out loud in a stunned manner. "Wow, looks like there are about 50 registered mages. Incredible." While he was scanning the pages of the registry, he was amazed and said out loud, "So the healing mage charges the most. There even seem to be magic skills for protection. Any magic related to survival demands the highest price, just as I thought." While he was rummaging through the pages, he had some doubts and thought to himself. After giving it careful consideration, Isu thought, if one could use magic limitlessly, it would be immensely helpful to people, but at such high prices, only the privileged can enjoy magic. He pondered for a while, trying to come up with a solution. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he thought out loud in an exhilarated manner. "The Alphon, what if I persuade wandering mages not affiliated with the imperial family to stay in the city and utilize their magic limitlessly?" He then smiled widely, thinking excitedly, then the Albert estate would become immensely powerful beyond anyone's reach. But suddenly, his excitement and happiness died down quickly as he began thinking more carefully. But if the mages were to see the mana spring and incite a rebellion, things might get a bit complicated. He shook his head and refocused on the task of recruiting a mage for his bamboo garden. After selecting a mage, he turned to the employee and asked for an appointment. After finalizing the date and time, Isu signed the paper and headed back to his mansion, where he awaited the mage's arrival. A young and handsome man with pointy ears arrived at Isu's mansion. After looking for Isu, he found him and greeted him with passion burning in his eyes. "Pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm Edro of the Goldson family," he said. Isu gave a warm smile to the upcoming mage and offered a firm handshake. He replied in a warm and gentle tone, "Welcome, dear mage. I'm Baron Isu Bloom." After this short introduction, and still smiling at the mage, Isu thought to himself, it seems he hasn't inherited the title yet, judging by his use of honorifics. After some casual chatting and exchanging of pleasantries, Edro got straight to business. "That'll be 200 gold for my travel expenses, sir. Where shall I use the magic?" Isu nodded and explained what he had done so far. "I've planted tree stems along the walking path here." Edro nodded, then stepped up to the garden and sensed some sort of energy. He spoke in a concentrated manner. I sense a lot of unfamiliar life energy under the soil, not flowers, I presume. Edro continued to explain in a cautious and unhappy tone. If flowers bloom in the middle of winter, everything will freeze. Without a weather mage, that would be tragic. Sir. Isu nodded and reassured Edro with a nervous laugh and polite smile. They're trees that grow well even in winter, so there's no need to worry. After hearing this explanation, Edro understood and replied in a relieved tone. Well, that's a relief then. He then said in a cautious manner, now then, please step back. Edro chanted a spell, forming a magic circle in his palms. He then aimed at the ground where the bamboo seeds were planted. Lots of buds sprouted, and after a while of continuous mana flow, beautiful and long bamboo trees emerged and stood strong. Seeing how powerful the magic was, Isu was amazed and spoke his thoughts aloud. Wow! Meanwhile, Edro, who also saw the trees, was fascinated and exclaimed in an amazed voice, wow! Both of them enjoyed the view of the magnificent trees for a while. Edro then turned to Isu and complimented him in an amiable manner. Some magnificent trees you've got here, sir. What are they called? Isu, happy to explain, replied in a gentle tone. They're bamboo trees. They're common where I come from. Edro nodded in acceptance and touched one of the bamboo trees while expressing the emotions rising in his heart. They're as beautiful as the banyan trees, which are my favorite. He then turned to Isu and gave him the warmest and gentlest smile while asking for a favor. Could you share some seeds with me as well? Of course, I'm not asking for them for free. His eyes conveyed genuine trust in Isu. After thinking for a moment, Isu spoke out loud in a determined tone. I would like to sell you a gold's worth. I won't charge you a travel fee either. Hearing the shocking amount of money Edro was offering, Isu went wide-eyed and thought to himself in a flabbergasted manner. That's 100 million won. Isu smiled warmly and offered in a genuine tone. Sure, feel free to take as much as you need. Edro was surprised and spoke in an amazed tone. Really? Thank you, sir. After finalizing the deal, Edro prepared to leave. As he headed out, he greeted Isu. Take care. After Edro's departure, Isu kept staring at the bamboo forest, feeling relieved and happy. He spoke out loud. Now that the bamboo forest is complete, I need someone to walk through it with me. He then got an idea, having a partner to walk through the forest. He called out for Lucas and ordered, Lucas, could you call Hyen for me? As soon as his name was called, Lucas appeared like a ghost. After hearing Isu's order, Lucas nodded and replied, yes, sir. Lucas hurried to Hyen's room and called her out, saying that Isu wished to see her and that she should hurry to the bamboo forest. As soon as Hyen entered the lawn area, she was stunned to see the beautiful and strong trees standing tall. She spoke in an amazed voice, how marvelous. She then examined the trees more closely and said in a marveled tone, they're as stunning as the banyan trees. Isu smiled warmly and then explained his idea. I'm going to build a small annex on the opposite side of this forest. Hyen nodded, already understanding his vision. While enjoying the bamboo forest, Hyen spoke up with a cheerful smile. It would be nice to have flowering trees around it. Isu nodded and agreed with her magnificent idea. He then walked beside Hyen, accompanying her while they admired the bamboo trees. After a few days of admiration and tree growth, Isu headed out to a renowned construction merchant to discuss his brilliant idea. After listening to Isu's plan, the main engineer spoke in a confused tone. So you're saying to use KD basalt as the flooring and connect it to the fireplace, sir? Isu had a serious and determined look on his face, almost intimidating, while agreeing with the engineer. He continued to explain in his firm tone, when you light the outdoor fireplace, warm air will flow through the floor and exit through the chimney. After understanding this explanation, the engineer responded with slight confusion but asked curiously, so rather than heating the air, it's heating the floor? Isu nodded and replied earnestly, yes, exactly. Do you think you can do that? The engineer was a bit baffled by the unusual request and replied in an uncertain tone, well, I've never seen this type of architecture before. I understand that this type of construction is foreign to Tanyan. Still, he offered kindly, "I'll help you out." Knowing this wasn't enough incentive for the engineer, Iyasu added with an earnest and genuine offer, "And I'll add 1,000 gold on top of that." Hearing this generous offer, the engineer was thrilled and didn't want to miss the opportunity. He spoke in an enthusiastic tone, "I'll prepare for construction right away, sir." After the contract was completed, the engineer brought many capable workers to begin the project. Upon arriving at the site, Isu, the engineer, and the workers worked diligently on the construction of the annex. Many mistakes were made along the way, but that didn't stop Isu from pushing forward with his goal of creating a comfortable home. He kept showing the workers how to follow his vision, explaining his idea again and again. Thanks to the workers' dedication and the engineer's persistence, the annex was finally completed. They all tried lighting the fire one last time, and it truly worked. Everyone jumped and cried with joy. They celebrated the moment with Isu, enjoying their shared success. After the engineer and the workers departed, Iyasu put out the fire and went to his room where he slept soundly. The next morning, he woke up and called Heian to show her the surprise. Heian was a bit confused, but walked with Iyasu to the new building. Upon reaching the doorstep, Iyasu exclaimed happily, "Wow, pretty impressive, right?" Heian looked at the house puzzled, and said in a perplexed tone, "It looks like an average house to me. What's so different about it?" Isu turned to her and responded proudly, "You'll see once you step inside." He then gestured for her to follow him into the house. As the door creaked open, a plain house was revealed. No furniture, no paintings, completely empty. Before entering, Iyasu politely instructed, "Take off your shoes and come up here." Heian followed his instructions but remained doubtful. She asked in a frustrated tone, "I asked what's so different." As soon as she stepped onto the floor, she felt something unusual. It was pleasant to walk on and surprisingly comfortable. While walking further, she was mesmerized by the strange sensation. She spoke in an astounded tone, "The floor feels warm." Isu laughed softly at her startled expression and explained, in a gentle and sweet voice, "It's called an underfloor heating system. Here, sit on the floor and cover yourself with this blanket." She did as he said, sitting on the floor and wrapping herself in the blanket. Isu nodded at Heian, then walked over to the window. He opened it to let in the cool air from outside. Turning back to Heian with a warm smile, he asked in a curious tone, "What do you think?" The cold air brushing her face caused a pink hue to appear on her cheeks, and she shivered with joy. She responded in a delighted and comfortable tone, "My body feels warm while my face stays cool. It feels really good." Isu smiled at her warmly, then sat beside her and asked out of curiosity, "By the way, I heard aristocrats don't prefer sitting on the floor around here, yet you don't seem to be bothered by it." Feeling a bit offended, Heian snorted in disdain and spoke in a confident tone, "It's not new to me. I used to live locked up in a chamber without a bed." Isu quickly apologized, and they both laughed a little. After the laughter died down, Isu thought about their earlier conversation. After collecting his thoughts, Isu asked Heian to confirm something. "You said your mother died giving birth to you, right?" Heian replied in an affirmative tone, "Yes." Isu then said in a dejected voice, "Remember when I said I lost my parents to an accident? Well, that day was my birthday too." After hearing Isu's story, Heian felt a sense of connection and comfort. A shared pain linked them together. Her expression turned sad, yet her beauty remained radiant. She then spoke in a sorrowful tone, "Is that so? You and I both have birthdays that aren't meant to be celebrated." After this deep and heavy conversation, they both remained silent for a long time, basking in the cold air and the warmth from the floor. Out of nowhere, Isu became curious about something. He waited for a while before asking in an anxious manner, "So when's your birthday?" Heian understood his curiosity and replied in a straightforward manner, though her voice remained soft, "Around Kwasa Luna. It's the 14th day of February." After hearing this, Isu exclaimed internally in a shocked manner, "That's Valentine's Day." Heian continued, her expression gloomy, "That day is a very special day for the elves. It's called Valentine's Day." Isu was still shocked and thought to himself in a curious tone, "Do they celebrate Valentine's Day here too?" Heian went on, It's the day commemorating the death of our progenitor, the Grand Mage Valvalin, who passed away at the age of 37. That's why, according to Martha, my mother was so happy despite the pain of childbirth. She believed I could be the reincarnation of him. After finishing her story, she turned to Isu and asked in a curious tone, "And you, when's your birthday?" Isu answered in a very nonchalant manner, "Oh, my birthday already passed." Hearing this, Heian grew furious. She growled in anger before saying in an annoyed tone, "What? Why didn't you tell me?" Realizing his mistake, Isu laughed nervously and replied in a hesitant tone, "Oh, I couldn't find the right time, I guess." Listening to this, Heian's anger began to calm, but she still spoke in a stern tone. "Next time, remember to tell me so that I can celebrate it with you." Seeing how upset she was over missing his birthday, Isu was confused at first, but as he continued looking at her, he realized it was because she cared. He smiled softly and warmly at her, and replied in a gentle voice, "I sure will. Let's celebrate each other's birthdays from now on." Heian nodded, calming further. She then spoke up in a commanding tone, "But for now I want you to bake me some bread." Hearing this, it suddenly dawned on Isu that it was bread week, and he had to bake some goodies for her. He smiled and agreed to her request. Then he took his leave from the house and walked straight to the mansion's kitchen. He washed his hands thoroughly and prepared all the ingredients. While mixing a few of them together, Isu thought to himself in a remorseful manner, "It's been a while since I made her a proper dessert. I should treat her with something special." While whisking the ingredients, he continued thinking, "I can't believe I forgot my promise to bake her 1 loaf of bread per week." He then imagined Heian stating her demands. "I expect a loaf of bread every week, man." Meanwhile, Seth, who was worried and anxious to see Iu cooking in the kitchen, spoke in a nervous tone, "Please, sir, leave the kitchen duties to me." Understanding his concern, Yuso responded in a serious yet reassuring tone, "I enjoy cooking, so there will be times when I do things myself. Don't worry about it." Reassured by Aishu's words, Seth finally calmed down. After whisking the ingredients, Aishu called out, "I'm going to make a pie crust now." Seth, still somewhat in a daze, realized this might be his cue to help. He offered, "Allow me, sir, I can do it." Ieyasu waved off the offer and explained in a gentle tone, "It might be a bit different from the pies you're familiar with. Just watch how I make it." Seth understood and stood back, observing every move Ieyasu made. Seeing Seth's attentiveness, Ieyasu continued to explain, "The essence of a pie lies in the rich, buttery flavor and crispy texture, so add butter at about half the amount of flour." He then added in a cautious tone, "And remember to use cold butter to preserve its crispiness. Then season the dough with salt once it's done and gradually pour in iced water to knead the dough." Hearing that, Seth was shocked and spoke in an appalled tone, "Did you say iced water, sir?" Isu nodded and replied in a gentle tone, "Yes. The colder the water, the crispier the pie crust becomes." After listening to these crystal-clear instructions, Seth spoke in an amazed tone, "Wow, sir, you certainly know a lot, just like the rumors say." Isu shook his head and replied in a modest, gentle manner while kneading the dough, "Nah, it's all just from experience." He then remembered the times his mother used to bake sweets with him and teach him. Reminiscing, Isu spoke in a nostalgic voice, "My mother was good at making bread and cookies." After listening to Ieyasu's story, Seth replied in an apologetic tone, "Oh." Ayo waved off his concern and took on a strict yet gentle demeanor as he continued kneading the dough. "You'll have to make them someday too, so pay attention." Seth stood at attention, observing carefully. He responded with sincerity, "Yes, sir." After a long time of kneading and folding the dough, Asu placed it in the baking tray and slid it into the oven. When it turned a beautiful crisp and golden color, he took it out and began forming the layers with the pie crust, cream, and many other fillings. After preparing more, everything was finally ready. He exclaimed in excitement, "There it is, the mili fio." After watching the formed layers on the plate, Seth spoke up in a fascinated tone, "I see, so this is how you make a mili fo." Iyu nodded and explained while smiling warmly, "That's right, and you can change the filling inside to create different flavors." "Makes sense," Seth nodded and spoke in an understanding tone. "Aha. Isu then examined the pastries he made. After observing them for a while, he found the prettiest one, placed it on a separate plate and said to Seth, "I'll take the prettiest one to Hyan." He placed the dish aside and instructed Seth in a gentle demeanor, "Pack a few of these and deliver them to Lord Clay. You can share the rest with the staff." Seth nodded and packed the pastries in one of the most beautiful boxes, ensuring they didn't get crushed. After setting aside a few for the staff, he spoke out loud in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Isu then took the prettiest millefeuille to Hyan. After reaching her room, he knocked on the door and called out, "Hey Hiu." As soon as he stopped knocking, he heard a lot of rumbling and heavy footsteps dashing toward the door. Hyan quickly opened the door in a hurry and spoke out loud in anticipation. "It's about time. What took you so long to bake a loaf of bread?" As Hyan calmed herself down, Isu noticed something different about her. He then spoke up in a polite manner, complimenting her. "You look good with your hair tied up like that." She didn't reply to his compliment and kept staring at the dish he was holding. She couldn't contain her curiosity and spoke out in an eager, childlike tone. "Hand me the bread." She complied with Asu and quickly took a seat. Asu gave her a warm smile and placed the dish on the table, showing her the beautiful pastry. He then spoke out loud in a boastful tone, "Here, try this. This is a millefeuille." Just as he was about to continue his explanation, Hyan couldn't wait any longer. She took one of the pastries and bit into it as soon as possible. An incredibly loud and satisfying crunch was heard. The crispiness mixed with the cream filling created a perfect balance between salty and sweet. As she finished her share of the pastry, she spoke out loud in a delighted voice, "This isn't bread, this is pastry." Isu nodded, and then spoke in a polite and gentle demeanor. "Yeah, I thought I'd make you a dessert since we already had our meals." Hyan understood his thoughtfulness and caring nature. She kept staring at the remaining pastries with great intensity. This confused Isu, and he asked her in a curious and intrigued tone, "Aren't you going to have some more?" Hearing the curiosity in his voice, she was tempted to eat more, but she steeled her nerves and pushed the plate toward Isu, shocking him. She then spoke up in a gentle and happy tone, "You can have the rest." Seeing her being so warm, Isu was baffled and spoke in a shocked manner. "Who? Hyan?" Hyan, now a bit irritated by Isu's reaction, spoke in an annoyed tone. "What?" She then turned away from him and tapped her stomach, speaking out loud, "I've never tasted such a beautiful dessert in my life. Say, how about you open a dessert shop nearby?" As Isu was taking the last piece, he spoke in a curious tone. "A dessert shop?" All of a sudden, Hyan was a bit taken aback by the confused look on his face. She then asked him in a searching tone, "Haven't you heard the news?" Isu, still confused, responded, "What news?" Hyan face-palmed and then explained in a gentle manner, "The Madusi family is sponsoring artists and planning to build an art hall here." Isu was dumbstruck by how well-informed Hyan was. Despite staying locked in her room, he had never seen her go out. He then asked in a curious tone, "How come you're so quick to catch up on news when you're stuck in your room all day?" Hyan replied in a nonchalant manner, "I sneak around sometimes." She then shook her head and continued her explanation. "Anyway, that's why I suggested opening a dessert shop nearby." She then complimented Isu on his baking skills. "The bread you bake is a work of art. Guaranteed it'll be the perfect spot to pursue such a business." After the discussion with Hyan about opening a shop in the capital city, Isu thought about it for a while. Several days and nights passed after that conversation. On one auspicious day, Isu was getting ready for his duties when a doubt crept into his mind. Curious to know the answer, he called for Lucas. Lucas, who was present in the room, walked over to Isu's side and waited for further instructions. Isu gave him a warm smile and spoke in a gentle manner. "By the way, Lucas." Lucas answered, "Yes, sir." Isu let his curiosity get the better of him and spoke out loud, "You seem pretty close with Kenna these days." Hearing this, Lucas jumped slightly in shock. Meanwhile, Hans, who was eavesdropping nearby, spoke in an exhilarated tone, "You got that right, I always catch them chatting during break time." Listening to Hans spew out what he considered nonsense, Lucas became extremely flustered, a huge red blush appearing on his face as he yelled in denial, "It's not like that." Hans, now confused by Lucas's reaction, questioned him, "It's not?" Hans was deliberately trying to figure out what was going on. Whether what he saw was real or not, or if it was some kind of tomfoolery, Lucas continued in his flustered mess, "I was just teaching her the chores." Seeing Lucas's flustered reaction, Isu chuckled, enjoying the heartwarming scene. He then spoke in a teasing manner, "It seems more suspicious when you get flustered." As Isu and Hans teased Lucas about his little crush on Kenna, the maid of the mansion, it was a pure coincidence that she entered the room at that moment. She turned to Isu and spoke in a formal tone, "Oh sir, do you need anything?" She smiled in a very cute and adorable way. Isu gave her a warm smile and spoke in a soft and kind manner, "No, nothing at all, continue with what you were doing." She bowed gently and continued her tasks. Meanwhile, Lucas, who was in a trance from her cuteness and smile, stood there all flustered and awkward. Isu and Hans, watching from behind, laughed and giggled, enjoying the cute scene. Isu thought to himself in a touched manner, "How cute." As they continued enjoying the moment, a soft knock was heard on the door, catching Lucas's attention. His ears perked up when a familiar voice called, "It's me, Clay." Lucas calmed his racing heart and gathered his professional demeanor. He then announced to Isu, "Baron Clay is here to see you, sir." Isu gathered his noble presence and spoke in a slightly shocked tone, "Oh, he's finally arrived." Lucas opened the door and greeted Clay. Clay greeted Lucas back with a warm smile. Isu then greeted him and they both walked over to the couch. Lucas brought out tea for them and placed it in front of them. Clay, after settling down, asked Isu in a curious tone, "So why did you want to see me today?" Isu replied in a nervous and slightly shaky voice, "Oh, you see, I would like to open a restaurant, but I have no idea where to start." He then asked politely and with a kind smile, "Do you know where I can find someone to help me out?" After hearing Isu's request, Clay went silent for a while, thinking. He then spoke up in a gentle manner, "Well, I could ask around, but if you're searching for a professional, the guild is the way to go." After listening to this explanation, Isu looked confused and unsure. He asked in a confirming tone, "The guild? Do I need the guild's help to open a store?" It was quite clear that Isu was extremely unfamiliar with the guild system. Listening to Isu's naive and genuine question, Clay laughed a little before explaining in a gentle manner, "Since the guild has connections, you can get materials at a lower cost." Paying attention to Clay's explanation, Isu thought to himself, "Using personal connections. I see." Clay continued his explanation. "If you don't join the guild, you'll end up bringing in materials at a higher price, which will also raise your prices. In the end, stores affiliated with the guild can offer the same products at a cheaper rate, causing private stores to go bankrupt." Seeing Isu giving it some thought, Clay then offered a solution in a kind manner. "How about hiring an agent to find suitable guilds or professionals for your situation? They can also handle errands. Go ask the information guild. They'll help you out." This was a huge help to Isu. He then asked in a curious tone, "Aha, will hiring agents solve the problem?" Clay understood his genuine concern and replied in a kind voice, "With you having so many great recipes, trying to scout everywhere on your own might lead to leaks and that could be risky." Clay waited a moment to let his words sink in, then continued, "So hiring an agent would be more useful in that sense." After this conversation, Isu and Clay went silent, enjoying the tea and engaging in small talk. After a brief pause, Isu spoke up in an intrigued and kind manner. "Oh, by the way, managing the moccasin business has been on my mind. Following your suggestion, I should indeed explore hiring an apprentice through an agent. Thank you for informing me." They both exchanged pleasant laughs and warm smiles. Clay then thought for a while before speaking in a suggestive manner, "Now that it's settled, I've been thinking, since we're of similar age and title." Isu was thinking the same, and spoke in a similarly suggestive tone. "Should we cut the formalities?" Clay nodded and spoke in a kind manner. "Yep." After this short meeting, they enjoyed a fun conversation, and then Clay took his leave. Isu then turned to Lucas and ordered him, Call Corky. Corky arrived and waited for instructions. Isu then spoke to him about hiring someone from the Information Guild. Corky nodded and contacted them. After a few days of searching, a young and capable woman arrived at Isu's mansion. The staff led her to meet Isu. After knocking on the door, she entered the room and greeted him politely. "Nice to meet you, sir. I was introduced to you by the Information Guild." Isu gave her a warm smile and spoke in a gentle tone. "Thank you for coming all this way." The woman replied in a formal tone, "The pleasure is mine. Please call me Lena." Isu then got straight to business. He spoke in a formal and serious tone. "I've been looking for a guild to help me open a restaurant. But first, let's go over your contract." Isu then passed. "Contract will be in effect until I request termination. After 3 years, I'm planning to move elsewhere. Would you be able to leave Renai and come with me?" She then took her cup of tea and spoke in a formal and business-like tone. "Did you mention your father is a knight banneret?" "Yes, sir. He's the one who taught me swordsmanship." Listening to her say this, Isu was a bit startled and spoke in a surprised tone. "I had no idea. You're quite different from what I imagined." She then placed her cup down on the coaster and spoke with a tinge of sarcasm. "Did you expect me to have sword scars all over my body?" She then calmed herself, and her voice turned polite. "Even during our training, we wear gloves to prevent calluses from forming on our hands. This is only possible because we're trained to predict the opponent's every single move." In the heat of the moment, Isu became more curious about her and asked, "Well then, I'd like to see your skills in action." After listening to this request, a dangerous glint flashed in Lena's eyes. She took her secret dagger out of her dress and in one swift motion aimed it at Isu's neck. She then spoke in a mischievous and villainous manner which made her resemble an assassin. "Your guards were lenient with the body search because I'm a woman. That's why it's more advantageous to hire women to gather information or assassinate someone." She quickly retracted her knife from his neck and spoke in an apologetic tone. "Forgive me if I startled you, sir." Meanwhile, Isu, who was still in shock from her performance, thought to himself in a frightened manner, "I nearly jumped out of my skin." Lena then continued in a gentle and formal tone, "And please don't punish the guards. No one has ever found this dagger in a body search." She then smiled warmly at Isu and spoke her thoughts clearly in a formal and kind manner. "If you contract with me, you can assign me any task you want, but only on one condition. I request that you establish a guild with me as the leader and provide me with a building upon your return to the estate." Isu nodded and gave her a warm smile before speaking in a guilty tone. "Sure. Agreed. However, be prepared for a busy schedule ahead, especially since I'm new to the city." After hearing this, Lena didn't seem to mind the busy schedule and spoke in a happy tone. "Then I look forward to serving you, Baron Bloom." After their conversation, Isu gave her a warm smile showing kindness. Meanwhile, Lena stared at his good-looking face which was quite appealing to women. Seeing her stare at him, Isu was a bit confused but kept his smile. Lena, lost in a deep trance, started thinking about her past, a memory from a while ago. Her father yelled at her in anger. "Lena, get to work. You can't keep turning down customers." Meanwhile, Lena, who was picking her ears, spoke in a disinterested tone, saying her thoughts out loud. "I told you I won't work until you find me a handsome and wealthy customer." Listening to her being a complete brat, Lena's father then spoke in a less irritated tone. "I don't know about wealthy, but I do know a good-looking baron." Hearing these words, Lena's attention perked up. She stood up so quickly that the chair fell back and yelled in an eager tone, "Sign me up." In the present time, Lena turned her head to excuse herself and coughed slightly while thinking to herself in a delighted tone, "Things are going well so far." Seeing her stare at him and then turn her head away, Isu was really confused and baffled by her reaction. After some time of silence between them, Isu then spoke in a gracious and gentle tone. "For the time being, it's fine for you to come and work when I call for you." He said this, taking into account that she had taken good care of him as his employee. Lena gave Isu a warm smile and spoke in a really kind demeanor. "Nonsense, sir. What are you talking about? As your agent under a long-term contract, I should stay close by." Isu nodded, understanding her vision. He then offered his hand for a handshake to show it was a deal, and spoke in a benign tone. Very well, you may use the small room on the first floor. As they were about to shake hands to close their deal, a familiar voice was heard calling out, Hey Asa. After a moment the door burst open to reveal Hyan. She entered the room with an elegant walk, her hair tied up and looking extremely beautiful. Lena and Hyan saw each other for the first time. Hyan then turned her attention to Isu and spoke out in her usual cold demeanor. I hear you hired an agent. Meanwhile Lena, who was confused by the sudden disruption from Hyan, thought to herself in a panicked manner. What is this? A mage? Where did she come from? On the other hand, Isu spoke out in a cheerful tone. Perfect timing. He then walked in between the two ladies and introduced them in a cheerful manner while smiling. This is Lena, my new agent. She'll be living here with us, so try to get along. During the introduction, Lena was a bit confused and thought to herself in a baffled manner. Who exactly is this baron to live under the same roof with a mage? When they revealed they were betrothed, Lena composed herself in front of Hyan and spoke in a polite and formal tone while bowing in respect. Pleased to meet you, my lady. I leave myself in your care. Hyan gave her a nod and spoke in a formal yet distant tone. Yes, you'd better assist the baron well. I'll be keeping my eyes on you. After this short exchange, the atmosphere among the three of them became quite awkward. Isu then turned to Lena and gave her a warm smile, issuing an order in a gentle manner. Great, then I'll give you a week to gather the information I requested and find me an apprentice or a master craftsman in leatherworking. Lena nodded and replied in a formal tone, Yes, at your command, sir. She then bowed to both of them and took her leave, leaving Isu and Hyan alone in the room. Isu turned to Hyan and, feeling her behavior was eccentric, asked in a curious tone, Why are you reacting like that? Do you not like her? Hyan replied in an uncertain tone. How would I know, we just met? However, seeing Isu hire an agent made Hyan feel his actions were unusual, and she asked him, But why hire an agent all of a sudden? Isu replied in a calm and gentle manner. You suggested I open a dessert shop, so I thought I'd look into a guild for it. While I'm at it, maybe I'll also hire an apprentice to craft moccasins. After hearing Asu's reasoning, Hyan was quite impressed and spoke in a mindful tone. Hiring a female agent was a good move, but you need to be cautious. This confused Isu and he asked in a curious manner. Cautious of what? Hyan shook her head at Asu's naivety, then explained in a warning tone. There's nothing more desirable than a handsome and wealthy man. They are often targets wherever they go. Isu was a bit taken aback by Hyan's warning and thought to himself in a confused manner. Is that a compliment or is she just warning me to watch my back? After hiring Lena and in issuing her his first order, several days and nights passed. Then on a regular day while Iyasu was busy with his work, he was disturbed by a knock. A familiar voice announced, Excuse me, sir, Lena is here. Isu then called out loudly, Tell her to come in. The door opened with a creaking sound, and an elegant woman appeared, striking her dress to remove the water that had soaked into it. It was Lena, the agent Iyasu had hired. She was a bit irritated by the climate outside, and complained in a stressed manner. It's been snowing all day. My dress is completely soaked. Seeing her waggle her dress, Isu quickly responded with a gentleman's kindness. You must be cold. Come sit near the fireplace and warm up a bit. Impressed by Iyasu's kind gesture, though she didn't show it on her face, Lena replied in a grateful tone, Thank you, sir. As she took a seat close to the fireplace, she began to feel better and took a moment of silence to calm her nerves. Isu then took a seat across from her and asked in a curious manner, Did you gather all the information I asked for? Still feeling a bit cold, Lena gave Isu a warm smile and replied in a gentle and serious tone. She then handed over a brown package and said with a prideful smile, I organized them all in this document. Lena turned her head away while having a bit of fun, then spoke in a gleeful manner. It's a secret. A true merchant never shares her secrets with anyone. As Isu flipped through the pages, he asked Lena about the apprentice. Lena nodded and said in a polite manner, I already recruited one. She then spoke in a slightly gloomy tone, hoping that Isu would understand. He's got the skills, but he's got a backstory. Pausing to let her words sink in, she continued in a serious tone, people like him tend to be loyal with a bit of generosity. The very next day, a young man was called to Asu's mansion. He was brought by Liana and then shown to Asu's room. After entering, the young man started with a polite and respectful tone while bowing slightly. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Tor the shoemaker. Seeing his tension-filled body and signs of stress from work, Isu spoke in a gentle and kind voice. You know my name, right? I'm Baron Isu Bloom. Tor nodded and smiled a bit warmly to reassure him. Isu continued in his gentle manner while maintaining his polite smile. I'm thinking of starting a shoe business, that's why I need your help. After understanding Isu's idea and vision, Tor was a bit confused as to why the Baron would choose this particular niche. He then spoke up in a nervous and careful tone. Well, surely handmade products like shoes are custom made by artisans, right? Tor continued in a curious manner. When you say business, are you planning to sell ready-made products? Isu nodded and replied in an affirmative tone, still keeping his warm smile. Yes, making shoes in various sizes and selling them in stores. He then waited for a moment to let Tor absorb and understand his business vision. After taking some time, Tori then spoke up in a surprised yet confirmation-seeking tone. Then I guess those shoes would be targeting commoners. Isu nodded, and then added with excitement. Perhaps the nobles might be interested too, if word spreads. Isu then passed a paper containing the contract to Tori and spoke in a polite and gentle tone. So, with that said, how about you work for my family for 3 years? I'll start you at 5 gold per year, and if you perform well, I'll raise it to 7 gold. He waited for Tori to read the contract. While doing so, Tori thought to himself in an assuring tone. I heard that once someone becomes a vassal to the household, they are obligated to maintain silence about whatever occurs within the house. Isu handed the paper over to Tori and thought to himself, if I can secure ownership of my products for 500,000 won, that's quite a profit. After carefully reading the contract, Tori nodded and gave a polite smile to Isu. He then signed the contract and took his leave. On one of the days when things weren't so busy, Isu popped back into his old world. It had been a long time since he visited his apartment, and he kind of missed it. Isu then freshened up in the bathroom and sat at his desk surfing the internet while thinking. While browsing through pages, Isu thought out loud in confusion. What should I cook? He scrolled aimlessly, trying to find the perfect recipe to make. Taking a break, he then spoke in a thoughtful manner. Hayeon's birthday is coming up soon, and I want to make her something special. He continued scrolling, keeping in mind that she liked bread. Finding the perfect recipe was difficult, but not impossible. After browsing for a while, he finally stumbled upon a recipe. Reading through it for a while, he then exclaimed in excitement. That's it. Lasagna. After deciding what to cook for her birthday, Isu returned to his new world and ordered Corky to contact Edro. After a short while, Edro replied back. Isu then asked Lucas to ready the carriage for an immediate departure to Edro's greenhouse. Upon arriving, he left the carriage and walked toward the greenhouse. Surprised by its maintenance and size, watching Isu approach, Edro gave him a warm smile and spoke in a polite tone. Oh, Baron Bloom. He walked toward Isu and asked in a curious and respectful manner. What brings you here, sir? Isu greeted him and returned a polite smile, replying in a very gentle manner. Oh, I'm looking for something. The greenhouse was quite fascinating from the outside, but watching it from the inside was an entirely different experience for Isu. He spoke up in an amazed tone. By the way, your place is gorgeous. As Isu complimented the place and looked around, Edro stood by, fascinated by Isu's interest and kept his warm smile. However, a doubt crept into Isu's mind. As it was really cold outside, yet the plants were thriving and given total care. He turned to Edro and asked in a curious manner, Did you hire a weather mage? Edro nodded and replied in a soft tone, Yes, I did. Sensing that the conversation was drifting from its original purpose, Edro then asked in a polite manner, still willing to help however he could. So what is it that you're looking for? He kept his warm and kind smile while waiting for Ayazu's reply. Ayazu calmed his excitement and spoke in a requesting tone. Oh, I would like some tomatoes, the red and brown fruit that grows on vines. Understanding Iyu's request, Adro then gestured toward the path that led to the tomatoes. He spoke in a gentle manner, still smiling warmly. Come this way. After walking for a while, they arrived at the vines where tomatoes were growing. Adro then announced in a kind manner, here they are. As soon as Iyashu saw the tomatoes, he thought to himself in an excited voice, yes, tomatoes. Edro remained quiet for a long time, but curiosity got the better of him. He spoke in a confused tone. Tomatoes aren't commonly sought-after crops. What do you plan to use them for? Seeing Edro's confusion and intrigued expression, Isu replied in an excited manner, I want to try making some dishes with them. He then turned back to Edro and asked in a gentle and happy tone, do you mind if I pick 5 to take home with me? After hearing Isu's request, Edro's smile slowly faded. His face drooped and his body slumped as he spoke in a dejected manner. Oh. It was clear he really cared for his plants. Seeing his downcast expression, Isu felt a bit guilty and thought to himself in a concerned manner. He looks noticeably downcast. Edro then shook his head, knelt in front of the vines and spoke in a formal tone. However, something felt different about his voice. It seemed unusually gloomy. Of course you may take them, sir. However, I'll pick them for you. Although Isu felt guilty, seeing Edro's helpful nature, he spoke in a grateful tone. Oh, thank you. Edro then carefully picked 5 tomatoes, caressing the fruits he had grown with love. After placing the tomatoes on the table, Edro spoke in a sad tone. This is why I prefer ornamental plants over edible ones, as long as the sacrifice of these tomatoes will bring someone happiness. Seeing this dramatic performance from Edro, Yosu felt really bad and guilty. He then thought to himself in a remorseful manner, I should have just bought them from the store. After carefully taking the tomatoes, he thanked Edro and took his leave from the greenhouse. While waiting for his carriage, he sat and soon traveled back to his mansion. Upon arrival, he went straight to the kitchen and asked Seth to prepare a few ingredients for him. Once the ingredients were prepared and placed on the table, Isab eyed all of them and smiled warmly. He then spoke out loud in excitement. I'm going to make what's called lasagna. He turned to Seth and politely ordered. You can make the dough, Seth. After listening to the order, Seth was really happy and spoke in excitement. Yes, sir. Isu nodded and gave Seth a warm smile, then instructed, we need 2 levels of flour and 9 eggs. Let it rest until tomorrow. Seth nodded and started working on his part. Meanwhile, Isu spoke out loud about what he was going to do. Then I'll get on with the sauce. Suddenly a mysterious figure appeared from the shadows and spoke in a curious, scary voice. Are you making bread? Hearing the sudden voice and feeling the creepy vibes, Isu squealed like a young girl, almost dropping the tomato from his hand. Meanwhile, Hayan let out a sigh due to Ayasu overreacting to her sudden appearance. Yasu then calmed his nerves and steadied his breath. He spoke up in a shaky voice. Unfortunately, I'm not baking bread today. It's called lasagna, one of the pasta dishes. He then turned to Hayan and asked in a curious manner, come to think of it, do you like pasta? Hayan quickly replied in a cold and straightforward manner. I'm all about bread, no matter what. Hearing this, Esru spoke in a nonchalant tone. Fine then, I'll eat it without you. Cheapskate. Hearing that, Hayan grew a bit curious and asked, is this tastier than bread? Listening to the curiosity in her voice, Isu replied in a suspense-filled voice, that you can decide after trying it for yourself. Hayan then left the kitchen, now anticipating how it would taste and whether it truly could be better than bread. Meanwhile, Isu worked on the sauce using chilies, garlic, tomatoes and spices, such as sugar, salt, pepper and cayenne powder, boiling the concoction on low heat and thickening it to achieve the perfect texture he desired. Seth, who was done preparing the dough and had covered it to rest overnight, accepted Isu's request. Isu then left the kitchen to head to his room for the night. The next morning he woke up and quickly freshened up. He made his way back to the kitchen, where Seth was already present. Seth greeted Asio warmly as he arrived. Asio smiled and responded, then ordered Seth to bring out the dough and the sauce. Seth smiled politely and quickly brought the items to the table. Isu then asked him to observe how he cooked. Seeing Seth paying attention, Isu spoke out loud and clearly explained what he was going to do. Now I need to take out the dough from yesterday, roll it into thin sheets, then layer it in a wide glass dish with the sauce, and bake it in the oven. That's how lasagna is made. After preparing 2 glass dishes filled with uncooked lasagna, Aishu spoke to Seth in a gentle and polite manner while advising him, I'm going to serve this on Han's birthday, so make sure you practice making it. As for what I just made now, you guys can share it among yourselves. Seth, feeling grateful for Aisu's kindness, agreed and spoke in a thankful tone. Thank you, sir. After putting the uncooked lasagna in the oven to bake, Yasu gave further instructions in a polite tone. Make sure you prepare other dishes as well. Rest assured, sir, I've got it covered. Isu gave one last warm smile to Seth, then took his leave from the kitchen, heading straight to his room. As he walked, he thought to himself, Valentine's Day is the day when all mages pay respect to the late Grand Mage, and it's also Hyan's birthday. Deeply immersed in this thought, he decided to travel to his original world. After arriving back in his room there, he dressed properly and searched online for a famous jewelry shop. After finding the name and location of one, he made his way to the store while trying to figure out what to gift Hyan. As soon as he reached the location, he entered the building. The glass doors opened automatically with a soft ding. Isu walked straight to one of the staff members. A male staff member greeted him with a polite smile and spoke in a warm, welcoming tone. Welcome. What items are you looking for today? Isu greeted him as well with a warm smile. Entering the jewelry shop in his old world, he looked around, browsing through all types of ornaments and different types of jewelry. He then made up his mind and asked the staff in a polite voice, I would like to see your necklaces. The staff member nodded and then asked in a curious manner, making sure not to offend the customer in front of him, Are you giving it as a gift to your girlfriend? Hearing this, Isu's face contorted into a disgruntled and disgusted expression as he replied in denial, Yay? Nope. Maybe. He then relaxed his face and asked the staff member in a curious yet polite tone, Do you happen to have birthstone necklaces? The staff member nodded and carefully selected the birthstone necklace that best matched Hei's birthday. After picking out a beautiful and elegant pink ruby-embedded necklace, the staff member asked in a polite voice, How do you like this design, sir? He then explained in a slow and understandable manner, It's 2,000,000 won. It's from our Prem line, so the price range is a bit high. Izu examined the design and the embedded birthstone carefully. After his evaluation, he nodded to himself and spoke in a polite tone. I'll take this one. The staff member responded in an excited and persuasive manner before Ayasu could change his mind. Excellent choice, sir. While the staff member checked the jewelry and prepared the bill, Isu thought to himself in a contemplative manner, 2 million. Not bad, way cheaper than the ones in Araman anyway. Suddenly, a great idea popped into his head. He thought in a fantasy-like manner. Hold on, what if I sell amethyst there? I'd be filthy rich. I wonder what the price of precious stones is in Araman. While Aju was lost in thought, the staff member finished inspecting and packaging the item. After placing it carefully in a beautiful bag with the store's logo, he handed it to Aju with a polite smile. Aju received it with a warm smile of his own and took his leave from the shop. He then walked back to his apartment and arranged the necklace in a wooden box so it wouldn't raise any suspicion. Once the packaging was complete, Isu took the package with him and walked through the portal to return to the other world. After cleaning up, he headed straight to bed and slept soundly. The next morning arrived. Izu's eyes twitched, and he woke up quickly to get ready for his duties. As he was working on something, Lena sat in the living room drinking a fine cup of tea while enjoying the scenery outside. After some time passed, Isu spoke up in a requesting manner. Lena, there's something I need you to look into. Lena turned her head toward Isu and asked in a polite tone, What is it, sir? Isu then continued his request in a formal and polite voice. I want you to look up the prices of precious gems distributed by the Craftsmen's Guild in Aroman. Lena placed her cup down and after listening to Ayasu's request, replied in a polite tone with a hint of confidence, accompanied by a proud smile. If that's what you're asking for, I've got you covered. This confused Isu. He tried deciphering what she meant but couldn't, and stared at her in a dumbfounded manner. Lena chuckled softly upon seeing Iosu's expression and explained in a calm, understanding voice. It's like people being experts in housing prices despite not being able to afford a house. The same goes for me. I happen to have a deep interest in precious gems. She then continued her explanation, thinking for a while and trying to remember the various types of precious gems and their prices. Diamonds only for the imperial family cost 50 gold per carat. As for amethyst, sapphire and ruby, they're 14 gold per carat. Other than that, opal, amber, topaz and pearl fall within the 1 to 5 gold range. Once Lena was done explaining the different gems and their prices, she spoke in a cheerful tone while giving Isu a playful wink. Now that we've covered the prices, it's time to search for a skilled jeweler. Listening to Lena explain, and then hearing her next suggestion, Isu responded in a nonplussed manner. It's like you read my mind. Lena gave a teasing laugh, stood up from where she had been sitting on the couch, and then spoke in a serious tone. Then I'll be off to get started on the second mission. Isu nodded and gave her a warm smile, replying gratefully. I leave it to you. Thanks. Lena bowed gently in front of Isu, then left the room. Isu stood up from his seat and spoke out loud in an excited voice. Now then, off to bake the cake. He walked straight to the kitchen, where Seth greeted him. Isu greeted him back with a warm smile. As soon as the greetings were over, Isu asked in an expectant manner. I'm assuming you've already mastered the pound cake, yes? With a proud and gentle smile, Seth replied in a polite tone. Of course, sir. Hearing this confidence, Isu gave him a warm smile and a nod. He then explained in a calm voice, this time, we're going to bake a victorious sponge cake. You know today is Hyan's birthday, right? Have you practiced making genoise? Seth nodded and replied in a very excited and happy tone. Yes, sir. It turns out much softer and fluffier than pound cake. Isu gave Seth an appreciative nod, then spoke up in a loud and clear voice. Then I'll put you in charge of that. I'll take care of the rest. A doubt crept into Isu's mind before he started working on the cake. He then turned to Seth and asked in a curious manner. By the way, how's the surprise party going? Seth replied in a gentle and excited manner. Great, sir. Isu then continued to ask him in a curious tone. And, did you all master the songs? Isu waited for Seth to reply. He was really excited to see the happy smile on Hyan's face. Seeing Isu's expectant look, Seth stayed silent and averted his eyes, not wanting to disappoint him. Isu understood it was a bit difficult to memorize the songs. He then spoke in a hurrying tone while whipping some ingredients together in a bowl. Let's hurry and get on with the cake for now. I'm sure you guys will do fine with the songs. Seeing Isu's slight disappointment, yet his gentleness, Seth felt really guilty and replied in a shaky voice due to embarrassment. You bet, sir. They both worked hard on baking the cake, decorating it with cream and fruits, pouring all of their love and happiness into it. As soon as the cake was finished, it was taken to the room where the surprise party was planned. Lots of food and different types of drinks were served, and all of the staff members were present with eager anticipation. As Io observed everything in front of him, he gave everyone an appreciative nod and spoke out loud in excitement. Awesome! Everything's ready. He then called out to one of the staff members in a mischievous tone. Dawe. The female staff member and personal maid of Hyan responded with the same mischievous glint. Yes, sir. Isu continued. Bring Hyan over. Dawe nodded and replied in an excited tone. Understood. She then walked straight to Hyan's room, knocking gently on her door, making sure not to disturb her. As soon as Hyan let her in, Dawe blindfolded her to keep the party a secret. Dawe carefully guided Hyan to the room where the party was located. Hyan, frustrated by the blindfold and the anticipation, asked Dawe in a foul mood, How long do I have to keep my eyes closed? Derry calmed her nerves due to the excitement and replied in a polite manner as they stood outside the room. "I'll take it off now, miss." As the blindfold was removed from her eyes, Hyeon blinked for a bit, adjusting to the light. Derry then opened the door, waiting for Hyeon to see the people inside. As soon as Hyeon looked inside the room, all of the staff members, Ayosu and Lena, yelled in a happy and excited manner, "Happy birthday, Hyeon! Happy birthday to you!" Everyone present had warm and welcoming smiles and clapped for her. The staff then sang in sync, filled with happiness and love, "Happy birthday, dear Duchess. Happy birthday to you." Seeing all of them waiting for her with bright smiles and cheering her on, Hyeon was in a daze and couldn't comprehend that all of this had been done for her. Isu then placed the cake on the table and gently pulled Hyeon to the center. He spoke in a polite and gentle voice, "Here, make a wish and blow out the candle. It's what we do back in my hometown." Hyeon nodded and leaned forward slightly, bringing her face close to the cake. She took a deep breath and gently blew out the candle, extinguishing the flame. As soon as she did, everyone cheered and clapped, celebrating with her. Isu almost forgot about the gift he had planned. He then put his hand into his pocket and spoke in an excited tone. "And one more thing, here's a present for you." Derry, following Isu's order, replied in a polite tone, "Yes, sir." She then took the necklace from the box and carefully brought it closer to Hyeon's neck. She tied the clasp gently, making sure it wasn't too tight and wouldn't hurt her. Once it was on, Hyeon looked at it and spoke in a grateful tone while smiling, "It's beautiful." Meanwhile, Lena, who had been watching the scene, felt a pang of jealousy and thought to herself in amazement, "Holy cow, look at all those amethysts. How many are there? And why do those two look so good together?" As Hyeon admired the necklace and continued enjoying the surprise party, Isu had a mischievous idea. He scooped up a bit of cream from the cake and booped it onto Hyeon's nose. "This is how we express our fondness for one another back where I come from." Hearing this explanation, Hyeon wasn't convinced. She replied in a mischievous and suspicious voice, "Really?" Isu, who had been enjoying the moment and laughing, was suddenly splattered with cream. Seeing this, Hyeon had a wide smirk on her face. As cream dripped from his face, Asiu noticed her teasing expression and called out to Seth in a mischievous tone, "Wow, Seth, bring the leftover cream from the kitchen." He then turned to Hyeon and spoke with a grin full of playful revenge. "Just you wait, Hyeon." Seeing the grin and the vengeful glint in Ayosu's eyes, Hyeon turned toward the balcony and shouted in a teasing voice while running, "The door you wish," seeing her flee from the scene. Ayu spoke out loud in a worried tone, "Hey," but Hyeon was quick on her feet and reached the door that connected the room and the balcony. Seeing Ayosu catching up to her, she burst open the door and landed on the balcony. Meanwhile, Asu, who was running behind her, spoke out loudly in a worried tone while cream was falling from his face, "Wait, you'll catch a cold." Finally, Izu caught up to her. Seeing Izu all breathless from running, Hyeon then spoke up in a grateful and happiness-filled voice, "You know what? Today's the happiest day of my life." She laughed and giggled, seeing Asu's face filled with cream and feeling the cold air hitting both of their faces. She really enjoyed the day and was grateful for it. As Hyeon was enjoying her day, suddenly a heavy and raspy voice called out in her mind, "Do no da." This startled her and her eyes went wide. The voice then continued, "Argentus posturum. I always dreamt of watching magic happen before my eyes. It's so beautiful." Seeing Hyeon try her best to show off an amazing magic skill, Iza thought to himself in a worried manner, "It seems like she's pushing herself too hard." Ha! He then calmed his nerves when he realized she was simply exhausted. Feeling embarrassed for her, he then spoke out loud in a formal and polite tone, though with a hint of shame. Darcy nodded and helped Hyeon to her feet, then took her back to her room. The rest of the staff members returned to the party room where the food was being served. The clattering of plates, cheerful voices, and delicious food created a perfect setting for the birthday. "Is this what you call lasagna? It's my first time trying it. The cake is incredibly soft and fluffy. Oh, I want to try it too." Seth, who had been enjoying the food and hadn't tried the cake yet, became intrigued as well. He spoke out in excitement. Me too. Darcy nodded and replied in a formal tone. Yes, my lady. Actually, never mind, I'll go ask him myself. With the determination and will to do anything to make Isu happy, especially because he didn't celebrate his birthday, she got off from her bed and made her way to Iesu's office, where he was reading some books. After arriving at his room, she suggested her idea in a very formal and polite manner. Huh? Go for a walk? Do you want anything? Why do you ask all of a sudden? Seeing the irritation and fury in her eyes, Isu felt a bit threatened and spoke up in a nervous tone. Better think of something now before I go ahead and… As they were having a small fight in the middle of the street, a man covered in rags with his face hidden beneath a brown hood came running toward them, at a very fast pace, making sure not to be caught. As he got closer, he stretched out his arms in a grabbing motion and quickly snatched the necklace from Hyan's neck. Hearing this, Ish was confused and exclaimed in uncertainty, Huh? She then continued with the same rage-filled voice, about how badly I wanted to kill the emperor. And it angers me. Unfair. Seeing her caught in a mix of anger, sadness, and defeat, Izu placed his hand on her shoulders in a comforting manner. He spoke in a calming and gentle voice, while also feeling deeply concerned. Hyan, don't worry about the necklace. Lena will get it back. I'm just glad you're not hurt. Let's call it a day and return home. Hyan agreed, and they both started heading back to the mansion. Meanwhile, Lena continued chasing the thief. As soon as they reached the mansion and entered through the entrance, both Isu and Hyan were shocked to find an unexpected guest waiting for them. A familiar voice greeted them in a polite and warm tone. Count Medici then spoke up in an apologetic tone, while maintaining his polite smile. Do you remember? We agreed on 3 years. I've come to see how you're doing. I also wanted to get your opinion on a few things. Realizing the true intention behind the Count's visit to the mansion, Isu then spoke in a formal and excited manner. Oh great, I also had some things to discuss with you regarding business matters. Seeing the excitement and curiosity in Iosu's face, Count Medici spoke up in a surprised manner. Oh, is that so? Isu nodded, and then, Lucas, go bring me a pair of moccasins. Lucas nodded and replied with an affirmative tone. Yes, sir. Moccasins. Some time passed before Lucas returned with a beautiful pair of shoes and placed them on the table. Seeing the shoes, Count Medici became intrigued. He took one of them in his hand and examined it very carefully. After a moment, he spoke in an understanding voice. Ah, I see. Shoes made with horse leather and wool. If you ask me, I'd target the middle class. Count Medici was truly impressed by the item and Iosu's idea to promote it. Iosu listened carefully to the Count's guidance and advice. After giving it some thought, he spoke up in a polite manner. I agree, sir, and for the nobles I plan on selling it in a slipper form. After hearing Iosu's suggestion, Count Medici spoke in a formal and advising manner. I would say go for it. Whether you succeed or fail, as long as you learn something from the process, that's all that matters. Isu nodded and replied in a grateful manner. Thank you for your advice, sir. Count Medici gave Isu a happy nod, then spoke up in a serious and formal tone. Now it's my turn to ask for your advice. Isu was taken aback and spoke in a dumbfounded manner. My advice, sir? Count Medici nodded and then turned to Peter, signaling him. Peter, who was standing beside the Count, understood his master's intent and replied in a formal tone. Yes, sir. He smiled at Isu and then spoke in a warm and gentle tone. If it were you, Baron, which ingredients would you say have potential? After observing the different types of spices in front of him, Isu thought to himself in a surprised manner. He then spoke out in a serious and affirmative tone. I would choose… Isu paused, thinking carefully and making sure not to blurt out an answer too quickly. During the Age of Exploration, around the 17th century, he thought, chocolate became widely popular among the nobility. Coffee was favored among the middle class. After contemplating his choices, Count Medici asked in an assuring tone. Are you sure you're settled on those two? Isu, understanding the Count's concern, replied in a reassuring and polite tone. This is only my opinion, sir. The final decision is up to you. He then explained further about coffee in a calm and gentle voice. After listening to Isu's careful and in-depth explanation, Count Maggie spoke in a contemplative manner. He then gave Isu a warm smile and spoke in a grateful manner. Thank you for your opinion, Baron. Isu felt a bit embarrassed but responded in a polite manner, giving a bright and warm smile. No problem, sir. Seeing that these two ingredients existed in the world, Isu thought to himself in a pondering manner. Let's see. Coffee and chocolate. I'm sure they'll help with my dessert business somehow. Count Medici and Isu had a really good time conversing about business ideas and discussing various types of coffee. With the introduction of coffee and chocolate, Isu realized he could now create more new recipes and expand his variety of desserts. After a long and engaging conversation, Count Medici spoke with a sigh. All right then, I shall head back now. Yes, have a safe trip back. The Count also smiled and then took his leave from the room. Meanwhile, Isu kept his bright smile until the end, though it eventually turned into a bit of a derpy grin. He then thought to himself in a greedy and excited tone, sure, I need chocolate and coffee, but what's more important to me now? He made his way toward his room, where the box filled with precious gems was stored. While walking down the hallways, he thought to himself in a bubbly manner, the gems I brought back from beyond the portal last night. After checking and confirming the gemstones, Isu thought to himself in an upbeat tone, I could make around 10 billion won in Aramon for these loose stones. Some time had passed since Count Medici's visit and their discussion. Isu, who had taken the box filled with gemstones to his office, was seated on his chair reading a book. That was when he was disturbed by a soft knock and a polite, loud voice. Sir, it's Lena. Realizing it was Lena at the door, Isu spoke out in an allowing manner. Lena then opened the door and entered, followed by several men. She bowed to Isu in a respectful manner and said out loud, I have gathered skilled apprentices and jewelers who meet the criteria. One of the men from the crowd stepped forward and greeted Isu in a polite manner. Pleased to meet you, sir. Isu then gave everyone a polite and warm smile. He spoke up in a mellow voice. Welcome. He gathered all his thoughts before making a request to the people in front of him. Could everyone please leave so I can have a talk with the jeweler? Of course, sir. Lena guided all of them out, leaving only the jeweler inside the room. Isu then smiled at the jeweler and took out the box of gemstones he had. He ordered the jeweler in a polite manner. The jeweler nodded and replied in a formal tone. He walked toward the table where the box filled with gemstones was placed. As soon as he peeked inside, his eyes widened. Seeing the beautifully shaped gems, he spoke up in a stunned manner. He examined the gemstones more closely and spoke in a nervous and shaky voice. My goodness, sir, may I ask which jeweler polished these? The craftsmanship is so exquisite. Isu gave the jeweler a gentle smile and then replied in a jolly manner. Hearing this, the jeweler looked a bit embarrassed and spoke in a shameful manner. Yes. And I do find it a little embarrassing. Seeing the low confidence and doubt on his face, Isu spoke up in an assured voice. Well, it's time to let go of such thoughts, because from now on you're the finest jeweler in Aramon. Listening to Isu's confidence and complete trust in him, the jeweler gave Isu a confident smile. Seeing this, Isu smiled back warmly and thought to himself in a contemplating manner. Before forgetting something important, Isu spoke up in a polite manner. If you need any other gemstones, just let the butler know. I'll get them for you as much as I can. The jeweler felt truly grateful for the opportunity given to him by Isu and replied in a grateful tone. Yes, sir, I'll do my best. Isu gave the jeweler an appreciative nod and then turned to his butler, ordering him in a polite and gentle tone. Corky, help him to his room. Corky nodded and replied in a formal manner. Yes, sir. He then took the jeweler to his designated room. As soon as the door closed behind them, Isu stretched himself in a relaxed manner. After stretching, he thought to himself in a serious and considerate tone, I've already arranged with Mino to sell them at his store, so I'm all set with the seller. The decision to go with Mino wasn't solely based on connections. After visiting his store, I learned that he catches on to trends very quickly. He felt glad about this decision. After concluding with himself, Iyasu felt really good about the business plan and the idea. He then spoke to himself in a jolly manner with slight hope in his voice. Very nice. I hope things continue to go well like this. While staring emptily at the walls, Aishiu spoke out in a curious manner. I wonder what Haiyan is up to. The flowers are so beautiful. Thanks to Edro. Noticing that this might be the perfect time to tease her for what she said, Izu spoke in a satire-filled voice while chuckling softly. It doesn't seem like it from what I see. Are you talking about me? Izu's heart wasn't satisfied with just that small remark, so he continued to tease her with a cruel smile, speaking in a sarcastic tone. You know what they say, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. Still not understanding what he meant, Haiyan questioned him in a curious manner. What is that supposed to mean? Beats me. Well, take your time with the flowers. I'm heading inside. Got things to do. Yen was still confused by what he was saying. Meanwhile, Ieshu ran away from the scene before she could fully understand. She pondered over his words, trying to make sense of them. At last she understood. She yelled in anger. Izu, you little... Meanwhile, Izu was giggling and laughing to himself while running. Seeing this only irritated her more. She tried to run after him but tripped and fell, hurting her palm and ankle. She yelled out loud in pain. Yikes. Hearing the loud thud and her cry of pain, Izu turned his head back and shouted in a worried tone. Hey! Seeing her face contorted in pain, he dashed toward her, yelling again in a worried tone. Haiyan! In a scared and worried tone, Isu asked, Are you all right? He then bent down and spoke in a concerned tone. Oh no, you should have been more careful. Haiyan was already irritated by his teasing, and now this incident only added to her fury. She then yelled at him in irritation. It's all your fault. Izzy was confused by this and spoke in a confused manner. Why is that my fault? He then carefully turned her palm to face him. Seeing it bruised, he spoke up in a shocked manner. Your palm is scraped. Seeing him act like this only made Haiyan angrier. She snatched her hand from his and spoke in an infuriated manner. Asu scoffed and spoke back in a bothered manner. Don't be ridiculous. It might leave a scar. He then added in a concerned and worry-filled voice, Get back inside and ask Darcy to put some ointment on it. Seeing him genuinely worried for her made Haiyan realize something, and her anger quickly dissipated. She then replied in a soft voice, Fine. After she managed to go back to her room, Corky came closer to Ayasu and spoke in a formal, announcing manner. Baron Bloom from the Strax store is here for the gemstones. Sir? Isu nodded at Corky and made his way to find the box filled with gemstones. After finding it and getting it ready, he waited for the stray store employee to arrive. Has Mino left? Corky nodded and replied in a formal manner. Yes, now our jewelry will be sold at the Strand store. Was there anything else? Corky shook his head politely and replied in a formal and gentle tone. Excellent. He then thought to himself in a contemplative manner. However, bugged by a thought, he asked Corky in a curious tone, Do we have enough workers? Corky nodded and replied. Then, with a sense of urgency, Corky handed a letter to Isu and said, By the way, a letter has arrived for you. Isu took the letter from Corky, confused as to why he had received one. He opened the envelope and began reading. Upon realizing who sent it, Isu spoke in a surprised manner. Let's see. It's from Mint Chomes. After reading the name, Isu thought to himself in a suspicious manner. The letter read as follows. Hello sir, I'm Memchaka Moss, a gemstone jeweler. I'm writing this letter after being informed that you are looking for a jeweler. After reading the complete letter, Asu thought to himself warily. Nobody has contacted me first before. I should be more careful with hiring people, especially if they approach me first. He then turned to Corky and called him. Corky. Yes, sir. After receiving the letter from Asu, Corky bowed in respect and replied in a formal tone. Yes, sir. He then took his leave to fulfill Isu's request. Meanwhile, it was getting pretty late, so Isu went back to his room. There he was taking a bath while Lucas was scraping his back and having a fun conversation with him. Lucas had some concerns regarding Isu's decisions, so he spoke up in a wary tone. Are you really going to open a dessert store, sir? Isu replied in a relaxed tone. Yes. Why do you ask? Lucas wasn't prepared for this new plan, so he listed out his concerns. I've heard that running a food business is quite challenging. Your jewelry business has had a good start, so why? Isu understood what Lucas was trying to say and spoke in a gentle and sweet manner. Lucas nodded and replied in a worry-filled voice. Yes, that's right, sir. Isu then spoke in a gentle voice. Lucas. He waited for Lucas's reply. Lucas then responded in a curious manner. Yes, sir. Isu gave Lucas a warm smile and explained in a calm and gentle tone. Nobles always use expensive and high-quality ingredients, don't they? The reason I want to venture into the food industry is to show that, with different cooking techniques, even inexpensive ingredients can be transformed into delicious dishes. I spoke out of turn without understanding your intentions. I apologize, sir. Isu waved off his concerns and replied in a relaxed tone. No need for apologies, just keep scraping my back. Lucas nodded and replied in an affirmative tone. Just then Hans barged into the bathroom, carrying Isu's clothes and spoke in a cheerful tone. Isu, here are your clothes. Isu felt really grateful and replied. Seeing Hans barge in irritated Lucas, who spoke in an annoyed manner. But that's my job. Hans looked confused and spoke in a soft voice. I only wanted to help. Lucas continued in his annoyed manner. Can't you see the master hasn't finished bathing yet? How rude of you to barge in. Hans then replied in a confused manner. But how else am I supposed to deliver his clothes? Meanwhile, Isu was fed up with their bickering and spoke up in an irritated tone. Could you guys maybe fight when I'm not around? After receiving Isu's orders, which were passed on by Corky, Lena took the letter and agreed to the mission. The very next morning, she went to the Information Guild and greeted one of the guild masters. She then spoke in a serious tone. Let's see. Mint Chocoman. There doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. The guild master replied to her in a calm and gentle voice. Mint has been registered in our guild for quite some time. Despite having average skills, Mint is a diligent technician. While listening to this explanation, Lena remained silent and absorbed all the information about Mint Chakamas. After gathering the necessary information, she thanked the guild master and took her leave, returning to Isu. While stepping out of the carriage, Lena was engrossed in her thoughts and said to herself in a decisive manner, I should investigate further just in case. As Lena was walking toward Isu's office, Haeun suddenly popped out of nowhere and lurked behind her like a ghost. Haeun then spoke in her usual cold voice. Hey Lena. Hearing Haeun's sudden voice, Lena jumped and turned around, frantically trying to catch her breath. She then spoke in a stunned manner. Whoa! You scared me there. What are you doing here? Haeun ignored the question and instead asked in a polite manner. I have a question for you. Lena nodded and gestured for both of them to take a seat inside and discuss it in private. As they both sat down, Lena spoke up in a serious and formal tone. Go ahead, my lady. Haeun nodded and spoke in a gentle yet serious manner. I want you to help me with something. Leon listened attentively and replied, and what would that be? Haeun began gathering mana from her body and created water. She then explained, I want to start selling water, of course, on the down low. Lena nodded and replied in a serious tone, that shouldn't be too difficult. If you sell it cheaper than elsewhere, there will always be plenty of buyers. Haeun nodded and responded in a formal and gentle manner. Then I'll leave it in your hands. Lena stood up, bowed respectfully, and replied in a formal tone, I'll get to work right away, my lady. She then took her leave and immediately started working on her new mission. As soon as Lena left the room, Haeun relaxed with a heavy sigh. She then began reminiscing about a conversation she had yesterday. In her memory, Isu was giving the final decision. If I had to choose, I would choose cacao and coffee beans. After that short conversation, Count Masai stood up and said, Then I shall be on my way. Meanwhile, Haeun had been standing outside the room and overheard the entire conversation. As the door was opened by Peter, Isu spoke in a formal tone. Yes, have a safe trip back, sir. Seeing her suddenly appear, Count Mesai spoke up in a dazed manner. No, Duchess. I hope you haven't forgotten about the promise you made at the International Market Festival opening party. Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, Count Mesai spoke in a gentle and polite manner. Of course, you asked for information about your stepmother in exchange for attending the welcome ceremony. He then continued in a serious tone. According to my investigation, she bought a mansion in the capital with her inherited fortune. She also took her vassals there and hired 20 mercenaries. I see. Returning to the present, she face-palmed and sighed heavily. She then glared with intense coldness, speaking in her mind with rage and hatred. Just you wait. I'll claim back everything you've taken from me. Several days passed after the incident, when Hyan had asked Lena for a favor. On a bright and clear morning, Hyan walked straight up to Isu and said loudly, "Let's go for a walk." This confused Isu and he replied in a dazed manner, "Huh?" All of a sudden, Hyan then replied in a serious and gentle tone. Still confused by her eagerness, Isu asked in a worried tone, "Hey Hyan, is something wrong?" Hyan looked confused and replied, "What do you mean?" He then explained in a soft and worried voice, "You've looked tired these days and you won't even let me set foot near the estate house. What on earth are you up to?" Hyan waved off his concerns and spoke in a serious flat tone, "It's none of your business. Just follow me and close your eyes." Listening to her order, Isu was caught in a dilemma. Hyan, now slightly irritated, spoke in an infuriated manner. "Hurry up and close your eyes." Not wanting to anger her further, Isu quickly complied. He shut his eyes tightly and spoke out in a nervous manner. "All right already." Seeing him close his eyes, she then spoke up in a warning tone, "Keep them closed, okay?" "Okay," Isu sighed and replied in an agreeing tone. "Okay." She then linked her arms with him and guided him out. Feeling her arms around his, Isu spoke in his mind in a shocked and nervous manner. "She linked arms with me." While pulling him to the estate house, she spoke out loudly in a warning tone, "Don't you dare open your eyes." Isu nodded and spoke up in a reassuring manner, "Don't worry, I won't." While on the way to the estate house, Isu was pondering something in an excited manner. "Wait a second, the way she's beating around the bush." They finally reached the estate house. Hyan then released her arms from his and spoke up in a gentle voice, "Okay, you can open your eyes now." Yasu nodded, slowly opened his eyes and thought to himself in an excited manner, "Could it be an amazing gift for me?" As soon as he opened his eyes completely, he saw a big and beautiful bathtub filled with water. He was a bit confused and let out a surprised reaction. "Huh!" Both Hyan and Yasu were looking at the bathtub. While enjoying the view, Asu spoke up in a joyful manner, "Wow, it's a public bath." Isu was really stunned by this and asked Hyan in a curious tone, "Did you make this?" Hyan nodded and replied in a gentle and soft voice, "Yeah, I made it with the money I earned." She then spoke up in a soft and concern-filled voice, "It's my gift to you. You seem pretty busy lately. I thought you could use some time alone to relax." Was really happy with Hyan's gesture. He couldn't control himself and turned to her, pinching her cheeks in adoration. This really surprised Hyan and she gasped. Isu then spoke up in an affectionate manner like that of a parent. "Oh, my little Hyan is all grown up." Seeing this reaction and behavior from Iu irritated Hyan a lot. The pain from the pinch also added to her anger. She then spoke up in an irritated tone. "For some reason, you sound really annoying." Fed up with Isu's parental behavior, Hyan smacked his hand away. Isu gave her a warm smile and then spoke up in an excited and grateful tone. "Thanks for the gift. I should get a dip." Realizing this was a good idea proposed by Isu, she then spoke up in a gentle voice. "Good idea, I'll join you." He thought she was just joking and wouldn't actually join him, so he replied, "Sure, jump on in." A sudden realization hit him hard and he spoke out loud in a confused manner, "Did she really say she'll join me?" Isu thought she was joking and just wanted to get back at him for the stunt he pulled. He asked her in a nervous and stunned manner, "You're coming in, you're coming in." Hyan was really confused by the scared look on his face and spoke in a nonchalant manner, while looking dead serious about joining in for the bath. "Why not? All the public baths in the city are mixed gender. You got a problem? After understanding how public baths worked, Isu still felt a bit uncomfortable. He spoke with nervous laughter, sweating a little. Not at all, it just seems too sudden. That's all. He kept up his smile to hide his nervousness. This really confused Haiyan as to why he was being so hesitant. She asked in a curious manner, "What do you mean?" She didn't press the matter any further and spoke out loud in consideration, "I should ask Darcy to bring my bathrobe." Realizing this is how people access public baths, Isu started sweating profusely and spoke up in a nervous and shaky voice, "Yeah, definitely. Bathrobes are a must. Absolutely." Haiyan then started walking away from the bathtub and spoke out in a hurried tone, "You should get yours ready too." Isu nodded and replied back in a shaky and nervous voice, "Oh, okay." He was really stiff with his movements due to misunderstandings. He felt guilty and thought to himself in an ashamed manner, "Wow, I have such a naughty mind." Haiyan then left the estate house, walking straight back to her room to order Darcy to prepare a bathrobe for her, leaving Isu all alone there. Being alone, he calmed his nerves and then thought to himself in a nostalgic manner, "Anyway, it's been a while since I've been to a public bath. It kind of reminds me of Jimjilbang too in a way, with the underfloor heating system equipped next room and all." While reminiscing about his old world's public bath, he got lost in thought. Suddenly a realization hit him, and he gasped in surprise. He then thought to himself in a surprised manner, "Oh right, I forgot about that." He then made his way to the kitchen and started making something new to impress Haiyan and also make her less angry at him. After he was done, he came rushing back to the estate house and called out for her. Haiyan, Darcy and Haran were all present under the shade, covering themselves from the sun. Meanwhile, Haiyan was tying the bathrobe. She turned toward Iyasu in a curious manner, seeing him arrive late. Haran then spoke up with a sigh, "What took you so long?" Isu felt a bit ashamed about his late arrival and spoke up in an apologetic tone, "I went to get these." Haiyan was a bit confused by the bowl full of eggs and spoke in a confused and curious manner, "Aren't these just chicken eggs?" Isu then shook his head and smiled. Isu looked warmly at her while explaining in a prideful manner, "No, these aren't regular chicken eggs." Haiyan couldn't feel anything special from the eggs, even after observing them for a while, and spoke in a nonchalant manner, "Looks pretty ordinary to me." Isu understood what she was saying, so he explained in a very excited manner and also planned to tease her. "Watch, you hold it like this," he said. Haiyan was confused as to why Isu was holding the egg in the air. Isu then smirked and brought the egg down on Haiyan's head in a swinging motion, screaming out, "Ha!" Being hit by the egg, Haiyan screamed in pain. "Ow!" Used as an object to crack eggs, Haiyan was furious. She spoke to Iyasu, enraged and clenching her hand into a fist. "You're getting too comfortable with me lately, huh?" Realizing he was about to become dead meat, Iyasu quickly changed the topic and continued explaining, "Wait, I'm not done yet. Take the shell off like this, cut it in half, then sprinkle some salt over it." He then offered the egg to her. "Try it, it's delicious." Watching the peeled egg in his hand, Haiyan had a dumbfounded look on her face. Aishu then chuckled with pride and stated loudly, "Behold, Yizu Bloom's soft-boiled egg." After the dramatic reveal, Haban took the egg from Iyashu, which had been cut in half and sprinkled with salt on the yolk. After examining it thoroughly, she couldn't find anything special and spoke up in a confused voice, "Aren't these just regular boiled eggs?" Her anger was rising and it was clear she was ready to pierce Aishu with an ice pick. Seeing this, Aishu spoke up in a shaky voice, "No, they're different. Try them first." Haiyan nodded and brought the egg close to her mouth. She then spoke in a muffled manner, Let me give it a try then." She kept chewing on the egg while staring at Asu with suspicion-filled eyes. When she finished swallowing, she paused to remember the taste. Then she took a serving dish from Darcy and smacked it hard on Asu's head, saying in a nonchalant tone, feeling unimpressed, "It's really just a half-boiled egg." Isu let out a sound of pain. Ouch! After this incident, Izu made a decision to himself. Never make Hyan angry again. The very next day he entered the kitchen and baked 2 new dessert dishes to quell Hyan's anger. He then invited her to the living room, brought the sweets to the table, and placed them in front of her. Hyan gave an appreciative nod. Iasio smiled at her warmly and explained in an excited manner, while gesturing over the sweets, "Here you go, these are financiers and dakos." Hyan looked over at the sweets in front of her, dumbfounded by the names. She then spoke up in a confused manner. "Hyan's, yeah, dakos. What are these again? Those are some tough names. At least they looked like proper desserts compared to the boiled eggs." After giving an appreciative nod to the sweets, she raised her head and glared at Iyasu, speaking in a low and cold voice, "But why is there only bread and no drinks?" Seeing her glare, a pang of fear ran through his body. He calmed his nerves and spoke in a nervous and apologetic manner, while maintaining a polite smile. "Oh no, sorry about that, coming right up." Izu then turned to Lucas and ordered him in a gentle manner, "Lucas, could you bring us some milk?" Lucas nodded in a polite manner, and replied in a soft voice, "Yes, sir." He then took his leave to grab a glass of milk for Hyan. As soon as the door shut with a clacking sound, Isu turned to Hyan with a polite and gentle smile. He then spoke in a remorseful tone, "Come to think of it, I've been so busy lately that I couldn't bake anything for you." Hyan nodded and spoke up in a nonchalant manner, suggesting to him, "I know you promised 1 bread per day, but I can settle for 1 bread per week." Listening to her suggestion, Izu felt relieved. He gave her a warm smile and suggested in a jovial mood, "Then how about we go on a picnic next week? With bread, of course." Hearing this suggestion, Hyan rose up like a spring, with an alive and excited look on her face and the most adorable smile. She then spoke out loud in the excitement of a child. "You really mean it?" Isu replied with a polite smile and soft voice, "Yep." Seeing her brighten up and smile widely, Izu felt genuinely happy and spoke to her in a cheerful manner. "That must have cheered you up. You look cute when you smile." Hyan went silent, thinking about those words from Isu and tried to suppress her smile. She then contorted her face into an irritated expression and spoke in a loud and annoyed manner, slamming her hand on the table in defiance and anger. "Does that mean I don't look cute when I don't smile?" Seeing her act like a child, Izu's face turned suspicious, and he spoke in a tired and bothered tone. "Hey, don't take it too seriously." Meanwhile, as the two were bickering, Lucas arrived with a glass of milk and announced to Isu in a formal tone, "I've brought the milk, sir." He then placed the glass in front of Hyan and took his leave. Aju gave a warm smile to Lucas, then turned to Hyan and spoke up in a prideful manner. "All right then, try the financier first." Listening to his recommendation, she quickly grabbed the financier and popped it into her mouth, chewing it like a rabbit. Seeing this adorable sight, Isu shook his head and continued in his prideful manner, "Yeah, drink some milk with it." Hyan gave an appreciative nod and quickly grabbed the glass, sipping the milk. Moments later she chugged down all of it. Meanwhile, Aishu and Lucas were too stunned to speak, staring at her with wide eyes in shock. After putting down her glass, she exclaimed in excitement and surprise, "This pairs perfectly with milk." Seeing her smile and excited look, Iuzo thought to himself in a relieved manner, "I guess she likes it." Hyan then eyed the other dessert in front of her, quickly grabbed it, and started biting into it. After savoring the flavor of the second sweet, she spoke up in a delight-filled voice, "It melts in my mouth like butter. The dakos is delicious too." Izu gave her a warm smile and spoke in a relieved tone, with a tinge of worry, "I'm glad you enjoy it. Take it slow so you don't choke." Then Yu spoke in a more serious tone, "By the way, Elena will be arriving with a guest soon. Why don't you finish the rest in your room?" Listening to this, Hyan nodded, then quickly finished her dessert and her glass of milk. She then spoke in a serious tone, "Since I finished eating, I'll stay here too." Izu was a bit confused as to why. He then turned his eyes down and gasped in shock, thinking to himself in a stunned manner, "When did she finish them all?" Isu shook his head, knowing how stubborn she is, and agreed in a reluctant tone, "Okay then." Several hours passed. Isu and Hyan were waiting for the new guest Elena was supposed to bring. Finally, Elena arrived at the mansion with the guest and headed straight toward Iosu's office. Lena took her seat with a serious demeanor. The guest, a bubbly woman, came forward and introduced herself in a very excited manner, with a high-pitched voice. Hey, 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 I'm Mint Shakamai. She then bowed in front of Isu and continued in her excited, overly happy tone. Mint is pleased to meet you, Baron Bloom. Isu nodded and greeted her back in a formal and polite manner, with a tinge of curiosity as to why she had applied for a job. Yes, hello. So, you want to come into our workshop? Hearing his genuine question, Mint smiled brightly and spoke in an annoyingly high-pitched voice. Mint sure does. To make Isu believe in her, she started bragging about his jewelry and spoke in a flattering tone. I saw the accessories displayed at Strees and instantly fell in love with their gorgeous designs. Hearing her explanation, Lena had some concerns and doubts. She turned her eyes to Mint and spoke in a harsh and rude tone, filled with suspicion. How did you know those jewelry were from the Bloom family? After hearing the intimidating voice from Lena, Mint stayed silent for a moment, coming up with an answer, but never dropping her smile. She then spoke in an extremely cheerful and high-pitched voice. Oh, you see, my friend is good friends with Mr. Steve, so it was easy for me to find out. Listening to Mint's explanation, Isu was a bit stunned and didn't speak up. He thought to himself in a contemplative manner, Mino and Mino's father done us. The ones I know, they're not the type to give away information easily like that. Meanwhile, Hyen, who was already irritated by Mint's overly cutesy and flattering behavior, suddenly spoke up in an angry tone. What's wrong with you, wench? Why do you talk like that? Seeing the irritated Hyen saying that out loud, Isu's mouth dropped wide open. He exclaimed in his mind, Yikes. Realizing Hyen was in a foul mood, Isu stepped in to diffuse the tension. He spoke with a nervous laugh and a polite tone. Haha, I think that's enough for today, you may leave for now. I'll call you if we need more jewelers. Mint understood and replied in her cringy, bubbly tone. Okay. She then took her leave. As soon as she left the room, the tension inside grew heavy, and the room fell into silence. Hyen then spoke in a cold and nonchalant manner. One should be careful with such things. People like her can't be trusted. Isu replied in a nervous manner. Maybe that's just her way of talking. Hyen remained quiet and didn't reply. She could no longer hold her emotions, stood up quickly and stormed out of the room in anger. Seeing her leave the room angrily, Isu called out in a worried tone, What's wrong, Hyen? She didn't reply and left the room. Seeing this, Eo sighed and spoke out loud in disappointment. Geez, that temper of hers. Lena waited patiently for Isu to calm down and looked for the right moment to speak. Finding the perfect time, Lena finally spoke up in a formal and curious manner. So what's your plan, sir? After thinking about her question and the strange interaction with the woman who called herself Mint Shakamai, Isu responded in a serious tone. I highly doubt the Strees gave away my information. Besides, she's not the only jeweler around here. There's no need to invite a suspicious guest into my house. Hearing Isu's careful and considerate response, Lena replied in a formal manner, Good thinking, sir. As the day moved forward and night arrived, in a nobleman's mansion, inside one of the rooms, a man was lying on the bed with a familiar woman by his side. The woman spoke in a cute and tired tone, trying to flatter the nobleman. A wicked smile played on her face. Please, your majesty, you're putting too much pressure on me. The nobleman chuckled softly and replied in a gentle voice, Well, I'm just curious, that's all. How was your outing today? Mint smiled warmly at the nobleman and replied, in a formal manner while grinning wickedly, she said, Oh, it was the same as usual. The nobleman nodded in understanding and then asked her in a curious tone, Did anyone stand out to you? Mint went silent, thinking about her interaction with Hyen, how cold and rude she had been. Then with a charming smile she removed her wig, revealing her true hair color and identity as an elf. If there's anyone that stood out, that would be me. Priscilla, don't you agree, your majesty? The nobleman laughed softly, enjoying her little show. He then spoke up in an excited tone, slapping his leg. Ha ha, couldn't have said it better, my dear Priscilla. Priscilla, who had been posing as the so-called Mint Chakamai, sat down at the side of the bed and spoke in a very sweet and polite tone. But more importantly, your majesty, When will you show me the treasure storage that you promised? The nobleman laughed in an ashamed manner and replied in a nervous tone, "Ha ha, my dear, I've told you 1,000,000 times, it's beyond my reach." Priscilla felt a bit disappointed, but tried to convince him in a sweet voice, "But you're the most powerful person in this empire." She then pouted and spoke in a disappointed tone, "And yet you can't do something as trivial as showing me the treasure storage." The nobleman shook his head in defeat and spoke up in a promising voice, "I promised to show it to you when the time comes, didn't I?" Priscilla stared at the nobleman and replied with a sigh, "Fine, it's a promise then." Her voice was still laced with disappointment. Hearing her agreement, the nobleman laughed heartily and replied in a jolly mood, "Yes, of course." As the night passed, the next morning arrived at S.U.'s mansion. On this pleasant morning, S.U., who was at his office, asked his butler Corky, in a curious and worried manner, "Corky, where's Hyen?" Corky nodded and replied in a soft and polite voice, "She is at Etero the mage's place, sir." Hearing this, Isu was a bit stunned and spoke in a confused tone. Again, his face contorted into a pout as he thought to himself in an irritated manner, "I wonder what she's up to these days. She's been going there like it's her home. And it bothers me." Still grumbling, Iyo spoke out loud in an irritated and curious manner while relaxing his expression, "Is she hiding something from me?" Hyen returned to the mansion after spending some time at Edro's place. As soon as she entered, she saw Lucas and Hans doing their cleaning duties. With a serious doubt in her heart, she called out, "Lucas, I have a question for you." Lucas nodded and replied in a formal manner, "Yes, my lady." After gathering her thoughts, Hyen voiced her concern in a curious tone, "Does the Baron not take baths regularly? I notice a peculiar smell whenever I enter his room." Listening to this concern, Lucas thought carefully before speaking in a formal tone, "I doubt that, my lady. I believe the Baron takes a bath every day." After a moment, trying not to sound rude, he added, "Men who live alone typically have that smell." Hearing this, Hyen spoke in an understanding tone, Is that so?" Hans, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly jumped in with a loud and energetic voice, "That's right," he continued in a prideful and jolly mood. "My father used to say that smell is the scent of masculinity. He believed that only when you have that smell, you truly become a real man." Listening to Hana's explanation, Hyen exclaimed in an understanding tone, "Ha ha." But while thinking deeply about those words, Hyen thought to herself in a contemplative manner, "He smells nice when I'm close to him, but something's still bugging me." She continued thinking, "It's only when I enter his room that the misty smell strikes my nose. Well, I wouldn't know. I haven't been to any other man's room before. Let me just believe it for now." Meanwhile, Isu suddenly felt chills run down his spine and the cold made him sneeze loudly as if someone was talking about him. Some time passed. Hyen walked down to Izu's office and knocked on the door while calling out loudly, "Izu." She entered the room holding something in her hands. Izu, confused by her sudden arrival, asked in a curious tone, "Hyen, what is it?" She then placed a box on his desk. It was covered in a pinkish red wrapping, tied with a cute little red bow. Confused by the sudden gift, Isu asked in a curious tone, while holding the package and trying to figure out what it was, "What's this?" Seeing the perplexed look on Iyasu's face, Hyen explained in a soft voice, with a tinge of pride, "It's a gift. A scented candle made with petals I got from Edro." Hearing that it was a gift for him, Isu stood in a dazed state, feeling all kinds of questions running through his mind. He asked her in a worried and curious tone, "Was this why you suddenly started going out there so often? But weren't you mad at me?" Hyen was a bit confused by his question and asked him in a genuinely perplexed manner, "Why would I be mad at you?" Still not satisfied with her answer and with his doubts eating at him, Isu spoke out. In a worried and confusion-filled voice, Isu said, "You didn't even answer me that day and just went upstairs." After listening to Izu's explanation, Hyen was a bit taken aback and replied in a soft voice, "Well," that she then huffed and pouted lightly, continuing with a tinge of jealousy, "Wasn't because of you." This didn't make Iyasu feel any better and he pressed on a bit more. "Then what was it about?" Feeling slightly irritated by Iozu's persistence, she waved off his concerns and spoke in a soft voice, "That's none of your concern. Try lighting the candle." Isu understood that she didn't want to talk about the topic and reluctantly agreed. "All right, already." He then lit the candle. It was quite an appealing sight to watch the flame dance. After taking a whiff of the scent, Isu smiled brightly and spoke in a joyful manner. "Oh, I love the scent. It's very pleasant." Seeing the delighted expression on Iozu's face, she spoke in a relieved tone. "Good, I was thinking of making one for Elena as well." Izu then turned to Hyen with a shocked expression and spoke in a dumbfounded tone. "Wait, so am I supposed to test this one out before you give it to her?" This really irritated Hyen. With a quick movement, she tried to take back the candle while saying in a frustrated voice, "Give it back if you don't want it." Seeing her frustration and attempt to retrieve the candle, Izu quickly snatched it away and spoke in a slightly annoyed tone, trying to sound playful. "Hey, calm down, I was joking." Hyen finally gave up. She had some doubts and asked him in a curious manner, "By the way, I noticed you bought another property." Isu nodded and replied in a soft and gentle voice, "Oh yeah, since I hired more staff." Hyen nodded too and in a soft requesting tone asked, "Then can I use one of those empty rooms?" Isu gave Hyen a comforting smile and replied in a cheerful manner, "Sure you can." Seeing his helpful nature and no ill intentions as she knew him well, she smiled and replied in a grateful tone, "Thanks, Isu." Seeing her gratitude, Isu averted his eyes and scratched the back of his head in an awkward and nervous manner, speaking politely, "Well, it's not a big deal." He then coughed to clear his throat and spoke up in an excited manner, giving Hyen a thumbs up. "Oh, and I'm also thinking of building a greenhouse there." Hyen was a bit puzzled by this and asked Isu in an intrigued tone, "What's a greenhouse?" Isu understood she didn't know what it was, so he explained in a polite and soft manner, "A warm home where you can grow plants even in cold winters." Hearing this explanation, Hyen asked in a shocked and confused manner, "Can you make something like that without a weather mage?" Isu nodded and replied in an affirmative tone, "Of course." Hyen was relieved and then spoke in a relaxed tone, "I was planning to visit Edro every day for some herbs during winter." Izu averted his eyes and laughed nervously. He then spoke up in an anxious manner, "It's tough to keep going in the cold." Isu then thought to himself in a jealous and insecure tone, "That's why I'm building one, to make it easier for her." That elf looked rather handsome. Hyen thought for a while and then spoke in a calculative manner, "How about you build 2 of those in exchange for me building one more hot spring?" Listening to her proposition, Izu smiled brightly and replied in an agreeable tone, "Sure, okay." Hyen continued in her calculative manner, "And if I build 3? Feeling overwhelmed by her business-like tone, Isu responded in a relaxing voice, "Hey, take it easy." The next day, everyone was ready to leave for their picnic. The people had gathered on the lawn and Isu spoke loudly in an excited tone, "All right, everyone." After seeing everyone gathered, Izu continued in a voice filled with anticipation, "Are you all ready to go on a picnic? Got everything packed?" He smiled at them warmly and brightly, waiting for their response. After checking that all the essentials were packed, Hans, Lucas, Hyen and Elena all responded in sync with joyful excitement. "Yes." Seeing only 4 people had joined him, Isu felt a bit sad and disappointed. He thought to himself in a dejected manner, "I didn't expect so few people. Not that I don't understand, I wouldn't want to go on a picnic with my boss either." Trying to lift his own spirits, he thought further, "The remaining people will probably appreciate it more since I allowed them to go out. I even gave them an allowance." He shook his head, trying to dismiss those thoughts from his mind, and then spoke out loudly, filled with excitement, "Everyone hop in, let's get going." Everyone got into the carriage, where the carriage master took them to a perfect picnic spot. After arriving at their destination, as soon as Isu stepped out of the carriage, he was mesmerized by the scenery before him. Many people were there enjoying themselves, and a huge waterfall added to the beauty of the scene. It was truly captivating. Isu spoke out loud in a cheerful tone, "Wow." As he got lost in the wilderness and took in the beauty of nature, Lucas and Hans began preparing a spot for them to sit and enjoy the picnic. Both of them were waving their hands, trying to capture Iosu's attention. After they were done with the arrangements, Lucas called out loudly in a polite manner, "This way, sir." Hans also called out for Isu in an excited and cheerful tone. "Over here." Isu then walked towards the picnic spot, and as soon as he got close, Lena announced to Isu in a polite manner, "Lunch is ready." Isu replied in a polite and gentle tone, "Great." After removing his shoes and sitting down on the mat, he gestured for Lucas, Hans, and Lena to join. "You guys come over and sit as well." Lucas and Hans joined him on the mat and sat down too. As soon as he relaxed, Iosu spoke in a calm and content tone. "This is nice." Lena waited for the perfect time to bring something up. After finding the right moment to introduce the topic, she informed Iosu in a polite manner, "By the way, the cultural hall that the Maggie family is constructing is close to completion." After hearing this, Isu responded in a mildly shocked tone, "Oh, already? I was planning to open a bakery near there too." Lucas then brought out the basket filled with sandwiches and placed it in the middle. While taking a sandwich in his hand, Isu thought to himself in a focused and strategic manner, "After selling moccasins starting in early fall and once the cultural hall is completed in early winter, I should open my bakery." Meanwhile, Hyen, who also took one of the sandwiches, examined it and felt something uncomfortable about it. She then turned to Isu and spoke in a soft voice, Aaron?" Being called out by Hyen, Isu turned to her and looked at her in a confused manner. Hyen then brought her sandwich close to Isu and spoke in a concerned tone, "Take a look at this." Seeing her act all concerned, Isu was confused and asked in a curious manner, "What's wrong?" She then spoke out in a disgusted yet cute voice, "Cucumbers." Isu face-palmed and spoke in a concern-filled voice, "You don't like cucumbers? Then take them out." It was evident she didn't want to do it herself, so she passed the sandwich to him in a very cute and adorable manner, while speaking in a soft and playful tone, "Do it for me." Seeing her act like a lazy bum, Isu felt irritated and spoke up in an annoyed tone, "Come on, you can do that by yourself. It's not like you don't have hands." Realizing he made a good point, she replied with a straight face while acting all cute, "I don't." Seeing her hide her hands and turn her head away, Isu spoke in an exasperated tone, "Wow, are you serious?" Seeing that she wasn't giving up and still wanted him to remove the cucumbers for her, he gave up and finally spoke in a nervous yet polite tone, "All right, fine, let me take it out for you, Duchess." He then took the sandwich from her and started removing the cucumbers. Meanwhile, Anana, who was watching the interaction between Hyen and Iesu, in a captivated manner, Duchess Hyen showed that she had an adorable side to her. "If it were me doing that," she then imagined herself doing the same stunt as Hyen. "Please take the cucumbers out for me, sir. I have no hands." While imagining this stunt, she felt really grossed out about it and thought to herself, in a sickened manner, "You're gross, not to mention, it would offend the Baron too." Just thinking about pulling this stunt off gave her goosebumps all over her body. She was also worried about making Ieshu angry at her for such behavior. After finally removing all of the cucumbers from Hyen's sandwich, he handed the sandwich back to her and spoke in a tired tone, "There, here you go." He then added in a warning tone, "But mind you, the cucumber smell is still there." Hyen hurriedly took the sandwich from him and replied in a grateful manner while taking a bite, "Thanks, I should hide my hands more often." Listening to Hyen say this, he remained quiet and gave an awkward smile. Meanwhile, after finishing her sandwich, Hyen spoke up in a curious and needy tone, "Didn't you bring the finance here?" On the other hand, Hans was eating 2 sandwiches like a child and making a mess. This really infuriated Lucas, and he spoke up in an irritated tone, "Argir, for goodness sake, eat one at a time." After enjoying the wonderful picnic, all of them returned to their mansion. Hugh then headed back to his office, sat in the chair close to the window, and read the paper carefully. After carefully reading the report, he grumbled at it. After reading it thoroughly, he thought to himself in a contemplating manner, "Let's see, 4 shoemakers and 5 jewelers. So far I've hired 20 staff members, which equals a labor cost of 85 million won." After estimating all of his transactions and profits, he then thought to himself in an excited manner, and I earned a total of 4.7 billion won. While reading the estimated report of his business, Yasu was really happy about it. He read the figures and the estimated profit again and again. Yasu then spoke out loudly to himself in excitement. That much, when I haven't even started selling the moccasins yet. While clenching the report, Isu felt giddy and thought to himself, in a contemplating and excited manner, considering the time I lost in the beginning to settle in the market, it's not bad at all. No, it's a complete success. He then put down the report, and while relaxing in his seat, he thought to himself, formulating his future plan. Now that the newly built workshop and workers' quarters are complete, we should be able to hire about 10 more jewelers. That means the profit from jewelry alone should be 20 billion won. Actually, after calming his excitement and giddiness, he turned to Corky and called out, "Corky!" Meanwhile, Corky, who was outside the office, heard his name called and quickly came in. Corky then bowed gently and replied in a soft and polite voice, "You called, sir." Isu smiled at Corky and spoke in a gentle and polite manner. "Let's hire 5 more staff to do tours. I'll need more hands to maintain the extra land and estates. Lucas and Darcy can take care of training the new staff." After listening to Iosi's wishes, Corky nodded in understanding and replied in a polite manner, "Yes, sir." As the discussion was over, Ashu left his office and went out to search for Hyen, finally finding her in the living room munching on some bread. "Hey Hyen," he called out. Meanwhile, Hyen was enjoying her bread. Suddenly, upon hearing her name, she raised her head toward the sound while chewing like a little hamster stuffing its mouth with nuts. Isu then jumped in front of her and said loudly, like an excited child, "The greenhouse is ready. Let's go check it out." Listening to this suggestion from Isu, Hyen quickly finished her bread and replied in a friendly manner, "Sure." After finishing the rest of her bread, she got up and linked arms with Asu to go out. Asu gave her a warm smile and they both left the mansion together. They walked through the thick bamboo forest that had been grown with the help of plant mage Edro. They looked exceptionally beautiful and stood really strong like banyan trees, which was quite significant for the elves. While walking toward the greenhouse, Izo, a bit curious about her recent actions, spoke up in a friendly and gentle demeanor. "So, I heard you gave all the staff scented candles." Listening to Aishu say this, Hyen felt that he was mocking her. She then spoke up in a cautious and curious tone. "Yes, is something wrong?" Isu shook his head at her question and then gave her a bright, warm smile while speaking in a gentle and proud voice. "Nothing. Just wanted to commend you for doing that." Hearing the genuine happiness in his voice, Hyen looked down and smiled to herself while speaking in a cheerful mood. "It's really nice to be able to help in some way, and seeing others happy also brings happiness to me." Izao was happy to hear this response from her. He thought that she was doing wonderfully and trying her best to be open. He then gave her a bright, warm smile while speaking in an affectionate and warm voice. "Ah, my Hyen is all grown up." Listening to this adoration from Isu, her heart skipped a beat and her eyes widened. She then shook her head and thought to herself in a considerate manner that she was trying to mask the true feelings. "Come on. He says that to everybody." She then smiled to herself in an adorable manner. She truly was feeling giddy and happy while thinking about Isu's words and then thought to herself in a heartwarming manner, "But somehow it's nice to hear it, my Han." After walking for some time, Izu had it cross his mind and asked Hyen in a curious manner, "By the way, Hyen, will you be joining me when I visit the Ober estate?" Hearing the genuine curiosity in his voice, Hyen then spoke up in a serious yet friendly tone. "Of course, since Alon is there." After she was done answering his question, Asu replied to her in a very jolly mood, smiling in a very excited manner. "Right, it would be nice to go together, wouldn't it?" Seeing the excitement and jolly mood of his, Hyen felt suspicious, and asked him in a curious manner, "Well, you seem very excited." Realizing that he was showing his excitement too much, he felt a bit embarrassed and then spoke up in a reassuring and curious manner. "Nah, don't mind me. Anyway, have you decided on what to plant in the greenhouse?" Listening to this question, Hyen thought in a contemplating manner, then replied in a calculative tone, "First, I'm going to grow herbs for my candles. And what do you think about making a flower garden?" After hearing her suggestions and ideas, Yosiu gave an approving nod to Hyen and spoke up in a gentle manner. Good idea. Let's make one opposite the herb garden. Hyen nodded, and they both continued walking down the bamboo forest till sunset, their hands intertwined all the while. As they walked, Hyen asked Isu in a curious manner, "And what about tomatoes?" Isu nodded and replied in a gentle and accepting voice, "Sure, we can grow those too." As it was getting darker, both of them headed back to the mansion for the day. A very pleasant morning arrived the next day. Cold, fresh air hit the faces of people and many were in a rush for their work. Meanwhile, Hans and Lucas, who were out for some errands, were walking down the street. Suddenly, Lucas noticed something weird and familiar in one of the shops. His eyes went wide and he looked really confused. Seeing Lucas not follow him, Hans stopped in his tracks and turned back to Lucas, speaking in a curious and worried tone. "Hey Lucas, what are you doing?" Feeling worried about something, Lucas called out to Hans in a panicked voice, "Hans, Hans, come over here quick." Feeling confused and worried, Hans quickly dashed back to Lucas and spoke up in an anxious manner. "What is it? Didn't we get all the ingredients we need today?" Lucas quickly replied back in a panicked voice, "That's not the problem right now." Lucas then turned to Hans in a frightened manner and spoke up loudly while pointing to the shoes on display. "Look, do those look like moccasins to you?" Both Hans and Lucas stared at the shoes on display, worry and anxiousness written on their faces. Hans then spoke up in agreement with Lucas. "Yeah, you're right." Lucas, still confused by the product available, voiced his thoughts in worry, "But I thought Baron Bloom hadn't released it in the market yet." Hans nodded and replied, "I know." Lucas was truly worried and frightened about this incident. He quickly passed his grocery bag to Hans and spoke up in a hurried manner. "Here, hold this for a moment." Hans, really confused by this sudden action, spoke up in a dazed manner. "Huh? Okay." Lucas then quickly ran inside the shop in a hurry. He barged in, panicked and huffing. After entering, Lucas called out in a formal tone, though still in a panicky state, "Excuse me, hello?" Lucas then yelled in a confused and nervous manner about the shoes on display. "Those shoes out front, what are they?" The shopkeeper, a bit annoyed by the ruckus, spoke up in a stern and strict voice. "What, kid, do you want them? If not, don't bother me." Lucas shook his head and spoke up in a nervous tone. "Yes, I'm here to buy them. I haven't seen these before. What are they called?" The shopkeeper nodded and then replied in a stern yet calm manner, "They're called sheep wool shoes. We released them this year." Lucas nodded and then asked the shopkeeper in a curious tone, "How much are they?" The shopkeeper replied in a nonchalant manner, "1 gold." After hearing this, Lucas was a bit taken aback, but he shook his head and replied in a gentle manner, "I'll take them." After taking the shoes in his hands, Lucas rushed back to the mansion. He entered and headed straight to Isu's office. Seeing Corky standing there, Lucas yelled out in a panicked voice, "Sir! Corky, sir!" Meanwhile, Corky was standing silently outside Isu's office, making sure no one disturbed him. Hearing his name called loudly, he turned to Lucas and spoke out in a warning tone, "Keep it down. What's all the fuss about?" Lucas then stepped closer to Corky and spoke up in a panic-filled voice, "Take a look at this." Corky, a bit baffled by Lucas's request, examined the shoes anyway. After careful examination, Corky spoke up in an assuming manner, "Well, aren't these moccasins?" Lucas shook his head and replied in a voice filled with trepidation, "These aren't moccasins, they're sheep wool shoes. I bought them at the central store a little while ago." Corky was listening to Lucas's explanation, and his face frowned, turning into one of worry. He then spoke up in an alarmed tone, "Sheep wool shoes. We should inform the Baron at once." Some time passed and Isu arrived back at the mansion. As soon as Corky saw him, he asked him to come to his office for an important matter. Isu nodded and entered the office, where he saw Lucas looking worried. After taking his seat on one of the couches, Lucas began explaining the situation in the market regarding the item he had purchased. Isu sat there, listening to Lucas with a serious expression. After hearing Lucas's explanation, Isu spoke up in a suspicion-filled voice, "You said you found these at a store this morning, correct?" Lucas nodded and spoke up in a panicked and anxious tone, That's right, sir, and they were selling it much cheaper than the price you had planned. Isu nodded and went silent for a while. After clearing his mind and thinking things through, he then spoke up in a contemplating manner. There are two possibilities: either someone coincidentally had the same idea and made moccasins, or our information was leaked. Letting out a heavy breath, Isu's demeanor turned serious, and he ordered in an authoritative tone, "Bring Tori over here." Corky nodded quickly, and brought Tori in for an inspection of the sheep wool shoes. As soon as Tori entered the office, he was told to examine the shoes and find any clues. Tori took both the moccasins and the sheep wool shoes and began inspecting them carefully. After his observations, Tori spoke up in a frustrated and disappointed manner. "They're not exactly the same, but too similar to just be a coincidence." Tori, a bit infuriated by these shoes, explained in a disgusted tone, "But in terms of quality it's completely lacking. It's using low-grade cow leather that's mass-produced." He then grunted and growled in anger, yelling in both anger and disappointment, "I can't believe they're selling this kind of garbage for $1. He continued in an infuriated tone, "The basic waterproofing isn't even done, and the finishing is poor. You'll have to throw them away after wearing them just this winter." Seeing the passion and fire in Tori's eyes, Corky stepped up and spoke in a stern yet gentle tone. "Calm down." Realizing that he had been speaking too rudely and informally in front of Isu, Tori blushed a little and replied in an apologetic manner, "Oops, pardon me, sir." Tori then turned to Isu with tear-filled eyes and spoke in a vulnerable and worried manner, "What will become of my shoes, sir?" Seeing the dejected Tori, Isu felt a bit bad and spoke in a formal yet reassuring tone, "Don't worry. Our products are much prettier and of better quality. People will definitely recognize that. You may go back now." While walking back, Tori was still in a dilemma about this incident. Meanwhile, Isu spoke in a comforting voice, "Get some rest." Suddenly, Lena entered the room. Seeing her, Isu was a bit surprised by her timing and spoke up in a dazed manner, "Oh, I see you're here, Lena." She stood at attention and spoke in a formal tone, "Yes, sir." Isu nodded and spoke in a stressed manner, yet without losing his gentle demeanor, "I was about to call for you." Lena was a bit confused, wondering why she was going to be called. Isu gathered his thoughts, then explained everything in detail to Lena, including the current situation they were facing. After listening to this dire situation, Lena's face contorted in shock, and she spoke up in a horrified manner, "That's terrible." Isu nodded and then spoke in a formal and gentle voice, "I want you to investigate what's going on." Lena nodded and replied in a formal manner, "Absolutely, sir. I'll head out right away." She bowed in front of him and then dashed out of the room, quickly setting off on the mission Isu had handed to her. After seeing Lena leave, Isu turned to Corky and called for him. Corky, who was standing right beside Isu, replied in a polite voice, "Yes, sir." Isu then spoke in a serious and calculated manner, "Let's release the moccasins into the market first thing tomorrow." Corky was a bit surprised by this sudden decision, and asked in a confused tone, "Tomorrow, sir?" Isu nodded and explained in a gentle and polite manner, "That way we can avoid speculation that we stole the idea of sheep wool shoes." Corky understood the reasoning behind Isu's decision, and replied in a polite voice, bowing slightly, "Yes, sir, I'll have the moccasins delivered to the store right away." He then took his leave and headed toward the workers who were making the moccasins. As soon as Corky left the room and the door was shut completely, Isu flopped down on the couch and spoke up in a stressed manner, "I didn't see that coming at all. Gosh, I really hope it's just a coincidence." After saying this, Isu fell silent, lost in thought. He then spoke to himself in a reasoning manner, "But what if it's not a coincidence, and someone intentionally approached us to steal the design? Whether fortunate or unfortunate, I can only think of one person who would have malicious intentions and do such a thing." After considering the suspects and those who might want to see him fail, he thought to himself in a calculative manner, he thought to himself, "I made my first appearance in the international market, revealed connections with the Medii family, improved relations between the Medii and Croman families, and even gained favor from the Croman family by demonstrating the use of vanilla beans." After clearing his thoughts and confusion, he continued thinking in the same calculative tone, Moreover, I'm leveraging those connections to establish a presence in the jewelry market as well. He was certain about the people who wanted to see him fail and would do anything to bring him down. After careful thinking and reasoning, he came to a conclusion about the family most likely to consider him a troublesome figure. While Isu was stressing over the possibility of his business idea being stolen, over at the Pit family manor, a young man dressed in a formal suit was informing a lady seated elegantly. He reported in a polite and formal manner, "Sheep wool shoes account for about 80% of the market, while moccasins account for 20%, my lady." Lady Pit sipped her tea in joy while listening to this information. She then put her cup down and asked the man in a sarcasm-filled voice with a wide smirk on her face, "What was Baron Bloom's reaction?" The man nodded and replied in a gentle and polite tone, "The Baron has made an offer to provide complimentary horse fat for leather polishing to all customers who purchase a pair of moccasins." After hearing the situation of Isu, Lady Pit smirked in a villainous manner and ordered the man in a sinister tone, "We'll show him who has the upper hand in this field. He'll learn his place." The man nodded and replied politely, "Yes, my lady." He then took his leave from the room. As soon as he left, Lady Pit took another sip of tea and then asked her husband in a curious manner, "How is the jewelry business going, dear? I heard it's raking in money." Count Pitt sighed in defeat and spoke in a troubled manner, "Which is precisely the problem, my dear," he continued, sounding both defeated and curious. "Despite gathering all the best jewelers in the empire and investing heavily, none of them seem to be able to match Bloom's gem-cutting skills." Lady Pitt looked a bit stressed at this information. She spoke in an intrigued tone, "Who could possibly be his jeweler?" According to the informant, the gems seemed to be distributed by the Baron himself. Count Pitt replied. Count Pitt shook his head and spoke in a distressed voice, "Perhaps he has a skilled jeweler in captivity." Lady Pitt finished her cup of tea, deep in thought. After placing it down, she spoke in a calculative and sinister tone, "The Medic and Croman families seem to have developed a strong bond due to that Baron. How about we seize this opportunity to sever ties with the Cromans?" Listening to his wife's suggestion, Count Pitt shook his head in denial and replied in disagreement, "I can't do that, dear. Keep in mind, the Cromans are the second most powerful family in the empire." Lady Pitt was briefly in a trance after hearing this explanation from her husband. Then an evil idea crossed her mind and she spoke in a suggestive and sinister manner, "I think it would be more effective to find a justifiable reason that could cause a rift between them." Count Pitt's face lit up and he spoke in an excited voice, "It's a splendid idea, darling." Lady Pitt chuckled in an evil manner, and with a menacing tone said, "But first, let's deal with Middich's minions." She then fell silent and muttered to herself in an ominous manner, her will to destroy clear in her voice, "I won't let you have it your way. I'll do whatever it takes to keep our family the most powerful in this empire." Meanwhile, in Asiu's mansion, Corky had been informed about something urgent. He rushed to Asiu's office and knocked on the door softly while speaking out loud, "Sir." Hearing the knock, Asiu called out, "Yes, come in." Corky entered the room and spoke in a formal manner. "An important message from Lena." Seeing that Lena herself wasn't there to deliver the information, Asiu looked a bit worried and asked in a bothered tone, "Why hasn't she come to report it herself?" Seeing the worried look on Asiu's face, Corky replied in a formal and reassuring tone, "She's currently busy infiltrating the tavern." After hearing this from Corky, Isu felt a bit relieved and spoke in a grateful tone, "I see, then go ahead. What's her message?" Corky nodded and replied in a gentle and informative manner, "The 20 stores selling sheep wool shoes are owned by merchants associated with the Namba Tailor Guild. Currently, Lena is gathering information at the tavern, a regular haunt of the Namba Tailor Guild master." Hearing this, Iyo was a bit confused about the guild and asked in a curious manner, "Namba Tailor Guild?" Corky nodded and began explaining, "They used to make dresses for the Pitt family." He then paused for a while, allowing the information to sink deeply into Isu's mind. Seeing that Isu understood, he continued explaining about the materials and components used for the sheep wool shoes. The leather used for them was produced by a collateral blood relative of the Lutter family, one of the 5 powerful families in Aruman that have close ties with the Pitt family. As the information about the families and the underlying situation of his business setbacks settled in Isu's mind, he went silent for a while and thought to himself in a deducing manner, I suspected as much. There definitely is a central power involved behind the sheep wool shoes. This deduction was indeed correct, but Isu felt stressed and spoke in a conflicted manner while rubbing his chin. The problem is, we don't have any critical evidence to back up our conviction. Unable to come up with any ideas on how to make those central powers reveal themselves, he suddenly had an idea and called for his butler. Corky, who was standing a bit farther away, stepped up and replied in a formal voice, "Yes, sir." Isu then spoke in a hurried and authoritative tone. "Send a message to Count Maggie." He thought to himself in a decisive manner, "I need to report this to the Count, and while I'm at it, present my grand plan." After receiving his task, Corky nodded and bowed before Isu then left the room to work on it immediately. Isu, still stressed about the situation, went to the kitchen where he asked Seth in a curious manner, "Seth, is everything ready?" Seth, who was already in the kitchen, nodded at Isu and with a warm smile gestured toward the ingredients on the table. He spoke in an excited yet formal manner. "Yes, sir, I have everything prepared here." Isu gave Seth an appreciative nod and walked closer to the table. He then began explaining what he was going to do with the ingredients. "Today we're going to use these cacao beans to make chocolate. This is an essential ingredient, so make sure you learn the recipe." Seth gave an affirmative nod and replied in a nervous yet excited tone, "Yes, sir." Isu nodded and began explaining the step-by-step process of chocolate making. First, roast the cacao beans. Roast them for about 30 minutes before peeling off the skin. Seth, determined not to miss any details this time, began jotting down every tip and instruction. He replied in a formal tone, "Okay, sir." After stirring for a while, the beans began to change color. Seeing this, Isu called Seth over to observe the roasted beans. In a gentle and informative manner, he said, "See, they'll turn brownish like this. That means they're ready for us to peel off the skin." Isu then removed the roasted cacao beans onto a plate and let them cool for a while. As they cooled, both Isu and Seth worked together to remove the skins. Once done, Isu continued with the next step. Next, crush them into fine pieces. These crushed cacao beans are called cacao nibs. Seeing the new ingredient before him, Seth grew curious and asked in an interested tone, "And what are these used for, sir?" Isu nodded and explained, "We can make simple desserts such as cakes, cookies, and even beverages, any sweets you can think of. I'll teach you step by step, but for now, let's start with the easiest recipe of all." Seth, still jotting down notes, nodded and replied in an excited tone, "Yes, sir." Isu began making his recipe, working slowly so Seth could learn it for the future. Once finished, Isu called for everyone to taste the new creation. Heian, Lucas, and Seth all looked perplexed at the dish before them. Heian, curious, asked in a confused tone, "So, what is this dark-looking thing?" Isu laughed nervously and replied to Heian in a sweet, polite manner, "That's called chocolate. Have a bite. I promise you'll thank me later." Turning to Lucas, Isu said in a nervous yet encouraging tone, "You should be familiar with this. Remember the chocolate shake you had last time?" Lucas, a bit baffled at first, thought for a moment before it suddenly hit him. He smiled brightly and replied in an excited tone, "Yes, sir, I enjoyed that a lot." Isu smiled and said in a jolly tone, "Guess what, it's made with the same ingredient." Meanwhile, Heian, intrigued by the conversation, spoke in a curious tone, All right, I'll take your word for it." She then took a piece of the chocolate and put it in her mouth. Isu, eager to know her reaction, said cheerfully, "Yes, go ahead and try it." Watching her eat it, he asked in an intrigued manner, "Well, what do you think?" Heian remained quiet while chewing. After swallowing, she spoke in a thrilled and excited tone, her face lighting up with a bright, adorable smile. A bit of blush appeared on her cheeks. That's an exquisite flavor. How did you make it?" Isu gave her a smile, then turned to Lucas and Seth, speaking in a gentle demeanor, "You both should give it a try as well." Seth and Lucas replied in a formal manner, "Thank you, sir." Both of them took a single piece and placed it in their mouths. After chewing and swallowing, Lucas spoke up in a thrilled and amazed tone. Wow, this is so different from what I had before. Seth, who had also finished his chocolate, spoke in a flabbergasted tone. This is unlike anything I've ever tasted, sir. Seeing their expressions, Isu felt truly happy and thought to himself in a contented manner. I suppose it's a success. Hien, who was feeling giddy and happy, spotted a mug filled with the same chocolate mixture. She took the cup and began chugging down the contents. Seeing this, Isu was horrified and warned her in a worried tone. Whoa! That's hot, be careful not to burn your tongue. But she proceeded to finish the cup anyway. With a loud clunk, she set it down and spoke in a blissful manner, a warm smile on her face and a pink blush on her cheeks. That was good. She then turned to Su, anger flashing in her eyes, and spoke in a jealous, agitated manner. Why did you make this for Lucas but not for me? Isu felt a bit guilty and replied to her in a comforting, sweet voice, laughing nervously. Take it easy. I'll let you know first next time I make it. But enjoy this for now. I'll have the maid bring it to your room. He then quickly made another cup of hot chocolate and ordered Dossie to take it to Heian's room. By this time, Corky had prepared the carriage for travel. Isu stepped inside and made his way to Medic City to meet Count Medic and discuss the problem he was facing. Upon arrival, he stepped out of the carriage and walked to Count Medic's office. As soon as he entered, Count Medic rose from his chair and welcomed him with a polite smile. Welcome, Baron. The Count then extended his hand for a handshake. Isu shook his hand firmly and spoke in a formal, polite manner. It's been a while, sir. Once introductions were over, Count Medic gestured toward the chairs and spoke in a delighted manner. Please, take a seat. Isu smiled warmly at him and replied politely. Yes, thank you. Count Medic took his seat and turned to Au with a comforting smile, asking in a curious tone, So have you begun your moccasin business? Isu nodded and replied politely, Yes, sir, it's been quite busy. Then, losing his smile and turning his eyes away from the Count, he added in a troubled tone, However, we've encountered a few problems from the outset. Count Medic looked slightly shocked and asked curiously, Problems? What might those be? Isu took a deep breath and began explaining the situation, how his business was being ruined by other forces. When his explanation ended, Count Medic fell into deep thought. Isu then spoke in an assuming manner, If I may venture an assumption, it appears that a central power is involved in this. Hearing this accurate observation, Count Medic laughed nervously and spoke in a guilt-filled voice. I'm feeling a little guilty now, Baron. Isu was confused as to why the Count felt guilty. In a doubtful tone he asked, Guilty? Why is that, sir? Count Medic took a sip of tea and spoke in a serious tone. I thought you should know by now, or perhaps you've already noticed. He then set his teacup down and continued in an earnest, informative manner. The central power has been engaged in this activity for ages. Hearing this, Isu thought in shock. I was correct, the Count was aware of all this. Count Medic then reminisced about the time Isu had asked why he was chosen, and spoke gently. You asked me before, Baron, why I chose you out of all the other talented staff with potential. Isu nodded politely. Yes, I remember, sir. The Count continued. It's true there were plenty of other candidates. In fact, there have always been. However, talent alone wasn't enough. None of them could handle damage control over sabotages like this. Isu nodded and thought to himself in a scrutinizing manner. I understand if the most powerful family in Uraman was after me, I wouldn't know what to do either. Clenching his fists tightly, he glared toward the sky and thought in rage, but I'm not going to let them trample over me like this. After their discussion about Isu's business and the confirmation of the Central Power's involvement, Isu was ready to destroy the Pit family. Seeing his anger subside, Count Medic spoke in a polite, gentle manner. In fact, I was thinking of inviting you, Baron. I insist that you attend our cultural hall opening ceremony. Hearing this suggestion, Ioso's anger completely faded, and he replied with a warm smile, I would love to, sir. Count Medic gave him an appreciative nod and explained gently, There I plan to present our acquaintance to the public. Isu was a bit taken aback by the idea and asked uncertainly, Will that be all right with you? Count Medea nodded and spoke in a serious and selfless manner. Trust me, this is for your own good, Baron. If they find out you're my close associate, they won't be able to threaten your life so easily. Seeing this selfless nature of Count Medea, a warmth spread through Isu's body and his heart began to thump even faster. Isu thought to himself in a nervous manner, I guess the situation is worse than I thought. Noticing his reaction, Count Medea laughed in a heartfelt manner and then spoke in a cheerful, gentle tone, suggesting, and if you have the capacity, consider increasing your troops a bit more. I heard you opened a jewelry business recently. Isu laughed awkwardly, then brought out a red box and placed it on the table, replying in an apologetic tone, I have, sir. Please forgive me for not informing you first. He took a deep breath, then added in a polite manner while opening the box. So, as a token of apology, as soon as the box was opened, a beautiful pendant and matching earrings were revealed. Seeing this jewelry, Count Medea looked slightly confused and spoke in a dazed manner. What's this, Baron? Then with a teasing smile and a soft laugh he added, Haha, is this some sort of bribe? Isu nodded and replied in a gentle yet serious tone while presenting the box. Exactly, sir. Count Medea was baffled by this bold action. He gave Isu a confused look and smiled awkwardly. Isu, smiling warmly, explained in a gentle tone, It's in exchange for looking after the obestate during my absence. After hearing this explanation, Count Medea was a bit stupefied. He then tried to clarify his doubt, speaking with a tone of uncertainty, but haven't we made that promise prior to all of this? Isu nodded and explained softly, politely and with a hint of reminiscence, You previously offered me a generous bribe without expecting anything in return. Now it's my turn to reciprocate. Please accept this token of gratitude. There's another matter I wish to discuss with you. He then took out another elegant box and said, And it's this. Seeing a new type of box presented to him, Count Medea was taken aback and asked curiously, What's this? Isu smiled and began explaining in a sweet, gentle manner, trying to help Count Medea remember, You asked me before, sir, which ingredient you should import into the market. While speaking, he opened the box of sweets he had brought and presented it to Count Medea. The perfectly assorted sweets inside made the Count's eyes light up. He spoke in a dazzled tone. These are extraordinary, what are they exactly? Isu smiled and replied sweetly, These are assorted desserts crafted from the cacao beans we discussed earlier. Count Medea was baffled by the sweets. As he examined one of the chocolates, he noticed gold on top of it. Feeling intrigued, he asked, Are those gold flakes atop them? Isu nodded and explained politely, Indeed, sir, I included them to add a touch of luxury. Count Medea nodded, then picked up one of the pieces and said politely, Then mind if I do. He placed the chocolate into his mouth, chewing slowly. As the flavor spread, his eyes widened with surprise, a spark in them. After swallowing, he spoke in a stunned and amazed tone, trying to control his excitement. The flavor melts in my mouth with delightful richness. How fascinating. With his refined palate, Count Medea began describing the ingredients: the mellow sweetness, the aroma of vanilla beans and the subtle hint of cinnamon, each note equally enticing. Isu stayed quiet for a moment, then spoke in a suggestive, polite tone. Sir, may I suggest offering a trade to the Croman family using these cacao beans? Hearing this, Count Medea was dumbfounded and asked curiously, With the Cromans, could you elaborate on your reasoning? Isu gave a polite nod and began explaining, As of now the Pit family controls half of the pepper distribution to Aruman, while the Croman family holds 30%. Then with confidence, he added, I am certain, sir, that chocolate will prove to be the most profitable ingredient in the next decade. Listening carefully, Count Medea gave an appreciative nod, though a doubt crept into his mind. He asked, So what are your plans? Isu smiled in a slightly sinister way and explained with full confidence, Instead of handing over the cacao bean trade to the Cromans, perhaps consider proposing a reduction in the price of the pepper they distribute. As he waited for his idea to settle in the Count's mind, Isu thought to himself in a prideful manner, without formal contracts, a small group monopolizing the distribution of a commodity can maximize profits by maintaining a consistent price range. He then thought to himself in a contemplative manner, however, what if the Cromans gradually lower the price of pepper? That would result in losses for both the Pitt family and the Hampshire family, who are also involved in the pepper trade. After understanding Isu's ideas and who he was targeting, Count Maggie spoke up in a curious tone. It appears that you're focusing on the Pitts. Isu nodded at this conclusion and replied in an honest, straightforward manner. That's right, sir. They've been meddling in your affairs for quite some time now, haven't they? Count Maggie nodded in agreement and spoke in a tired tone. Actually, for quite a while. As Isu went silent, beginning to think about the impact on the Pitt family in an envisioning manner. Simply lowering the pepper prices won't immediately impact the Pitt family. However, I cannot let them gain an advantage over me. Count Maggie was quiet, deep in thought, and let out a thoughtful hum. Isu took this as a sound of uncertainty and quickly spoke up in an apologetic tone. Oh, I apologize if I've overstepped, sir. It was difficult for me to bring this up. Count Maggie then smirked in a mischievous manner and replied in a cheerful tone, all the while imagining how the Pitt family would be destroyed. No, you're absolutely right. Isu was a bit startled by this reaction. Count Maggie then spoke up in a content and excited manner, smiling with mischief. Let us discuss this further in the future, with the Cromans, of course. Isu smiled and appreciated the gesture. Seeing that he had spent enough time at the Maggie mansion, he rose to his feet and bid Count Maggie farewell. As soon as he stepped out of the mansion, his carriage was waiting. He traveled back to the capital and after a long and treacherous journey, finally reached his own mansion. Heading straight to his office, he began working on some papers. While he was busy, a soft knock was heard, followed by a familiar voice. "Sir, it's Lena." He called out. "Come in." Lena entered, bringing a captive who was hiding behind her. She spoke in an apologetic tone. "My apologies for interrupting at such a late hour, sir." Then with mild fury and a formal tone she added, "But please understand that it had to be done. I have a gift for you." The man behind her flinched. Lena pulled him forward and gave him a kick to push him ahead, speaking in an authoritative, angry voice, "Move over." The man squirmed in pain and yelled, "Ow." "Is you confused by the scene?" asked in a puzzled manner. "What's going on?" Lena replied in a serious tone. "He's the very culprit who joined hands with the Namba Guild and leaked information on the moccasins." The man wailed and cried in fear, begging for forgiveness. Forgive me, sir." He bowed in shame and apology. Isu turned to Lena and asked in a serious, curious manner, "Is Tori involved in this?" Lena confidently replied in denial. "Not at all, sir." She continued explaining while giving the man a kick in the back. This scheme was a joint act involving this fool, the Namba Guild, in the labor office. Isu understood her explanation, but still had a doubt. He spoke in a nonplussed manner. There's no way he could have left this place after entering. How on earth did they exchange information? Lena answered in a serious yet calm tone. He used a pigeon he acquired from the animal mage as a messenger. Hearing this, Isu was taken aback and spoke in mock surprise. "Wow, the lengths they go to." Lena then asked curiously, "What will you do with him, sir?" Isu realized something about the way the message had been sent and asked seriously. "He used a pigeon acquired from a mage to commit a crime. Isn't that considered tarnishing the mage's reputation?" Lena nodded solemnly. "I'm certain they'll be outraged when they hear this news." The man, sensing his life was in danger, spoke in a guilt-filled, sobbing voice. "Please spare my life. They threatened me, and I had no choice, but deep down, I knew I shouldn't have done it after everything you've done for me, sir." Seeing his whining, Lena grew furious. She gave him a hard smack on the head and shouted in a rage-filled voice, "Enough with your lame excuses." She clenched her teeth and hands, trying to control her anger, thinking in a vexed manner, "This blockhead, I'm only sparing you for the sake of the Baron." The man continued to beg in a fearful tone, "Please don't kill me." After fully grasping the situation and identifying the culprit, Isu thought in a displeased manner, "I'll spare his life, but that doesn't mean I'll forgive him." He then spoke in a stern, solemn tone. "Back where I come from, they have penalties for defamation." "What about here?" Lena replied quickly in a serious tone. "We do too, sir." Isu nodded and said in a voice filled with mild fury, Excellent. Let's tie him up at the shopping district for about a week. Lena nodded and replied in an assured tone, Very well, sir. I shall hand him over to the secretary at the office of mages afterward. She then thought to herself in a displeased, angry manner, Although I know the guild will sneak their way out in the meantime after getting rid of him. Before that, Asu remained quiet for a while and then suddenly a thought crossed his mind. He asked Lena in a curious manner, Did you tell Tori about this? Lena shook her head and replied in a serious, thoughtful tone, I think he already has a clue about what's going on, sir. Isu nodded and replied in a grateful tone, I see. Anyway, good job. Lena gave Asu a warm and polite smile after hearing his compliment. She replied in a prideful yet respectful manner, It was all part of my duty, sir. Isu gave an appreciative nod to Lena and spoke in a grateful tone, You're dismissed, go get some rest. Lena nodded and replied in a formal, grateful tone, Thank you, and good night, sir. I'll leave once I take care of him. She then quickly pulled the man out of the room, making sure to tug hard so he wouldn't try to run. Meanwhile, Isu sat there for a while thinking about the incident. His urge to destroy the Pit family rose even more. He then got up from his seat and made his way to his bedroom. The next morning arrived and birds were singing a beautiful song. At that time, Corky entered the bathroom where Iyasu had just finished his bath and spoke in a formal manner. Sir, the Fallen Guild has granted admission. Hearing this good news in the morning, Isu smiled brightly and replied to Corky in an excited, cheerful tone, Excellent. You mentioned they're the best among all the bread baker guilds, right? Great, that settles our dessert shop. He then dropped his bathrobe, and Corky brought in a new pair of clothes, speaking in a formal voice, Allow me to assist you in changing, sir. Isu continued in a cheerful manner. Now all that's left is to open the store. While helping Isu put on his clothes, Corky informed him politely, Sir, regarding the jewelry business, this month's total income is 32,500 gold. Isu was a bit taken aback after hearing the amount. He spoke in a stunned tone. Wow, that much? Corky replied affirmatively. Yes, sir. Isu then thought to himself in a calculating manner, that equals a net profit of around 21,000 gold. After putting on his shirt, he said in a cheery tone, Looks like the general store's promotion was successful, don't you agree? Corky nodded and replied in a formal, agreeable tone, Yes, sir. Positive customer feedback has built trust, resulting in commissions for luxury items. After hearing this, Isu thought joyfully to himself, clenching his fist tightly with a bright smile, Money just keeps flowing in this world for me. Isu was in a jolly mood after learning that his jewelry business was going really well. He then got himself ready for an important task that day, making sure his attire was perfect. Seeing Iosig's excitement, Corky spoke in a formal, gentle tone, I shall get the carriage ready, sir. Isu turned to Corky and replied politely, Oh yes, I'll be downstairs in a minute. He readied himself, checked his attire one last time, and then spoke out loud in a low, excited voice, Right, let's head off to meet Count Kunaman. After a long and thrilling journey to Count Kunaman's annex, they finally reached the meeting spot. Iyasu got off his carriage and made his way to the meeting room. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by two men in their best attire. Count Maggie was the first to greet him with a warm smile. Behind him, a man who seemed strong and powerful spoke in a kind, gentle manner. It's been a while, Baron. You're looking better than ever. Isu shook hands with both of them and replied in a formal, warm tone, laughing softly, Thank you, sir. Once the greetings were over, all of them walked toward the couches and took their seats. Count Maggie then spoke in a formal voice, Now then, let's get down to business. I've informed the Count about your situation. Count Croman approached Isu with a warm, kind smile and spoke in a curiosity-filled voice, I would love to have a taste of this chocolate of yours. Isu was glad that he had packed chocolates for the occasion. He approached the bag he had brought, took out the chocolate on a fancy white dish, and placed it carefully before calling out in a formal tone, Here it is, sir. Count Croman eyed the chocolate in front of him with an excited spark in his eyes. He took a piece and said politely, Then allow me. He chewed the entire piece, analyzing the flavors hidden within it. After savoring the taste for a moment, he took his cup of tea and sipped it. Meanwhile, Isu, eager and excited to know the Count's reaction, asked in a curious, polite voice, "How is it, sir?" Listening to the curiosity and excitement in Isu's voice, Count Croman placed his teacup down on the coaster. With a polite smile, he spoke in a gentle, analytical tone with a tinge of curiosity.
I can really smell the vanilla.
Did you fill it with ginger jam inside? Isu was happy that the Count liked it and replied with a gentle smile, "Yes, that's correct." Count Croman gave an appreciative nod to Isu and then spoke in a jovial manner. "Vanilla and ginger, they are the main spices imported by our family. I'm impressed by your sharp insight, Baron." Listening to this compliment from Count Croman, Isu was very happy. He bowed in gratitude while replying in a jolly manner. "Thank you, sir." Count Croman was clearly pleased with Isu's thoughtfulness and continued in an impressed voice. "Impressive. Very impressive indeed." Seeing both of them in a cheerful mood, Count Medi then questioned Count Croman in a polite, curious manner. "Then can we take this as a sign of approval, Count?" Hearing this question, Count Croman gave an approving nod. However, he went silent for a moment, lost in thought, and then spoke in a troubled tone. "Yes, absolutely, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to lower the pepper price until the chocolate goes public in Aramen." Listening to Count Croman's concerns, Isu spoke in a confident, polite tone, giving both men a reassuring smile. "Leave that to me, sir. I'm ready to make it a trend, no matter what. After all, the goal of this alliance is to keep that family in check." Hearing this reassurance, Count Croman sighed in relief and spoke in a calmer voice. "It doesn't matter if we don't make more profit than we do now. If we can offset the loss from lowering the pepper price with cacao beans, I believe it's worth pursuing." Isu was slightly puzzled as to why Count Croman was thinking so cautiously. He spoke in a confident tone. "What do you mean, shouldn't we aim for higher profits while we're at it?" This made Count Croman's ears perk up, and he replied in a gentle tone, "Well, that would be the perfect scenario." Isu felt relieved that the Count was open to his suggestion, but doubts lingered in his mind, leaving him a little sad. He then spoke in a worried, conflicted tone. "My only concern is that this might cause a rift between the families." Hearing this, Count Croman was momentarily taken aback, but after understanding Isu's perspective, he chuckled and replied in a gentle, kind manner, "I hope you're not thinking we accepted your offer without giving it some serious thought." Startled, Isu spoke in a shaky, nervous voice. "No, sir, I didn't mean it that way." Count Croman laughed a bit, lightening the mood, but after calming down his expression changed. Anger began to boil inside him, and he stood up quickly, slamming his hand on the table with a loud bang. In a voice filled with rage, he declared, "This isn't the first time the Central Power has shown signs of disruption. I believe the Central Power will undergo reconstitution soon." Isu felt slightly embarrassed, realizing he still lacked experience in this world. He spoke politely, though his voice was a bit shaky, rubbing the back of his head and laughing awkwardly. "I still have a lot to learn, sir. I do feel uneasy about it at times." Count Croman waved off his worries and replied in a polite tone, "No worries, these things come with age and experience." Isu felt somewhat relieved, and thanked Count Croman for his guidance. The Count gave him an appreciative nod, then stood up and said formally, "I'll be on my way. We'll meet again in due time." Isu quickly replied in a polite, cheerful manner, "Thank you for coming today, sir. See you again." Count Croman smiled and made his way out of the meeting room. As soon as the door shut behind him, Isu turned to Count Medi and asked in a curious, intrigued tone, "By the way, sir, are you interested in opening a new business?" Count Medi gave Isu a warm smile and replied politely, "I've already started one, as you know." Isu was slightly confused and thought for a moment. Then as the answer came to him, he said formally, "You must mean the cultural hall." He then spoke in a cheerful, formal manner, explaining his idea. "I'm planning to open a bakery nearby." Count Medi gave an appreciative nod, though he had thoughts running in his mind. After a brief silence, he spoke with a serious demeanor. "I was about to discuss that matter with you." Hearing the seriousness in Count Medi's tone, Isu straightened himself and replied politely, "I'm listening, sir." Count Medi's heart was filled with gratitude as he spoke in a polite, gentle manner. "I would like to ask you to get me something for a wedding gift." Isu was a bit shocked by the request, and asked curiously, a wedding gift, for whom? Noticing the confused look on Isu's face, Count Medi explained in a happy, polite tone, I'm finally going to be a father-in-law. My son Mark is going to marry Belen's Count Kara, Count Kroman's second daughter. Hearing this wonderful news, Isu was delighted and spoke in a tone of disbelief and happiness. Really? Congratulations, sir. Count Medi gave Isu a warm smile and thanked him for the congratulations. But Isu couldn't shake a certain thought. Oh, that means the Kunaman family will officially sever ties with the Pits. Seeing Io's long silence and thoughtful expression, Count Medi teased him slightly. I know what you're thinking, Baron. Isu jumped a little, baffled. Isu laughed nervously, trying to hide his curiosity. Oh, it's just that this marriage is unexpected. He then shook his head to rid himself of all his odd thoughts and spoke in a genuinely happy tone. As long as the two have genuine feelings for each other, there's no reason to hesitate. Count Medi had already foreseen Isu's thoughts and concerns. He spoke in a reassuring manner. Don't worry about the Pits. I'm prepared to spend about 50,000 gold for the wedding gift, so I'll leave the rest to you. Isu nodded and replied in a formal tone, yes, sir. As this part of their discussion came to a close, Count Medi felt relieved and moved on to another matter. How about considering opening the bakery inside our cultural hall? I spoke with Kay and he seemed positive about the idea of opening one inside the building if it's with you, Baron. Isu was a bit taken aback by this sudden offer. He calmed his nerves and spoke politely, I'll make a decision after I take a look around, sir. Count Medi gave him an approving nod and replied gently, of course, I'll inform the keeper that you'll be visiting. Isu was grateful for this, bowed and replied, thank you, sir. As it was getting late, both men took their leave, exchanged goodbyes and entered their personal carriages. When Asu returned to his mansion, he found a depressed-looking Lucas. As soon as Asu stepped through the gate, Lucas, who had been waiting, spoke in a dejected tone, welcome back, sir. Seeing Lucas's downcast expression, Asu felt bad and spoke with concern. Is something wrong, Lucas? Noticing the worried look on Isu's face, Lucas seemed a bit shocked and replied in a confused tone, pardon, sir? Then startled by the unexpected concern, he waved awkwardly and asked curiously, oh, nothing, sir. May I ask why you suddenly ask? Isu replied in a kind, reassuring tone. Kuki told me all about it, that Kana and Nikki are dating. He then walked up to Lucas, placed a hand on his shoulder and said softly, cheer up, Kana isn't the only woman in this world. Lucas felt a little better, though his mood didn't improve much, and he still seemed sad. But Kana is the only one I can meet around here, sir, he said in a dejected voice. Isu thought to himself, he has a point. There are only 4 women in this house. It's overflowing with men. Lucas continued in a weepy tone. Kana used to bring me snacks and smile whenever our eyes met. Naturally, I thought she was interested in me. Isu nodded in understanding and asked curiously, and what did you do about it? Nothing, Lucas whispered, letting his tears flow freely. Releasing the pain lightened his heart a little. Seeing Lucas's poor condition and dejected face, Io sighed and spoke in a proud, confident manner. From now on, if you like someone, just let me know. Lucas was confused about why Isu would say such a thing, but he understood it was his way of helping. Wiping his tears, he asked curiously, have you ever dated anyone before, sir? Of course, Isu replied confidently. Then with dramatic flair he raised his hand and held out 3 fingers. Startled by the sudden action, Lucas flinched and exclaimed in shock. Isu kept his proud smile and asked confidently, are you feeling jealous? Lucas shook his head and replied in a terrified tone. No, quite the opposite, sir. You've dated 3 times, yet you're still single. Hearing Lucas's blunt words, Achu felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. He didn't have to be so direct, he thought in pain. Lucas, curious about this, asked with a worried expression, could it be that you were dumped 3 times? The innocent question felt like another arrow to Isu's chest. He spoke in a stern voice, masking his pain. Enough of your chatter, go prepare my bath. Seeing that Asu was a bit upset and unwilling to continue the topic, Lucas nodded and replied formally, yes, sir. As Lucas left to prepare the bath, Isu thought to himself with a sad smile. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? He walked toward the window to stargaze, trying to soothe his wounded pride. As he gazed at the night sky, a sudden knock was heard, followed by a soft, familiar voice. "It's Seth, sir." Isu, still feeling gloomy but maintaining his noble composure, replied loudly. "Yeah, come in." Seth opened the door and slipped inside, speaking in a polite, regretful tone. "Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I have something to discuss with you." Isu looked confused and let out a questioning sound. Seth gathered his courage and stepped forward. Seth stepped toward Isu and spoke in a nervous manner. "Well," seeing this hesitant behavior, he spoke in a comforting voice. "What is it? Why are you hesitating? You're making me anxious." Seth took a deep breath and then said confidently, "I would like to participate in the imperial cooking competition." Hearing this, Isu looked a bit confused and repeated aloud, "The imperial cooking competition." He went silent for a moment, thinking deeply, before asking politely, "Since I don't know much about that competition, could you tell me more about it?" Seth nodded and began explaining in a gentle voice. "Sure, let me start by telling you about the benefits. Winning that competition will bring both reputation and publicity." Before continuing, his expression turned a little sad, and he spoke in a fearful tone. "But the downside is, if things go wrong, I might get scouted by the imperial family." Hearing this, Isu's face showed worry and horror. He spoke in a terrified voice. "Oh no, but there's no way you would fail in the competition." Seth nodded. Then in a very soft and sad tone he said, "The reason I want to participate is because of my instructor." Isu was taken aback and asked in a confused manner, "Your instructor?" Seth nodded again, rolled up his sleeve and revealed an injury. "This wound, sir. I didn't get it from cooking," he explained gloomily. "My former instructor used to abuse me a lot. On days when I made even the slightest mistake, I would be punished with a heated frying pan." Listening to this horrifying story, Isu's eyes widened and he covered his mouth in shock. He whispered to himself in a terrified manner, "What an insane instructor." Seth then lowered his sleeve and buttoned it. In a polite and proud tone, he continued, "So, through this competition, I want to prove how much I've grown since meeting a generous instructor like you." Isu understood his reason and his need to prove his skills. After taking a moment to think carefully, Isu spoke in an agreeing tone. "I see, let's go ahead and apply for now, but let's think a bit more about actually participating." Seth, grateful for this chance, replied formally, "Thank you, sir." Isu was glad that his chef wanted to pursue his dream, but he also had concerns. He thought to himself selfishly, "I understand his situation, but I don't want to lose him yet." As the discussion came to an end, Seth took his leave, and Isu headed straight. A few days had passed since the discussion between Seth and Isu. On a very fine morning at the cultural hall, it was bustling with people and laughter. A carriage came closer to the cultural hall, in which Hyen was seated. After a complete halt, she stepped out, where Ella was already waiting for her and helped Hyen to step down from the carriage. Hyen was a bit confused as to where Isu was, so she asked Lena in a curious manner, "Where's the Baron?" Leah nodded and replied politely, "He'll be arriving later because of the opening ceremony. Meanwhile, he instructed me to let you know to wait at the Bloom coffee shop." Hyen understood his instructions and replied with a nod, "I see." Lena then stepped forward and showed Hyen the way to the coffee shop. At the same time, a strong gush of wind blew over the area. Suddenly a lady's hat flew off her head and landed directly near Lena. Lena quickly grabbed the hat and walked toward the lady, speaking out in a formal and curious manner. "Excuse me, is this your hat?" The lady turned to the voice and spoke up in a shocked yet happy manner. "Oh yes, it is." As the lady came closer, Lena felt something odd and suspicious about her. The lady took the hat from Lena's hand, gave her a warm smile and spoke gratefully, "Thank you." Lena replied politely, though with a tinge of suspicion in her voice, "You're welcome, but haven't we met somewhere before?" The lady was taken aback by the sudden question and nervously replied, "No, not that I remember." Lena wasn't convinced and kept staring at her while the lady awkwardly smiled, thinking to herself in irritation, "Taxed that leur agent. She has a sharp eye. I made sure I didn't look like mint choco mash. I should maintain some distance while observing them. She then bowed to both of them and took her leave, walking back to her seat while thinking to herself in a calculative and mysterious manner. Hien Silverwood, whether I persuade you to join forces with me or sell you off to the Emperor really depends on you. The lady then smiled at both of them and spoke in a cheery tone as she hurried back to her seat. Well then, I'll be on my way. Seeing the lady walk away, Lena kept staring at her back, feeling suspicious and uneasy about the encounter. Hien, noticing Lena's sternness, asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lena shook her head and replied politely while laughing softly to cover her serious expression. "Nothing, my lady. Let's move on." Hien nodded, and they continued walking toward the coffee shop. Meanwhile, Priscilla, who was disguised as the lady, glanced at both of them walking away. After a long walk and feeling the cold breeze on their faces, they reached Bloom's coffee shop and sat on the balcony, where they could enjoy the scenery in front of them. Lena spoke in a beatific manner while picking up her cup of coffee. "The garden is really beautiful," Hien agreed and replied in her usual cold demeanor while sipping her coffee. "The Albert estate is warmer than here, so there should be a lot of flowers to see there." Lena nodded and smiled warmly, but she was a bit curious about Hien and Isu's first meeting. With excitement and intrigue, she asked, "By the way, my lady, how did you and the Baron begin your journey together?" Hien, slightly confused by her interest, asked, "Huh?" She then shook her head and explained, "We met through, well, bread." Ila, giddy and excited to hear the story, gulped down all of her coffee. Hien continued, "It all started with bread. At first it seemed like an interesting story, but suddenly Lena was taken aback and asked in a puzzled tone, 'Did you say bread?' Hien nodded and confirmed, 'Yes, bread.' This didn't make any sense to Lena. "Bread, I knew the Baron loved bread, but this is—" Before she could finish, Isu interrupted, shouting at the top of his lungs in an excited and happy manner, "Hey Hien!" Both of them were startled and turned downwards to locate the voice. Isu, smiling brightly, waved at them. He then quickly ran up the stairs and entered the room that connected to the balcony, where both were seated. As he approached, he spoke in an embarrassed manner, laughing nervously. "Did you wait long?" Hien replied gently, "Not really." As soon as Isu took his seat, he noticed the tray that had served bread and sweets with the coffee was empty. With mild teasing, he said, "Looks like our bread lover has finished all the bread already." Hien nodded and cheerfully replied, "Having 5 breads per day sure beats having just 1. Listening to this, Isu had an idea to tease her more, so he spoke up in a sarcastic tone, 5, are you sure 5 is enough?" Hien was a bit irritated by this and replied in an annoyed manner, hissing at him, "Yes, 5. Seeing this, Io realized this was her limit and that she might actually kill him if he pressed further. He quickly softened his tone, chuckling gently. "All right then." Meanwhile, Lena, listening to their bickering, sat in a daze and kept quiet so as not to disturb them. Seeing the grin on Isu's face, Hien felt even more irritated and glared at him with anger-filled eyes. She then spoke in a frustrated, vexed manner, growling, "Remember, I'm older than you, stop teasing me." Isu felt a shiver run down his spine. He smiled nervously, trying to hide his fear, and spoke in a shaky voice, "Oops, fine, I'll stop." After calming down, Isu changed the subject in a curious tone, "By the way, did you two take a look at the cultural hall?" Hien replied in her usual cold manner, "No." Lena gave a polite smile and answered in a formal, gentle tone, "Not yet, sir." Isu sighed, then spoke in an excited, cheerful manner, "Then let's take a look around before we head back." All 3 of them went together into the cultural hall and enjoyed the various events. After spending a long time there, they finally returned to their mansion. As soon as Isu entered his office, Corky came in and reported about the sales they had made for the day. Isu was stunned by the figures and jumped out of his chair, exclaiming in excitement, "Did you say a total of 35 gold?" Corky nodded and replied in a formal, gentle manner, "Yes, sir. 228 customers visited the store today alone." Hearing this analysis, Io went silent for a moment to do some mental calculations. He then spoke in a calculative tone, "So is the daily net profit around 200 gold on average?" Corky replied in agreement. Correct, sir. Then, with a more serious expression, Corky voiced his concern. There were complaints from nobles residing in the southeast that the store was too far from their location. Isu listened with understanding and replied in a thoughtful tone. That's understandable, considering the city hall is located on the northwest side of the city. Perhaps I should look for an area in the southeast part of the city to open another dessert store. He then asked in a curious manner, Oh, and how are the reviews for the moccasins? Corky nodded and explained in detail. Regarding the sheep wool shoes made by the Namba Guild, sir, the reviews have been less than positive. People are referring to them as fake moccasins. Isu smirked and replied sarcastically, Suits them right. Corky continued with his report. And as for the wedding gift for Marquis Meaty, he said he would pay by check and asked you to stop by. Hearing all this, Isu felt relieved that everything was going well. He let out a relaxed sigh and spoke in a stress-free tone. Ha, it feels like things are finally settling down. Corky congratulated him warmly. You have accomplished so much in just 1 year, sir. Isu opened his eyes wide and spoke in a serious manner. Indeed, then in his mind he continued. After moving to the capital, I frequently traveled through the portal to conduct research. As a result, a net profit of 3 billion won every month. This is all thanks to the hard-working staff. Feeling he needed to do something for them after all their dedication, Isu called out to Corky while pulling open a drawer to retrieve something. Yes, sir, Corky responded in a curious manner. Isu continued in a cheerful tone. I'm thinking of giving a special gift to those who helped me make all of this happen this year. He retrieved a wooden box and placed it on the table, then spoke in a jovial manner, and this is the gift I'm talking about. Corky, curious, asked in an intrigued tone, What is it, sir? Isu smirked and replied in an excited voice, Behold, it's called a special bonus. Hearing this, Corky was stunned. His eyes went wide at the contents inside the box. Taken aback by Isu's sudden declaration, he asked in a confused tone, A bonus, sir? Isu nodded, smiling warmly as he explained politely, Yes, I want to express my gratitude to the staff for their hard work throughout the year. Go ahead and open one. Corky, still uncertain, replied, Okay. He carefully picked up one of the pouches and opened it with anticipation. As soon as he checked the contents, his eyes widened in shock. Gold coins. Turning to Isu, Corky spoke in a very soft, almost childlike manner. May I really take this, sir? Isu nodded reassuringly and answered, I told you you deserve it for your hard work. Then with a businessman's smile he added, And don't worry about the budget, I already punched in the numbers. Corky was a bit confused about what he meant, but he could only stand there in awe. I imagined him doing something strange, and this got the better of me. I spoke up in confusion, Punched the numbers, sir. Isu knew his words were a bit out of the ordinary, so he explained in a calm manner, It means I'm distributing this with careful calculation. He then added in a cheerful, gentle tone, Those who made significant contributions this year will receive a bonus equal to their annual income, while the rest will receive half of that amount. Isu continued in a low voice, But let's keep this between us for now. Corky nodded, abided by Isu's wishes, and replied politely, Yes, sir. Days passed, and the imperial cooking competition was only a few days away. On one fine morning, Isu called Seth over to his office for a talk. As they both sat down, Isu spoke in a gentle and kind manner. So how's the preparation for the competition going? Seth nodded and replied politely, his voice full of confidence. I'm more than ready, sir. Isu gave an appreciative nod and asked in a solemn tone, This week is the preliminary, right? Seth replied in an excited tone, Yes, sir. Isu was happy to see a smile on Seth's face, but his own smile faded when he realized Seth might be taken by the imperial family. He spoke in a soft, encouraging voice, Go for it. With your talent, I'm sure you'll pass easily. Don't worry about me, I'll figure something out if you get summoned by the palace. Seth felt reluctant and answered in a hesitant, almost scared voice, But sir, that's not what I have in mind, so please, be rest assured. Mushu gave him a warm smile and spoke in a heartening manner. I understand, I'm just encouraging you to do your best. That's all. Show your former instructor what you're capable of. Even though Seth might be taken by the imperial family after this competition, Isu was fully supportive. Seth felt grateful for the opportunity and said aloud in excitement, "Yes, sir." Rishu smiled and said in a cheerful manner, "Good luck." A few days passed and the day of the competition arrived. At the imperial mansion, many chefs had gathered and were waiting at the competition area. Numerous noblemen and imperial family staff were present to oversee the event. The environment around the mansion was tense, and the chefs were nervous yet eager to show off their cooking skills and impress the imperial family. Isu, who had come to support his staff member, sat in the visitor's seat. He noticed how nervous Seth looked and spoke to himself in an encouraging voice, hoping his mental message reached him. "You've got this, Seth." As Isu looked around the competition arena, his eyes landed on a noble and powerful man sitting at the center of the table. He thought to himself in curiosity, "By the way, could that be the emperor? He seems like a decent guy." Isu then gazed over the others seated near the emperor. Among them, he noticed a person who seemed knowledgeable and emitted a noble aura. He guessed in his mind, Seth's former instructor must be sitting there. "I wonder who it is." Meanwhile, on the judges' panel, an old and grumpy man spotted one of the contestants. His eyes widened in shock and he thought arrogantly, "Is that Seth? The audacity to join this competition after leaving our apprenticeship. You won't get a single word of praise from me for your dishes." Seth, trying his best to remain calm and relaxed, was suddenly pulled out of his focus by a loud announcement. The energetic announcer shouted, "Welcome, we'll begin the 87th cooking competition of the Araman Empire." As the words settled in everyone's minds, the announcer continued explaining the procedure. The competition comprises 4 courses: soup, seafood, meat, and dessert. All the contestants nodded in understanding. Seeing this, the announcer raised his voice and turned an hourglass to start the countdown. "First, we'll begin with the soup." As soon as they heard this, all the contestants began preparing their ingredients. Meanwhile, Seth had a vessel filled with a strange red liquid. He looked intensely focused. Aishu, watching him closely, thought curiously, "I wonder what he's going to prepare." When he glanced at the contents of the vessel, Yasu was shocked. "Hold on, is that tomato paste?" Ishu became worried for Seth due to the prejudice against tomatoes. Nervously, he thought to himself, "But tomatoes are still considered the devil's fruit here. I did teach him how to make tomato sauce when we made lasagna last time, but I didn't expect him to bring it here." Meanwhile, Seth finished chopping his ingredients and placed them into a large pot, cooking them down to thicken the soup base and enrich the flavors. Seeing the dish develop, Izu thought contemplatively, "Goulash, it tastes good. All right, but I don't know how the people here will react to it." As the final grain of sand dropped from the hourglass, the announcer raised his voice, "Time's up. Time's up." Will all the contestants plate their soup and place them on the table? As soon as the announcement was made, the chefs took clean plates and began plating their soups to offer to the judges. The judges tasted each dish one by one. When it was Seth's turn, his old instructor took a spoonful of the soup and analyzed the flavors carefully. He thought to himself in a deliberating manner, "Not bad, but it doesn't offer much." When the emperor finished tasting the soup, the announcer turned to him and asked in a curious, excited tone, "Your Majesty, may I ask which dish suited your taste?" The emperor nodded, remaining silent for a moment as he gathered his thoughts. He then spoke analytically, "In terms of flavor, I would say this lobster soup was quite delightful, but what intrigued me the most was the red beef soup." Seth was startled when he realized the emperor was referring to his dish. The emperor continued, "The tart and spicy flavor was delectable." Seth's old instructor was taken aback and thought in an aghast, irritated manner, "Delectable? That soup? Well, everyone has different tastes." The emperor then turned toward the imperial chef and asked curiously, "What are your thoughts, Avino? I'd like to hear your opinion." Avino, who was Seth's former instructor, replied in an inquisitive, formal manner, "I would have to say the lobster soup was my favorite, Your Majesty. As for the red soup, it had an unfamiliar and peculiar taste. The ingredients used in it are questionable." Hearing this, Is was worried and thought to himself, "Oh no, if they ever find out he used tomatoes. Meanwhile, Seth remained silent, listening to the remarks and negative comments about his soup. After hearing Avino's opinion, the emperor smirked and teased lightly. I see. I suppose that means new ingredients don't intrigue you much, is that it? Avino, suddenly frightened and irritated, stood up quickly and exclaimed in denial, Your Majesty, I didn't mean it that way. The emperor chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. That's okay, let's move on to the next dish. Seeing the signal for the next course, the announcer regained his energetic tone and declared loudly, Now then, time for the second round. For this round, contestants will be using seafood. As soon as this was announced, Seth took out a pan and placed it over the fire to heat. As the pan warmed, he spoke confidently to himself in his mind. The ingredient I'm using for this dish is fan shell scallops. Once the pan was hot, he prepared his ingredients and set them neatly on the table. Following the recipe mentally, he began, First mix white wine and apple vinegar. Then add whole pepper and thyme. Cook until it reduces. He poured the mixture into a pot and let it simmer over low heat, stirring gently. Next, add plenty of butter and stir over low flame, he reminded himself. As the sauce cooked, he turned to the scallops. Now cook the scallops with hazelnut butter to enrich the flavor. He placed the scallops and hazelnut butter in the heated pan. They sizzled, browning lightly as they cooked to perfection. Once done, Seth removed them from the pan and plated them carefully on a beautiful dish. Looking at his creation, he thought excitedly, Voila, butter-grilled scallops. With his plating complete, the allotted time ended, and the announcer shouted loudly, All right, time's up. Contestants, present your dishes one by one. The chefs stepped forward to serve their plates to the judges. Finally, it was Seth's turn. He walked confidently to the judges' table and presented his dish with pride. As Seth served Avino, the old instructor's expression twisted with dislike. He thought smugly, I bet it just tastes like regular scallops. Still, he picked up his fork reluctantly. As soon as the scallop entered his mouth, however, a wave of freshness and delight ran through his body. His eyes widened as his tongue savored the exquisite flavor. Shocked, he thought in disbelief, What is this flavor? This is no ordinary scallop dish. Taking another bite, Avino analyzed carefully. It must be the butter he used. Did he boil it once before cooking with it? He clenched his fork tightly, anger and frustration boiling inside. Damn it, just what kind of culinary practice is this? And besides, these scallops cost at least 5 gold in the city. Way too costly for a chef at his level to afford. Desperate to figure out Seth's secret, Avino searched for an explanation. In the end, he came to a doubtful conclusion. Could it be that Baron Bloom or someone else must have been supporting him financially? Avino pondered this for a while. Meanwhile, Iyasu felt something strange and spoke in a dumbfounded manner while fingering his ear to clean out dust. Is someone talking about me? Avino, still doubtful, thought to himself. If not, then are these dishes purely from his imagination? Meanwhile, the emperor had finished his portion of the scallops and spoke in an excited, satisfied manner. These grilled scallops are exquisite. The empress seated beside him nodded in agreement and replied in a formal yet cheerful tone, I agree, Your Majesty. Hearing this compliment for Seth only ignited more fire in Avino. He thought in a furious, determined way, wait until I try his meat dish. This time I'll surely find something to critique. This marked the end of the second course. The announcer then spoke in a jovial manner. And now time for the third dish. With this announcement, the chefs began working on their third course. Meanwhile, Seth, fully focused, thought to himself with concentration, the reviews have been fantastic so far. Let's maintain this momentum until the end. For the meat dish, I'll prepare a dry-aged steak topped with foie gras. After a long process of cooking and preparing, the dish was finally complete. Seth plated it neatly with sautéed vegetables and butter. As the final time announcement was made, each chef presented their dish to the judges. Finally, it was Seth's turn. He carefully placed his dish in front of them. Avino examined the plate and thought cockily, it looks like a regular old steak to me. And what's this yellow piece on top? But as soon as he took a bite of the steak, A current of disbelief and soothing bliss ran through his body. Meanwhile, the emperor, who had also tried the dish, spoke in a curious and astonished manner. "Oh my, what's this?" He examined further and added, intrigued, "The steak is not what's catching my attention here. It's this savory piece on top. I must find out what this is." The emperor kept tasting the yellow topping with fascination. Hearing the emperor's compliments for Seth's dish, Avino was shocked. He thought irritably, His Majesty is right, but what could this possibly be? The empress, equally taken aback, spoke in a delighted manner. "I must admit, Your Majesty, as a chef, I've never tasted anything like this before. Not only the grilled scallops, but there's so much to learn from this contestant's dishes." Avino burned with jealousy and thought, just where did he learn all of this? Wait until he serves the dessert. I'll surely find something to nitpick. As the final tasting of the third course ended, the announcer declared energetically, "And now we'll begin with the final course of this competition, the dessert." With the announcement, the chefs poured their hearts into their last dish. With extreme focus and precision, they worked tirelessly. Seth was also deeply focused, whipping something in a large bowl while melting chocolate in a vessel surrounded by boiling water. Seeing this, Iyu thought curiously, he's using chocolate and whisking manga. Is he trying to make a souffle? The contestants continued preparing their desserts as time ran out. When the final grain of sand settled, the announcer called out loudly, "Time's almost up. Will all the contestants present their desserts on the table one by one?" Each chef served their dessert to the judges and received remarks. Finally, it was Seth's turn. He placed his dish before them. The emperor was impressed with the plating. Picking up a dark piece with his fork, he asked curiously, "This dark, sugary thing must be chocolate, right?" Avino, unimpressed, replied softly and gently, "Yes, Your Majesty, I've heard these are sold at a store inside the Madai Cultural Hall." He then took a bite of the dessert, and fell silent as the amazing flavors overwhelmed him. The empress, who had also taken a bite, spoke in amazement, "Even this bread tastes wonderful. Is this a mix of cheese, egg, and butter? I don't know what to call it, but it certainly melts in my mouth." The emperor, equally delighted, added in a jovial tone, "I suppose your reactions explain everything. My vote goes to this chef named Seth." Hearing the emperor's decision, the judges spoke in unison with joy, "Your wisdom prevails, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, Avino was bitter but forced himself to reply formally, "Indeed, Your Majesty." Inside, however, he burned with jealousy, thinking, "Dradat, I can't tear him down when everyone is praising him. But voting for a different contestant might make me seem incompetent." And so, after a fair vote from the judges, all of the judges had cast their votes, and the announcer was informed about the winner. He then spoke out loudly, making sure everyone could hear, "The results are in." As the announcement continued, both Isu and Seth grew tense, their hearts filled with anticipation. The announcer drew out the moment, building suspense among the crowd. "The 87th cooking competition of the Ahriman Empire, and the winner is..." He paused deliberately, heightening the tension until people were at their wits' end. Finally, he spoke with excitement and joy. "Congratulations, Chef Seth of the Bloom Barony." Hearing this, Seth's heart swelled with fulfillment. A bright smile spread across his face, and a faint blush colored his cheeks. Isu was also happy that his staff member had won the competition, proving the worth of his guidance against his old instructor. But suddenly, a realization dawned on Isu. He thought in a worried, contemplative way, "Wait a minute, wouldn't this be a problem? What if Seth accepts the emperor's offer to work for the imperial family?" The announcer then spoke again, "Will Chef Seth step forward?" Overjoyed, Seth walked toward the emperor, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. The announcer approached him and asked gently yet excitedly, "Please explain to His Majesty the 4 dishes you prepared for this competition. You may omit the explanation of any secret ingredients." Seth nodded, understanding the procedure. Calming his nerves, he began speaking in a gentle, formal voice. "The first dish I presented was beef soup with tomatoes." Izu's face stiffened with worry. He thought anxiously, "No, don't tell them about the tomatoes." But as soon as Seth mentioned the use of tomatoes, the crowd erupted in gasps. Whispers and murmurs spread like wildfire. Shock and anger stirred the hall. Seth, however, ignored the commotion and continued, "The ingredients in the soup were shallot and staple root vegetables. The redness of the tomato symbolizes the imperial family. Thus, with this red tomato soup holding the root vegetables, I wanted to express how the people are safe under His Majesty's generous embrace." Listening to Seth's eloquent explanation, Isu was shocked and thought in amazement, "Wow, he really has a way with words." Seeing a chance to belittle Seth, Avino seized it. He stood abruptly, shouting in anger, "Alas, how dare you serve tomatoes to His Majesty?" But his outburst backfired. The emperor turned to him with a cold, emotionless expression. Avino flinched as the emperor commanded firmly, "That's enough." Avino, embarrassed, Avino, sat back down. The emperor then turned to Seth with a warm smile and asked curiously, "I find it delightful how your dishes tell a story. Tell me, who was the master that taught you all of this? I'm very intrigued to know." Seth smiled brightly and answered, "My master is indeed the greatest in this empire, Your Majesty." Avino's eyes widened slightly, startled. The emperor raised a brow, intrigued. "Oh? And who might this wise master of yours be?" With pride in his voice, Seth replied, "He is here with us today." Hearing this, Avino smirked to himself, thinking arrogantly, "That's right, I deserve this recognition after 10 years of imparting my knowledge and wisdom to you." He began to rise from his chair, but then Seth turned toward the crowd and declared loudly and clearly, "I dedicate my victory to Baron Bloom. I was in a rough place for 10 years until he took me under his wing." Isu gasped in surprise, overwhelmed by Seth's gratitude. "Huh?" he muttered nervously. Meanwhile, Avino slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He roared silently in his mind, "That brat!" Seth, knowing his words would be a blow to Avino's ego, smirked subtly without even glancing his way. Impressed, the emperor spoke genuinely, "I would like to hire you as the imperial chef." Seth's heart swelled with happiness at the offer, but he shook his head gently and replied with deep respect, "I'm truly honored, Your Majesty, but I must decline. My loyalty belongs to Barony Bloom. No amount of money can replace what he has done for me." Hearing this, Isu felt proud and deeply moved by Seth's loyalty. For Avino, however, this was the breaking point. He slammed the table again, shouting in rage, "You wretched brat! How dare you wag your tongue in front of His Majesty?" This time the emperor's irritation flared. He turned to Avino with a cold, distant voice that made the man tremble for his career. "Careful, Avino, if only you could use that energy to shout into your cooking." Avino's temper shattered completely, and his pride crumbled. His attempt to put Seth in his place had failed spectacularly. Though a little disappointed by Avino's behavior, the emperor respected Seth's decision. Seth was then honored with a bouquet of flowers and garlands, symbols of victory and appreciation. The announcer, smiling brightly, declared in a loud, cheerful voice, "Then let's give a round of applause to our final champion, Chef Seth of the Bloom Barony." Everyone started to clap and cheer for Seth, though some were a bit envious of the opportunity he was given. As the competition was over, many nobles started leaving and heading back to their mansions. The emperor also took his leave after the announcement of the winner. Back at the emperor's private chambers, Priscilla and the emperor were seated enjoying tea while having a good conversation. Priscilla, a bit curious as to who the winner of the competition was, turned to the emperor and asked in a polite and sweet voice, "So how did the cooking competition go?" The emperor took a sip of his tea and replied, "Baron Bloom's chef was the final winner." This really intrigued Priscilla, and she replied in a curious manner, "Did you say Baron Bloom?" Listening to the curiosity in her voice, the emperor put his cup of tea down and asked her in a questioning tone, "What is it? Does he ring a bell?" Priscilla nodded and replied with intrigue, "I was planning to gather some information on him." Hearing this, the emperor's butler informed him in a formal and polite manner, "Barony Bloom is one of Count Medic's closest aides, Your Majesty." The emperor's ears perked up at this information, and he remarked in a shocked manner, "Is that so?" The butler nodded and continued, Yes, Your Majesty, a while ago during the Medi Cultural Hall opening ceremony, Count Medi introduced the Baron to everyone. Listening to this, the Emperor went silent and hummed in understanding. The butler then advised in a calculative manner, "If the chef seems reluctant, we could use money to convince him." Hearing this advice, Priscilla sipped her tea and then spoke up in a dismissive tone. "No, leave him be. There's no need to provoke Count Medic's people." The Emperor listened intently to the short exchange between his butler and Priscilla. After a moment he agreed, "You're right. I think we should keep an eye on them for now." Then he went silent and spoke in his mind. The 5 prominent families of the Araman Empire, the combined forces of the 5 families are much larger in scale than the Imperial Guard. With the mages bound as artifacts, it will be difficult for them to plot treason. They will stand with the imperial family in case of war. Priscilla, understanding the emperor's words, replied in a calculative manner, "For us there's no better outcome than weakening the ties of these families. Not to mention it will take time for the Medi forces to grow as strong as the Central Powers." The emperor put his cup of tea down and spoke in a mischievous, devilish tone. "Once the 2 forces reach equal power, their fight for rights will intensify as well." Priscilla smirked wickedly and continued, "Potentially leading to war." The emperor nodded and sipped his tea. After gulping it down, he spoke in a calm tone. "Meanwhile, our job is to maintain a neutral stance and strengthen our troops. Once the 2 forces are exhausted from war, we'll take them over." He then placed his cup of tea down, his eyes turning serious as he thought in an irritated and angry manner. "Those 5 families, yes, they had their fair share of glory. My predecessors may have been swayed by them, but not me. The marriage between Cronan's daughter and Medi's son is a chance given to me by God, but that also means the remaining forces will try to forge stronger ties to consolidate their power. That must be stopped." The emperor clenched his hand tightly and then spoke out loud in a stern and strict voice. After a flawless victory at the imperial cooking competition, Seth and Isu had enjoyed their triumph with a bang. A few days later, on one fine morning, Hayan was seated in the living room wearing a purple dress gifted to her by Isu, along with the necklace he had also given her. She elegantly sipped her tea. Isu, noticing the necklace, was startled and spoke in a surprised tone, "Oh, I see you found the necklace." Hayan slowly opened her eyes, turned toward Isu and replied in a soft voice, "Lena brought it back, but she couldn't catch the thief. She found it in an antique store just before it was about to be sold." Listening to her explanation, Isu was dumbfounded and replied in a complimenting manner, "I see, you should wear it more often. It looks good on you." Hayan sighed a little and spoke in a regretful tone, "But what if I lose it again? I'll only wear it inside the mansion from now on." Isu understood her concerns but felt something was off about this decision. He replied softly, "But still, it's a shame not to show it off." Hayan picked up a cupcake and sighed. "More like it would be a shame if I lost it." She then popped the cake into her mouth and began chewing. Curiosity got the better of her and she asked, "Say, you've been writing on that paper for some time now. What is it?" Iso stopped his pen and replied in a cheerful, confident voice, "Oh, this, I'm thinking about releasing a limited edition." He finished his sentence, and there was a sparkle in his eyes. The smile he gave was like the sun. After jotting down his ideas and rectifying them properly, he called for his staff members to attend a meeting. As soon as the staff members arrived in his office, Isu explained his idea to bring in more fortune. Listening to this, one of the staff members named Hearth spoke up in an intrigued manner. "A limited edition, sir?" Isu nodded and replied in an earnest tone, "Yes, people tend to be really drawn to limited editions." Seth, who was silently listening to all of this, spoke up in surprise. "That's a brilliant idea, sir. What kind of limited edition do you think would be good?" Isu gave a warm smile to Seth and then asked every staff member present in his office, "What do the rest of you think?" Isu was eager to know the opinions of his staff. Hearth was happy about the idea, but something was troubling him. He then spoke up in a stressed voice, "But sir, with the current backlog of reserved items, as well as the wedding gift for the Medi family, I'm not sure if we'll have the time." Hearing this report, Iso was shocked. He then asked in a curious and aghast manner, Really? Is it that bad? Hearth nodded and replied politely. The 15 of us have been working tirelessly without a break. Isu went a bit silent at this reply, thinking of a way to tackle the pressure. He then advised, Hearth, go easy with the reservations. Hearth nodded, but a tired and frustrated expression formed on his face. He replied in an overwhelmed tone, we're doing our best to decline, but clients are urging us to put them on the waiting list, insisting they can wait a whole year. Hearth then took a deep breath and, while rubbing the back of his head with a tired expression, spoke in a suggestive manner. However, sir, I believe we can manage if we extend our work hours. Hearing this suggestion, Isu wasn't happy about it and thought to himself in a worried tone, does he mean working overtime? I can't let that happen. Yeso then smiled politely and made a suggestion to Korka. I think we should recruit 10 more staff while we're at it. What do you think, Korka? Listening to this, Corky stepped up and replied in a formal way. Very well, sir. Naitsu nodded quickly and added, and before I forget, let's raise the price as well. Corky stood there listening to this suggestion too. After giving it some thought, he nodded and replied, I agree, sir. The supplies are barely meeting the demands. Corky then went silent for a moment, carefully considering what price range would not disrupt the flow of business while still bringing in new customers. After some thought, he suggested politely, then how about fixing the price to the 6 to 7 gold range for all of the products at the general store, sir? Osru understood the business viewpoint and replied formally while adding a suggestion of his own. Okay, and let's accept customization orders that cost over 100 gold only for the time being. Corky nodded, understanding the suggestion. Isu smiled and then ordered politely, go and recruit more workers at once. With these final orders, Corky rushed out to start working on it, replying formally, right away, sir. As the door shut behind Corky, Isu supported his chin on his knuckles, pressing his hands tightly against the table. He then spoke in an excited tone. So, going back to the limited edition, he waited for the staff members to turn their attention toward him. Once he had their focus, Isu explained his idea. We're going to make a cookie box, and we'll make it silver too. Hearth was a bit confused at this idea, and replied in a worried tone, but there are already silver boxes being sold in the market, sir. Isu knew this question would arise. He then explained properly, this isn't any ordinary silver box. The cover will be set with our jewels and inside we'll fill it with delicious cookies. Hearth was startled at this revelation. He then hurriedly finished Isu's thought in a surprised tone. So once our clients are done with the cookies, they can use it as a jewelry box. Ryusu nodded and replied with excitement. Exactly. He continued explaining, our box will stand out from the rest, since not only will clients get a box covered in gems, but they'll also receive tasty cookies as a bonus inside. Seth was really excited about this idea. He spoke up in a cheerful manner. I'll work on creating the cookies for the box, sir. Isu was pleased to see Seth's participation and replied politely, nice. Also consider creating a cookie gift set. Seth nodded and replied excitedly, yes, sir. Isu gave an appreciative nod to Seth, then turned to Hearth and ordered, Hearth, please go and assign roles to the new staff. Hearth nodded and replied politely, yes, sir. Isu gave them all a final nod and spoke out loud, you're all dismissed. Both Hearth and Seth, excited about the new idea, exited the room with confidence and anticipation. As soon as the door shut, Isu relaxed in his chair and stretched his muscles to relieve some of his aches. He then spoke to himself in an exhausted tone. After stretching, he sat back down and thought to himself in a thrilled manner, smiling as he did. But I can't help it. Things are going so smoothly that it drives me to do more. The fun part of making money. He then got up from his chair and spoke loudly in his mind with tons of excitement. Now off to buy that apartment with the Han River view. He rushed to his old world's portal and contacted the agent who was offering the apartment with the Han River view. As they met up and looked at the building, Isu agreed to buy the apartment and finished all types of document requirements and agreements. He then started packing his belongings and personal items, preparing to shift everything to his new apartment. A good moving company was hired to help him move all his furniture and possessions. With the final box delivered to the apartment, one of the staff members from the moving company spoke politely. "We've unloaded everything, sir." Isu checked all the boxes, carefully counting them. After making sure everything was there, he replied to the man in a polite and appreciative manner, smiling kindly. "Thank you." With the final box inside, Isu walked toward the window and gazed at the night view of Seoul. The sight was dazzlingly beautiful to him. The glittering city lights and the chatter of people near the Han River created a wonderful scenery. Mesmerized, he spoke up in a jovial manner. "Wow, I can't believe I own this place." He then thought to himself in an exhausted tone while still enjoying the view. "I hired a competent accountant at a high price to manage my expenses in this part of the world." He sighed, then contemplated further. "As for the portal, I should open it in the walk-in closet, since my safe is in the master bedroom." Shifting his gaze back to the view, he thought in a wishful manner. If only the others could come over to visit, I bet they would be amazed. As the last worker from the moving company left, a cold breeze ran through the house, and Isu felt a shiver crawl over his body. He looked around his new home and sighed in defeat. "I love that this place is huge, but it feels kind of empty right now," he muttered in a slightly sad tone. Suddenly a recipe shot into his mind and he exclaimed in excitement, "This calls for a warm bowl of soup." After spending a night in his new home, Isu traveled back to the other world. He quickly took a bath and got ready for an exciting day. Feeling full of energy and eager to shock everyone with a new recipe, he made his way to the kitchen. Isu asked Seth to prepare the ingredients he needed and waited. Once everything was placed in front of him, Isu spoke loudly and clearly, making sure Seth noted every instruction carefully. "Alright, so today we're gonna make some fish cakes." Seth was taken aback and asked in a dumbfounded but polite manner, "Fish cakes, sir?" Isu nodded and replied in a soft yet energetic voice, explaining properly, "Yep, it's a deep-fried dish made with ground fish meat." Seth was flabbergasted. With a nervous expression and shock in his tone, he asked, "Pardon me, sir, but are we really going to grind the fish?" Seeing Seth's reaction, Isu found it amusing. He thought to himself, his expression seems to say, "Are we really going to grind expensive seafood?" Smiling politely, Isu replied in a soft voice while giving orders, "That's right, bring me radish and some vegetables from storage, and brew the anchovy broth too. Slice the radish into big pieces, then add it to the broth. Prepare the codfish and squid, and mince the vegetables before adding them in." While instructing Seth, Isu began chopping up the squid, carefully separating the pieces. As he worked, the sound of chopping filled the kitchen. Seth busily followed the instructions, jotting them down. Isu thought to himself in relief, "There's nothing more soothing than the chopping sound on a wooden cutting board." As the minced fish meat was already prepared, Isu called Seth over and continued instructing, "Now shape the ground fish meat into thin rectangles." Seeing how flawlessly Isu was shaping the fish, Seth copied the movement and replied in an affirmative tone, "Yes, sir." Both of them worked hard, shaping the fish together. Once they were done, Isu picked up a piece and instructed, "Then deep fry them in oil." As the fish cakes finished frying, Isu took a skewer and threaded the pieces together. Finally it was complete. He spoke up in an excited voice, "Ta-da! Finished." He turned to Seth and offered him a skewer. "Here, try it." Seth, intrigued by the new dish, replied politely while taking it from him, "Oh, mind if I do, sir?" As soon as he took a bite of the fish cake, he was surprised by the texture and flavor. He spoke in a delighted manner, "This is delicious." Isu was happy that Seth enjoyed it and continued with his recipe in a content tone. "Right, next we're going to add these skewers into the broth and boil them together." Seeing this, Seth was taken aback once again. Noticing the shock on Seth's face, Isu chuckled and teased, "You must be wondering why cook them in the broth again, when they already taste good, right?" Seth, still shocked by Isu's way of thinking, avoided eye contact as he continued chewing the fish cake. Isu chuckled a little more and replied gently, "This way it boosts the flavor of the broth." As the soup continued to simmer, Seth and Isu started cleaning up the kitchen, the cooked soup's aroma filling the air. Isu then filled 2 cups of soup, each with a skewer of fish cake inside. He spoke out loud, I'll take these to Hyen. You guys can share the rest. Seth was overjoyed by this offer and replied in an excited tone, Thank you, sir. Isu then wore his blazer and walked toward the greenhouse where Hyen was. Entering the place, he called out excitedly, Hyen, let's go for a walk. Hyen turned to the excited Isu and replied in a soft voice, Okay, in a minute. Let me finish this first. After completing her chores, she walked toward the water to wash her hands. Watching her work hard toward her goal, Isu thought to himself in a proud manner, and I thought she would grow tired of it after 1 or 2 days. She must really be serious about making perfume and scented candles. Hyen quickly washed her hands and dried them before walking over to Isu. Noticing him carrying 2 cups of liquid, she asked curiously, What's that? Isu replied in a cheerful voice, This is called fish cakes. Try it. Hyen was a bit taken aback by the name and replied in a confused manner, Fish cake? Either way, she took the cup from Isu, sipping the soup before taking a bite of the fish cake. Meanwhile, watching her, Isu couldn't control his curiosity and asked eagerly, How does it taste? Hyen enjoyed both the soup and the fish cake. Seeing Isu waiting for her reply, she answered contentedly, her cheeks faintly blushing pink. Very succulent and delicious. The warm soup is also very soothing. Seeing this reaction, Isu was delighted and smiled at her. But Hyen soon shook her head and turned serious. Taking a deep breath, she spoke in a firm tone. Oh, I have something to tell you. Isu was a bit confused, but kept his smile. Hyen continued earnestly. I think I'll go out alone tomorrow. Isu was flabbergasted by her decision. Worry clouded his face as he questioned her about why and where she was going alone, but Hyen kept her mouth tightly sealed about her plans, only promising to tell him later. This promise wasn't enough for Isu. Though he tried to set his worries aside, he still asked whether she would be back by dinner. To this, Hyen only gave a vague answer, asking him not to worry too much. This startled Isu even more. He asked again, Does that mean you might stay out for the night? Hyen, unsure of her duration, gave no proper answer. This made him even more curious. He tried to press her further, asking about the person she was planning to meet, but she stayed silent. That only made it worse. Isu slipped into a spiral of worried overthinking, trying to figure out why she wasn't telling him the truth, or with whom she was going out. After much guessing and pondering, one name popped into his head. If it's not a big deal, then why is she hiding it from me? He sighed and finally told her in a serious tone, Anyway, make sure you don't stay out too late. Hyen understood the underlying concern in his voice. She then requested gently, Can you bake me some pound cake? But Isu, still irritated by her secrecy, replied stubbornly, Ask Seth to bake some for you. Hyen, reluctant, kindly asked, Can you personally bake one for me? Isu was confused about why she was insisting. Noticing his expression, Hyen realized he might be busy and decided not to trouble him further. Still upset, Isu repeated, Ask Seth. I have work to do. Hyen nodded, thanked him for the soup and fish cake, and turned back to enter her greenhouse. Meanwhile, Isu was frustrated by her secrecy. He sighed in defeat, knowing how stubborn she was, and decided to head to the Onol room for relaxation. As the day passed, the sun set and the lovely moon rose over Isu's mansion. An awkward silence hung in the air. Suddenly, a window opened and a figure appeared, cloaked in brown fabric to hide their presence. It was Hyen. She moved discreetly, making sure the night sky shone brightly, stars faintly lighting the dim roads. The brown figure hurried through the city, trying to remain discreet. Lena, following silently, was confused about Hyen's secretive destination. She trailed her with caution, peeking around carefully, until she spotted a man standing in the noble zone. Waiting for Hyen, who was covering her identity with the brown cloth, Lena squinted her eyes and exclaimed in shock, Wait, isn't that Mage Edro? The confusion still remained. Why were Hyen and Edro standing in front of her stepmother's mansion, surrounded by mercenaries? Lena then recalled her past interaction with Hyen. She did tell me to investigate her stepmother before, but what are they planning to do here? And what type of plan is going on in Hyen's mind? Realization struck her with the number of mercenaries and 2 mages present. This wasn't just a visit, they were here to start a war. Hien and the mercenaries began marching toward the mansion for an epic fight. Meanwhile, Lena kept a watchful eye, hopping onto a tree to observe them from above. As they neared the entrance, Hien turned to Adro and the mercenaries, thanking them for aiding her in this war. Adro simply smiled, shaking his head to dismiss her politeness. Then turning serious, he pledged, "We'll teach the allies a lesson they'll never forget." Lena watched from the tree, her eyes widening. She recalled, "I've heard that elves are known to be a rather aggressive race." A strange excitement built inside her. She was about to witness a battle between powerful mages. At the mansion's entrance, Hien raised her hand and warned everyone, "Be careful." The mercenaries nodded in unison, preparing themselves. Mana surged around Hien's body, crystallizing into a massive ice ball above her head. The mercenaries roared with excitement at the sight of the colossal magic formation, shouting their battle cries. Inside the mansion, guards trembled at the sight of the glowing ice sphere and the deafening cries of the attackers. One brave guard shouted, "Intruders! Quick, gather the remaining troops!" But it was already too late. Hien hurled the massive ice ball, and in an instant, everyone was frozen. The fleeing soldiers were swiftly caught and turned into ice as well. Witnessing the destruction, Lena covered her mouth in shock. This is going to be a very short battle, she thought. She steadied her nerves and decided to remain hidden. Revealing herself now would only upset Hien, who clearly didn't want anyone, especially Iso, knowing about this. Still, something gnawed at Lena. Why is she keeping this fight a secret from Iso? Maybe she just doesn't want him to worry. Meanwhile, Hien entered through the mansion gates and ordered the mercenaries, "Bring out everyone inside." The mercenaries bowed and rushed in. Soon they dragged the household out, forcing them to kneel before Adro and Hien. Seeing this commotion, Hien's stepmother's face twisted with fury. She shouted angrily, "Who ordered you to barge in here like this?" Beside her, the babysitter trembled in fear, clutching the child in her arms as she pleaded, "We have nothing to do with this. Please, at least spare this child." Hien stepped forward, her cold eyes locking onto her stepmother. Recognition dawned, and her stepmother's blood boiled. She spat venomously, hurling insults, belittling Hien and calling her vile names. The babysitter cried louder, clutching the baby tightly. Ian's expression softened as she glanced at the woman and child, reminded of her bond with Martha. With a nod, she motioned for the babysitter to leave. The woman wept in relief, thanking her before fleeing the mansion with the child. Her stepmother gritted her teeth, glaring at Hien, but Hien's voice cut through the air, cold and unwavering. "I've come to reclaim what's mine." This infuriated her stepmother further. She screamed, her words laced with hatred. "Your father despised you, he loathed you even on his deathbed, you damn child who killed her own mother." Hien's eyes went blank, her body trembling as Mana roared violent within her like a wild beast. A sharp ice needle formed in her hand, aimed directly at her stepmother's throat, daring her to utter another word. The threat silenced her, though her glare remained filled with rage and disgust. Idro, who had been silently watching, stepped forward and advised, "Just kill them and dispose of the bodies." But Hien shook her head, her voice colder than ice. That would be too light a punishment. Her merciless gaze hardened as she ordered, "Capture them, tie their hands and legs, gag them tightly. No sound should escape their mouths. Then shove them into a carriage and abandon them in the middle of Mount Knots. Let them wish they were never born." Her tone never wavered, calm, cold, unchanging. The mercenaries obeyed, dragging the stepmother and another captive into the carriage. Hien ordered the gags removed, only once they were secured. As the carriage rolled toward Mount Knots, her stepmother's rage did not cease. She screamed, "This won't make your father's fortune yours." Even as the carriage moved further away, her shrill voice echoed. Hien simply stared with an expressionless, icy gaze. Finally she sighed, her eyes drooping. Her revenge was complete, yet instead of satisfaction an emptiness swelled inside her heart. Idro, noticing this, rushed toward her. Reproach stood by Hien's side and said, "Hien, How about we leave the soldiers to take care of the bodies and head over to the bank first? Hyen was a bit confused at the mention of the bank and looked at him curiously. Edro continued, I found an account under your family's name when I visited last time. Your father seems to have left behind something for you. This truly intrigued Hyen, making her eager to know what her father had left. As the moon began to set, a new morning arrived. Edro and Hyen traveled quietly toward the bank to check the Silverwood family's account. Amidst the silence, doubt ran through Edro's mind, and he asked, Say, why didn't you visit the bank beforehand? Hyen remained quiet for a moment, watching the scenery through the carriage window before answering, My father hated me a lot. It's practically hard to imagine that he left anything for me. Edro nodded, then muttered with disdain, Mortals are cruel and filthy species. Hyen felt opposed to this way of thinking and replied coldly, Some are exceptions. Edro was taken aback, realizing she must have a deep connection with Isu. With a small, genuine smile, he said softly, Oh, no doubt about that. Some are definitely kind like Baron Bloom. He tried to lighten the mood, sensing how down Hyen felt. She noticed his efforts, and after recalling the hardships of their secret mission together, she thanked him for all the help and trouble he had gone through. Edro sighed at her politeness and replied wearily, No problem. Soon the bank came into view, and their carriage stopped. Edro and Hyen stepped down and entered the building. Inside, Hyen contacted a staff member about her family's account. The staff nodded and returned with a chest that had been left before her father's death. He instructed Hyen to place her hand on it to confirm the imprint. The Grotra nudged her impatiently, urging her to open it quickly. Hyen nodded and pressed her hand against the chest seal. A blue light shimmered. Scanning her hand to confirm her identity as a Silverwood, the chest unlocked with a soft click, revealing only a letter tied with a ribbon. Hyen quickly grabbed it and held it close to her heart. Edro frowned slightly, confused and disappointed to see only a letter inside, but Hyen smiled faintly and said she wished to read it only once she returned to Isu's mansion, her true home now. Edro accepted this with a smile and even clapped softly for her. He was genuinely content that everything they had gone through, the plans, the risks, the battles, had ended smoothly without interruption. Hyen slipped the letter safely into her skirt pocket and then turned to Edro with a question that had been lingering in her mind. How is your relationship with your parents? Suddenly Edro's cheerful voice turned sharp and irritated. We're our worst enemies, their nagging tests my patience constantly. He sighed and continued bitterly. I still have a good 100 years ahead of me, yet they won't stop talking about marriage. It hurts my ears. Hearing his complaints, Hyen casually suggested, Then come with me, that way you'll be free from your parents' nagging. But Edro misunderstood completely, his eyes widening in shock. To him it sounded like a marriage proposal. Hyen's irritation grew as she snapped, Don't be silly. I meant come with me when the Baron returns to his estate. Edro chuckled, deciding to tease her further. With a bright grin, he said, So you're suggesting we get married there? Hashan's patience ran thin. On second thought, don't come. But Edro wasn't about to stop. With sparkling innocent eyes and a playful tone he whined, But you just asked me to come with you. At that moment Hyen finally understood why Edro's parents nagged him so much. When they finally arrived back, she quickly thanked Edro and rushed inside, handing her brown covering to Darcy before entering the living room. Isu was already waiting with a cup of tea. He welcomed her with a gentle smile and set his cup aside, shifting slightly to make space for her to sit. Hyen sat beside him and whispered, Things ended faster than I expected. Isu stayed quiet, waiting patiently for her to continue, giving her space to let out her heavy emotions. Finally she said, I'm on my way back from my stepmother's. A burden weighed on Isu's chest, knowing the painful connection between Hyen and her stepmother. He carefully examined her, making sure she wasn't hurt or in need of healing. Then he noticed her clutching a letter tightly in her hand. What's that you're holding? He asked. Hyen lifted it slightly, her voice heavy. My father left this behind in the bank before he died. Isu's eyes softened. Have you read it yet? He asked gently. She shakes her head and says that she wants to read it here, carefully loosening the ribbon and opening the letter to reveal the contents inside. She then carefully scans the paper and identifies that one of them is a check for 500,000 gold, and the other she takes in her hand and reads carefully. While she is reading, in her mind an old guilt-filled voice reads out, "Forgive this foolish father of yours, Hyan." This really infuriates Hyan and she orders Darcy to burn it as quickly as possible. Isu sees this and asks her in worry, "What is it? Are you sure about burning it?" Hyan nods and replies to him in an anger-filled voice, "Yes, I only need the other one." Seeing that she didn't want to discuss it anymore, he doesn't press the topic further and instead congratulates her on becoming rich. This really makes Hyan confused and dumbfounded by his words. He then explains in a nervous voice, "I guess your father wasn't a bad person after all. He did leave his daughter his fortune." Listening to these compassionate words only increases her anger and she replies in a rage-filled voice, "He wasn't just bad, he was complete trash. The suffering I endured can't be cured with 500,000 gold." Realizing he hit a bad spot, Isu remains silent and simply listens to her. She grows even more upset and angry about the situation, so Isu quickly changes the topic and brings out a box for her. Hyan's anger dissipates a bit, and she asks him in a curious manner, "What's that?" Isu smiles at her warmly and asks her to open it for herself. As the box opens, a beautiful pendant with a pearly blue precious stone is revealed. Hyan carries the pendant in her hands and says softly, "This gem looks just like a water drop." Isu smiles and explains that it's called aquamarine, then asks whether she wants to try it on to this. Hyan nods and asks him to put it on for her. Isu takes the pendant from her and walks behind her to fasten it around her neck, while Hyan lifts her hair up. While hooking the pendant, Isu speaks up, "I noticed you don't wear the amethyst often because you're scared it might get stolen. But this one you can wear everywhere." Hyan then lets her hair down and it sways elegantly, increasing her beauty with the pendant tenfold. She looks at the pendant and thanks Isu for the wonderful gift. Isu smiles and compliments her on how amazing she looks with it, secretly thinking that aquamarine is even more valuable than amethyst in this world. Though she is really happy with the gift, she remembers that yesterday he had been too busy with his tasks to bake her a cake, yet he somehow had the time to prepare this gift. She teases him about it. Isu is startled by her words and feels a wave of irritation run through him. He sighs and admits that what he did yesterday was his way of paying her back for not telling him anything. Hyan smiles softly and assures him, "This won't happen again. I promise I didn't tell you in case you got worried." Isu sighs again and accepts her apology. Hyan then playfully orders him to bake her some cake, to which he chuckles lightly and replies in a mock formal voice, "Yes, ma'am." A few days pass after the incident. On one fine morning, Isu is seated in his office, hearing Corky's report about their new limited cookie set. He is shocked to hear the sales numbers and how much people like the set. Corky nods and informs him, "Yes, sir, the cookie set is also getting good reviews." Isu smiles happily and feels grateful to his artisans working on the project. After taking a deep breath, Isu speaks his mind. 3 years, was it? At this rate, I'll be able to return faster than that. His success and ability to earn money at such a young age are truly impressive. Corky agrees, saying Isu can probably return to the estate earlier and expresses complete faith in his ability to do well there. Isu sighs and admits with worry, "But still, I can't help but feel concerned. With the estate land so vast and not enough workforce, finding resources won't be as easy as it is here." Seeing that Isu is burdened by his duties, Corky reassures him, "We'll do our best, sir. Everyone here looks up to you with complete trust." Isu is truly grateful for these words and appreciates him deeply. He then gazes out the window and realizes that Quad's Saluna is approaching quickly. Time surely has passed fast. Curious, Corky asks about Isu's plans for the festival. But Isu isn't planning anything for Quad's Saluna, wanting to focus instead on the international market. He then asks Corky, "The night festival opens in August, right?" Deciding to visit the festival in August, Isu plans to hire troops to accompany him back home. Hearing this, Corky realizes that means the stall for Quad's Saluna festival. Isu nods and cuts in, "The stall isn't important for now. Our main focus is the international market. Korka agrees with him. As more time passes, Isu is later seen in the kitchen with Seth, discussing, "This kwai se luna, I thought we could make rice cake soup instead," Isu said. He then turned to Seth and questioned him whether he remembered the time when they were making the crispy pie dough where cold water was required. Seth nodded and responded positively while scribbling notes in his book for future reference. Isu smiled and explained, "This time we need to make rice cake which has a chewy texture." Suddenly realization struck Seth and he answered that for a chewier texture they would need to add hot water to the dough. Wanshu was really happy with this answer and replied, "Exactly, and knead it several times using our hands." He then explained the process of the dough further. "Once you are done kneading, wrap the dough in wet linen and wait for it to rise." Seth quickly noted down all of these tips and instructions in his book. Next, Isu moved on to the soup. Debone the chicken for the broth and cut the meat into bite-sized pieces. Then boil the bones to make a rich broth. Add garlic and leek to get rid of the gamey smell and boil it some more. Before forgetting something, Isu gestured toward a brown pot, stating that it contained soy sauce to enhance the flavor of the broth. Seth was very curious about this new ingredient present in the kitchen. Isu then took a bit of the soy sauce and described, "Yes, it's a special seasoning I brought from my home country. Try some." Seth took a spoonful, tasted it, and exclaimed at how salty it was. Curious, he asked what it was made of. Isu smiled and answered, "It's a paste made of beans. This will be our family seasoning from now on, so study it whenever you have the time." Seth nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." Isu then turned back to the rice cake batter and instructed Seth that it must be dried for 2 to 3 days until it is ready to be added into the soup. "If you add it now, it will turn into a mushy clump," he warned. Isu began showing Seth how to make bite-sized rice cakes while slowly explaining the procedure. Seth tried pulling pieces of dough by hand but grew curious and asked whether it was absolutely necessary to use hands for making the rice cake. Isu smiled and said, "That's the magic behind this amazing recipe." When the rice cake soup was done, Isu garnished the bowls with an egg, some scallions, and a few slivers of ginger for a more refreshing accent. As the bowls were ready to serve, Isu ordered Seth to call all of the managers to the kitchen. Seth nodded and quickly headed out to summon the staff. When all of the staff members and Hyan arrived at the dinner table, Isu spoke up in a loud, energetic voice, "Thank you for all of your hard work last year. I wish you good health this year as well." After this warm speech, Hyan grew curious about the dish and pestered Isu about it. He explained that it was a dish called rice cake soup, originally from his home country, eaten during special holidays. Lukri was truly impressed by the vivid colors in the bowls and complimented Isu, while Hyan, intrigued, wanted to try it as soon as possible. Seeing the eagerness in everyone's eyes, Isu smiled and politely gestured for them to begin. Everyone started scooping rice cakes with soup, blowing out the steam before eating. As it entered their mouths, a sharp wave of flavors hit them like an electric current coursing through their bodies. Hans was the first to compliment the chewy texture of the rice cakes, while Lucas praised the richness and depth of the broth. Iso was delighted by the reactions of his staff managers and decided that this dish would be served for Kwas Saluna from now on. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly with this idea. Isu felt great happiness seeing the delighted expressions of his staff. While glancing over at Lucas, a thought crossed his mind and he asked, "By the way, do any of you have marriage plans this year, or perhaps someone you're fond of?" Hearing this, Lucas suddenly coughed violently in shock. Hans was worried and asked him if he had choked on his food. Lucas waved it off, saying he was completely fine and that there was nothing to worry about, though in his heart he cried and looked at Isu with teary eyes. Seeing this reaction, Isu remembered the time they had talked about love. How Lucas had lost his unrequited love and he now felt guilty for bringing up the topic. Corky then spoke up. "We can't possibly dare to marry when our master himself hasn't wed yet." "I'll consider it once you do, sir." Hearing this well-structured answer, the rest of the staff members agreed and joined Corky's decision. Realizing that none of them would back down from this stance, Isu felt overwhelmed by their response. He told everyone to get back to enjoying the meal for now. While enjoying his soup, Isu proposed, But still, if the senior managers get married, I'm willing to provide them with a house. That includes you too, Hans, so please consider it. Hearing this proposal, Hayan immediately asked, what about me, will I also get a house too? She then added with a playful smirk, I like huge mansions, just letting you know. Isu was taken aback by the sudden question and answered, it's only for the senior managers. Hayan then pointed out her responsibility of managing the greenhouse. So technically I'm also part of the senior managers, she argued. Isu gave up, realizing she was telling the truth, and agreed to her demands. Hayan then smirked mischievously while pointing to the rest of the staff members. These people here are the witnesses, so you'd better keep your word. Isu was finally trapped in Hayan's word trap and agreed to her demands without further questions. Several months passed and it was March, the time of the international market. The streets of the capital city were filled with bustling energy, with merchants shouting to attract customers. While walking down the busy lanes, Iso noticed the packed streets and the many foreigners who had arrived in the capital either to purchase or to sell their merchandise. Lucas, walking alongside him, grew curious and asked how their stall was doing in this frenzy. Walking toward the stall set up by the Bloom family, Isi was thrilled to see a long line in front of it. People were pushing and clamoring with each other to purchase Bloom merchandise. Isu walked to the front of the stall and called for Corky. Meanwhile, Corky had just finished a transaction and looked up to see Isu approaching. As Isu came closer, he asked, how is everything going? Corky replied in a delighted, cheery, yet polite voice, we've been receiving great reviews, sir. Numerous customers are even demanding to purchase in large amounts. Without missing a beat, Corky informed him, sir, you need to step inside. Lena has been waiting for you for a long time. Esu nodded and made his way to his office. As soon as he entered, Lena sprang up from her seat, looking extremely happy and content. Esu walked toward her and asked, did you find out what I asked you? She nodded and replied in an affirmative tone. Isu took his seat, readying himself to hear the information Lena had gathered. She took a deep breath and began, this time there are two people we need to keep an eye on. One is a merchant who specializes in spices, and the other is a renowned silk merchant. Isu smiled and asked, which one of them visited the stall? Lema quickly replied, the silk merchant from the Mine Empire is waiting for you. From what I've heard, he controls nearly 80% of the world's silk market. Isu was delighted by this information and thought to himself cunningly, I've heard the Teat family is expanding their silk trade after pepper prices dropped. This is my chance to block them from getting silk. Though confused, Lena kept her smile. Isu then spoke up. Please let him in, if he's still waiting outside. Lena nodded and quickly left to bring the merchant inside. The man entered the office and introduced himself. Greetings, sir. I'm Salin, a merchant from the Mine Empire. Corky then introduced Iso in return. This is Baron Iso Bloom, from the Aroman Empire. Isu gestured for Seliman to take a seat, and they both sat down for a conversation. Seliman, curious, mentioned, by the way, sir, do you not sell completed products here? I saw some on display, but only loose stones are available for purchase. Isu nodded and explained, there are other stalls with completed products out there. Sakriosak shook his head. He had checked the stalls but found no one with polishing skills near Isu's level. Isu took this as an opportunity and offered, I can call a jeweler for you. He can customize whatever accessory you wish. Sakrion was taken aback by the offer and asked, oh, do you mean it, sir? Isu nodded and replied, yes, under one condition. How would you like to join us for dinner tomorrow? Sakrion agreed. The following morning, he left early by carriage to reach Isu's mansion for the promised meal. As he stepped out, he found Isu and his staff members waiting to welcome him. Isu spoke warmly, welcome and thank you for coming such a long way. Sakrioman smiled and replied, it wasn't a problem at all. Thank you for inviting me to a meal at your mansion. Isu politely said, please come in. I've reserved your seat. Sakriozan, happy with the hospitality, followed him. Walking toward the reserved place, Sakriozan was shocked by the sight around him. After a while he exclaimed in surprise, oh, I see you grow bamboo here. Isu nodded quickly and replied in a cheerful tone, yes, they happen to be my favorite as well. Sakriolin was impressed and said, I've never seen bamboo in the Aromon Empire before. In the distance a beautiful summer house covered with veils of bamboo came into view. As they walked closer, Isu gestured for Selin to enter first, then followed him inside. Upon entering, Sakrian was struck by the beauty of the house and complimented, this appears to be some kind of estate house or a summer house. The subtle scent of bamboo in the air is so pleasant. They walked toward the table where Isu poured him a cup of tea and politely signaled for him to drink. Sakrion appreciated the hospitality and took a sip. In a nostalgic tone he said, oh, this tea tastes like that from the Mine Empire but with a foreign fragrance. Isu smiled and informed him, it's called pu'er tea. Sakrion nodded, you must have great interest in our empire. Isu laughed nervously and said, I just hope you like the tea that was served to you. Sakrion smiled warmly and responded, of course, I'm so glad to have tasted tea from my home in a foreign land. While they were waiting for the food, Isu suggested to Siam, how about we place your order while our meal is being prepared? Isu then called for Hearth and ordered him to bring the samples for Siam to select. Hearth slowly presented all kinds of precious gems with various styles of necklaces and matching earring sets. Sakrium glanced over each of them with interest, but looked a bit saddened when he realized Isu didn't have his favorite type of gemstone. Seeing Siam's disappointment, Isu smiled and ordered, Hearth, bring in what we saved separately. Hearth gave a quick nod and returned to his barracks to retrieve the gem. He then brought back a box and opened it in front of Siam, revealing a green shiny gemstone sparkling beautifully under the sunlight. Siam took the box from Hearth, examined the gemstone closely, and commented in a jovial tone, oh my, could this be jadeite? Isu nodded and explained warmly, I heard jadeite is treasured even more than diamonds in the Mine Empire. Siam carefully lifted the jadeite, examining its rich beauty. So clear and rich in color, this jadeite is definitely high quality, he exclaimed. Isu was glad to see Siam smile and asked, is this the gemstone you've been looking for? Siam nodded and replied, yes, I'd like the entire collection. I think my wives will love it. Isu kept a smile on his face, though a wave of shock hit him at the word wives. Maintaining a professional composure, he waved off his own concerns. Sakrium, delighted, placed his order. I would like 18 sets of jadeite accessories and also 18 sets each of amethyst, ruby, and sapphire. Hearing this ridiculous number of sets, Isu was certain Siam had many wives, but he did not mention it as it was a personal matter. Instead, he simply nodded and smiled, then turned to Corky. Now serve the meal, Corky. Isu then turned back to Siam and expressed in a heartfelt manner, wanting to capture the merchant's trust even more. I was told you have been sailing for a long time. You must have missed the Lunar New Year while on the ship, so I prepared a holiday feast. Sakrion was shocked to hear this and exclaimed in delight, do you know what the Lunar New Year is, Baron? While Araman celebrates Quas Sa Luna, our Mine Empire celebrates the Lunar New Year. Corky and Seth then brought out a variety of dishes and placed them on the table with polite formal smiles. Please, help yourself before the food gets cold, Isu said. Seeing the spread of dishes, Siam was stunned. Some of them even looked authentic to his homeland. Isu recommended, try the shrimp dim sum, they're especially delicious. Siam eagerly sampled the food and began complimenting it. This suckling pig tastes a bit different from what I know, but the skin is so crispy, cooked to perfection. The fish is very fresh as well, and the texture of this bamboo shoot in the baba waka is exquisite. Realizing he had completely wolfed down everything in front of him, some laughed a bit awkwardly. Meanwhile, Isu was glad he enjoyed the food. As Siam set down his teacup, Isu spoke in an intrigued manner. I heard you're a master silk merchant, sir. Hearing the compliment, Siam grew flustered and denied it politely. Oh, please, sir, that's an exaggeration. I only sell what I can obtain, that's all. Ryu smiled and nodded. He then casually mentioned, I hear one of your clients is the Pit family. Sakri smiled earnestly and replied with interest, yes, that's right. Are you by any chance interested in the silk trade, Baron? Isu shook his head and chuckled softly. No, not exactly. Then in a more serious tone he added, Rather, I'm more interested in the Pit family. He explained that the Pit family were his competitors. This left Seom flabbergasted. Why would a county meddle in a spar with a barony? What did you do to provoke the Pit family? Appreciating Semun's honest reaction, Semun laughed lightly. Semun turn admired Iso's transparency and asked cautiously, "Are you asking me not to sell silk to them?" Ashu nodded and suggested, "Yes, precisely. Instead, how about expanding your business with the KN family?" Seom fell silent, thinking about this new opportunity. Meanwhile, Isu recalled his memories. The Cayenne family was a barony related to the Media family and owned a large merchant organization in the city. After giving the proposal some thought, Seom finally said, I shall take that into consideration." It was a polite way of refusing. Isu understood that convincing this merchant would be difficult. He had to push one step further. Taking a deep breath, Isu explained in a calm but deliberate tone, "If things don't go well for me here, I plan on venturing into the culture business." The smile on Seom's face faltered as soon as Isu mentioned this new business idea, leaving him feeling vulnerable. Isu dug into his memories of his original world until the 3rd century silk culture had been monopolized by China. They managed this by spreading false rumors that silk was made from tree bark, preventing their technology from leaking. That same false rumor was still circulating on this side of the world. Isu was confident that his statement was enough to shake Seom's confidence and strong willpower. Seom was aghast and spoke up in a nervous, terrified voice, "How do you know about sericulture?" Isu reassured him, saying that he was the only one who knew about this cultivation method. This didn't ease Seom's worries, and he asked in a frightened manner, "Do you seriously plan on opening a sericulture business here?" Isu realized that Seom was trying to test whether he truly understood the necessities for silk cultivation. He calmly stated, "As long as I have silkworms and mulberries, it should be easy. Moreover, we have our trusty mages on our side. I'm sure, with their help it will be much easier." Listening to all this information and the detailed plan from Isu, Seom grew more confused and terrified. He was curious how Isu knew so much about sericulture, but from the way Isu described silkworms and mulberries, it didn't seem like he was lying. Isu, however, was frustrated that this still wasn't enough to convince the merchant. "I said what I said," he thought, "but I admit even if I make silk, the quality will never match his products. At least this is enough to startle him for now." Seom was deep in thought. He knew if he pushed further, he might lose the business. After careful consideration, he finally spoke. "Although I'm very curious to know how you acquired the secrets of sericulture, I won't ask further, as it is your area of competency. Very well, I shall stop doing business with the Pit family." As soon as Seom made his decision, Isu felt relieved, his smile bright and friendly. "Well, now that's settled, I promise to keep quiet about sericulture." Seom was relieved by Isu's earnest response and thanked him for keeping the cultivation technique secret. Still, he thought to himself, it will probably take him some time to catch up with our technology anyway. Now the problem is, how much does he really know? He sipped his tea with a quiet sense of relief. Besides, cutting ties with the Pit family won't affect my business much, considering I have many clients. There's no need to challenge him and risk myself. Isu was very pleased with the agreement. He passed a tray of chocolates and asked some to try some. Some smiled happily and replied, "On the contrary, I'm the one relieved. I wouldn't want people to know about the secrets of sericulture technology." Isu suddenly turned serious. "Sacral-culture? What's that? I thought silk was made from tree bark." Seom was taken aback by the question, realizing Isu was intentionally keeping the secret hidden. He laughed warmly, then bit into the chocolate. It melted smoothly in his mouth, making him blush with enjoyment. "Oh my, I've never tasted anything quite like this before," he said cheerfully. Isu smiled warmly at him. "Please, do have a dip in the herbal water before you leave. I guarantee it's the perfect way to unwind." Seom was delighted by Isu's hospitality. After spending some time and enjoying the meal, he left the mansion and returned to his residence. The next day, Seom returned to Isu's mansion with an enclosed check for payment, which he handed to Isu. Isu was grateful for this. Seom then mentioned that he had also brought some silk as a token of appreciation for yesterday's dinner. Isu was astonished by this gift and assured Seom that he would make wise use of the silk. In gratitude, he offered, "Please visit us again before you return to your country. I shall serve some Aromanian dishes then." Sakri smiled and appreciated the kind gesture. He promised to visit once more to retrieve his customized accessories. Isu smiled politely, looking forward to seeing Seom again. Sakri then returned to his carriage and departed for his further ventures. As soon as the carriage disappeared into the distance, the main gate of the mansion opened slowly. Two heads peeked out, Hem and Lena, checking to see if Seom had left. Confirming that the coast was clear, they sneaked quickly behind Isu. Isu face-palmed inwardly as he watched their antics. He noticed that they were particularly interested in the box Seom had given. The box opened smoothly, revealing bright, smooth silk cloths, with a fragrant floral scent wafting out. Heian and Lena quickly picked up the material, astonished by its quality. "This is the most velvety silk I've ever seen in my life," Heian exclaimed. Lena nodded in agreement. "And look at this, my lady, isn't it exquisite?" Isu was a little surprised to see them so captivated by the fabric. In a nervous voice, he suggested, "Excuse me, ladies, how about taking a look after we move them to storage?" But both Heian and Lena were lost in thought, already discussing color pairings and design patterns that would suit fashionable dresses. Isu sighed deeply and spoke out loud. "Like I always say, they're a handful." Isu sighed, then ordered the staff members to take the boxes into the storage room. He headed to his bathroom for a relaxing bath. After a proper soak, Lucas was massaging Isu's aching muscles and asked politely, "Refreshing, isn't it, sir?" Isu hummed in affirmation, and enjoyed the massage. While being tended to, his mind wandered into thoughts, and he even chuckled to himself. "Including the money Sim paid, along with the remaining jewels, I've earned a total of 370 billion won at the international market," he thought. Isu then reminisced about his past, how he used to feel overjoyed just by selling 10 kilograms of spice, which would earn him 6 million won. Realizing the fortune he had now, richer even than the Medici families, made him chuckle gleefully. "Should I buy myself a car? No, I can afford a private jet with this kind of wealth." Lucas, curious about something, interrupted Isu's daydreaming to ask whether he was going to visit the Medici family this weekend. Isu turned to him and replied, truthfully, "Yeah, I mean it's their youngest son's wedding. Want to tag along?" Lucas was taken aback by the sudden offer but politely declined. Still, Isu remained persistent, repeatedly offering, but Lucas continued to decline with polite firmness. Isu then reflected thoughtfully. Count Medici's youngest son's wedding is a month from now. Since they kindly sent me an invitation, it would be rude not to attend. His face turned troubled as he realized that for the next month and a half he would have to travel back and forth from the capital to Medici City, a huge pain for him due to his motion sickness issues. "If I ever get married in the future," Isu muttered aloud, "I'm not going to send invitations to city people." Lucas was taken aback by the statement and gently remarked that such an action would upset many people. Isu waved off the concern and said, "Anyway, you're coming with me, besides, you'll get to see your parents too." Lucas politely rejected again. "I can accompany the master in the fall when he visits the Alberta estate." Even though it was polite, the rejection hurt Isu deeply. Still, he kept a smile on his face, refusing to show his disappointment. While the two were having this banter, a soft knock came at the door. Isu permitted entry and Corky stepped in, announcing that a letter had arrived from the Cromans. Isu nodded and lazily ordered, "Read it for me. I'm not in the mood." Corky was confused, but Lucas explained his master's dejected mood. "The master is reluctant to attend Lord Mark's wedding. The thought of crossing Mount Knots worsens his condition." Isu nodded in agreement. This revelation shocked Corky, who quickly asked forgiveness for not knowing the reason behind his master's reluctance. He then opened the letter and began reading aloud. "Dear Baron Bloom, I hope you are doing well. It is I, Count Croman. I am writing this letter with a purpose of inquiry." Isu listened intently and urged Corky to continue. Corky refocused and read, "Will you be attending the wedding next month?" "Yes," Isu replied in an affirmative tone. Corky continued, "Because it so happens that several of our relatives are planning to travel there as well." "It's obvious," Isu interjected. "I mean, it's his daughter's wedding." Corky pressed on, "Therefore I am planning to hire a portal mage." Before he could finish, Isu sprang up, shouting in an excited voice, "Yes!" He kept repeating, "Yes! Oh yeah," while dancing and jumping with joy. The thought of avoiding a long carriage ride thrilled him. His health was no longer at risk. Realizing that he had broken his noble demeanor, he coughed awkwardly and ordered Corky to continue. Corky read the rest of the letter. "Surprised, I am planning to hire a portal mage, so I was wondering if you would like to join us." Without hesitation, Isu smiled dashingly and declared, "It's a yes for sure. Much love to the Count." Corky was taken aback by Isu's slick behavior and asked for confirmation about delivering the message. Isu replied without a pause, "Yep." Relieved they would no longer have to ride, Isu turned to Lucas and teased, "So, are you interested now in coming along?" Lucas smiled and replied excitedly, "Of course, sir. I was planning to accompany you from the start." Isu laughed at his innocent response and teased him further. He then ordered Lucas to make a list of people in the mansion who wished to attend the Medici's youngest son's wedding. Lucas nodded and began working on the task immediately. A few days later, the day of departure for Medicity finally arrived. Isu and the staff members were all preparing, while the carriage masters stood ready to move. As Isu waited for everyone to finish preparing, he turned to Hyen and asked, "Are you sure you're not coming? Sure will be so disappointed." Hyen nodded firmly and replied that she had some matters to attend to. Hyen explained that she had important things to do and that was the reason she couldn't come along. Uso then turned to the staff members and rechecked the list of people who were accompanying him. "Then, does that leave you two in the mercenaries?" he asked. Both Lucas and Hans smiled brightly and replied in a cheerful tone, "Yes." Isu then turned to Lena and politely asked her to take good care of Hyen. Lena nodded and responded formally, "Rest assured, sir, I wish you a safe trip." She then turned to Hyen and the two began chatting happily. Meanwhile, Isu thought to himself, "Those two have become close lately. I guess it's better than hanging out with Edro." He then ordered all the staff members to get into the carriage and head toward the location where the portal mage was opening the portal. They traveled for a while before finally reaching the place. The portal shone beautifully, its pearly blue surface radiating a chill that seemed to flow outward. Iso was shocked at the sight and admitted that it was his first time seeing a portal in this form. Lucas spotted a man nearby and guessed that he must be the mage. Hans, upon hearing that, also began looking. Standing beside the portal was a handsome, serious-looking elf, there to guide the nobles and ensure their safe passage. Everyone was stunned by the elf's appearance, quietly whispering in awe. Iso, however, thought to himself in a jealous yet playful manner, "He might be more handsome than I am, but still, I kind of want to kidnap him." The mage then announced in a firm voice, "Next in line, come forth, please." Onsu and his party stepped forward. Introducing himself, Isu said, "I'm Baron Isu Bloom." The portal mage nodded and gestured for him to step forward. "Step inside," the mage instructed. Confused, Isu asked, "That's it? Easier than I thought." The mage's expression remained strict as he continued, "Aim for the center of the portal and please stay within the magic circle so you can teleport in one piece." Hearing this warning, Isu felt fear build in his chest. "This isn't as easy as I thought," he admitted to himself, silently taking back his earlier words. Normally, the journey between the capital and Medicity would take 3 weeks of continuous travel, something Iso's body was never built for. Each time he stepped out of the portal, he vomited violently, emptying his stomach for a solid minute. After wiping his face clean, he muttered in exhaustion, "This feels like déjà vu, feels like I vomited 100 times at once." Turning to Lucas and Hans, he asked, "How do you two feel?" Hans shrugged, unaffected. "Didn't feel a thing. I'm used to it." Lucas, however, looked pale. "Most miserable, sir. At least I only vomited once throughout this 3-week trip, so I suppose that's a win." Isu nodded, then began walking toward the Medi mansion. That was when a familiar voice called out for him. Woo! Baron Bloom. A woman came running, throwing herself at him with a tight hug. Isu froze at the sudden embrace. Hey Drije, how have you been? He asked awkwardly. Rose, eyes sparkling with joy, exclaimed how much she had missed him. Then noticing the people behind him, she smiled. Oh, I see you brought Hans and Lucas as well. It's been a while, guys. You're both looking good. Lucas bowed his head politely, smiling at the compliment. Thank you. I've been praised often since childhood. Rose giggled, teasing. Well, aren't you full of yourself? You've got a long way to go before you catch up to Hans. Lucas felt a pang of jealousy at the remark and shot Hans a glare. Meanwhile, Rose pulled Isu toward the wedding banquet, insisting the ceremony was about to begin. While Isu and his companions were enjoying the wedding, back at the Bloom mansion, Lena was trying on a new dress. She looked elegant and graceful in it, and asked, May I really have this dress, my lady? Hyen was impressed by her beauty and asked, Do you like it? Lena's eyes sparkled. Absolutely. Hyen smiled. Your work in acquiring information about my stepmother last time was most impressive. Consider this a gift for your hard work. Lena blushed, smiling gratefully. She bowed and said, Thank you, my lady. Now I must return to my duties. Please excuse me. Hyen nodded and smiled politely as Lena left the room, closing the door behind her. After walking a bit further, Lena clenched her hand tightly and thought with regret, regardless, I still wanted to follow the Baron. The reason she hadn't gone to the wedding was due to Minshakam Mut's interference. Lena bitterly called her that wench for troubling Isu. She then summoned a carriage and traveled to the main district of the market. Upon arrival, she stepped out and walked casually toward a suspicious building she had been keeping an eye on. As she approached the entrance, maintaining her calm ladylike appearance, the gatekeeper stopped her. What brings you here, miss? Lena quickly replied, I'm here for a tarot card reading. I made a reservation. The gatekeeper nodded. The gatekeeper instructed Lena to take the stairs to the second floor. She nodded, thanked him and entered through the gate. Climbing the stairs, she reached the second floor and knocked softly on the door. After a brief silence, a soft and mellow voice called out, Come in. Lena entered to find a beautiful lady smiling warmly and welcoming her. She walked toward the table and the lady gestured for her to take a seat. With a gentle smile, the woman placed a deck of cards on the table and asked, What seems to be troubling you, miss? Without hesitation, Lena drew her poisoned dagger and slashed the woman's hand, letting the venom seep into her skin. The lady screamed in pain, alarmed by the sudden attack, and cried out with tears almost welling in her eyes, clutching her wounded hand. What do you think you're doing? But Lena, experienced and professional, saw through the act. With a cold, steady voice, she pointed her dagger and said, Quit your acting, Natalie. The lady Natalie looked confused, unable to understand why Lena was being so hostile. Still calm and collected, Lena pressed on in a chilling tone. Or is it, Mint Shakam? Natalie froze at the name. A shiver ran down her spine. Quickly she retrieved a napkin from her drawer, pressing it against her wound to hide the faint glow of mana as she secretly healed herself. Mint Shakam's lips curved into an evil smirk. Aren't you a persistent one? She said, clearly impressed. Lena's frustration grew at Mint's composure even after being exposed. Her voice rose loud and threatening. Enough! I'm not here for idle chatter. I'll give you 10 minutes, better answer me, or else. Mint cut her off with a mischievous smile. Or else what? You'll stab me with that little poisoned dagger of yours? Lena was taken aback by her calmness but kept her face emotionless. She's bluffing, Lena thought. Just trying to make me hesitate. Her voice turned sharp and serious. Only I know the secrets to mixing this poison and its antidotes. So if you want to live, you'd better start talking. Mint's expression remained unfazed as she continued to channel mana into her wound beneath the cloth. At last she said coolly, Fine. Ask away. What is it you want to know? Steadying herself, Lena asked with a serious expression, Why are you lurking around the Baron? Mint chuckled lightly. Wrong. My target isn't Baron Isu Bloom. Her eyes gleamed mischievously. My interest lies in Hyen. Still curious, Mint tilted her head and asked slyly, By the way, how did you figure out I was Mint Chakam? Lena slammed her palm against the table, her fury exploding. I ask the questions, not you. Mint laughed softly, mused. Slowly, she removed the handkerchief to reveal her fully healed hand, smooth and unscarred. She wiggled her fingers tauntingly. See? That little cut of yours completely gone. Your dagger's poison has no effect on me. Lena's eyes widened. Alarm surged through her body. She jumped from her chair, which clattered to the ground behind her, and backed away cautiously. Her heart pounded as her face twisted in a mix of fear and anger. She's a mage. Could it be a healing mage? Mint's voice dropped low, domineering. Sit down. Startled by the sudden shift in tone, Lena reluctantly complied, though her body remained tense, ready to fight or flee at a moment's notice. Through heavy breaths, she asked with curiosity, "Why would a talented mage like you need to play disguise to get close to us?" Mint listened, then laughed at the question. "You don't honestly think I'm doing this for that silly little baron, do you?" she asked in a cheery tone. "No, my focus is solely on Hien." The way Mint dismissed and insulted Isu made Lena's blood boil. "How dare you insult the baron?" she shouted furiously. Mint only laughed, finding Lena's reaction amusing. "You know what? I like you," she said playfully. Lena's stomach turned at her carefree attitude. "Quit it," she snapped, her voice strict and filled with anger. "What business do you have with the Duchess?" Mint's expression grew serious, though her polite smile lingered. "I'm thinking of putting an end to our race's tragic history." Lena frowned, confused. Observing Mint's power and her ability to heal so effortlessly, she asked, "What tragic history? From the looks of it, you're skilled in sorcery and living a good life." Her words struck a nerve. Something dark flickered in Mint Chakam's eyes. Inside, Mint Chama's expression turned serious, angry and sad at the same time, but she also understood that a human like Lena wouldn't know of their past. Seeing this sudden change in demeanor, Lena was appalled. She realized she might have said something truly offensive. Mint Chakamash then retrieved a small brown box from her cabinet and placed it on the table. Turning to Lena with a stern expression, she instructed, "Here, eat this." Lena frowned, confused by the sudden appearance of a pill and wary of Mint's serious tone. With suspicion lacing her voice and a tinge of anger, she replied, "You must be out of your mind. What makes you think I'll eat this?" Mint smirked, though her serious demeanor remained. "Look," she explained firmly, "if I planned to kill you, I would have done it already." Then, softening her expression, she spoke earnestly. "I'm not forcing you. Whether you eat it or not is up to you." Her honest smile and calm explanation left Lena suspicious, yet something about her sincerity made her decide to take the risk. She picked up the pill, placed it in her mouth, and braced herself for any kind of attack. But instead of poison or pain, horrifying visions surged into her mind. She saw the tragic history of the elves, the way the royals captured them, treating them like insects. Sometimes they were executed in public. Other times they were forced to walk through huge crowds, where they could do nothing but endure humiliation, pelted with stones until they either submitted to humans or succumbed to death. A life of suffering, pain, and despair unfolded before her eyes. As the memories poured in, Lena gasped. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. The truth of the elves' past was too cruel, and they had not deserved such treatment. Still wiping her tears, Lena kept her guard up and asked, Why did you show me this truth?" Mint Chakamash's voice softened with sincerity. "Because I think you could be my ally." Lena understood the gravity of the situation, but doubt lingered. She asked cautiously, "Then why didn't you fight back against the humans?" Mint's expression darkened. Her voice wavered with guilt, yet she gave no clear reply. "I can't say." Inside, she thought to herself with secrecy, "The imperial family holds the elves' weakness as ransom. She doesn't need to know all that." Lena grasped that there must be reasons why the elves had not rebelled, and so she pressed further. "Are you trying to plan a coup then?" Mint answered honestly, "All I want is to regain our freedom, and to do so, I'll need Hien's help." At that, Lena's fury exploded. She shot up from her seat, slamming her hand on the table. Are you telling me to betray the Duchess and hand her over to you? But Mint only smiled gently, as if to calm Lena's rage. Her voice was soft, almost comforting. No, all you need to do is arrange for us to get closer. Lena scowled at the blatant request. With irritation she muttered, "Can't you do that yourself?" Mint chuckled softly at the question, her tone playful yet teasing. Not when Heian always has her guard up. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on Lena's shoulders. She didn't know what to do, and the thought of putting Heian's life in danger terrified her. Seeing Lena's tense expression, Mint decided to lighten the mood with a joking remark. Laughing softly and elegantly, she said, "There's really no point in refusing because I could always use hypnosis to make you comply." Though the words were said lightly, Lena still felt uneasy. Concern swirled in her mind, her loyalty to Heian clashing with her fear of Mint's power. Finally she asked in a worried voice, "What if the Duchess refuses?" Mint smiled gently and reassured her. "Don't worry, I won't hurt her. We're not ruthless enough to harm our own kind." Lena exhaled in relief. Her expression hardened again as she said in a serious, threatening tone, "Fine, I'll take you to the mansion, but under one condition: don't stir up a commotion." Mint Shames nodded and agreed to her terms. Lena then escorted her back to Isu's mansion, leading her straight to the greenhouse where Heian was tending to some plants. Standing at the entrance, Lena called out for her. Hearing her name and recognizing Lena's familiar voice, Heian looked up in slight confusion. "Lena?" she asked, her tone laced with doubt. She rose from her work and turned toward them, her gaze settling carefully on the stranger standing beside Lena. "Who's that next to you?" she questioned cautiously. Lena nodded, about to answer. "Oh, this is..." But before she could finish, Mint interrupted politely. "Allow me to introduce myself. My real name is Priscilla Valentine." Heian's eyes widened in shock. She immediately bowed with respect and spoke in a formal tone. "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Valentine." Lena froze in disbelief. Priscilla Valentine, lineage of the High Elves, the most prestigious of their kind. She vanished from the public eye long ago. I never imagined I would meet her like this. Her heart pounded in terror as another thought struck her. Even the Duchess bowed to her. I hope I haven't done anything to offend her. Otherwise, seeing Heian bow so deeply, Priscilla bent down and gently lifted her up. With a dismissive smile she said, "Old customs are really not to my taste." She then turned to Elena and in a sweet voice requested, "Now then, Lena, could you give us a moment of privacy? We need to talk." Suddenly being addressed, Lena startled. She quickly agreed to the request and dashed away as fast as she could. Heian, however, was left a bit confused. She looked at Priscilla curiously and asked in a polite tone, "What is it that you wish to tell me, my lady?" Priscilla's expression turned serious as she explained, "I plan to destroy the artifact in the imperial family's possession." Heian's face shifted into shock. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. "Yo, you can't be serious," she stammered. But Priscilla remained calm. "I am. By destroying that artifact, the imperial family will no longer be able to oppress our magic. Your help is vital in this mission." Hearing this, Heian felt both happy and sad. "But I don't have the strength to aid you in such a plan," she admitted softly. Priscilla only smiled. "Why don't you decide after hearing my plan?" Her tone turned earnest, her eyes locking with Heian's. "In all my 60 years of life, never have I seen an elf as beautiful as you." Heian's heart skipped a beat. She didn't understand what Priscilla meant, and fear crept into her chest as confusion clouded her thoughts. Priscilla continued, her tone now firm. "It has been 10 years since I last infiltrated the imperial palace. This time, why don't you be the one to enter and charm the emperor with your looks?" Heian's mind went blank at such a suggestion. Carefully she asked, "Are you suggesting that I become the emperor's mistress?" Priscilla waved off the concern cheerily. "Nonsense. Rest assured I'll see to it that the empress is removed. Soon you'll be sitting right beside the emperor's throne." But the plan made Heian's heart tremble. It was far too dangerous. With a sharp intake of breath she exclaimed in a scared, trembling voice, "No, I refuse to do it." Priscilla turned back to her, smiling warmly. She placed both hands firmly on Heian's shoulders and said in a serious tone, "Let me remind you, this is for a greater cause. With your sacrifice, our exiled race will finally live happily in harmony and peace with nature once again." But even for the sake of her people, Heian did not have the courage. She shook her head and cried out, "No, I will not do it." Desperate to offer an alternative, she quickly remembered something about the imperial family. The artifact during the Quas-Saluna magic performance, they pause its use for about an hour. Perhaps we could wait for that moment. Then a shapeshifter could transform into the emperor. Priscilla listened carefully, but her face fell. With a sigh of defeat, she explained in a weary voice, "An hour is simply too short. The underground vault where the artifact is kept is like a labyrinth. Even the emperor himself cannot access it during the performance. And besides, the imperial family knows more than one of our weaknesses." She fell silent for a while, recalling her years of study within the imperial palace. Her expression grew grim. "They hold the formula to a drug fatal to our race, the very same drug that was once used to massacre the rebel elves." Her eyes hardened, and her voice turned cold. "History is bound to repeat itself. At the slightest displeasure, those bastards will use both the artifact and that lethal drug to crush us again." Even after hearing the grave consequences, Heian bowed her head in apology. "I'm sorry, my lady, but my answer remains the same. I refuse." Priscilla assumed Heian's refusal came from weakness of spirit. With a soft, comforting smile, she said gently, "Take your time, dear. There's no need to rush. You're still young, aren't you? A little over 30, was it? That's plenty of time to consider." Heian nodded, but guilt weighed heavily in her heart. To be honest, she thought to herself in fear, had she asked me sooner, I might have agreed, but now I have too much to lose. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and spoke again. "Then, what if—" Priscilla tilted her head, curious. Heian's next words shocked her. "What if I lead our people to Elfon? I've found it." Priscilla's eyes widened in surprise. "You've found Elfon? Are you certain?" Heian nodded firmly. A soft smile appeared on her face as she explained, "That place gave me a feeling I've never experienced before. It was as if all my worries had vanished, and my heart finally found peace. It would be the perfect place to rebuild our community." Though Heian's idea was sound, Priscilla's heart remained fixed. She shook her head. "No, my priority is still to destroy the artifact. Only then can we truly free our kind from the chains of the imperial family. As long as it exists, its very presence weighs heavily on my heart. I will never be able to live freely until it is gone." Having understood the reasoning behind Priscilla's need to destroy the artifact and agreeing to it, Heian suggested, "Then that's all the more reason to head to Elfon, my lady." Seeing the confident look on her face, Priscilla trusted Heian and asked her curiously, "Do you have a plan?" Heian nodded softly and looked straight into Priscilla's eyes. They both sat down at a nearby table to discuss the plans for destroying the artifact. After careful thought, Priscilla spoke in a confirming tone. "So you're saying that once the mages gather around Elfon, the Emperor will send the Imperial troops over and that's when we can steal the artifact, correct?" Heian nodded and added that the Emperor wouldn't dare attack the mages without the artifact, as he would be at a losing disadvantage. Then she fell silent, silently pondering in a worried manner. "It does concern me slightly that Elfon is within Isu's manor, but as long as I can use sorcery without limits, it shouldn't be a problem." After understanding the details and the accurate depiction of the future war, Priscilla nodded and agreed that it didn't sound like a bad idea. Heian nodded, stating that it was their only way to get the artifact out of the vault. Priscilla then apologized to Heian in an earnest manner for making such an overwhelming request. "It's a bit unfair to use someone as a sacrificial lamb." Heian replied formally and elegantly, "I will do anything for our race, and your apology is accepted." Priscilla was delighted to know there were no hard feelings and thanked her for forgiving the mistake she had caused. Placing her cup of tea down, she spoke with a mix of disappointment and sadness while smiling to show appreciation to Heian. "I have dedicated my life to finding ways to destroy the artifact, although the results haven't turned out as I had hoped." Priscilla then grew quiet, recalling her memory of the artifact that dampens a mage's power. A forebearer mage of Priscilla's, driven by avarice, had created it to reign supreme over his race, a problem that became much larger once it fell into the hands of the imperial family. I can't let them know that my family caused all this. I need to set things straight. Hyang, curious, asked, "Then will you come to Elfun with me, my lady?" Priscilla shook her head in denial. "No, I think it would be better for me to stay and keep watch on those bastards." Heian nodded, understanding the need for this. She suggested that whenever she reached Elfon, she would send a message to Priscilla. Priscilla nodded in agreement. "Very well, try gathering our forces while you're there. I will send the mages as well." After a thorough discussion and saying her farewell to Haiyan, Priscilla took her leave to head back to the imperial palace after a long vacation. Back in Medic City, it was finally time for Aishu to head back. Count Medic spoke in a happy and requesting tone to Aishu. "Thank you for traveling such a long distance to celebrate with us. We leave our JJ in your hands on your way to the city. Please take care of her." Aishu smiled and reassured Count Medic that he would do his best to accompany her and take care of her. Meanwhile, Rose was giddy and excited to go to the city. "I'll be back soon," she exclaimed, then quickly dashed to the portal to make her way to Capital City. Meanwhile, both Count and Countess Midik sighed in defeat due to their daughter's wild nature. Aishu laughed nervously, bowed slightly to them, and entered the portal. As soon as they came out of the portal, a carriage was waiting to take them home. Upon reaching Aishu's mansion, Rose was shocked by the size of the huge estate in front of her. "Wow, your house is bigger than I thought," she exclaimed. She dashed inside the mansion to explore. Inside, she was surprised to see two familiar figures waiting for her. She gasped and ran to hug Heian tightly, calling her in a sweet, melodious voice, "Duchess." She squeezed Heian in a tight hug and asked if she had missed her. Heian, irritated by Rose's closeness, tried to push her off, but Rose maintained her clingy hug. Meanwhile, Aishu, pale from all the traveling, observed the energetic Rose and thought to himself, "Looks like she didn't get road sick." He spoke in a tired manner. "She's still full of energy. Are you going to your family's estate?" Rose turned to him with a playful smile. "No, I'm staying here to play with the Duchess." She grabbed Heian's hand and pulled her along, asking her to show her around. Heian, irritated, muttered, "Can't we walk?" Seeing both of them running ahead, Aishu smiled but thought to himself, "Let's leave those two to hang out. I'll get some rest." He headed straight to his room and collapsed onto the bed, quickly falling asleep. After a while, Aishu awoke with a start and exclaimed, "Woo, I slept like a log." As soon as he was awake, Corky rushed to his side and politely offered, "You're awake, sir. Allow me to help you change." Aishu nodded groggily. While Corky helped him into fresh clothes, he knew he was still exhausted from the journey. Still feeling a bit ill, Lucas questioned Aishu in an intrigued and worried manner. "It was quite a long trip. How are you feeling, sir?" Aishu replied in an exhausted tone, "I'm not quite myself yet." While he was resting, a soft knock was heard on his door, and Aishu let them in. Seth then entered the room with a worried and confused expression. Seeing Seth, Aishu was a bit puzzled as to what he wanted to talk about. Seth gathered his courage and told Aishu that he had something important to announce. Intrigued, Aishu asked, "What is it?" Seth, still nervous and unsure how to begin, was met with Aishu's teasing smile. "Come in, what are you so nervous about? Don't tell me you're going to quit." Understanding that this was Aishu's way of teasing him and making him comfortable, Seth laughed nervously, denied the question, took a deep breath and announced confidently, "I came to announce that I'm getting married, sir." Hearing this shocking news, Aishu's eyes went wide and he exclaimed in stupefaction, "What? Who?" Aishu thought to himself, wasn't he busy? When did he find the time to date? Seth laughed sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. "Her name's Morin, and she's a baron's daughter." Aishu was still blown away by the news and asked how they met. Seth smiled and replied earnestly, "We first met at the festival, sir. She was our regular guest." Aishu was appalled and thought, "This guy, I sent him to work and he was busy dating." He shook his head and asked Seth whether he had proposed to her. Seth replied, "On the contrary, sir. She proposed to me. Morin Hatcher is the second daughter of an impoverished baron. Members of barren families of modest means, often merry commoners, view the Bloom family as rising new money among the nobles. Many barren families have been eyeing me as a desirable suitor. Isu smiled and congratulated Seth on this progress in his life. Seth smiled but replied reluctantly, I have not yet given her an answer because I wanted to ask you first, sir. Isu smiled brightly, patted his shoulder and said, Of course you have my full blessing. Meanwhile, Isu thought, I should get married soon too. Seth felt grateful and thanked Isu. After patting and congratulating him, Isu spoke in a serious tone, I will provide a starter home once we return to my estate. Until then, you and your wife can use one of the empty rooms in this mansion. Hearing this genuine offer, Seth smiled and formed a heart with his hands, saying fondly, I love you, sir. Isu felt a bit cringed and told Seth, say that stuff to your wife, not me. Without forgetting anything, Seth requested, Oh, one more thing, sir. Could you perhaps hire my wife as the Duchess's maid? Isu nodded and mentioned that it was a good idea, but he would have to ask Heian if she was okay with it. Seth nodded and promised to ask Heian later. Isu then turned to Corky, and as Seth left the room in a giddy manner, he ordered, Make sure everything is taken care of for his wedding. Corky nodded and replied affirmatively, Yes, sir. While Corky was handling this, Rose barged into the room calling loudly in her musical voice, Baron Bloom. Isu turned toward the source with a tired expression and asked, What happened now? Rose smiled and mentioned that she wanted to go shopping with him and Heian. Seeing that Isu wasn't ready, she acted cute, faking sobs and said, I came all the way here and you're not going to play with me. Isu tried to deny her by suggesting she take Heian with her. Rose then joined the conversation and convinced him to go, claiming she had something to give him. Isu was a bit surprised and wondered what she intended to give. As soon as he agreed to go with them, he was dragged by the two ladies in front of a huge, luxurious mansion. Isu, confused about where they were, questioned both of them to find out more. Warm sunlight shone on the mansion, highlighting its natural colors, while the fresh wind hitting their faces added a refreshing touch after their busy daily life. Kayan explained, This used to be my stepmother's place. Isu was flabbergasted and asked why she brought him there. Heian turned to Akrios with a serious expression. It's my gift to you. Isu was taken aback, thinking she was joking or trying to fool him, but seeing her serious expression he was shocked and pointed at the mansion, asking goofily, You mean, you're giving me this mansion? Heian nodded and mentioned that it was for everything he had done for her and for taking care of her. Isu felt uncomfortable accepting it as a gift, so he suggested, I already have my own place. How about using this for a different purpose? After thinking for a while, he advised, we could turn it into a department store. That way we could open a jewelry or confectionery shop. What do you think? Heian looked confused at what Isu was talking about, as he had mentioned a new term called a department store. The store intrigued her, and she asked him for more information. Isu smiled and explained in simpler terms that it was a place where various items were displayed and sold. After understanding the meaning of the term, Heian mentioned the difficulties of shopping. Come to think of it, there are many inconveniences when shopping. Not only is it hard to park carriages, but it's also difficult to walk around in snowy or rainy weather. Isu was quite impressed by Hei's thinking and suggested that she should take charge of the business, as she seemed to have more experience in this sector. However, Heian took it the wrong way, and questioned Isu in an almost sad voice. Why don't you like my gift? Isu quickly shook his head and replied nervously, laughing as he tried to explain. No, it's not that, I just think I'll be too busy managing the estate, that's all. He then quickly suggested another gift instead. Can you dig the Bloom River at the estate as a gift? Hearing this, Heian turned prideful and loyal, speaking confidently. Not only will I dig a river, but I can create an ocean around that area for you, so don't worry. After returning to his mansion, Isu headed straight to the kitchen. He saw Seth exhausted and tired, so he asked in a concerned tone, You're looking a little worn out these days. Seth laughed and mentioned, I guess it's because I'm in my honeymoon phase. Isu didn't question him further, but seeing an opportunity for teasing, Seth mockingly added, Perhaps if the master is envious. This irritated Isu, who ordered him in a gritting tone, "Quiet. Hand me the knife." The ingredients were ready and placed on the table. Isu spoke loudly to ensure Seth was taking notes. "These are the ingredients we'll be using today." Seth was mesmerized by the ingredients and one of them looked odd. He asked Isu whether eel would be part of the dish. Isu smirked with a wide grin and teased, "Yeah, it's for someone in their honeymoon phase." Seth didn't reply but blushed, feeling awkward about the teasing. Su then turned to Isu, the chef working with Seth, and instructed him, "You can prepare the eel." Monty, understanding the instructions, nodded and started preparing the eel. Meanwhile, Isu turned to his other ingredients and gave his instructions out loud. "Meanwhile, I'll get the hot stone pot bibimbap ready," he said, spending a long time teaching Seth and Monty how to prepare the dish. Isu then headed to the dining table and saw Hyen and Rose having a conversation. Rose, who was addicted to the taste of chocolate, was continuously munching on it. Seeing this, Isu thought of a plan to tease her. "You've been munching on that all day. You must like it a lot, huh?" Rose grabbed a handful and tossed it into her mouth, saying delightfully, "Yep, it's delicious." Isu smiled warmly and innocently asked, "All right then, help yourself. Just asking, does your dress still fit?" Listening to this, Eo was appalled by the sudden change and pondered about the past. "It feels like yesterday they were calling each other names like lamb and wench, although I'm glad they get along now." Seth and one of the butlers brought out the tray of food they had prepared and called out to Iosu, disrupting his thoughts, "The meal is ready, sir." Io exclaimed in happiness, "Oh, excellent." Seth and the butler carefully placed all the food on the table in front of the respective diners. Seeing the delicious food, Rose couldn't contain her excitement and touched the hot pot. Isia warned her, "It's hot," but the incident occurred and Rose screamed in pain, "That's hot." She then turned to Seth angrily, showing her burned hand. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you place a steaming hot rock on the table?" Isu quickly intervened in a soft voice, gesturing for Seth to leave. "I told him to do it. Besides, it's supposed to be hot." "It's okay, Seth. You can go." Rose's anger then shifted to Isu. Frustrated, she said, "Aha, then you should have told me." Seeing that her anger wasn't dissipating, Isu asked about the condition of her hand. Listening to his caring words, Rose's anger rose, but she kept a smile to hide it while showing him her middle finger and mockingly saying, "It still hurts. Blow on it to make it feel better." Isu's face went pale at this reaction, but he continued giving instructions aloud. "Anyway, first take a few spoons of wild cherub sauce was mixed into the rice, and Su scooped up a big portion, smiling brightly while feeling nostalgic. Rose was eager to try the new dish. She took a spoonful and put it into her mouth. As soon as it entered her mouth, it melted, and a burst of flavor exploded, making her eyes shine like a small child. After chewing for a while, she exclaimed in surprise and delight, "Wow, did you say the sauce has wild chives in it?" She then took another spoonful, questioning aloud why chefs at their estate didn't use herbs like this. She also complimented the texture of the bean sprouts and the flavor of the pork, saying they tasted great together. Meanwhile, Hyen was not interested in the rice and took a piece of bread, saying she was going to try it with bread. Ayasia was shocked and asked worriedly, "I know you love bread, but isn't that a little too much?" Hyen dismissed him, telling him to mind his own business. She dipped the bread in the sauce, took a large bite and chomped on it with delight. As she swallowed, she said in a biased manner, "Like I always say, bread always tastes better than rice." Ayasia was frightened by this unusual combination of bread and wild chive sauce. Rose, however, was delighted by the rice version. She saw that eel was also served, took a piece, dipped it in the sauce, and tried it. After swallowing, she exclaimed in delight, "Wow, this sauce tastes good with eel too." Isu smiled and mentioned that he would share some of his eel spawns once he returned to his estate. After finishing the meal, Isu turned to Rose and asked curiously, "By the way, Jetta, when are you planning to head back?" She answered quickly, "In November, but until then I plan to stay here." Isu nodded and asked about the opening of the department store. Rose quickly answered, "The opening is next month." Isu nodded happily and asked how preparations were going. Rose lifted her hand, plucking 5 fingers, and explained, "We only have 5 more stores to fill and we'll be all set." Isu was a bit surprised but nodded appreciatively. He then turned to Hyen and asked, "And you, Hyen? Any ideas you would like to contribute?" She was slightly taken aback and replied in a nonchalant manner, "I have contributed by handing you the building, which is enough." Isu agreed, knowing she made a valid point. He then turned to Rose with an excited smile and said, "By the way, you arrived at the perfect time. You'll get to see the night festival while you're here." Rose chuckled mischievously and replied slyly, "That's exactly what I've been waiting for since my arrival." Isu chuckled at the scene and smiled at both of them. Meanwhile, at the imperial palace of Aromania, the emperor and Priscilla were seated together for tea and conversation. Priscilla informed him, "I heard Duke Adelia is coming today, Your Majesty." The emperor nodded and stated, "Correct, I have summoned her to discuss an urgent matter." Priscilla nodded, took a sip of tea and added, "Speaking of which, Your Majesty, do you know Seem, the merchant from the Min Empire? I heard he discontinued his trade business with the Pit family." The emperor was shocked and asked, "Is that so?" She continued, "These days the 5 prominent families blatantly disregard their boundaries, as if they have forgotten that the only noble lineage is the imperial family." The emperor was pleased and impressed by her words and replied, "Yes, which is why I have summoned Adelia." A soft knock was heard at the door and the soldiers at the gate announced, "Duke Adelia has arrived, Your Majesty." As soon as the duke entered, the emperor rose from his seat and exclaimed happily, "Adelia." He hugged her and said excitedly, "My dear sister, thank you for coming to see me. How have you been?" Adelia removed herself from the hug and turned serious, asking, "Why was I called here and what is your purpose?" The emperor nodded and said, "I have matters to discuss." Hearing the sincerity and seriousness in his voice, Adelia questioned, "And what would that be?" The emperor turned serious and with an earnest expression said, "I would like to." The emperor planned to auction off a piece of land in the south. Adelia raised one of her eyebrows and asked in a confirming tone, "For my property?" The emperor nodded, then gestured for her to sit down so he could explain properly. Adelia accepted the offer and moved to the couches in the room to listen. After giving her a careful explanation of his plans and wishes for the future, Adelia sipped her tea and asked, "So you're suggesting we align ourselves with the Medicis?" The emperor was impressed by her quick understanding and said cheerily, "That's right. After all, the central power has been governing the southern parts of the land for generations, haven't they? Approximately 1/3 of the southern land in Aruman is governed by the imperial family. The rest has been managed by the 5 powerful families and the extended members of other influential families. Among them Manpatra, the largest port, is owned by the Pits." She understood his intention but had some cautious thoughts. "As you know, my property borders the Pits. I'm certain they'll have their eyes set on it," she said. Upon hearing this, the emperor nodded and quickly offered a solution. "This is why imposing restrictions on the auction is imperative." Adelia's eyes sparkled at the solution. "You plan to prevent your competitors from acquiring the land by keeping the bidding information private, correct?" she asked. She was pleased with this clever plan, but other concerns lingered. Even if she handed over the land to the Medicis, the central power might not open the borders for them and could try to restrict them. The emperor's face turned serious, but he said, "If they close the land route, we will have to go by sea instead." Adelia had doubts about whether sacrificing her land would truly help in the future. The emperor smiled warmly at his sister and assured her, "The southern lands of Aruman hold significant meaning to the nobles. Obtaining that land alone is enough to change the Mage family's reputation." After stating this, he smiled brightly and asked, "So what do you say? Would you allow me a small portion of your land?" Understanding the true meaning of his words and his plan, Adelia giggled and replied, "Very well. I've been facing challenges managing the neighboring lands with the Pits. This rather feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders." The emperor smirked and suggested that they shouldn't waste any more time and should put the land up for auction today. Adelia nodded in agreement. As she walked down the hall, her heels clicked against the floor. She pondered in a mischievous and sinister manner. Those lands were once ours. We must seize this chance to establish dominance over our competitors. She smirked to herself in an eldritch manner, thinking, if everything goes according to plan, I can bring Charles down and claim the throne. She continued toward her room to rest and prepare for the night festival. Meanwhile, at Isu's mansion, he was in his office going through reports when a familiar, energetic voice called out for him. Sensing urgency, he asked in a worried tone, "What is it?" Elena burst through the door in shock and excitement, exclaiming, "Sir." Seeing her so animated, Isu laughed softly and asked, "What's all the rush? Have a seat first." He then turned to Lucas and ordered him to bring 2 cups of coffee. Lucas nodded and quickly went to prepare them. Isu turned back to Elena and asked politely, "What are you in such a rush for?" Elena stammered a little, feeling embarrassed, and averted her eyes. Isu, slightly confused, remained silent, waiting patiently for her answer. Meanwhile, in Elena's mind, Isu looked incredibly attractive, the wind swaying his hair, his open collar revealing fit shoulders. She was momentarily distracted. Seeing her silent, Isu called her name aloud. "Elena." Startled, she focused on him and replied, "Oh yay. Yes sir." Meanwhile, G noticed the pleasant smell and wondered if he had just come out of the bath. Shaking her head, she refocused on her purpose to inform Isu that she had good news that could be beneficial. She then informed him of the good news while laughing nervously. "You are in search of farmland, and it seems pieces of land in the south are up for auction." Isu was shocked to hear this and asked her in a confirming tone, "Is that so?" Elena nodded and replied jovially, "It's astonishing how everything falls into place for you, sir. You see, sir, I've never seen the southern lands on auction in my entire life." Hearing this, Io realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to obtain the land. He then questioned her, "So, who put it up for auction?" Lena nodded and quickly informed him in an excited tone, "I heard it was Duchess Adelia, the Emperor's sister, sir. The only known reason so far is to secure her finances." Listening to this, Isu recalled a memory from the past. They said a barony can own 100,000 acres of land. That means I can only bid on 70,000 acres. He then pondered whether to participate in the auction. "I just hope the Se Trell Power doesn't claim all of it. I bet Count Medi will participate as well. Since I don't know the relationship between the imperial family and the 5 powerful families, I can't seem to grasp how things will go." It was troublesome that he didn't know the relationship between the central powers and the imperial family, so he turned to Leon and asked, "How are the relations between the 5 powerful families and the imperial family?" Leona nodded and answered truthfully, "They appear compatible on the surface. However, the imperial family will not be too pleased about those households expanding their influence, because only 4 centuries ago Ahriman had been under the rule of the Ara dynasty." Isu nodded at this information and, to be sure, asked, "So, what you're saying is it's highly unlikely they would hand the land over to one of the 5 powerful households, correct?" Elena nodded, but then spoke up to clarify, "I believe it has now changed to 4 instead of 5, sir. It is what people have been saying. Also, as you know, sir, the Crans and Medicis formed a political alliance, and people have expelled the Crans and included the Medicis in their circles instead." Ishu gave an appreciative nod to Lena for the information. He then fell silent, pondering what she had shared. That must have been a tough decision for the Kuno man. Perhaps it's time for me to elevate my rank to account." Seeing the stressed look on Ishu's face, Lena spoke politely and comfortingly, "The auction will run for 2 months, so please take your time to consider, sir." Isu smiled at her and thanked her for the useful information. Lena then said politely and formally, "No problem, sir, I'll leave you to rest." As she finished, Rose burst through the door and called out loudly and energetically, "A letter for you." Isu was taken aback by her shenanigans and asked her what letter it was, requesting her to calm down. Rose smiled at him and said cheerfully, "It's from my father." Isu was shocked to hear it was a letter from Count Medier, and quickly took the letter from her. He removed the seal and ribbon attached and opened it to read. Rose, curious, kept pestering him about its contents, irritating Isu. Annoyed by her closeness, he asked her to give him some space and turned to the letter. It read, "Dear Baron Bloom, how have you been? This is Salesmaidish writing to you. The land placed on the recent auction must fall into our hands. We plan to bid 200,000 gold for 10,000 acres. With that land, we can join hands with the Cromens of the Southwest and challenge the Central Power's dominance. Therefore, I'm asking you, Baron, to do everything in your power to participate. After reading, Isu thought to himself, this means I must bid 3 billion per 10,000 acres. From now on I should keep it low and see how everything goes. Rose, eager to know what the letter said, kept bothering him, but Isu suggested she go out and play, and she eventually left, chuckling proudly. No, I won't unless you come with me. Isu was confused by her insistence that he go with her. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Rose gasped and said in shock, come on, don't tell me you forgot. Isu tried hard to remember but failed, and asked, oh, did we promise to go somewhere? She faced palmed in excitement, exclaiming, it's the night festival soon. Isu suddenly remembered their promise. He got ready, and they left together for the festival. Upon arriving, Isu was baffled by the large audience present to watch the knights battle each other. Meanwhile, Rose was excited. This is what I'm talking about. She quickly found a seat and gestured for Isu to sit beside her. Seeing her excitement, Isu walked over, trying to calm her. The announcer then spoke in an excited and cheerful voice, and now a round of 3 teams from the Medai. Hearing her family's name being called, Rose continuously slapped Izu's back with excitement. Meanwhile, Izu felt his soul leaving his body from being slapped and pulled by her. As soon as the soldiers entered the battlefield, they were a bit nervous but confident. Rose cheered for them. Yahoo, go Medi! She then shouted threats, prepare to die at my hands if you lose. As the announcer initiated the battle, men from both sides shouted their battle cries and engaged in a fearsome fight. Loud clangs and grunts echoed everywhere. Seeing both forces going hard against each other, Isu was stunned and exclaimed in a thrilled manner, wow, incredible, they are merciless. Meanwhile, Rose kept yelling in support, go, kill them all. The mercenary from the Shan swung his sword and made one of the soldiers from the Medicis lose his weapon. Seeing this display of power, the announcer shouted in an excited and energetic manner, the first contestant to be eliminated is from the Medicis. Listening to this, Rose could not believe it, and shouted at the soldiers in anger, no, that can't be. First one down already? As the battle continued, the soldiers from the Medicis began withdrawing, overwhelmed by their opponents. The announcer announced loudly to hype up the crowd. Another contestant from Medici withdraws from combat. This announcement made things worse for Rose. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, shouting in rage, ARG, this is outrageous. Just wait until we return to the estate. Those jerks are dead meat. Isu was fed up with her annoying shenanigans, but while watching the opposing team fight, he contemplated deeply. The opposing team is strong. What was their name again? Meanwhile, Rose was still furious, growling in rage. As the battle neared its end and the Medicis were defeated, the announcer spoke loudly and energetically, victory goes to the Shaman Mercenary Squad. The Shaman Mercenary Squad advances to the second round of the 5-on-5 team tournament. After the announcement, Rose did not calm down. Isu tried to quell her anger by saying, calm down, relax. They still have 2 more teams left to compete against. Rose understood this, but it was still very frustrating for her to lose the first round. In early September, after the night festival, the knights had ended their battles, and it was time for the nobles to compete to recruit the most capable knights. Meanwhile, Isu traveled to the guild to hire mercenaries. He questioned curiously, did you say a total of about 100 people applied to be mercenaries? You checked the list at the guild yesterday, right? Lena, accompanying him to the guild, nodded and replied confidently, yes sir, you may make your selection. Upon their return, Isu nodded at the information and asked curiously whether any knight there stood out in particular. Lena nodded and replied, I did notice a few, sir. There's a mercenary squad among the applicants that placed 70th in the 5-on-5 group tournament, called the Suruba Mercenary Squad. While she was relaying the information, a commotion outside the carriage caught Isu's attention. He asked, what's happening out there? Lena took charge and said, I'll take a look, sir. She opened the carriage door and peeped out. In the distance, two mercenaries were quarreling. Their argument moved closer to Isu's carriage, startling the horses. The horses kicked back in fear, making it difficult for Lucas to control them. He lost his balance and grip, but tried his best to calm the horses. Iso, taken aback, asked in shock, "What about Lucas? What happened to him?" Lena, stressed, replied, "Lucas disappeared, sir. It's dangerous outside. I'll take the reins and drive us to safety." She quickly moved to the driver's seat and guided the horses away from the commotion. The carriage came to a halt, and Isu stepped out with a worried expression. He asked Lena in a slightly angry and confused tone, "What in the world just happened?" Lena informed him solemnly. Those mercenaries suddenly started swinging their swords and ran into the street, which spooked the horses. In the chaos, it seems Lucas fell off. This only made Iwa near Asian. He turned to the guards and yelled, "How could you come back even though you knew Lucas was missing?" The guards shivered at his outburst. A shiver ran down their spines, and one of the guards spoke up in a hesitant voice, "Your safety is our priority, sir." Isu face-palmed in frustration and ordered them loudly and angrily, "Go search for him." Seeing the anger on his face, the guards nodded and quickly rushed back to the scene of the commotion to search for Lucas. Even while traveling, Isakiryu was worried about Lucas's safety. From evening until late at night, he kept staring out of his window with glaring eyes, thinking in a guilty and anger-filled voice, "It's after sunset and there's still no sign of him. Where could he be?" Isu was reluctant at first to sleep, as guilt was eating him up, but seeing the worried expressions on Korche and Hansa's faces, he nodded softly and replied, "Very well, I'll wait a little longer then go to bed." After waiting for a while, he went to his room and slept very little due to fear and worry for Lucas. He woke up early, got dressed and headed to his office, hoping for any information regarding Lucas. Resting his head on his hand with his elbow planted on the table, Corky called out to him in an excited manner, "Sir." Hearing the urgency, Isu quickly turned and asked, worried, "Yes, what is it? Did you find Lucas?" Corky nodded and informed him, slightly surprised. "Indeed, Lucas has returned to the mansion." Hearing this, Isu quickly exited the room and rushed to the entrance, where he saw Hans hugging Lucas tightly, tears streaming freely from his eyes, while Lucas squirmed quietly, his voice barely audible. Seeing this, Isu was baffled and a bit shocked. Lucas screamed, "Please, please get him off me." Seeing this, Hans chuckled slightly, then calmed down and patted Lucas's shoulder to comfort him. Meanwhile, Hans continued softly patting him, grateful that Lucas was back. Lucas, pressed tightly, took a deep breath to recover the lost air in his lungs. Isu then turned to Lucas and asked, worried and guilty, "By the way, Lucas, are you sure you're okay?" Noticing the concern, Lucas took a deep breath and nodded, replying affirmatively and happily, "Yes, sir." Isu noticed bandages on his arm and asked in a worried voice, "What happened to your arm?" Lucas dismissed the concern with a polite smile. "It's nothing much, just minor scratches." Isu didn't fully trust him and spoke up, flabbergasted, "That's quite a lot of bandage for a small scratch, don't you think?" Lucas laughed nervously and before forgetting, turned to a man standing nearby and said gratefully, "Oh, let me introduce this man to you, sir. He's the one who saved me." The man then walked up to Isu, bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "How do you do, my lord? My name is Shan, leader of the Shan mercenary squad." Listening to this, Isu was slightly shocked as he remembered the night festival and how impressed he was with this mercenary squad. Wanting to know more about what had happened to Lucas, Yasu politely offered, "Have a seat for a second, you two, Lucas." As they all took their seats, Yasu turned to Lucas and asked curiously and fretfully, "So, tell me, what happened?" Seeing the worried expression on Isu's face, Lucas began explaining, "Well, sir, I clumsily fell off the driver's seat, got swept into the quarrel, was struck by a sword, and then lost consciousness." Hearing this, Isu's face turned pale and he exclaimed in shock and fear, "You got hit with a sword?" Lucas laughed nervously, knowing he could do nothing about it. Isu then calmed himself, grateful that Lucas was safe. He then turned to Shan and asked Lucas, "So you're telling me this man treated your wounds?" Lucas nodded, "That's right, sir." Feeling grateful for this gesture, Isu spoke in a relieved manner, "Thanks, I owe you for saving my esteemed steward." You will be rewarded generously. Shan replied seriously. I'm afraid I must refuse, my lord. Isu was taken aback and looked at him in confusion. I'm here to ask for forgiveness. Hearing that Shan wanted to ask for forgiveness from him, Isu was a bit worried and asked, forgiveness for what? Shan took a deep breath and explained in a guilty manner, rubbing his head sheepishly. For the dispute yesterday, my lord, our guild is responsible for what happened. After understanding his words, Isu came to a biased conclusion, not fully believing that the quarrel they had gone through yesterday was truly the guild's fault. Shan nodded and began to explain further. Yes, you see, Lucas interrupted, and Shan stopped, saying, if it's all right, may I explain, sir? Isu nodded and gestured for Lucas to explain the scenario properly. Lucas started recalling the situation about Shan's guild. The guild led by Sir Shan participated in the 5-on-5 team jousting tournament and won the 3-on-1 mounted jousting. However, the opposing guild, which lost in the semi-finals, couldn't accept their loss and started a fight. That's what caused the dispute yesterday. Isu listened to the clear explanation and replied in a relieved tone, so it wasn't your squad's fault. Lucas nodded quickly and said excitedly, exactly, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. He then mentioned how Shan's squad did their best to prevent civilians from getting caught in the dispute and hurt themselves. Hearing this, Ioshu began thinking about the night festival. Come to think of it, Shan's mercenary squad, aren't they the mercenaries that took out the 3 teams of the Miyoshi family? Ioshu glanced at Shan and pondered positively. Not only does he have exceptional skills, but the fact that he refuses compensation and even steps up to apologize proves his good character. Isu nodded to himself and with polite and genuine gratitude said, Shan, please, I insist. It would make me feel bad to let you go empty-handed. Seeing that Isu wasn't trying to trick him and genuinely wanted to compensate him, Shan gladly accepted the offer and thanked Isu for the reward. Isu was truly happy that Shan accepted his gesture. He then turned to Corky and asked about Lena's whereabouts since she had been gone for a while. Corky had no answer, which worried Isu slightly, so he suggested, I think we should send someone to fetch her. As they were talking, the door slowly opened and a young girl with a frowning, depressed expression entered the room. She informed Isu that she couldn't find Lucas. Hearing this, Isu called her, and Elena snapped out of her daze. Her gaze shifted to Lucas, who was sitting there safe and fine. Meanwhile, Lena was furious and worried. She spoke sternly. You little rascal. She started slapping his back continuously while yelling, I was so worried about you. What happened? Lucas took the beating quietly. Seeing that Lucas was fine and had no major injuries, Lena sighed in relief. Anyway, thank goodness you're safe. Lucas smiled and replied, exhausted. This good knight over here saved me. Lena was confused, wondering who this good knight was. Isu spoke up, grateful. Good job, Lena. Come and have a seat. Lena nodded and made her way to the seat. As she walked, Shan spoke up, curious. Lena, is that you? Lena was startled and turned toward the source of the sound, thinking to herself, who is this person? Shan smiled and excited and cheery said, I had my doubts when I heard the name Lena earlier, but it is you. He then teased her, smiling brightly. Tempera. This nickname brought back old memories and irritated Lena even more. Seeing their exchange, Isu asked curiously, you two know each other? Lena nodded and remaining polite to Isu but irritated by the memories, replied, he was just someone I trained with when I was young. Isu was a bit taken aback and exclaimed, well, I guess it's a small world after all, but why did he call you Tempera? Lena, is that not your real name? She face-palmed and sighed in frustration. Shan explained with a smile and teasing tone, Tempera Lena means Lena with a temper. Lena gasped in surprise and glared at him. Shan continued with a wide grin, she was called all sorts of nicknames. One of them was Wacky, which meant, wacky. Yesterday and wacky tomorrow. The old memories rushed into Lena's mind and remembering the names she had been called, she clenched her fists and spoke in an intimidating voice, shut that mouth of yours. After enjoying the teasing, Shan got up from his seat and said politely, well, I should be on my way, sir. My boys are also undergoing treatment for their wounds. Seeing that he was leaving, Iso called for Corky to prepare the compensation. Corky understood and brought a brown bag filled with cash, handing it over to Shan. Receiving a generous amount of compensation, Shan smiled and thanked IOC and Corky. He then spoke up before leaving. "It was a pleasure to meet you, my lord." He took his leave, and as soon as the door closed behind him, IOC turned to Lucas. "Lucas, go get some rest. I'll call the healing mage for you." Lucas was a bit taken aback and refused, saying, "That's all right, sir, I'm fine." Su then observed the red stain on his hand and spoke loudly, concerned. "Nonsense. You're clearly not fine anyway. Get some rest in your room and take the day off." Seeing Su's anger at his refusal, Lucas gladly accepted the orders and thanked Su for his generosity. Isu then turned to Elena and asked, referencing Shan in their recent conversations. "Lena, that night Shan seemed like a good man. You're not on bad terms with him, are you?" Lena sighed and replied, "Not really, sir. Please do not concern yourself with him." Isu nodded and pondered for a while about this mercenary, then spoke in a wishful manner. "I admit I find it a bit of a shame. I was hoping he could volunteer to work as our mercenary. He wasn't on the list, was he?" Isu was really excited, remembering the time at the night festival and Shan's exceptional personality. Elena nodded and replied, recalling the past, "I agree that Shan has exceptional skills, but he's the type who works under someone, sir. He gets fickle and never stays in one place for too long." Isacho nodded at this information, walked close to Lena, and patted her shoulder. "I see. Anyway, thank you for your hard work throughout the night. You get some rest too." Lena felt grateful for the offer but was a bit gloomy while accepting it. Meanwhile, back at Shan's mercenary guild during the evening, there was a huge celebration. Shan, the leader, stood up strong and bold, yelling in a happy and content manner. "Attention, boys. Lucas's master, Baron Bloom, has provided drinks, so eat up." The soldiers yelled in excitement and happiness, appreciating what Io had done for them. Seeing them happy and content, Shan called for everyone's attention again and spoke in a serious tone. "But before you dig in, I have an announcement. I think it's about time we start settling down, get married and start a family, don't you agree?" After this announcement, the relaxed and excited atmosphere fell silent. Shan asked one of his fellow soldiers the reason for the strange silence. One of the soldiers laughed loudly, thinking he was joking, and replied, while everyone else laughed along, "Boss, could it be that you're lonely? Should we go find you a bride?" This irritated Shan. He threw an empty glass at the soldiers, mocking him, and replied, "Stop joking around and listen up." He turned serious and explained, "I plan to head to the guild tomorrow and apply for a position as a mercenary for the noble families." With this announcement, he banged his cup on the table. The soldiers were shocked and criticized him. One spoke in refusal, "Are you telling us to become slaves to the noble?" Another nodded in agreement. Shan then spoke in a serious and earnest manner. "If you are all so reluctant, then I'll have to disband our squad as of today. I don't wish to force anyone. Those who are willing to follow may come with me. The rest of you can gather and create your own mercenary squads. That'll be all." After saying this, Shan turned and left his room. Plopping onto his bed, two of his men banged on his door. Irritated by the noise, he let them in. Two men important in his guild entered. One spoke sternly. "What's the meaning of this? How could you not discuss it with us?" Shan saw they were their lieutenants. He replied in a relaxed manner, "You guys are with me, right?" The lieutenants weren't satisfied and wanted to know the reason for Shan's sudden change in demeanor. Shan sighed and spoke in a love-struck manner. "It's Lena. I finally found her." Hearing their leader mention Lena, the lieutenants were shocked. One asked to confirm, "Lena, you mean the master's daughter?" Shan's other lieutenant, confused, added, "You mean Lena as in our Lena?" Shan nodded, which answered both of their questions. One lieutenant teased him, joking, "Don't tell me you're throwing us in." The lieutenants laughed, teasing Shan. "You're throwing us in the gutter because of some girl." Meanwhile, the other lieutenant joined in, laughing at the joke. Shan sighed and mentioned, "It's worth it if I can be closer to Elena." Hearing this, one lieutenant spoke in a suspicious and teasing tone. "Could it be that you're still not over her?" Shan got furious and yelled angrily, "You jerks. Do I look like some scumbag who would sell out my fellows for a girl? To tease Shan even more, the lieutenants joined forces and started agreeing that he would abandon his fellows for a girl and never see them again, also calling him a scumbag in a teasing manner. Shan was a bit irritated but responded mockingly, "Thanks for the compliment, you filthy rats." Shan then got serious. "Lena is working for Baron Aso Bloom," he said. He also asked them, "Do you guys remember the coffee at the cultural hall? It was called Bloom's Coffee." The lieutenants pondered for a while, then replied in unison, a soft blush on their faces from the tasty treats. "Oh yeah, I loved the cake there." Suddenly one lieutenant asked seriously, wondering why Shan was so adamant about working with ISU. "But why work under a mere baron and not a duke or a count? You're not seriously considering it, are you, when all the prestigious households in the country are dying to hire you?" Shan knew they would question his decision, so he explained proudly, "For an upstart barony, he has a good reputation. Rumor has it his fortune is worth millions of gold, and I heard it's the Medicis who sponsored his swordsmanship lessons. He seems well acquainted not only with the count but also with his children." One of the lieutenants pondered Shan's explanation, while the other spoke honestly. "If I had to settle down, I'd choose them over anyone. Considering their wealth, they're likely to pay us a high salary." Shan agreed and added, "The Bloom family doesn't have their established swordsmanship yet, which means our swordsmanship has the potential to become their household signature. Think about our past work for a noble family. Remember the Tolman family? They degraded our swordsmanship, saying it was for commoners." The lieutenants understood his words but still teased him. One replied mockingly, "Whatever. In the end, this is all so you can be with Lena, isn't it?" Shan got furious again and yelled, "You bastards!" But the lieutenants knew this was his way of treating them. Both smiled and agreed with his plan to work with ISU. Shan, over the top with gratitude, said, "Thank God for trusting and following my lead." One lieutenant, still in a teasing mood, said, "What do you mean? We're doing this for Lena, not you." The other added, "The only reason we trust you is because someone as smart as Lena chose you." They complimented Lena, saying, "She might have a temper, but she has good judgment of character." The other continued, "He's right. Everyone Lena disliked turned out to be morons, including you, Shan." This was the breaking point for Shan, and he yelled in fury, "You worthless jerks, you want a piece of me?" The lieutenant kept teasing, calling him a love-struck fool, and the other joked, "Fight with yourself or something, we're leaving." As both lieutenants left the room, Shan was still brimming with anger but remained silent, knowing they were just teasing him. The next morning at ISU's mansion, Lena brought information about the new mercenary units that had submitted their names for recruitment. While scanning the names, ISU was a bit shocked and said, surprised, "Oh, looks like that Shan guy applied to work for us too." Lena was also taken aback and replied while reading the names, "Yes sir, and I see a few other familiar names as well." Isu was really happy with the list and asked Lena whether she had persuaded them to join. Elena, confused, replied, "No sir, I just found out now." After looking at the list, Isu nodded, glanced back at the paper and tapped it, saying, "Something tells me I should hire these guys, especially since they saved Lucas." Isu was really excited and questioned her about their abilities and skills, but Lena didn't have the answer ready. Isu sighed, realizing it was a pointless question since they were huge experts in their field. Lena agreed but reminisced about the past in frustration. "Except I had a problem with Shan hitting on me every chance he got." Iosu then stated, "But first we'll have to negotiate the cost." Lena nodded and assured him she would handle it. A few days later, the Shan mercenary squad arrived at Iosu's office. Shan bowed in front of Iosu and greeted him, "We meet again, my lord, Shan at your service." Seeing them, Lena sized them up while Iosu smiled brightly. Curious about the people behind Shan, he asked, "Welcome back. Who are those two guys next to you?" The lieutenants then stepped forward and introduced themselves energetically and politely. "I'm Black Bear, Shan's." Shan's trusted right-hand man introduced himself, and the other lieutenant followed, saying, "I'm Cheetah." Hearing this, Black Bear approached Cheetah and said with authority that he was the right-hand man. Cheetah mocked him, saying he wished he were the right-hand man, Meanwhile, Shan was embarrassed by this conflict, apologized to Isu, and asked him to ignore those two idiots. Isu chuckled a bit and got straight to the point. Let's cut to the chase. Tell me, under what conditions are you willing to work for me? He then recollected his thoughts about hiring mercenaries: Knight Lieutenant 600 gold, Knight 300 gold, Squire 70 gold, and Page 5 gold, the average annual cost of hiring a mercenary. Shan then stated seriously, my squad consists of 3 Knight Lieutenants, 17 Knights, 7 Squires and 15 Pages. My lord, the annual salary to hire the entire mercenary squad is about 7,500 gold. After hearing this, Isu questioned Shan curiously, so, are you suggesting that's enough? Shan nodded and added, but under one condition, my lord. May I clarify that the hiring cost I mentioned is based on the assumption that you cover maintenance costs? Isu nodded, confirming he was aware of the amount while excluding maintenance costs. Shan nodded at this and boldly suggested, however, I would like to receive double the amount. Pay us 15,000 gold. With that money we will handle everything including logistics. Isu nodded, still curious, and asked if that amount was really sufficient. Shan replied proudly and honestly, we are not at war, my lord. Demanding 3 or 4 times the average hiring cost under the excuse of maintenance is something only thugs would do. Isu was quite impressed and thought not only was Shan skilled but he was also a man of conscience. Smiling, Isu replied cheerily and politely, deal. Under the condition that you cover all maintenance costs, I'll pay your squad 15,000 gold. Shan nodded and agreed to the deal. He also added that, if it wasn't too much trouble, he would like to have an accountant as well. Isu agreed and asked in a clarifying tone, so the contract terms are a minimum of 2 years and then it renews annually, correct? Shan nodded, that's correct, my lord. Isu then handed Shan his contract to review. After going through it, Shan bowed in front of Isu and said, I shall return tomorrow with the rest of the squad. Some of my boys are still healing from their wounds and couldn't make it today. Isu nodded and replied, I see. He smiled as they left the room. As soon as the door closed behind them, Isu turned to Corky and ordered, Corky, go and tell Heian I want to see her in my room. Corky quickly bowed in agreement and left to inform Heian of Iosu's wishes. In Asu's room he discussed his request with Heian. After listening, she looked confused and asked what the request had to do with Lucas. Asu nodded and explained in a worried tone, I think he needs to get his wound treated soon. Heian understood and suggested, why don't you just call the healing mage? Asu nodded and explained in a defeated and troubled manner, I visited the guild but they told me I need to wait at least 2 months. Heian was taken aback and also worried about Lucas, as his wound stench was strong and his injuries appeared worse. Ieyasu then mentioned, I heard you can receive priority treatment if the hiring is approved by a mage. Heian nodded, and assured Ieyasu she would do everything she could. Hearing this, Isu was really happy and patted her head, complimenting her. My little Heian, you're so kind. Heian was a bit shocked and thought to herself, did he say my little Heian? But she remembered something from the past and spoke up in a worried tone, will you be okay visiting the guild? Weren't you uncomfortable with being noticed? Heian went silent, thinking she didn't want to come in front of everyone. She then considered a solution to handle the situation. Izzy, surprised that she had a solution, eagerly asked what it was. Heian nodded and replied, there's a healer I know. Izzy was shocked. You know a healing mage? Heian nodded, I was introduced to her more or less coincidentally. Izzy was glad she knew a good healing mage, but was curious about something and asked, how are the abilities for an elf determined? Heian explained, elves are born with abilities that suit them the most. Izzy was surprised but nodded affirmatively and teased her. Aha, I see. Then you should have gotten fire, not water. Taken aback, Lucas questioned him in a suspicious and irritated manner. Seeing this, Isu laughed nervously and admitted his mistake of misspeaking. Isu then left his room and made his way to Lucas's room, knocking softly on the door while saying it was him. His voice was filled with worry and concern. Hearing that it was Isu, Lucas quickly readied himself, still disheveled, and asked, what happened? As soon as the door opened completely, a foul stench hit Isu's nose. He wondered what it was, and a worry crept into his heart as he looked at Lucas with concern. He guessed that the smell might be coming from Lucas's wounds. Isu spoke in a trembling voice, "There's no need for you to get up. Go back and lie down." Lucas, a bit tense, assured him that he was fine and that Isu didn't need to worry. Isu then ordered Lucas to try lifting his arm to test his condition. Lucas nodded and did as instructed, lifting his arm while wincing in pain and controlling his whimpers. Seeing Lucas struggle, Isu thought, "Did his ligament tear?" To verify, Isu sternly ordered, "Hold on a bit longer and don't overexert yourself." Lucas whimpered in pain but tried his best to stay strong, assuring Isu that he was really fine. This didn't convince Isu and he yelled in fury and worry, "Stop lying, you might really die at this rate." Seeing Lucas tense up, he asked worriedly if he would really die. Isu spoke in a comforting but nervous voice, "No, that's not it. I'm just saying it could happen if we're really unlucky." While Isu and Lucas were talking, Corky entered with lots of bandages and ointments to change Lucas's dressing, not knowing that Isu was already there. Noticing Isu, Corky quickly turned to him and greeted him. Isu nodded politely and requested, "Yes, please hurry up and take care of Lucas." Corky nodded and started removing the old bandages from Lucas's hand, applying a fresh layer. Seeing the worsening condition of his staff member, Isu mentioned he had some work to attend to and left the room. As he stepped out, his mind wandered into deep thought. "I wish I could bring a doctor from Korea. It's a relief that Hyen personally knows a healer. Endure it a bit longer, Lucas." Still deep in thought, Isu walked aimlessly to his office when Lena rushed in, holding a piece of paper containing the auction results. Isu was brought out of his reverie and took the paper from her, carefully opening it to read. After seeing the results, he exclaimed, "A total of 24 billion for 70,000 acres. But something felt odd." He turned to Lena and asked about the remaining land. While they were in the middle of the conversation, Corky knocked on his door and called for him. Isu nodded and allowed him in. Seeing the urgency, Isu asked what happened. Corky politely informed him, "There is a guest waiting for you downstairs." Isu nodded, wrapped up his work, and made his way downstairs. There a young and beautiful lady dressed in a bright yellow dress with a matching hat was waiting. Seeing her, Isu guessed she might be the healer Hyen knew. He welcomed her politely and introduced himself. "Thank you for coming here, Miss Mage. I'm Baron Isu Bloom." The formal address made the mage a bit uncomfortable. She replied, "Please just call me Healing Mage. I want to live as quietly as possible." She then gave Isu a strong glare and asked, "Do you understand what I mean?" Isu nodded, understanding that she wished to keep her life private to avoid attracting further attention. He offered her a cup of tea, knowing she had traveled from far away, but she refused politely. "No thank you. I'll take the tea after finishing my work here." Isu smiled and showed her the way to the patient, Lucas. Upon reaching Lucas's room, Corky announced, "Lucas, the healing mage has arrived." Lucas, wincing in pain, got up, bowed, and greeted her. "Hello, Miss Mage." She nodded politely and got straight to business, asking Lucas to remove the bandages so she could examine his wound. After removing the last bandage, she closely observed the scar and identified the type of injury. She then asked Corky to hold her hat while she healed Lucas's injury. Removing her gloves, she began circulating mana in her body, forming a green ball of energy that looked extremely powerful yet harmless. She then aimed the green ball at the injury, which started to work its magic. The healing magic worked on Lucas's arms, slowly mending his current injuries as well as any previous ones. Meanwhile, Isu was flabbergasted to see healing magic being performed right before him. Lucas endured the heat and the pain as his arm gradually healed. The pain diminished and he exclaimed in excitement, "Oh my God." He then quickly bowed in front of the healing mage and said in gratitude, "Thank you so much." The healing mage smiled at him and gave a gentle warning, "Be careful not to get hurt again." Lucas nodded and promised never to get those kinds of injuries again. Seeing Lucas fully recovered, Hans couldn't contain himself and jumped on him, hugging him tightly while tears of relief fell from his eyes. Observing the brotherly bond, Isu thought to himself cheerfully, so energetic, while Hans cried out words of relief. I was so worried. As the healing mage prepared to leave, Isu politely suggested, I had some refreshments prepared. Please, let's sit down. Hearing the genuine offer, she couldn't resist and agreed. They went downstairs, where a tray full of sweets and chocolates had been prepared, accompanied by tea. The healing mage took her seat, elegantly sipped her tea, and had a piece of chocolate. Seeing her enjoy the refreshments, Yu spoke politely. It seems like you like it. The healing mage nodded and smiled politely in response. Yes, especially this chocolate, it's really tasty. She then took another piece and popped it into her mouth. Grateful that she enjoyed the refreshments, Isu hesitated briefly, considering asking her for an extra favor. Gathering his courage, he asked politely, Miss Mage, do you perhaps have some magic power left? The healing mage was taken aback and looked at him dumbfounded. Seeing her confusion, Isu explained. If you do, would you mind healing a few more people? The healing mage sipped her tea and replied politely yet elegantly, Of course. That's not difficult. Isu, delighted that she didn't mind helping more people, thanked her profusely and called for Elena, who responded promptly. Isu then recalled Shan's mercenary guild and asked Elena. Shan said there are a few injured members in his troops, right? Since we already have a healer here, let's have them treated as well. Smiling brightly at his concern for the troops, Elena replied, Then I'll go get them, and thanked him before leaving. As the injured soldiers gathered, the healing mage examined everyone and began healing their wounds one by one, taking extra care with the seriously injured. Shan, deeply grateful for this generosity, bowed before her and said aloud, Thank you, Miss Mage. She smiled and dismissed his overly polite thanks, replying, I'm just glad the soldiers were tenacious and recovered quickly. Meanwhile, the soldiers were also grateful, cheering for her as if she were a goddess. Seeing her prepare to leave, Izo asked politely, How much do I owe you for your services? The healing mage was startled and refused payment, mentioning that she was proud to do some good deeds, thanks to Heian. Seeing Izo's reluctance, she added, If you insist, those chocolates were really good, you know. Remembering how delighted she had been by the chocolates, Izo turned to Corky and asked him to prepare a box set for her. Once it was ready, he handed it to the healing mage, who thanked him. Izo shook his head and replied gratefully, No, thank you so much for today. The healing mage smiled and politely said goodbye, see you again sometime. Heian also smiled at her friend and wished her a safe journey home. As the carriage departed into the distance, Isu sighed in relief, knowing the major task was complete. Shan then bowed before Isu and respectfully addressed him. Baron Bloom. Taken aback by the gesture, Isu watched him and replied politely, waving his hand, You're basically part of the family now, so of course I'll take care of you. However, some doubts lingered in Isu's mind about Shan's mercenary squad. He asked curiously, I'm curious, how did you decide who to name as the captain? I heard you've all been close friends since childhood. Meanwhile, as the healing mage departed, Heian turned to Lena and began speaking.